Hello again, dear friend. Come rest here beside me for a moment. Imagine a quiet porch with a soft breeze rustling through the garden. Leaves a worn but familiar chair beneath you and a warm mug nestled in your hands. The sun is just beginning to stretch across the yard, touching every flower, every pot, every old treasure you've lovingly placed just so. You don't need youth to create beauty, and you certainly don't need to spend a fortune. All you need truly is a touch of imagination and a heart that still finds joy in simple things. You see, the magic of a garden isn't in how expensive the decor is or how perfect the tools are. It's in the stories, your stories, that live inside the things you've saved, repurposed, or discovered at a quiet little thrift shop. That chipped teacup that once sat on your mother's table, it can hold a succulent now. The window shutter your neighbor nearly threw away, it might become the backdrop for your favorite hanging flowers. The spoon from your wedding set, just one, can catch sunlight when it dangles gently from a homemade wine chime. Every object holds a memory, and every garden becomes more beautiful when those memories are allowed to bloom. Today, I'd love to walk with you gently, slowly through more than 20 heartfelt ideas to turn what some may call junk into garden magic. These are simple, accessible projects you can do on a table or from a porch chair. Many use what you already have. Others cost just a few dollars from the thrift store or Dollar Tree. But every single one of them carries the same message: you are still growing. You are still glowing. And your hands can still make the world a more beautiful place. So let's begin, not with big plans, but with small joys. Let's make something wonderful together. Remember those pretty little tea tins from years past? Maybe you bought one just because it had roses on the label. Or perhaps someone gifted it to you during a holiday filled with Earl Grey or chamomile. They're too lovely to throw out, and now they're ready for a second life. These tins, often overlooked or tucked away in a cupboard, make charming little planters, especially for those of us who prefer to garden without too much bending or heavy lifting. Their size is perfect for small herbs, trailing ivy, or dainty flowers like violas and pansies. And when you stack them on a sturdy stepladder or shelf, they become a vertical garden full of vintage charm. To begin, take your tea tins and gently tap a few holes in the bottom using a hammer and nail for drainage. If your hands aren't as strong these days, you can use a cordless screwdriver or simply line the bottom with pebbles instead. Fill each tin with a bit of potting soil and nestle your plant inside. No need to buy anything new, just use cuttings or small starts from your existing garden. Arrange the tins however you like. 3 in a row on a low table, or several climbing up a tiered rack you found for a few dollars at the thrift shop. They're light enough to move easily, even from a seated position. And if you don't have a rack, even a few placed along a sunny windowsill or porch rail will do. You might even group them by color: blue tins for lavender, red ones for bright geraniums, yellow for lemon thyme. It becomes a little storybook of your garden told in soft metal and blooming petals. And when someone asks, "Where did you get that planter?" you can smile and say, "Oh, that used to hold tea." Because just like us, these tins may be older, but they still hold something warm and beautiful inside. Still useful, still graceful, still growing. Do you remember the days when picture frames held school portraits, wedding photos, or pressed flowers behind glass? Maybe there's a box of them somewhere in your home, mismatched, scratched, some without their backs, others without the glass. They're often the kind of things we hesitate to throw away, even when they no longer serve their original purpose. But in the garden, an empty frame becomes something magical. You can think of it as a window into your outdoor world, a decorative piece that turns a simple wall or fence into something poetic. And the best part? There's no lifting, no digging, and no need for fancy tools. Just a bit of twine or a few screws, and you've created a visual story on your garden wall. Start by finding 2 or 3 frames at the thrift store or in your attic. They don't need to match. In fact, a mix of shapes and styles adds charm. Remove any remaining glass or backing carefully, leaving only the outer frame. If the wood is chipped, don't worry, a little sanding or even a gentle dry brush with white paint can give it that soft, cottage-worn look we all love. Once your frames are ready, simply attach them to your fence, a trellis, or even lean them against a brick wall. If you'd like to add extra magic, tie a small bundle of dried lavender or a sprig of rosemary to one corner with twine, or hang a tiny thrifted wreath or bell from the top of the frame, letting it sway gently in the breeze. If you're feeling especially creative, use the frame to surround a favorite potted plant. It draws the eye and makes your flowers feel like a painting come to life. And since it all happens at eye level or above, there's no need to kneel or strain. What once held memories indoors now frames the quiet beauty of your garden, sunlight glinting off leaves, birds dancing on branches, and petals nodding in the breeze. It's a reminder that not everything has to be filled to be full of meaning. Sometimes the space in between the view through the frame is the most beautiful part of all. Do you still have that old metal colander, the one that rattled around in the back of the cupboard for years? Maybe it once drained spaghetti for family dinners or berries from your garden on warm afternoons. Now, with the handle a little loose and the color worn thin, it may seem like it's had its day. But don't be so sure. That humble colander is ready to take flight quite literally as a hanging basket full of flowers or trailing herbs, turning your patio into a page from a storybook. The beauty of using a colander as a planter lies in its built-in drainage. You don't have to poke or drill a thing, the holes are already there. And because it's lightweight and bowl-shaped, it's easy to lift, easy to hang, and just the right size for small garden delights. To begin, choose a colander. Any size will do, though the larger ones give you more room to play. Line it with a bit of coconut fiber burlap or even a scrap of an old pillowcase. This will hold the soil while still letting water escape. Fill it with a lightweight potting mix and choose your plants, trailing lobelia, bright pansies, or even a mix of kitchen herbs like thyme, basil, and parsley. Use twine, sturdy string, or a chain. You can often find old hanging basket chains at the thrift store to create 3 evenly spaced supports. Tie them securely to the colander's handles or rims and gather them together at the top in a loop for hanging. Then find a hook on your porch shepherd's pole or a tree branch within reach. There's no need to lift it high, chest height is perfect. That way you can water it with ease, admire the blooms up close, and breathe in the scent of fresh herbs or flowers without bending over. And when the breeze passes through the garden, your colander basket sways gently, a reminder that old things can dance again given the chance. Once it held dinner, now it holds beauty. Do you remember that creaky old chair in the corner of the garage? Maybe the seat gave out years ago, or one leg started to wobble after too many winters on the porch. Still, you couldn't bring yourself to toss it. It held too many memories of family gatherings, long phone calls, or afternoons with a good book and a glass of iced tea. Well, that chair has another chapter to write, one filled with blossoms and charm. When a wooden chair loses its seat, it doesn't lose its usefulness. It simply finds a new role as a pedestal planter that brings flowers up where you can see them, smell them, and water them with ease. No squatting, no bending, no strain. Just beauty at your fingertips. Start by cleaning the chair, giving it a light scrub, or a fresh coat of paint if you'd like. You don't need to make it perfect. The age is part of the charm. If the seat is missing or broken, that's exactly what you want. You can place a medium-sized planter or bowl right where the cushion once was. An old enamel basin, a thrifted flower pot, or even a mixing bowl with a few drainage holes will fit snugly into that open space. Fill your chosen vessel with soil, and select plants that spill gently over the sides, trailing petunias, ivy, or even cascading cherry tomatoes for a functional twist. If you'd like, tie a ribbon or a strip of old fabric around the chair back. Drape a tiny sign on it, hand-painted with words like bloom or joy. The whole piece becomes a little moment, a display of care and memory and imagination. Place your chair planter anywhere you want to bring life, by the front door, under a window, or at the edge of a shaded path. It stands tall and proud, offering beauty without effort. And every time you pass by, you'll remember even when something loses its seat, it can still hold something wonderful. Just like you, dear friend, still standing, still blooming. Maybe you've got a drawer in your kitchen filled with mismatched silverware, a spoon from your wedding set, a bent fork from a picnic long ago, a tarnished butter knife that no longer has its match. They may not set a formal table anymore, but they still hold a kind of quiet grace. And with just a little time and tenderness, they can be turned into something truly special. A silverware wind chime that catches the light and the breeze, singing a soft song across your garden. To begin, gather 4 or 5 old utensils. They don't need to match. In fact, the more character, the better. You'll also need a sturdy base to hang them from. A wooden spoon with a drilled handle, a small piece of driftwood, or even a thrifted kitchen rack works beautifully. Using fishing line twine or thin jewelry wire tie each piece of silverware to the base, spacing them out evenly so they have room to sway and tap against one another. If tying knots is tricky on the hands, consider using small key rings or simple metal hooks for easier attachment. For a gentle touch of color or whimsy, thread a few glass beads or buttons in between or tie on strips of lace or ribbon. You don't have to make it perfect, let it feel handmade, a patchwork of time and memory. Once complete, hang your wind chime where it can catch the breeze but remain within reach, maybe from a shepherd's hook, a branch above your favorite bench, or beside the back door. Every gentle gust will send it into motion, a soft, clinking melody that feels like a whisper from the past. And on those quiet mornings when you're sipping your tea and the world is just beginning to stir, you'll hear the gentle music of old silver, proof that things can still shine and still sing even after their place at the table has changed. Just like us, dear friend, a little worn, a little weathered, but still full of music. Do you remember those old rubber rain boots by the back door? Maybe they belonged to your grandson, who once stomped through puddles with delight. Or maybe they were yours, worn during morning walks through wet grass, muddy flower beds, or quiet rainy afternoons with a garden trowel in hand. Now, cracked at the seams or outgrown by time, those boots may no longer keep your feet dry. But they can still hold something far more colorful, a burst of blooming petunias, pansies, or herbs right at your doorstep. Rain boots make wonderful upright planters, especially for those who prefer not to bend or stoop. They're tall, roomy, and already waterproof. And there's something joyful, even a little whimsical, about flowers growing from something once used for splashing in the rain. To begin, give the boots a gentle rinse. If they don't have drainage holes in the bottom, poke 2 or 3 with a screwdriver or sharp knife, or simply layer some small pebbles at the bottom if you prefer not to cut into the rubber. Then fill each boot about 3/4 full with potting soil. Choose cheerful, low-maintenance plants like petunias, which drape gently over the edge and bloom generously through the season. Marigolds also work beautifully, and so do herbs like mint and oregano. If your boots are brightly colored, you can let the flowers complement or contrast the shade. Yellow boots with purple blooms, delightful. Red boots with trailing white alyssum, pure summer magic. Line the boots in pairs near the porch or tuck them beside your garden path. They can also be placed atop small stools or plant stands to lift them higher, making them even easier to tend. You might even tie a small tag or ribbon around one, a quiet tribute to the child who once wore them or to the gardener you've always been. And every time you pass by, these blooming boots will remind you that even well-worn things, even things a little cracked and crooked, can bring life, laughter, and beauty into the world once more. Because joy often blooms in the most unexpected places. Once upon a time, that old metal filing cabinet held tax returns, recipes, or maybe even your children's school drawings. It sat faithfully in the corner of an office or hallway, quietly keeping the paper trail of a life well lived. Now it's rusty, a little dented, maybe missing a drawer or two, and yet it still has structure, space, and potential. That forgotten cabinet, dear friend, can rise again, not in an office, but in your garden as a vertical tower of greenery and growth. This idea is perfect for anyone working with a small patio or limited space. It also happens to be very kind to the knees and back, since you're gardening at different levels, not just from the ground up. A vertical garden like this gives you access to color and freshness within arm's reach. Start by removing the drawers. Some people choose to leave 1 or 2 partially in place to act as planting trays. If your cabinet is tall, tip it onto its back so the drawer slots face up like deep planter boxes. If it's shorter and sturdier, you can stand it up and use the exposed compartments for cascading plants. Give it a quick scrub. And if you're feeling creative, a fresh coat of outdoor spray paint in a cheerful color, soft green, sunny yellow, or whatever feels like you. Add drainage holes in each drawer slot or base using a cordless drill, or simply place smaller pots inside each section which can be removed easily for watering. Now comes the fun part, choosing what to grow. You could plant herbs like basil, thyme, and parsley in the top drawers for easy snipping. Trailing vines like sweet potato vine or nasturtiums work beautifully in lower sections. You might even reserve one drawer for cheerful blooms and another for leafy greens. Place your cabinet tower against a fence by the porch or beside a sunny wall. It takes up hardly any space, yet brings vertical beauty and abundance. And every time you water it, you'll be reminded life is full of second chances. Even a filing cabinet once full of paper can bloom with life. And so can we. Remember those narrow little picture ledges? The ones that used to hold framed photos, travel souvenirs, or small knickknacks on a hallway wall. Maybe you took them down during a home refresh, or maybe you found one at a thrift store for $1 or $2. Flat and simple, they might not look like much at first. But oh, how lovely they can become a bird-friendly addition to your garden that brings color, song, and life right up where you can enjoy it without stooping or straining. These ledges, often just a few inches deep with a small front lip, make perfect little feeding shelves when mounted on a fence porch railing or even propped up on bricks. They're easy to reach, easy to refill, and a beautiful way to invite nature a little closer to your quiet mornings. To turn one into a feeder, give it a wipe down, and if it's wooden, you might seal it with an outdoor safe finish to help it last longer. Then mount it at a comfortable height using nail screws or weather-safe adhesive strips, whatever feels most accessible to you. If you prefer not to lift tools at all, place the ledge flat on an outdoor table or shelf that's already there. Sprinkle birdseed right along the ledge, or set out small shallow dishes or teacups with seed or water. If you're able, tuck a few sprigs of rosemary or lavender nearby to add fragrance and a gentle cottage look. In a matter of hours, you may have curious visitors, sparrows, finches, cardinals, each arriving with a flutter of wings and a whisper of song. Place a comfortable chair nearby, and you've got your own little bird-watching corner full of soft movement and joyful surprises. You can even rotate the display one week with birdseed the next, with tiny pots of succulents or baby herbs. It's a gentle way to bring more life into your garden. No loud colors, no gadgets, just a quiet shelf for sharing where the old becomes new again and the small becomes sacred. Because beauty isn't always loud. Sometimes it's just a songbird pausing on a thrifted ledge. Maybe you've seen them at the thrift store, those old glass light fixture covers like the kind that once hung from the ceiling of a hallway or glowed gently above a kitchen sink. Some are round like globes, others fluted like flower petals. On their own, they may not seem like much anymore, especially without the hardware or bulbs. But these forgotten glass covers are little treasures in disguise. Because with just a bit of soil and love, they can become peaceful terrariums, tiny indoor jungles, or outdoor fairy gardens that shimmer in the sunlight and remind us of nature's quiet magic. To begin, select a fixture cover with an opening wide enough to nestle plants inside. If it's closed on the top, simply flip it upside down to create a dome effect over a shallow dish or plate. If it has an open bottom, it's ready to hold a miniature garden just as it is. Start by placing a layer of small rocks or gravel in the base for drainage, followed by a scoop of potting soil. Add tiny plants like moss baby succulents or slow-growing vines. You can even tuck in a small figurine, a bird, a toadstool, or a stone with a word like peace etched on it. If your hands are unsteady, use a spoon to arrange the contents gently. There's no need to rush. This is a moment to savor. Once your plants are in place, gently lower the glass fixture over the top if you're using it as a dome. The curved shape holds in just enough humidity to keep the plants cozy, and the glass itself catches the light in a way that feels almost enchanted. Set it on a porch table, a windowsill, or a plant stand where it's easy to admire, no kneeling required. These terrariums aren't just decoration. They're reminders that growth doesn't always require open fields or big effort. Sometimes a few inches of space, a little water, and a secondhand find are all it takes. Because beauty like light finds its way through the smallest cracks, even in an old glass shade that once lit your kitchen, now glowing softly with green life. Maybe you've helped carry an old metal bed frame too squeaky or too rusty to sleep on anymore. Or perhaps it was a piece left behind when the kids moved out the headboard, leaning lonely against the garage wall. But before you think of hauling it to the dump, take one more look, not as a bed, but as a trellis. Yes, dear friend, that sturdy headboard or footboard with its iron scrollwork or wooden slats can become a storybook trellis, a place where flowers climb vines, wander, and memories linger. One of the loveliest things about using a bed frame in the garden is its height. There's no need to dig or stoop. Just lean it gently against a wall or fence, or press it into the ground a few inches if it's light enough. If the frame is heavy, keep it freestanding by anchoring the feet with bricks or placing it behind raised containers. You don't have to do much else. Paint is optional. A little rust adds character. But if you'd like to add a splash of cheer, try a soft pastel sage green butter yellow, or even a warm white. Use a brush or a spray can, whatever your hands feel most comfortable with. Then plant something gentle at the base. Morning glories are wonderful climbers and bloom with joy. So do clematis sweet peas or even cherry tomatoes if you'd like to mix beauty with bounty. Over time, the plants will wind through the rails and curves, creating a living tapestry that grows more lovely by the week. You might even hang something from the frame, a small lantern, a thrifted teacup filled with birdseed, or a sign painted with your garden's name. Nana's Nook, perhaps. Or simply still growing. And every time you pass by, you'll be reminded that even something built for rest and sleep can rise again with purpose. It doesn't have to hold a mattress to hold beauty. Just like you, dear one, not bound by roles or years gone by, but still reaching toward the light. Because even old frames can become windows for the soul to bloom through. Perhaps there's an old saucepan tucked away in your kitchen cabinet. The kind you used to stir oatmeal in on chilly mornings or warm up soup when someone was under the weather. Its handle might be loose now or the bottom too scorched to use on the stove. But in the garden, it's still got plenty of heart left. With just a little imagination, that weary little saucepan becomes a charming, succulent pocket, perfect for tabletops, railing shelves, or anywhere you'd like a low-maintenance dash of green. Succulents are ideal for small containers like these. They don't need deep soil, and they thrive on a little bit of neglect, which makes them perfect for gentle gardening, especially if your hands tire easily or you prefer to sit while tending to your plants. To start, make sure the pan is clean. If you'd like drainage, add a few small holes to the bottom using a hammer and nail, or simply layer pebbles or gravel inside before adding soil. Choose a cactus or succulent mix, which drains well and keeps the roots happy. Then nestle in one or two small succulents. Hens and chicks, sedum or jade are all wonderful choices. If the handle is still attached, use it to tilt the pan slightly in your display for a whimsical effect. Or remove the handle entirely and use the base as a mini bowl planter. You can even tie a ribbon or jute string around the handle for a little farmhouse charm. Place your saucepan on a bench windowsill or beside your favorite chair on the porch. It doesn't need much water, just a gentle misting now and then. And it doesn't shout for attention. Instead, it quietly holds space for life, for memory, for the satisfaction of making something lovely out of something forgotten. Because, dear friend, like many things in life, it's not the shine on the outside that matters. It's what you hold within. And even a scorched old pan once forgotten in the back of a cabinet can become a cradle for something quietly beautiful. Still warm, still giving, still growing. Do you remember those wooden shutters that once flanked the windows of old farmhouses or bungalows? They stood like guardians, opening to let in light, closing to hold back storms. Maybe you salvaged a pair during a remodel years ago, or spotted them leaning against a wall at the thrift store, weathered and worn. Don't pass them by, because those shutters, aged and chipped as they may be, are perfect for a vertical flower display that brings cottage charm to any outdoor corner. The beauty of shutters is that they're tall, slender, and already designed to catch the eye. And the slats, though, made to block sunlight, now become perfect pockets for creativity. Start by gently cleaning the shutters, brushing off old cobwebs and dust. If the paint is flaking, you can leave it for a rustic look or lightly sand and repaint them in soft garden tones, faded mint, sunflower yellow, or a gentle sky blue. Once clean, lean the shutter vertically against a fence wall or garden shed. No heavy mounting needed. If you prefer something more stable, a single nail or garden hook near the top will help anchor it in place. Then tuck small potted plants into the slats. Plastic nursery pots work well, especially for lightweight blooms like pansies, sweet alyssum, or baby ferns. You can also attach mini tin buckets or mason jars with wire or ribbon, each filled with herbs or trailing flowers. If lifting is difficult, arrange everything while the shutter is lying flat, then gently tip it upright with help. As the plants grow and spill over their tiny containers, the shutter becomes a living curtain of color, soft petals, trailing vines, and maybe even the hum of bees or the flutter of a butterfly's wing. This kind of display doesn't require bending or digging. It brings your garden upward into view, into reach, especially if you're working with a small patio or limited mobility. And every time you pass it, you'll be reminded that protection and beauty often live in the same frame. The shutter once shielded light. Now it shares it. Still strong, still useful, still blooming with grace. You may have seen an old metal bird cage, perhaps white and a little rusted, sitting lonely on a thrift store shelf. Once it held a feathered friend chirping by the window. Or maybe it was simply decorative, filled with silk flowers long since faded. Either way, it's easy to walk past, unless you know its secret. That delicate little cage deer friend can become a haven of green, a charming herb garden that's both functional and full of storybook charm. Bird cages are naturally suited for upcycling. They're airy vertical and often come with a little door or hook for hanging. And when repurposed for plants, they invite you to slow down, to touch the leaves gently, and to breathe in the quiet joy of tending something living. To begin, clean the birdcage and check that the bottom is stable. If it's missing, no trouble, simply place a small shallow tray or pot inside to act as a base. Line it with moss or coconut coir if you'd like a natural look. Fill the container with a lightweight potting mix and add your herbs: sweet basil, lemon, thyme, peppermint, or any favorite you enjoy snipping for tea or cooking. If the birdcage has multiple levels or perches, tuck small pots onto each one, or weave in faux nesting touches like dried straw or bark to blend with nature. You might even tie a handwritten plant tag to the bars with twine, lavender, oregano, peace. Once planted, set the cage on a table or hang it from a shepherd's hook at eye level. That way there's no bending required and you can easily reach in for a leaf or two when the mood strikes. The scent alone is enough to lift the heart on a quiet morning. It may no longer house birdsong, but it can cradle life in a different way. Now leaves brushing the bars, roots gently spreading sunlight, warming the metal each day. And as you water it, as you rub a mint leaf between your fingers and breathe in its cool sweetness, you'll feel it too, that sense of freedom, of transformation. Even cages, it turns out, can become gardens. Yarsa. Once upon a time, this little garden helper kept your hose from tangling across the yard. You might have wheeled it out every morning, watering roses and tomatoes while the sun was still low and golden. Now, though the plastic is faded or the metal is a little rusted, the hose is long gone and the reel, it just sits there unsure of its purpose. But not anymore. With just a few thoughtful touches, that old hose reel, yes, even the bulky kind, can become a charming, lightweight side table for your garden or porch. It's a perfect little perch for your teacup seed packets or a tiny potted plant. And the best part, it requires almost no lifting or building at all. Begin by checking that the hose reel base is stable. Most are circular and already at a pleasant height for seated use. If the top surface is uneven, simply lay a round tray wooden cutting board or even a thrifted pizza pan across the top to create a flat tabletop. A dab of outdoor adhesive or a bit of twine around the edges can help keep it secure, though you might enjoy keeping it loose so it's easy to remove and clean. From there, the transformation is in the details. You could add a small cloth or piece of vintage lace across the top, or even paint the reel base to match your garden's color palette: soft sage cream or dusty rose, all work beautifully. You might tuck a few smooth stones or shells inside the reel's inner ring if it's hollow, or use that space to store gloves, seed packets, or extra twine. Place your new side table beside a garden bench near your favorite potted plants, or on the porch beside a rocking chair. Suddenly, it's not just a forgotten tool, it's a place to rest your mug, your thoughts, and your morning dreams. And when visitors ask where you got such a clever little table, you can smile softly and say, "It used to be for the hose." Just like so many things in life, its usefulness didn't end, it simply changed shape. Because what once unwound now helps hold stillness. And there's a quiet kind of beauty in that. There's something comforting about a mason jar, isn't there? You may have used them for jam making in the summertime or for keeping buttons, nails, or bits of string tucked safely away. They lined pantry shelves, clinked softly in dishwater, and caught sunlight on windowsills. Sturdy, simple, always ready. Now, these familiar jars can offer another kind of warmth, not for the belly this time, but for the spirit, as gentle candle lanterns that glow softly through the garden at twilight. Creating them is as easy as it is satisfying. Start by gathering one or more mason jars. Any size will do. You might have a few at home already, or you can pick them up for pennies at the thrift store. Clean them well and decide whether you'd like to leave them clear or frost the glass for a softer glow. A little diluted white paint, or even a glue and water mixture dabbed with a sponge gives a lovely aged look. Next, pour a layer of small pebbles, sand, or glass beads into the bottom of each jar. This gives your candle a stable base and adds a bit of sparkle. Then place a battery-operated tea light votive candle, or citronella candle, in the center. If you prefer, you can use solar-powered lights. Many fit perfectly inside and recharge during the day. To add a touch of personality, wrap a ribbon, jute string, or lace around the jar's neck. You might tuck in a sprig of lavender or rosemary, or even a small tag with a word that speaks to you: hope, rest, light. Now for placement. These lanterns shine beautifully along a garden path, on porch steps, or hanging from sturdy branches or shepherd's hooks. You can even place them in old wire baskets or hang them from thrifted plant stands. No bending, no wires, just a gentle glow where you need it most. And when the sun begins to dip and the first star peeks out, you'll see them flicker not brightly, but warmly, like the soft memories that linger in your garden, like the light that still lives in your hands. Because sometimes, dear friend, all it takes to brighten the dark is a simple jar and a little love. There's something quietly magical about mirrors. They catch the light, reflect movement, and make even the smallest space feel more open, more alive. You may have one tucked away in a closet, its frame chipped or its silver backing a little faded. Or maybe you spot one at the thrift store for just a few dollars, forgotten behind stacks of picture frames. Now imagine pairing that mirror with a set of old wooden shutters and placing the whole thing in your garden. Suddenly you don't just have a mirror, you have a window into another world. To begin, gather a mirror that isn't too heavy, something no larger than a cabinet door ideally. Clean the glass gently and reinforce the frame if needed. Then find a set of thrifted shutters. Weathered ones with peeling paint are even better. Lay the shutters open like wings on either side of the mirror and attach them with small hinges or even strong adhesive if drilling feels too tricky. Or simply place them together as a loose display without permanent fixing. Once assembled, this piece can lean gently against a garden wall, fence, or even the side of a shed. You don't need to hang at high hip height, or even seated eye level is perfect. The mirror will catch glimpses of flowers, sky, and movement, creating the illusion of depth as if your garden goes on and on. To soften the look, drape a climbing vine across the shutters. Morning glory, sweet peas, or even a strand of faux ivy from the dollar store will do. You might hang a small lantern from one side or paint a soft word on the shutters: grow, welcome, or breathe. Every time you pass it, the reflection shifts, showing a new corner of your space, a new moment in the day. It feels like a doorway, even though it doesn't open. It feels like a promise. And the truth is, we all carry a little of that mirror magic. We reflect, we remember, we make the world feel larger, not through noise, but through presence. So let your mirror and shutters stand quietly in your garden. Let them double the beauty around you. Let them remind you that what you see is only the beginning. Think back to that old dresser you once had, the one that held socks and scarves, linens, and lullabies. Maybe it belonged to your grandmother, or maybe it was your first real piece of furniture. Over time, drawers began to stick, the handles wore thin, and eventually it was retired to the garage or given away. But those drawers, they're far from done, because each one can become a delightful raised bed, easy to reach, easy to move, and rich with charm. Drawer boxes are just the right depth for shallow-rooted vegetables, herbs, or cheerful bedding plants. And best of all, you can place them on top of benches, cinder blocks, or even an old table, bringing your garden right up to you. To start, choose drawers that are still fairly sturdy. If the bottoms are weak, you can reinforce them by adding a second layer of wood or even gluing a piece of cardboard or foam board underneath. Drill a few small drainage holes in the bottom or line them with stones and coffee filters to keep roots happy and healthy. Then paint or decorate however you like. Leave the original wood for a rustic feel or coat them in bright garden colors: turquoise, lavender, soft cream. If you enjoy small touches, stencil on words like "Let Us Grow" or "Herb Haven." Add drawer knobs from the thrift store if any are missing, or tie on little fabric bows for whimsy. Once prepared, fill each drawer with a good quality potting mix and plant away. Try leaf lettuces, kale, and spinach for an edible garden. Or create a floral display with marigold, snapdragons, and alyssum. The low depth keeps watering light and lifting easy. Set the drawers atop whatever height works best for you, bricks an old bench, or even stacking drawers too high for extra elevation. Group them together like a patchwork quilt, each box its own little garden square. And when you sit beside them watching bees flit from bloom to bloom, you'll feel it, the deep satisfaction of growing something with your hands. Not from expensive kits, not from store-bought beds, but from the quiet transformation of what once was. A drawer full of folded things, now unfolded into life. Because, dear friend, even empty drawers can still hold hope. Do you remember those wire baskets? The ones that used to hang in pantries or closets holding fruit yarn, maybe even a pair of garden gloves or two. They are often overlooked now, a bit bent, a little rusted, stacked in corners of thrift stores waiting for another purpose. And oh, what a purpose they can serve. With just a few thoughtful touches, these humble wire baskets can become a beautiful, accessible vertical garden, one that blooms at eye level right where you can see and tend to it without bending or straining. To begin, gather a few medium-sized wire baskets. You might already have them lying around, or you can find them at second-hand shops for just $1 or $2. Look for ones with flat backs or shapes that can sit flush against a surface. You'll also need a fenced garden wall or railing to attach them to. If lifting is difficult, you can mount them low or ask for a helping hand just once to get them set up. Line each basket with coconut coir moss or even an old dish towel to keep soil in place. Then fill with lightweight potting mix and choose plants that stay tidy and compact. Think herbs like oregano, thyme, or chives, or cheerful flowers like pansies and violas. Secure the baskets with zip ties, screws, or S-hooks, depending on your surface. Space them out like little garden shelves, 3 across or one beneath another like the pages of a story unfolding. If watering is tricky, use a small watering can with a long spout, or add a bit of mulch to retain moisture. Over time, the baskets will fill out, softening their metal edges with life and color. You might even weave a bit of ribbon through one or clip on a vintage brooch or tag with the plant's name. A place for rosemary, a pocket of marigolds, a corner where basil leans toward the morning sun. And when you walk past or sit nearby with your tea, you'll notice how beautifully these old baskets carry new things. Not yarn, not gloves, but fragrance light, and a little touch of joy. Because even the things once meant to hold can help things grow. You've seen them before, those long aluminum rain gutters once used to carry water away from rooftops. Maybe you've even replaced yours recently, setting the old ones aside, unsure what to do with them. They're plain utilitarian. Nothing special. But that's the beauty of it. Because with just a little vision and care, those very gutters can become a stunning space-saving garden along your fence, filled with herbs, strawberries, or trailing flowers, all within reach, all without the need for digging or kneeling. This project is wonderfully friendly for smaller patios or for those who prefer to garden standing or sitting on a nearby bench. It turns any bare fence or wall into a layered ribbon of life. Start by cutting the gutter into sections if needed. Around 3 to 4 feet is manageable. If you're picking one up at the thrift store or a salvage yard, ask for the lighter vinyl variety, which is easier to handle. Drill a few small drainage holes along the bottom and cap the ends with inexpensive gutter end pieces or even cork stones or folded mesh. Now attach the gutter sections to your fence or railing at a comfortable height. Use strong zip ties, brackets, or even twine if you're anchoring to lattice or wooden supports. Space them out vertically. If you'd like a tiered effect, it's like building a wall of green one step at a time. Fill each gutter with potting soil and select shallow-rooted plants. Leafy greens like lettuce or arugula do wonderfully here, as do herbs like cilantro, dill, and parsley. Or for a touch of sweetness, plant trailing strawberries. Watching their red berries peek over the edge is a quiet kind of joy. You can even decorate the gutters if the mood strikes with a stencil, a hand-painted word like harvest or grateful, or by wrapping the outer edge with jute or ribbon. This gentle transformation doesn't ask much. It's not loud or flashy, but it takes what once funneled away rain and turns it into something that welcomes life quietly, simply, beautifully. Because just like us, sometimes it's not about what you carry away. It's about what you help grow. We all have one, that old plastic laundry basket that once carried clothes from the line to the folding table. Maybe the handles are cracked now or the base sags a bit. It might have been tucked into a corner of the shed waiting for the next load. That never came. But who says it can't carry something else? With a little imagination, that same basket can become a cozy, upright garden ideal for herbs, flowers, or even vegetables, especially if you'd prefer to garden while seated or standing. Here's how to begin. Choose a basket with plenty of ventilation holes, the kind you'd normally see in a laundry room. If the bottom is uneven, you can stabilize it by placing it on bricks or an old wooden crate. Line the inside of the basket with coconut coir burlap or even an old pillowcase. This keeps the soil from spilling while still allowing water to drain, a perfect low-maintenance setup. Next, fill it with lightweight potting soil and begin planting. You can choose bright flowers like zinnias or marigolds, or stick with fragrant herbs such as basil, oregano, and thyme. Because the basket structure is tall and round, the plants naturally spill over the sides, creating a soft cascading effect that looks just as charming as any store-bought planter. And here's the beauty of it: no digging in the ground, no heavy lifting. The basket can sit beside your porch chair along the path, or even up on a table if you want your garden right at eye level. To give it a finishing touch, consider weaving a ribbon through the holes or tying a handwritten label on the handle with twine, something simple like Nana's Garden or Little Basket of Joy. You might even tuck a solar light into the center for a warm evening glow. And when the blooms begin to spill and sway in the breeze, you'll smile, not because it was expensive or trendy, but because you gave new life to something most would overlook. Just like us, dear friend. That old basket still has so much to carry. And this time it carries joy. Once they sat on a dining room table, tall, sturdy candle holders cradling soft flames during quiet dinners or holiday gatherings. Maybe you still have a few tucked away in a box, or perhaps you passed by some at the thrift store, a little dusty, a little wobbly, but full of shape and potential. Now they're ready to stand tall again, not with wax and wick, but with petals and greenery. With just a touch of care, these old candle holders can be transformed into graceful plant pedestals, adding vertical charm to your garden or patio. Choose candle holders that have broad, stable bases. The heavier, the better, especially if you'll be placing them outdoors. You can leave them as is for a vintage look, or give them a fresh coat of paint in soft garden hues, robin's egg blue, mossy green, or creamy ivory. Next, take small flower pots, the kind that fit snugly where a candle once stood, and nestle them on top. You can use terracotta painted tin or even plastic pots dressed up with ribbon or lace. Secure them with a bit of waterproof adhesive if needed, or simply let gravity and balance do the work if they feel steady. Plant low-growing blooms like violas, petunias, or trailing baby's breath. For a practical twist, try small herbs, thyme, chives, or mint, so you can pluck a few leaves while sipping tea nearby. These elevated plants are easy to reach, making them perfect for seniors who prefer not to bend or crouch. Arrange your candle holder pedestals in a trio by the front steps, beside a bench, or along a path. Vary the heights for visual interest: tall, medium, and short, just like a little garden orchestra rising up in song. You might even place one beside your door with a welcoming sign or a strand of tiny fairy lights draped around it. And when you pass by them, your heart will feel a quiet lift, not just from the flowers, but from the thought that something so simple, so forgotten, can still stand tall and bring beauty into the world. Because grace, dear friend, doesn't always come from new things. Often it blooms from what's been waiting, patiently. There's an old rake in nearly every garage or shed, the kind with a wooden handle worn smooth from years of use, and metal tines slightly bent from gathering autumn leaves. Maybe the handle's snapped in half, or the rust has crept in with time. It may no longer sweep the garden floor, but it can still serve in a gentler way. Because with just a few minutes and a little imagination, that broken rake becomes a rustic, beautiful tool hanger, a functional piece of garden art that brings order, charm, and history to your space. Start by removing the handle if it's splintered or beyond saving. What you'll keep is the rake head, the fan of metal teeth that once combed through earth and leaf. Give it a light scrub to remove any dirt or rust, though a bit of patina only adds to its vintage appeal. Mount the rake head onto a shed wall, fence post, or potting bench. If the back has holes for screws, you can anchor it directly. If not, sturdy nails or metal wire will do the trick. Hang it at eye level so you can easily reach what you'll store there, no need to crouch or stretch. Now comes the joy of function meeting creativity. The tines make natural hooks perfect for hanging small tools. Garden gloves, spools of twine, or even tiny clay pots with string handles. You could drape a small wreath or bunch of dried herbs over one side, or hang a small chalkboard tag with a favorite quote or reminder like, "Tend gently." Not only does this make your tools easier to find, it also transforms a plain wall into a celebration of old things, still doing what they were made for: helping, holding, supporting. Place a comfortable chair or stool nearby, and this little setup becomes your rest-and-reach station, a corner where your tools, your rhythm, and your memories gather. Because not everything needs to be shiny to be strong. And even when the long handle breaks, the part that holds still holds. Just like us, dear one. Bent a little, weathered, but still offering something useful, still rooted in care. Do you remember those old wicker laundry hampers? Maybe yours held fresh linens or served quietly in the corner of a bedroom for years. The lid might be missing now and the weave a little frayed, but that worn wicker still has character, still has shape, and still has something to offer. With just a bit of care, that hamper can become a beautifully rustic planter base, lightweight, charming, and full of old-world cottage charm. It's a perfect way to raise your garden up to where you can see and enjoy it. No bending, no digging, just beauty made simple. Start by choosing a sturdy basket. Whether tall and narrow or short and round, the size doesn't matter nearly as much as its ability to stand steady. Give it a wipe down to remove dust or debris and inspect for any loose weaving. Most imperfections only add to the texture. If the hamper is hollow and open-topped, you have two easy options. First, you can tuck a large potted plant directly inside one that spills over the rim, like trailing ivy lantana or sweet potato vine. If the base is open or delicate, place a tray underneath to catch water runoff and protect the floor or patio. The second option is to treat the top of the hamper as a plant stand. Place one or several pots on top clay enamel, or even tin filled with colorful blooms or fragrant herbs. You can also drape a lightweight cloth or a lace doily under the pots to add a softer, more elegant touch. If you'd like to get extra creative, wrap the basket with a string of solar fairy lights or a few fabric flowers tied with twine. Hang a tiny wooden sign from the handle, "Welcome Bloom," or simply "Home." Set it beside your porch chair or in a shaded garden corner where it can quietly shine. It becomes not just a container, but a storyteller holding memories of folded sheets and tidy rooms now filled with petals and sunlight instead. And as you walk by, you'll remember, just because something is soft or worn doesn't mean it's finished. Because in the garden of life, the things that held love can always hold it again. Maybe there's an old cabinet door leaning in the garage left over from a kitchen remodel years ago. The paint might be chipped, the hinges long gone, but it's flat, solid, and waiting patiently for a new purpose. And oh, what a purpose it can have. That simple cabinet door can become a heartfelt garden sign, a gentle message nestled among the blooms, welcoming you home, or reminding you to pause and smile. With no heavy lifting and no complex tools, this project is just right for a peaceful afternoon at the patio table. Start by cleaning the door, removing any dust or cobwebs. You don't need to sand it smooth, the imperfections give it character. If the surface is dark or glossy, give it a light coat of chalk paint or matte acrylic in a color you love. Soft white, faded turquoise, or mossy green all work beautifully against the colors of the garden. Now comes the creative part. Think of a word or short phrase that brings you peace. Bloom Nana's garden still growing, or peace lives here. Lightly sketch the lettering in pencil, or use a stencil if your hands prefer it. Then trace with a paint pen or small brush. You can decorate the corners with hand-drawn vines, pressed flowers, or even glue on buttons or broken bits of old china. If you enjoy texture, add jute twine along the top or bottom edge, or a small ribbon to hang a charm from a hook. Once finished, there are so many ways to display it. Prop it up in a flower bed, lean it against a stack of terracotta pots, or hang it on a garden fence with a small nail or ribbon. Because it's flat and portable, you can move it wherever your heart leads, and every time you pass it, the message will gently greet you. Not with noise, not with flashing lights, but with quiet presence. A soft voice in wood and paint saying, "You are still creating. You are still welcome here." Because even a forgotten door, once part of a kitchen full of meals and memories, can become a signpost in the garden pointing not to the past, but to the beauty still unfolding. And so, dear friend, we find ourselves back on the porch where the breeze is soft and the light has grown golden with the hour. We've wandered through 20 gentle ideas together, some playful, some practical, and all born from things that others might have thrown away. We've turned boots into blossoms, shutters into stories, drawers into beds, and silverware into song. Not with money, not with muscle, but with care and a little imagination. That's the quiet joy of this season of life. You've spent decades gathering, saving, living, and now every chipped cup and rusty rake becomes not just an object, but a chance, a new beginning. Isn't that a lovely thought? You see, aging doesn't mean we stop creating. It simply means we create differently, more slowly, more intentionally, with meaning layered into every brushstroke, every blossom, every gentle choice. Your hands, the very same ones that once held babies' baked bread and stitched buttons back into place, still have so much beauty to offer. Not despite the years, but because of them. That's why I hope as you watch this video you didn't just see garden ideas. I hope you saw little sparks of memory, of pride, of possibility. I hope you remembered that beauty doesn't need to be bought. It only needs to be noticed, nurtured, shared. And I wonder, which part spoke to your soul today? Was it the teacup glowing with candlelight, the shuttered mirror catching garden reflections? Or maybe it was the sound of old spoons singing in the wind. Whichever one it was, I'd love to know. Leave me a note in the comments and tell me which idea brought you the most joy. And if you'd like more gentle inspiration for your garden, your home, and your heart, don't forget to subscribe. I'd be honored to keep you company again. Until then, may your days be peaceful, your hands stay busy with little wonders, and your garden, no matter how big or small, continue to bloom in ways you never expected. From my porch to yours, happy gardening, dear friend. Hello again, dear friend. Isn't it a wonder how a little patch of earth, a gentle breeze, and a few forgotten objects can hold such magic? I'm so glad you're back, perhaps with a warm cup in hand and the soft sound of birdsong nearby. Maybe you're sitting where you love most, near your porch, your little garden nook, or even just by a sunny window. Wherever you are, I hope you feel peaceful, unhurried, and ready to dream a little more. Today, we return to the same heartwarming idea, creating beauty from what's already around you. Old gloves, worn-out dishes, a broken CD, things most people would throw away. We see them differently here. We see the stories they can still tell, the joy they can still bring. And together, we'll turn them into garden art that glows with personality, warmth, and soul. You don't need to be young or strong or wealthy to make your space more beautiful. All you need is what you already have: a pair of caring hands and the desire to create something gentle and meaningful. That's more than enough. So come along. Let's walk through 20 more small wonders, charming, thoughtful garden DIYs that cost next to nothing but bring back so much. From bottle cap mosaics to tiny fairy tales carved into old tree stumps, each idea is a quiet reminder you still have the power to make art, to spark joy, to give life to the ordinary. Welcome back to your garden of second chances. Let's begin. Do you still have an old pair of gardening gloves tucked away in a drawer? The ones with worn-out fingertips, soft from years of use. Maybe they helped plant your first daffodils or held a handful of cherry tomatoes from your little raised bed. Before you consider tossing them, here's a tender way to give them new life as a beautiful symbol of care and quiet strength. This idea is called the Helping Hands Planter. And just like the name suggests, it turns a simple pair of gloves into two cupped hands that hold something precious, a little plant, a few seeds, or even a memory. To start, find those old gloves. They don't need to match or look pretty. In fact, the more worn, the more charming the result. You'll also need a bit of plaster of Paris or cement mix, something that can be poured and will harden. Slide each glove open and gently fill it with your mix. The material will take on every crease, every curve of the glove's shape, capturing the quiet story held in your hands. Before the mix dries, completely shape the fingers if needed. You can gently bend them into an open palm as if offering or cradling. Let it dry thoroughly. Once the gloves are hard, carefully peel the fabric away. What's left behind is beautiful two strong cupped hands, forever still yet full of meaning. Now comes the soul of the project, turning these hands into planters. Using a small drill or even a spoon before the plaster hardens too much, carve out a shallow well in the center of each palm. Just enough to hold a bit of soil and a tiny succulent or a starter seedling in a cup. You can also use these to hold tea candles, seed packets, or special stones. Set them in the garden at the edge of a path on a bench or nestled among flowers. Let them quietly catch the light of the afternoon sun. Their presence says something more than just decoration. They remind us of labor and love, of giving and receiving, of all the things our hands have done and still can do in their own way. For added meaning, you might write something gentle on them, grow hope, or simply love. Use paint, a marker, or even just let moss settle into the cracks over time. There's something deeply moving about turning worn gloves a symbol of work and aging into open hands offering life. They become a tribute not only to your garden, but to your journey through it. Still useful, still giving, still full of quiet grace. Just like you, dear friend. Do you remember pressing leaves into mud as a child, or drawing smiley faces in the soil with a stick after a rain? There's something ancient and soothing about giving nature a face, a spirit, as if the garden itself is watching over us with quiet wisdom. In this next idea, we'll take a simple clay flower pot and bring it to life. Quite literally. Using natural elements like bark, stones, moss, and a little imagination, we'll craft a gentle, expressive face right onto the side of the pot, a guardian of the garden with kind eyes and a story to tell. Start with a medium to large terracotta or clay pot. It doesn't have to be new. In fact, the older and more weathered, the better. That patina, that faded clay surface, is like a warm canvas aged by time. Make sure it's clean and dry before you begin. Now take a walk even just around your own yard. Collect pieces of bark, interesting twigs, small pebbles, bits of lichen, and dried flower heads. These natural bits and textures will become your palette, your way of forming eyes, a nose, lips, maybe even eyebrows, or a leafy crown. Using a strong outdoor glue or a dab of silicone sealant, start placing your pieces on the front of the pot. 2 bark chips for eyelids, small stones for pupils, a curled leaf for a smiling mouth. Don't rush it. Let your hands play. There's no right or wrong way to form the face, just follow the shapes and let them guide you. Sometimes a crooked twig makes the perfect nose, or a cluster of moss looks just like a wise old beard. If you'd like, add some soft paint touches, a little white to bring out the eyes, or a soft green wash to blend it into the garden. But keep it natural, humble, like something the forest itself dreamed into being. Once finished, plant something wild and expressive in the top of the pot. Trailing vines, cascading flowers, or ornamental grasses that look like hair in the breeze. Suddenly, your little sculpture becomes a character, not just a decoration, but a presence. A friend keeping watch over your growing space. Set it somewhere unexpected, peeking out from behind a bush or by the edge of a path. Somewhere it might surprise and delight someone walking by. It's especially lovely if you have grandchildren or neighbors who visit. They might whisper, "Look, it has a face," and smile. This craft is more than a planter. It's a celebration of how nature reflects us and how we reflect it. With bark for skin and moss for memory, it reminds us that aging is beautiful. Wrinkles, textures, and time only make us more rooted, more real. And just like your garden, your story continues to bloom. Have you ever sat outside at twilight just as the sky begins to dim and the first stars appear? That quiet moment when everything is hushed and silver light settles on the garden feels like an invitation to simply be. No chores, no noise, just you, the evening air, and a sky full of old wishes. That's what inspired this next project, the Stargazer Seat. It starts with an old wooden chair, the kind you might find at a yard sale, or even tucked away in your garage with a wobbly leg or worn paint. Instead of tossing it, we're going to transform it into a place of peace and wonder, a reflective mosaic chair that glimmers softly under sun and moon. First, choose a chair with character. It doesn't need to be perfect, just sturdy enough to sit or lean on. If one of the slats is cracked or missing, that's just part of the charm. You'll want to clean it gently. Maybe give it a light sanding, then paint it in a soft, garden-friendly color, sage green, lavender, warm white, or even leave the natural wood as is. Now comes the magical part, the mosaic. Gather old CDs, broken mirrors, chipped plates, or bits of costume jewelry. You can even use old buttons or marbles. Cut the CDs into small shards. You'll notice how they shimmer in pastel rainbows when they catch the light. This is the stardust for your seat. Using tile adhesive or strong craft glue, begin placing your pieces along the seat's backrest, the arms, or even across the seat itself. Don't worry about being precise. Mosaics are all about rhythm, not perfection. The light will bounce and flicker off every angle just like stars skipping across water. Once everything is glued and dry, grout the gaps using a pre-mixed grout or a homemade version of baking soda and glue if you prefer something gentler. Wipe it clean and step back. You'll see a simple chair transformed, not just a place to sit, but a throne for stargazing, a seat for solitude, a spot for dreaming. Set it in a quiet corner of your garden, perhaps beneath a tree near some lavender or beside a small table. Add a soft cushion if you like. And when the night falls, bring out a little lantern or solar light. Sit, breathe, look up. This isn't just a chair. It's a reminder to pause, to watch, to listen to the garden breathe at night. It reflects the sky, but it also reflects you, your creative spirit, your love for beauty, and your gentle strength in giving new life to old things. After all, even in our golden years, we still sparkle. Do you remember how magical it felt to see fireflies dancing in the dark when you were little? That soft glow coming and going, lighting up summer evenings like tiny floating lanterns. There's a kind of peace in that memory, a hush, a warmth, a quiet sparkle that tells us the night doesn't have to be dark. This next project brings that same feeling back to your garden using simple everyday items, a tall tin can or pipe, a few old CDs, and some solar lights. It's called the Solar Light Tower, and once it's in place, it becomes a glowing garden beacon, casting dancing reflections on your paths or flower beds long after the sun goes down. Let's start with the base. A piece of PVC pipe, a long tin can, or even a reused curtain rod. You'll want it to be tall enough to rise above the blooms, about waist height or a little more. If it's lightweight, fill the base with small stones or sand so it doesn't tip over. Next, gather a few old CDs. You know, the ones you haven't played in years but couldn't bring yourself to throw away. Their shiny surface will be your secret weapon, catching sunlight during the day and casting rainbow sparkles as dusk falls. Cut the CDs into small, uneven shapes, triangles, curves, slivers. This doesn't need to be exact. In fact, the irregularity is part of its charm. Using strong waterproof glue or double-sided outdoor tape, begin placing the CD pieces along the pipe, swirling upward like a spiral staircase of light. You can leave space between them for an airy look or place them closer together for a more mirrored effect. If you're feeling playful, tuck in some beads, glass pebbles, or even bits of jewelry between the CD pieces. At the very top, place a small solar garden like the kind you can find for $1 or $2 at most stores. Secure it with glue, a bracket, or simply fit it snugly into the pipe opening. Now find the perfect place for your tower. Near a path, beside your favorite chair, next to a bed of night-blooming flowers. When the sun sets, the solar light will softly glow and the CD fragments will flicker and shimmer like fireflies returning just for you. This tower is more than a light, it's a celebration. A quiet declaration that even recycled things, even aging things, can shine beautifully with just a little care. And in many ways, dear friend, so can we. Let your garden twinkle. Let your heart glow. Have you ever held an old key in your hand and wondered what it once opened? A front door now long gone, a drawer filled with letters, a box of childhood keepsakes. There's something sacred about these little objects, heavy with memory shaped by time, quietly waiting to be remembered. This next garden idea is about honoring those quiet stories. We're calling it the Ancient Totem, a vertical sculpture made from a weathered post or branch adorned with rusty washers, metal keys, bolts, and old hardware. It becomes a kind of storytelling tower in your garden, a pillar of memory and mystery. Start with a sturdy base, a thick branch, an old broom handle, or even a worn piece of fence post, something that already carries the marks of time. If it wobbles, place it in a heavy pot filled with sand or gravel, or stake it directly into the ground where it can stand tall among your plants. Now gather your relics. Look in your junk drawer, your garage, or that old coffee tin of spare parts. You're looking for metal bits, keys that no longer fit anything, washers, springs, curtain rings, hinges. The kind of small forgotten objects most people toss. These are your symbols, fragments of usefulness that once mattered. Begin attaching them to the post one by one. You can use screws, nails, wire, or even strong glue if the totem will be kept in a sheltered spot. Let the arrangement be loose and layered. A string of keys down one side, a spiral of washers up the back. Let some pieces hang or dangle slightly, catching the breeze and making a soft musical clink. If you like, wrap thin wire or twine around parts of the post, weaving in bits of leather, beads, or fabric. You might even carve a word into the wood, something personal like time, memory, or your family name. This isn't just art, it's a silent story. And every piece you include has its own chapter. As the metal ages, it will rust and deepen, turning a warm bronze and orange. Rain will mark the wood, sun will bleach it, and your totem will grow older alongside your garden, weathering the seasons just like we do. Place it where it can be noticed, at the entrance to your garden perhaps, or beside a path where friends walk slowly by. Let it remind you nothing is truly useless. Everything, even the discarded and the dented, can become part of something meaningful again. In a world that moves so fast, your totem stands still, strong, rooted, full of memory and grace. Just like you, dear friend. There's a special kind of stillness that lives in a garden, the kind that doesn't rush, doesn't tick. Unlike the world of appointments and alarms, your garden speaks the language of seasons of bloom and rest, of waiting and unfolding. And in that rhythm, even an old broken clock can find a new and gentle purpose. This next idea is called the clock stump. It begins with something simple, a tree stump, wide, low, sturdy, and a discarded clock face that no longer tells time. Together they become a poetic marker in your garden, not of hours, but of presence. Start by finding a stump or thick slice of wood. Maybe it's left from a tree that once shaded your home. Or perhaps it's a piece you can find at a garden center or even the roadside after storm cleanup. Give it a light sanding if it's rough, but leave its natural texture, cracks, rings, and knots as part of the beauty. Now take your old clock face. You might have one tucked away in a drawer, cracked glass, batteries long gone. If not, thrift stores are full of them for just a few dollars. Remove the backing hands and gears until you're left with the flat faceplate, numbers circling time frozen. Center it atop the stump and secure it with small screws, weatherproof glue, or strong nails. Some like to tilt the clock slightly off-center as if time slipped a bit, a quiet joke between you and the earth. Around the edges you can embellish. Place small pebbles like minute markers, or press wildflower seeds into the cracks, letting green sprout up over time. Add a little moss, a curled fern, or a tiny ceramic figure standing nearby, a rabbit perhaps, or a small bird. This isn't about telling time anymore. It's about marking a place, a spot to pause, reflect, and remember that life isn't measured only by minutes. In this little corner of your garden, time can stand still. Children and visitors may spot it and smile. Some may ask, does it still work? And you can answer, it works differently now. It tells garden time. Set the clock stump where it can catch a bit of shade and a little morning light, somewhere quiet. A place to sit nearby with tea. A place to think. Because the older we get, the more we learn that not all moments need to be counted. Some simply need to be felt. And this project is your gentle reminder of that truth. In your garden, in your life, the most beautiful things don't hurry. They simply grow. Do you remember when you believed in unicorns? When you could spot magic in the clouds, or thought the garden gnomes might truly come alive at dusk? That wonder doesn't vanish. It just hides under grown-up tasks. But today, we'll coax it back with something delightfully unexpected, a unicorn peeking out from your garden, crafted with nothing more than a doll's head and a twisted bottle. This whimsical creation is called Unicorn Peak. It's playful, sparkly, and full of joy, a tiny surprise in your greenery that says, there's still room for magic here. Start with a discarded doll's head, the kind you might find at a thrift store, or tucked in a grandchild's toy bin waiting for a new story. Look for one with a kind expression or sculpted features. Clean it gently with soap and water, then let it dry completely. Next, find a plastic bottle, something slim and shapely like a water or shampoo bottle. Cut the bottle into a long cone shape tapering to a point. This will be the horn, the crown of the piece. Paint it with metallic paint, silver, rose gold, or iridescent white. While the paint is still tacky, sprinkle it with a bit of glitter if you like. Let it dry until it shimmers softly in the light. Attach the horn to the center of the doll's forehead, using strong glue or a screw through the inside of the head. You can even wrap the base with ribbon twine or a ring of faux flowers to soften the transition. The result: a gentle unicorn face, eyes closed in peace, looking upward with quiet wonder. Now decide where your unicorn will peek out. You can place it on a garden stake and nestle it among tall flowers like cosmos lilies or ornamental grasses. Let it hide a little, as if it's just been spotted and might disappear if you blink. For added charm, you can paint soft blush onto the cheeks, or give the unicorn a mane made from raffia moss or trailing vines. Even a few sprigs of lavender can create a dreamy look. This sculpture may be light-hearted, but it holds something deeper, the reminder that your garden isn't just a space for plants. It's a space for you, for your humor, your hopes, your memories of believing in magic. You're never too old to play, to create something a little silly and a lot meaningful. And as you pass it day by day, it might make you smile, even if you're not quite sure why. Because in this quiet garden corner, a unicorn still lives. And that means wonder still lives in you. There's something powerful about the idea of the phoenix, the mythical bird that burns to ashes and rises again, renewed and glowing. It's a story of resilience, of starting over, of finding beauty not in perfection, but in rebirth. And just like that legendary bird, this next garden idea turns what's broken into something breathtaking. Let's create a phoenix sculpture crafted from old plastic scraps, broken items, and a bit of courage. When finished, it will stand in your garden as a fiery symbol of strength, creativity, and transformation. Begin by gathering discarded plastic bottle fragments, food containers, shattered storage bins, even colorful packaging. You're looking for pieces that can be cut into long curved shapes. Think feathers, flames, and wings. Transparent or brightly colored plastics work especially well, especially reds, oranges, golds, and clear pieces that catch the light. Cut your plastic into feather-like shapes. Long and pointed for the wings, small and scalloped for the chest and tail. If the plastic is too stiff, gently heat it with a hairdryer or in warm water to shape it safely. You don't need every piece to be perfect. In fact, the uneven wild edges will give the sculpture life. For the base, use a sturdy rod, an old broom handle, or a metal garden stake. Fix a metal or wooden plate at the top as the core of the phoenix's body. Here, you'll start attaching your feathers in layers using strong hot glue zip ties, or even small screws if working with a wood base. Start at the bottom and work your way up, overlapping like shingles on a roof. The wings can fan out behind, arched high or curled slightly in, and the tail can drape downward or curve dramatically to one side. At the very top, you might form a head from a curled plastic spoon or small piece of foam with two proud eyes made from beads or bottle caps. Let the beak curve upward as if it's crying out to the sky. Once assembled, give your phoenix a final touch. Spray with a soft coat of gold or copper paint, or leave it multicolored like dancing fire. When sunlight hits the sculpture, it will glow, casting red, amber, and orange shadows onto the garden below. Place your phoenix somewhere bold. Rising from a flower bed beside a rock wall or at the edge of a pathway, a silent sentinel full of life and light. This sculpture tells a quiet story. It says, I have been broken and I have remade myself. Just like the bird of legend, just like you. Time may weather us, life may change us, but we can still rise, still shine. Your garden is full of second chances. And so are you, dear friend. Have you ever noticed how an old tree stump feels like it's holding a secret? Like it once belonged to a forest where stories were whispered and tiny creatures gathered in the moonlight. With this next project, we'll lean into that sense of quiet enchantment, turning a simple stump into a fairy tale scene using a ceramic plate and miniature items that feel like they've wandered right out of a storybook. This whimsical idea is gentle and accessible, perfect for anyone who wants to bring a bit of storytelling into their garden. No heavy lifting, no fancy tools. Just a soft imagination and a few thrifted or handmade treasures. Begin with a stump either from a felled tree in your yard, or a wooden log slice you can buy or salvage. The wider the surface, the more space you'll have to create your scene. Make sure the top is flat and stable, and give it a quick wipe to remove dust or moss. Now choose a ceramic plate, maybe one with a soft floral pattern or a touch of gold along the rim. This plate becomes your stage. You can use glue or removable adhesive to secure it to the top of the stump, or simply nestle it into a shallow groove if your stump allows. Here's where the magic begins. Gather small items that tell a tiny tale: a miniature bench, a little animal figurine, a dollhouse-sized watering can, or even a pebble pathway made from polished stones. These can be bought cheaply or made at home. Even a twisted bit of wire can become a gate, and acorn caps make perfect fairy dishes. Arrange your items thoughtfully on the plate. Perhaps a squirrel is reading a book beneath a button tree, or a tiny fox is waiting beside a clay teacup. Add a sprinkling of moss, a few dried flowers, or even a dusting of glitter if you like. If you have a little bell or charm, hang it from a nearby twig to give the illusion of movement and sound. Set your fairy tale stump along a garden path tucked under a shrub, or near your sitting area where it can quietly invite guests to pause. Grandchildren will be drawn to it. So will birds and butterflies, and maybe even a few grown-ups who haven't let go of wonder just yet. You might change the scene with the seasons: a snow-covered tea party in winter, a pumpkin harvest in fall, or blooming fairies in spring. Each change brings a new layer of joy, like turning the page of a beloved book. Because no matter our age, we never stop needing stories, especially the quiet kind we build with our hands. And when you place that last tiny mushroom or that dainty spoon on the plate, you'll feel it. You're not just decorating. You're telling a tale only your garden could know. Some stories are written in books. Others are written in rust and metal, in sun-worn textures and quiet arrangement. This next idea is one of those stories of vertical sculpture that rises from your garden like an old legend passed down without words. It's called the Legend Totem, and it's made entirely from the humble. The discarded bottle caps, old keys, broken bits of hardware. Forgotten things retold in beauty. Start with a wooden stake, a metal rod, or even a branch that's at least 3 or 4 feet tall, something straight, sturdy, and ready to stand watch. You'll be building upward, stacking and fastening pieces until it becomes a kind of story column, one that glints and whispers when the breeze passes. Now gather your materials. Look for old keys with character-bent bottle caps in bold colors, tiny hinges, charms, curtain rings, washers, or antique drawer handles. The more variety, the better. If some are a little rusty or dull, all the more magical they add a sense of age and mystery. Soak them to clean if needed, but don't polish away their story. Begin from the bottom and work your way up. Drill small holes through the caps and keys if needed, or wire them together in clusters. Use nails, screws, or strong glue to secure items to your stake. You can wind soft copper wire around pieces to hold them in place, or string them like garlands that hang and chime softly in the wind. Consider arranging the items in loose patterns like symbols. 3 keys for the past, present, and future. A ring of caps to represent the sun. A broken clock gear as a symbol of time slowing down. It doesn't have to make sense to anyone but you. The beauty of this totem is in the layering. It doesn't shout. It doesn't try to be fancy. It simply stands quietly rich with textures, colors, and old meaning. Once complete, plant your totem into the earth or secure it in a pot filled with gravel. Let it stand beside a chair or at the edge of your garden path like a sentinel of memory. It might catch the eye of a neighbor. It might inspire a grandchild to ask, "What does it mean?" And maybe you'll smile and say, "It means I still have stories left to tell." This totem built from bits and pieces becomes a symbol of who you are, resourceful, creative, unshaken by time. It's proof that what others toss aside can still rise strong, full of soul, and beautifully strange. In your hands, the ordinary becomes legendary. And in your garden, every old key opens something new. Some mornings, the garden doesn't ask for action. It simply invites you to sit, to breathe, to feel the air settle on your shoulders like a shawl, and to remember that peace doesn't come from doing more. It comes from noticing more. That's the spirit behind our next creation, the Buddha Serenity Bowl. A small meditative piece made from a thrifted ceramic dish, a few calming elements, and a succulent nestled at its heart. You'll begin with a bowl ceramic stoneware, or even a shallow dish from the kitchen cupboard you no longer use. Look for something simple, slightly curved, and cool to the touch. Earth tones work beautifully here, but so does soft blue or aged white. It doesn't need to match anything, it just needs to feel still. Place the bowl where it can live on a quiet porch table nestled in a rock bed or on a low garden shelf near your favorite sitting spot. This little sanctuary doesn't take up much space, but it brings presence wherever it rests. Now fill the base with fine sand, craft sand, leftover play sand, or even sifted soil if that's what you have on hand. Smooth it with your palm until it's even like a soft desert waiting for footprints. Place your succulent in the center, not in a pot, but directly in the sand. Choose something simple, a jade plant, an echeveria, or a tiny haworthia with striped leaves. These low-maintenance plants are perfect for stillness. Their quiet beauty requires little care, but offers so much calm. Now for the details around the succulent place, a few pebbles. Smooth round ones are best. Perhaps a shell or a small figurine, even a tiny Buddha if you happen to have one. Everything should feel intentional, but not crowded. Leave space for air, for breath. If you'd like, use a stick or a wooden fork to draw soft lines in the sand, a few gentle curves around the plant like waves or ripples. These marks can be smoothed and remade whenever your hands feel restless or your heart needs grounding. This bowl is not just decor, it's a practice. Each time you see it, let it remind you to pause even for just a breath, to sit with your tea a little longer, to notice how the light shifts across the leaves, to remember that peace doesn't always come in loud transformations. Sometimes it comes in a bowl of sand and one tiny living thing. You've made so much space for others in your life. Let this little bowl be space for you, because serenity, like succulents, grows in the quiet places. And you, dear friend, are still blooming even in stillness. There are days when the world feels heavy, when even the garden, as gentle as it is, asks more than we have to give. On those days, it helps to have something small, something simple, a space that doesn't bloom or demand water but still offers grounding and peace. That's the idea behind this next creation, the Zen tray garden made from a wooden dish, a few grains of sand, and a little rhythm carved by your own hands. Start with a shallow wooden tray. You might already have one sitting forgotten in a kitchen cupboard, maybe an old cheese board, a fruit tray, or a decorative dish from the thrift store. The grain of the wood brings warmth, and the smooth edges feel soft and safe. Begin by filling the tray with fine sand, white or beige craft. Sand works beautifully, but even clean beach or river sand will do. Pour slowly, letting it spread naturally. Use your hands to level the surface, smoothing it into a clean canvas of stillness. Now it's time to add a few quiet elements. Choose 2 or 3 small stones, smooth ones preferably. Let them rest in the tray like little mountain peaks. Add a tiny piece of driftwood, a marble, or a dried flower bud. You're not decorating so much as composing. Each object has space to breathe. It's not about filling the tray, it's about what you leave empty. If you want to create your own rake, simply glue a few toothpicks side by side onto a piece of wood or stiff cardboard. You can also use a fork or even the end of a chopstick. Use it to draw soft patterns in the sand, concentric circles around a stone, long, slow ripples like wind across water. The practice itself is where the meaning lives. Drawing, erasing, drawing again. You can change the lines every day or let them rest undisturbed for weeks. There's no rule. The garden doesn't judge. Set your Zen tray somewhere you pass, often a windowsill, your favorite table, or beside your bed. Somewhere it can wait patiently for your fingertips. You'll be surprised how much peace it brings. How the simple act of drawing lines in sand or moving a pebble just slightly helps settle the mind. It's a tiny ritual that reminds us clarity doesn't come from force. It comes from stillness, from softness, from grace. And like the lines in the tray, your life is allowed to shift gently again and again. This little wooden dish holds no flowers, no roots, but it holds space. And sometimes that's exactly what we need most. Do you remember the old trees that once stood proudly in your neighborhood? The ones that held swings, shaded afternoon picnics, or dropped leaves like golden confetti in the fall. When those trees fall or hollow with time, we often feel a little sadness. But just like people, trunks have more to give even in stillness. And that's where this next idea begins. Let's create a blooming trunk planter, a rustic flower-filled sculpture made from a hollowed-out log or fallen trunk brought back to life with blooms spilling over like joyful laughter. Start by finding a suitable trunk or large branch. It might already be on your property, a leftover from storm cleanup or pruning, or you might find one offered free at a roadside or garden center. Look for something with personality. Knots, cracks, and age marks are welcome. They tell its story. If the wood isn't already hollow, you can create a planting pocket by carving or chiseling out a section of the top. For safety and ease, aim for a shallow trough rather than a deep hole, just enough to hold a few handfuls of soil and allow for drainage. If the wood is very dry, soak it with a little water first to soften the task. Line the hollow with landscape fabric or coffee filters to prevent soil from escaping while allowing water to drain. Then fill it gently with potting mix, pressing softly with your hands as if tucking a child into bed. Now choose your flowers. Go bright, cheerful, and low-maintenance petunias, calabrachoa, creeping jenny, sweet alyssum, or geraniums. Choose a color scheme if you like, or let it become a spontaneous burst of whatever brings you joy. Let them spill out naturally like a bouquet growing sideways. You might tuck in some trailing vines or even small herbs if the log is near your kitchen door. And if you're feeling playful, add a few garden figurines, a snail, a ladybug, a tiny ceramic house to turn the trunk into a living fairy tale. Place your blooming log along a path at the base of a tree, or even atop a raised surface where it can shine. It doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to feel alive again. And that's what makes this project so touching. It's not just about flowers. It's about honoring what once was and showing that beauty doesn't have to fade when function is gone. Even an old trunk cracked and gray can be a cradle for new life, just as we in our later years can still offer color, joy, and surprise to those around us. Let your garden see it bloom. Let your heart feel it too. Because even in stillness, there is still so much life left to give. There's something timeless about roses, the way they bloom without apology, curling open slowly, tenderly, as if sharing a secret with the morning light. They've always carried meaning, love, remembrance, softness, strength. And in this next creation, we'll echo that quiet beauty with something as humble as a wire hanger and a few faux petals. This is your rose spiral. A vertical garden ornament that curls upward like a growing vine, blooming with handmade roses that never fade. It's lightweight, charming, and surprisingly easy to make, even if your hands tire easily, or you prefer crafting at the table rather than in the dirt. Start with a wire hanger or any flexible garden wire you have on hand. Straighten it gently, then curl it into a loose spiral or corkscrew shape. It doesn't need to be perfect. In fact, a slightly wonky spiral adds a sense of movement and whimsy, like a vine reaching toward the sun. Once your spiral is shaped, anchor one end into a small pot filled with stones or soil, or attach it to a wooden stake if you'd like it taller in your garden bed. The wire should stand upright, curving softly like a tendril in the wind. Now gather your roses. These can be faux flowers from the dollar store, petals from a broken artificial bouquet, or even ones you craft yourself from scraps of fabric or old greeting cards. The goal is to create something that feels handmade and full of charm. Choose soft reds, pinks, or creams, or go bold with lavender or golden yellow. Whatever feels like you're kind of blooming. Using a hot glue gun or floral tape, begin attaching your roses to the spiral wire. Let them cluster near the base, and then space out as they climb upward. Some may face outward, some down, just like real roses on the vine. Tuck in a few faux leaves if you have them, or add strands of raffia or ribbon for movement. When it's finished, your spiral will look like a miniature climbing rose trellis, only instead of needing sun and water, it carries the gift of permanence. Place it where it can sway a little in the breeze on your porch, beside your mailbox, or in a flower bed where nothing seems to grow. It will catch the eye. It might even fool someone into thinking they're real until they notice the soft glint of wire, the recycled petals, and realize it's not just beautiful, it's clever, and there's joy in that. Because this project, like you says, I may be older, I may be made from scraps, but look, I still rise. I still bloom. Let the spiral remind you that growth doesn't always move straight up. Sometimes it curves, pauses, even loops back before reaching the light. But it always moves forward. There's a certain charm in sharing your garden not just with neighbors or visiting friends, but with the quiet little creatures who call it home. The ones who dart across fences, rustle the leaves, and peek from the shadows when they think no one is looking. This next project is for them a squirrel banquet, created from a mounted bowl on a stump or post offering up treats with warmth and whimsy. It all begins with a simple bowl. Perhaps it's chipped or mismatched, a leftover from a set you once used every morning. Or maybe it's a thrifted treasure decorated with faded flowers or gentle blue rings. The key is to choose something sturdy and shallow, easy for small animals to reach, and safe in the weather. Now find your pedestal. This could be a stump left behind from a felled tree, or a short wooden post staked firmly in the ground. Even an overturned clay pot will work. The goal is to raise the bowl just high enough so it's visible yet comfortably accessible to your furry guests. Attach the bowl to the top using waterproof adhesive or secure it with a few small screws through the base if it's strong enough. Once mounted, give it a gentle rinse and set it under the shade of a tree beside a rock wall or near the edge of your patio where you can peek at it from a chair. Now for the feast, fill the bowl with a few peanuts and the shell's sunflower seeds or slices of apple. You don't need much, just a handful here and there. The idea isn't to tame or trap, but to offer a gesture, an invitation, a kindness. Soon enough, the visitors will come a squirrel with twitching tail, a curious bird, or even a shy chipmunk if you're lucky. They'll nibble paws and maybe meet your gaze before darting off. And you'll smile quietly, knowing you helped make their day a little brighter. You can decorate your banquet pedestal too if you'd like. Wrap it with twine glue on a few bottle caps or seashells, or write a message in weatherproof paint, welcome or small guests only. This project isn't grand or flashy, but it brings something deeply comforting, a sense of connection, of remembering that the garden doesn't belong just to us. It's part of something bigger and wilder, something we're lucky to witness. And in offering this little bowl, you remind yourself there's joy in giving. Even small things, especially small things. So let your garden be a place where creatures pause, eat, and feel safe. And let yourself feel that too. Because in giving warmth, we receive it. And in feeding others, something in us is fed as well. Sometimes the most magical things in the garden aren't planted. They appear like whispers, a shape in the branches, a shadow at sunset, the suggestion of something watching gently. That's the heart of this next creation, a deer silhouette made entirely from twigs and mounted on a simple wooden stake. It's a tribute to the quiet watchers of the woods, created with care and just a hint of woodland wonder. Begin by gathering a collection of twigs. Look for different lengths and thicknesses, some straight, some with soft curves. If you have access to flexible vines or driftwood, even better. There's no need to cut anything from living trees. Windfall twigs are perfect, already shaped by the forest and softened by time. Now find a stake or board to use as your backdrop. A thin piece of old fencing, a narrow garden post, or even the side of a weathered crate will work beautifully. This is where your deer will come to life. Lay the stake flat and begin playing with your twigs like puzzle pieces. Start with the outline of a deer, the slender neck, the gentle curve of the back, the alert ears, and the proud stance. Don't worry about detail. This is a silhouette, an impression, something your eye fills in with imagination. Use stronger, thicker twigs for the legs and body, and finer ones for the antlers, which can twist and branch into beautiful natural shapes. You can use hot glue, tiny nails, or even natural twine to secure each piece to the backing. Let the structure feel airy. You're sketching with wood, not carving in stone. Once your deer form is complete, lift the stake upright. Step back. You'll see it, the gentle animal emerging from the branches. Place it in your garden where it feels like it belongs, near tall grasses beside a quiet tree, or peeking out from a flower bed like it just wandered into view. You may choose to add a few decorative touches, a cluster of dried berries around the neck, like a garland, or a strip of burlap ribbon tied softly below the antlers. But don't overdo it. The beauty of this piece is in its simplicity. Over time, the wood may weather, the twigs may gray, and that's part of its quiet charm. It's meant to age, to blend, to look like it was always there. And perhaps in a way it always was. This deer doesn't move, but it reminds us to be still, to listen, to blend with the season, to become part of the story nature is already telling. You've created more than a garden ornament, you've invited grace to take shape. There's something so comforting about winter light, the kind that glows softly through the window or twinkles gently in the corner of the room while the rest of the world grows still. It reminds us that warmth doesn't always come from heat. Sometimes it comes from softness, from glow, from memory. This next idea is a perfect way to bring that glow into your garden or porch during the colder months. It's called the winter bottle light, and it's made from a recycled clear bottle, a bit of fabric snow, and the simple magic of twinkle lights. Start with a clean, clear plastic or glass bottle. A juice bottle, soda bottle, or even an old vase will do. Look for something tall and simple with a wide enough base to stand securely on its own. If there's a label, soak it off gently. You'll want a smooth surface to catch the light. Now comes the snow. Tear or cut pieces of white fabric, maybe an old t-shirt, a worn-out pillowcase, or some lace curtain scraps. The softer and more frayed, the better. You can also add bits of cotton batting or felt. Loosely stuff these inside the bottle, letting them bunch and swirl like drifts of snow. Don't pack them too tight, leave space for the lights to breathe. Next, take a small string of battery-operated fairy lights, the kind you can find at any dollar store, and gently feed them into the bottle. Weave them through the fabric as you go, letting the light nestle in different layers. When you turn them on, the bottle will begin to glow with a frosted shimmer like snow lit by moonlight. For a cozy touch, wrap the neck of the bottle with twine or ribbon. Tie on a small charm, a jingle bell, a sprig of faux holly, or even a cinnamon stick. If you want it to live outside, seal the top with a cork or plastic cap to keep moisture out. Now choose its home. Set it on your porch rail beside a garden statue or at the base of a tree where it can twinkle against the twilight snow. It also works beautifully indoors on a windowsill mantel or tucked beside a houseplant like a hidden lantern. This little winter bottle light doesn't shout. It doesn't blaze. It simply glows, a small, gentle reminder that light always finds its way in. And in making it, you're reminded too that even in the coldest seasons of life, your hands can still create warmth, still offer beauty, still hold the light. So let your garden shine a little longer this winter, and let your spirit do the same. Because no matter how long the night, there is always something waiting to glow. Do you ever notice how autumn feels like a soft exhale? The colors deepen, the air turns crisp, and the garden once buzzing with summer begins to quiet. But before it rests, it celebrates. That's what this next project is all about. Capturing that last golden hoorah of fall with a humble, joyful sculpture made from stacked tin cans, dried leaves, and the cozy spirit of harvest. We'll call it the Autumn Tower, a vertical centerpiece that rises like a little festival column in your garden full of color, texture, and meaning. And the best part, it's made almost entirely from things you already have. Start by collecting a few empty tin cans, soup cans, coffee tins, or even tomato paste jars. You'll want 3 to 5 of varying sizes to create a tiered effect. Remove the labels, wash them thoroughly, and make sure there are no sharp edges left behind. If you'd like, you can paint them with warm tones, rustic orange mustard, yellow deep plum, or leave the metal bare for a natural weathered look. Now comes the layering. Stack the cans from largest at the bottom to smallest at the top, using strong waterproof glue or epoxy to keep them stable. If you prefer a removable setup, you can simply balance them for seasonal display, indoors or under cover. You might want to glue the whole stack to a round wooden base or small stump for extra stability. Once your tower is built, begin decorating it with the treasures of the season. Pressed or dried leaves, maple oak, or sweet gum work wonderfully. Use Mod Podge or craft glue to attach them around the cans like a swirling dance of color. Let the edges curl naturally. Add in other fall touches, a few pine cones, acorns, cinnamon sticks, or raffia bows. For extra charm, glue on miniature pumpkins, corn husks, or faux berries from a thrifted wreath. If you'd like it to glow at dusk, wrap a battery-powered light string around the tower and tuck it in between the layers. Set your autumn tower somewhere proud at the front steps to greet guests beside a garden bench or on the patio table during your morning tea. As the days grow shorter, it becomes a gentle celebration of the season's beauty, not in the blooms, but in the falling. Not in the noise, but in the quiet colors left behind. This project is more than decor. It's a reminder that even as things wind down, they can still shine. Even as the leaves fall, there is warmth. You, dear friend, carry that warmth too. And in this season of letting go, may you also find space to glow to rest, and to gather all the beauty that's still around you. Have you ever stood still in your garden on a breezy afternoon and watched the way the leaves move, not in a rush, not in a straight line, but with a soft meandering rhythm? That's the spirit behind this next idea. It's called the Elemental Flow Sculpture, and it's made from scrap metal old forks, spoons, bits of wire shaped into an abstract form that mimics wind or water gently flowing through your space. It's simple, it's striking, and it's a wonderful way to honor the things that no longer serve their original purpose, but still have movement and beauty left in them. Start by gathering your metal pieces. Think of mismatched cutlery, coiled springs, wire hangers, broken fan blades, or rusted tools. These don't need to match. In fact, the more irregular their shapes and textures, the more visually interesting your sculpture will be. Lay out your materials and begin to audition them, holding one next to another, turning them to see which pieces curve like waves or which might mimic a breeze caught mid-air. You're not creating a recognizable shape, not a flower, not an animal, but rather an impression. Something fluid, something alive. Use a long, narrow rod or pipe as your base. This could be an old curtain rod, a metal broom handle, or even a rebar stake from the hardware store. Anchor it in a heavy planter, a bucket filled with stones, or directly into the ground using concrete if you'd like it to be permanent. Now begin attaching your pieces using wire zip ties or even welding if you're comfortable with tools. But for most of us, simple twisted wire or strong epoxy will do just fine. Let each piece fan outward in a spiral or swirl, not too tight, not too cluttered. Think of the sculpture as frozen motion. The breeze caught mid-twirl, the river paused just before the next ripple. Once everything is secured, step back and let it tell you where it wants more, perhaps a spoon twisted at the end of a curve, or a few wires trailing like strands of grass. You can leave the metal bare, allowing it to rust and weather naturally, or add a touch of color with soft spray paint, perhaps in silvers, bronzes, or deep ocean blues. Set it in a place where the wind can touch it, near an open corner beside ornamental grasses, or tucked into a minimalist bed of pebbles and succulents. As the sun moves across the sky, you'll see shadows play on the ground, shifting and changing. As birds flit by or breezes pass, the sculpture will seem to move even when it doesn't. It's a reminder that even stillness holds movement, that even discarded things can dance again. And perhaps most beautifully, that you too, with every curve and weathered edge, are still flowing, still graceful, still part of something that moves. Let your garden breathe through this sculpture. Let it whisper back, "I see you," still flowing. Sometimes the boldest beauty comes from contrast, the shimmer of light against shadow, the circle inside a square, the balance between the natural and the man-made. This final creation in our journey is a celebration of that harmony. It's called the Geometric Fusion Mosaic, and it's made from humble items, plastic bottle caps, old CDs, and the simple joy of putting pieces together. This project isn't about following strict patterns. It's about play, about letting color, shape, and light lead the way as you build a piece of art for your garden that's modern, eye-catching, and full of personal meaning. Begin by collecting your materials: colorful plastic bottle caps from water soda or milk jugs. All sizes and colors welcome. Add a handful of old CDs or DVDs, the scratched ones, the free ones from the mail, the ones you haven't played in years. These will become your shimmering tiles, reflecting sunlight like tiny mirrors in a mosaic. You'll also need a base, something flat and sturdy. A square of plywood, the back of a cabinet door, or even a stepping stone will do. If you're placing your mosaic outdoors, be sure the base is weather-resistant or sealed with outdoor paint or varnish. Cut the CDs into small geometric pieces, squares, triangles, hexagons, whatever you feel drawn to. Scissors work well, though you may want to soften the edges with sandpaper. don't worry if the cuts aren't perfect. In mosaic art, the imperfection is what brings soul. Now begin arranging your pieces. You might start in the center with a circle of bottle caps, then radiate outward in triangles of CD shards. Or maybe you create a spiral from small caps gradually growing in size and shimmer. You can follow a mandala-like pattern, or go completely abstract, letting the shapes fall into place like a puzzle you're inventing as you go. Use a strong craft glue or tile adhesive to affix each piece to the base. Press gently. Allow space between some of the elements so the natural surface peeks through, grounding the shine with a sense of earthiness. Once dry, you can frame your mosaic with driftwood rope or a simple border of painted trim, or leave the edges raw for a more modern sculptural look. If you'd like, seal the finished piece with a layer of outdoor-grade resin or varnish to protect the colors and reflect even more light. Place your mosaic where it can catch the sun, leaned against a tree mounted to a fence, or resting among your flower beds like a surprise discovery. This art isn't just decoration. It's a reflection of everything you've ever saved, reused, mended, or transformed, of the way your eyes still catch color, of the way your hands still create. And perhaps most importantly, it's a mirror of how you live with care, with creativity, with grace in the small things. So let your garden shine a little brighter with this fusion of light and shape. Because the pieces don't have to match to make something beautiful. They just have to belong, just like you. And so, dear friend, here we are. 20 more gentle wonders made not from wealth, but from imagination. Not from perfection, but from love. You've taken old gloves, broken spoons, cracked bowls, fallen branches, and turned them into something glowing, joyful, alive. You've invited whimsy to sit next to wisdom. You've let forgotten things bloom again. And in doing so, you've reminded us all of a beautiful truth. It doesn't take money to make beauty. It doesn't take youth to create magic. It only takes care. Every planter, every sculpture, every twinkling bottle light is a quiet reflection of you, your patience, your kindness, your creative spirit. That still, after all these years, wants to give life to the ordinary. And isn't that what gardening really is? Not just tending to plants, but tending to hope. Not just decorating space, but making meaning within it. Not just reusing, but re-seeing. So whether your hands are strong or tired, whether your space is wide or small, know this: your hands still hold the power to make beauty. Every bottle cap you glue, every twig you tie, every pebble you place with care, it all speaks to the quiet dignity of aging with imagination. I wonder, which of these ideas brought a little light into your heart today? Was it the deer made of twigs, the blooming log that turned age into artistry? Or maybe just the idea that something broken could glow again? Whichever it was, I hope you'll try one, or two, or simply sit with them like seeds in your heart waiting for the right day to grow. And if this gentle visit brought you joy, I hope you'll join us again. There are always more stories to tell, more objects to rescue, more beauty waiting to be revealed. Until next time, dear friend, may your garden stay peaceful, may your days stay creative, and may your heart stay forever curious. Happy gardening from my little corner to yours. Hello, dear friend. Come sit with me a while. Let's imagine ourselves on a quiet porch, the sun just beginning to warm the earth. A little breeze lifts the scent of fresh soil and jasmine, while birds call softly from somewhere behind the trees. There's a cup of tea in your hand and perhaps a favorite hat resting on your knee. Out in the garden, little glimmers of color catch the light not from expensive sculptures or store-bought art, but from pieces you've brought to life yourself. You don't need money to make beauty. You don't need youth or strength or even a big yard. What you need, what you already have, is imagination and the quiet joy of creating something from almost nothing. That old wine bottle, it can become a flower. A broken mirror, a window into light. And the chair in the shed you thought was too far gone, it's just waiting to bloom. Today, we'll journey through a collection of garden sculptures made from what others might throw away. Glass jars, tin cans, plastic toys, and forgotten furniture. And we'll turn them into little miracles of joy and self-expression. Each idea is gentle on the body, kind to the wallet, and powerful in the way it invites life and art into your garden space. Whether you have a big backyard, a small patio, or just a balcony, these creations are for you. Because beauty doesn't ask for perfection, it only asks for a little love and a second chance. So breathe easy. You're in good company. Let's begin. Do you remember that tall, dusty wine bottle you once saved for no particular reason? Maybe it sat on top of your fridge for years, a souvenir from a family celebration or a quiet evening alone that you didn't want to forget. Now imagine that memory catching sunlight in your garden, standing proudly among the flowers as part of something entirely new, something blooming. That's the heart behind the Bottle Bloom Totem. This simple project turns old glass bottles green, blue, clear, or amber into a vertical sculpture that sparkles like stained glass in the sun. It's like growing a flower made of light. And the best part, there's no bending, no digging, and no special tools, just a touch of care and creativity. Here's how to make one. Start by gathering your materials. Look for empty wine bottles, colored soda bottles, or any tall glass containers you've saved. Thrift stores often have unique shapes and hues for just $1 or $2. Add a few glass candle holders from Dollar Tree and some old ceramic plates, especially those with chips or cracks that give them character. Next, choose a base. A sturdy plant pot filled with sand or gravel works beautifully, or you can secure the sculpture into the ground with a hidden metal rod or rebar for balance. Slide the rod through the neck of each bottle, alternating between bottles, candle holders, and plates to build your totem. For added magic, use glass paint to create simple patterns or floral motifs on the surfaces. You can even press stickers beneath clear bottles to give them the look of etched art. When the sun shines through, the whole sculpture glows not just with color, but with the story you've given it. If lifting bottles feels difficult, consider making a mini version on a tabletop using smaller jars and tea light holders. The effect is just as charming and perfectly suited for a cozy corner or balcony. More than anything, this project is about transformation, not just of materials, but of mindset. We take what's been used and left behind and honor it by giving it a second life. In doing so, we remember something important, that we too can bloom again in unexpected ways. So, whether you choose soft blues, garden greens, or a joyful jumble of color, know this: your totem is more than decoration. It's a story of resourcefulness, memory, and grace. Still useful, still beautiful, just like you. Have you ever opened an old drawer and found a handful of things that once sparkled? A plastic beaded necklace from the thrift store, an old CD that no longer plays, maybe a bright bottle cap that just looked too cheerful to throw away. Alone they may seem like clutter, but together they become light. That's the soul of the Rainbow Sparkle Totem, a sculpture made of simple, joyful things that dance when the sun hits them just right. This project begins with something nearly all of us have tucked away: plastic bottles. Bright juice bottles, colorful cleaning spray bottles, or even clear water bottles will do. Cut the plastic into flower shapes. 5 or 6 rounded petals are plenty. If cutting is tricky, you can use pre-colored plastic cups or lids and layer them instead. There's no wrong way to make a flower. Once you have your petals, bring in the shine old CDs. Crack them gently into curved shards, like tiny rainbows, and hot glue them to the center of each flower. If CDs are too stiff to break safely, try lining the middle with glittering beads, costume jewelry, or even shiny buttons from your sewing box. Let your hands lead the way. No perfection needed. Next, you'll need a vertical base. A PVC pipe or wooden dowel, both affordable and easy to find, will serve as your sculpture's stem. Wrap it with metallic tape, colorful ribbon, or leave it plain. Then begin attaching your plastic flowers with strong hot glue or zip ties, layering them from bottom to top like a spiraling vine. To finish, wrap a strand of fairy lights around the whole totem. Battery-powered ones from Dollar Tree are perfect and can be set to sparkle just as twilight falls. As the sun dips and the lights turn on, the sculpture begins to shimmer, casting tiny gleams of color like dancing stars on nearby walls and leaves. And the best part, this sculpture is wonderfully lightweight and portable, perfect for renters or small patios. You can tuck it into a corner of your balcony, place it beside a potted herb garden, or let it catch the sunset beside your porch chair. This totem may be made of trash, but it holds something priceless: joy. Joy in the ordinary, joy in transformation, and joy in your hands, still being able to create something bright. So when you see it glowing in the evening light, remember, a little sparkle can go a long way, especially when it comes from the heart. There's something deeply comforting about a sunflower. Standing tall, always turning toward the light, even when it seems the world has forgotten to shine. You may not have a field of them in your yard, but with a little imagination and a few forgotten kitchen utensils, you can grow one that never fades. Enter the golden spoon sunflower, a radiant bloom made entirely from plastic spoons and a little garden love. This idea might remind you of your younger days when kids would play tea party on the porch and picnic baskets were packed with bright, cheerful plasticware. Over the years, we collect mismatched utensils from takeout dinners, birthday parties, or old camping gear. Don't throw them out. These little spoons are the petals of your masterpiece. Start by gathering about 30 to 40 plastic spoons. If you can't find gold-colored ones, don't worry. A quick coat of spray paint will give them all the gleam they need. Metallic gold, copper, or even a soft bronze works beautifully. Lay them out on newspaper and gently mist both sides, letting them dry completely. Next, take a Dollar Tree pizza pan, sturdy, lightweight, and just the right size for your sunflower base. Begin gluing the spoons in a circular pattern, starting from the outer edge and layering inward. Overlap them like petals, letting each row slightly cover the one before it. The result will look like a sunflower slowly blooming toward the center. For the middle, you can glue on a circle of brown felt old coffee beans buttons or even bottle caps painted a deep, earthy tone. Anything with a bit of texture will add that charming pop of contrast. To display your sunflower, attach the finished piece to a garden stake or wooden dowel. Push it gently into a large planter, a flower bed, or beside your garden path. If you'd rather not bend, this project also makes a lovely wall hanging for a fence gate or the side of a shed. And if your hands tire easily, there's no rush. This is a sculpture you can build in peaceful little steps, a few petals a day, just like nature does it. What I love most about this project isn't just the end result, though it is striking, it's the metaphor that blooms alongside it. You see, these spoons were meant to be tossed away, used once, then forgotten. But look at them now, glorious, golden, gathered together into something beautiful and enduring. And maybe, just maybe, we're like that too, still shining, still forming something meaningful, even when the world thinks our purpose is done. Close your eyes for a moment and picture the steady hum of a summer afternoon, the kind where you once sat under the soft whir of a ceiling fan, cool lemonade in hand and nothing urgent to do. That old fan may be long gone, but its memory and its shape can still bloom in your garden in a whole new way. The silver petal fan sculpture takes bits of old metal and gives them an elegant flower-like twist, proving that even the most rugged materials can soften into beauty. Begin with something simple: thrift store metal spoons. Not the shiny kind, but those old, slightly tarnished ones that have a story in their scratches. If you can find a bicycle wheel hub or even the center gear of a broken fan, that will be your floral base, the heart from which your petals grow. Now, for those comfortable with bending tools or have a friend handy with pliers, gently curl each spoon outward to mimic the soft curve of a petal. If bending is too much for the hands, simply leave them straight. The shine and texture will still catch the eye. Using industrial glue or light welding, if that's an option, begin attaching your spoon petals in a radial pattern around the center. You can use a recycled tin can in the very middle to create contrast. Its rustic texture adds the perfect industrial touch. This sculpture doesn't have to spin, though some clever gardeners do make it into a kinetic piece. Whether stationary or turning gently in the wind, it's striking. Set it low among ornamental grasses or place it on a short post near your walkway. It catches the light like a silver daisy kissed by the sun. For extra flair, paint the tips of your spoon petals with weatherproof metallic paint. Soft blues, greens, or copper hues can add dimension while still honoring the aged feel of the piece. What makes this sculpture so special is its bold blend of softness and strength. The spoons once served, the wheel once turned, and now they simply exist, transformed into a piece of art that doesn't need to be useful to be meaningful. As we age, the world sometimes forgets our past contributions, but projects like this remind us that nothing and no one is ever truly used up. We are reshaped by time, yes, but still beautiful, still standing, still reflecting light in new and unexpected ways. So go ahead and place your silver petal fan in your garden like a medal, not for perfection, but for endurance. A celebration of all that still remains and all that is still possible. Do you have a shelf or cupboard with lonely little teacups? A chipped one from your grandmother's china set? Or maybe a mismatched saucer you picked up at a thrift shop just because it felt special? There's something about those delicate curves and floral prints that makes them hard to let go of even when they no longer match. Well, now they have a new purpose to become part of a teacup fairy tower, a magical sculpture that turns forgotten cups into a whimsical garden story. This project begins with choosing the right pieces, not for perfection, but for charm. Look for teacups with character, soft cracks, faded gold rims, pastel flowers. The kind that make you smile when you hold them. Pair them with saucers or tiny plates, and don't worry if none of them go together. That's what makes it enchanting. To build your tower, you'll need a metal rod, something sturdy but slim enough to slide through the center of your cups. A garden stake or repurposed curtain rod works beautifully. Starting from the base layer, your pieces saucer, teacup, tilting some at playful angles. Between each layer, add a dab of strong epoxy glue to keep things steady and weatherproof. And here's where the fairy magic begins. Tuck in tiny figurines, a Dollar Tree fairy peeking from a cup, a small painted mushroom nestled between saucers, or a pinch of soft moss for a natural touch. You can even add battery-powered fairy lights twirled around the rod for a gentle glow in the evening hours. Set your tower in a flower bed by your front steps or on the corner of your porch. It doesn't need a grand stage. In fact, it's more delightful when discovered like a secret whispered by the garden. For those with limited mobility, this project is wonderfully adaptable. You can build a smaller version for tabletops using espresso cups and dessert plates, or place it on a planter stand where you can work comfortably sitting down. What makes this sculpture so soul-soothing is its sense of story. Each teacup once belonged somewhere. Now it belongs here in your hands, in your garden, in a new chapter of beauty. And perhaps like those cups, you've been through seasons of being set aside. But here's the truth, the cracks don't lessen the worth. They only make the light shine through in more interesting ways. So here's to your fairy tower, not just a sculpture, but a quiet celebration of gentle wonders, second chances, and the magic that still lives inside you. Do you remember the wonder of catching fireflies in a jar as a child? That soft, flickering light in the palm of your hand felt like magic, like the world had secrets just waiting to be discovered. With the fairy lantern column, we bring that same sense of enchantment into your garden, not with fireflies, but with broken china solar lights and a little imagination. This sculpture is a gentle tower of glowing glass, whimsical shadows, and moonlit memories, a perfect way to light up your space without cords, effort, or expense. To begin, gather some mismatched or broken china, old teacup pieces, chipped saucers, or ceramic bits you've saved because they were too lovely to toss. These don't need to match or even be whole. In fact, the more unique each piece, the better. You'll also need a few wide-mouth glass jars, the kind you might use for preserves or candles, and a couple of solar lights available for just a few dollars at the Dollar Tree. Start by painting delicate fairy silhouettes onto the jars using black acrylic paint or waterproof decals. If you're feeling more playful, you can paint tiny stars, vines, or even floral shapes, anything that brings a sense of wonder. Once dry, place the solar light tops inside the jars, letting them charge in the sun during the day so they softly glow at dusk. Next, assemble your sculpture. Use a sturdy base such as a flat paver's stone or a large pot turned upside down and begin stacking your elements in a spiral. Layer a jar, then a piece of broken china, then another jar, and so on. Use strong epoxy or a weatherproof adhesive to hold each piece gently in place, taking your time to let each layer set. As the tower rises, it begins to resemble something out of a storybook, as if fairies built a lighthouse just for the moon. The light from each jar glows through the painted glass, casting patterns across the nearby plants or walls. The effect is soft, dreamy, and completely enchanting. This sculpture is especially lovely near a seating area or path, a quiet companion as evening settles in. And for those who find bending or lifting difficult, the whole piece can be built at tabletop height and displayed on a plant stand or garden stool. More than anything, the fairy lantern column invites you to believe in small wonders again. It reminds us that broken things can still shine. That light, however faint, is never wasted. And that the hands that once carried burdens can still create beauty, even if they shake, even if they slow. So let your garden glow with quiet joy, dear friend. Let it be a place where memories dance in the twilight, one recycled lantern at a time. Maybe you've seen one before, an old tire long forgotten in a corner of the garage or leaning against a shed. Dirty, a little cracked, maybe even flattened by time. It doesn't look like much. But what if I told you that same tire could bloom? That's the beauty of the painted tire flower planters. They turn something worn and heavy into a vibrant burst of garden color, all without digging or lifting anything more than a paintbrush. This project starts with any old car tire. If you don't already have one, ask a local mechanic. They're often happy to give away tires that can't be reused. Wipe off the dust and give it a good scrub with soap and water. Let it dry in the sun, and already it begins to look full of promise. Now comes the fun part, painting. Use weatherproof outdoor paint in bold, cheerful colors. Think poppy red, sunflower yellow, turquoise blue, or soft lavender. You can paint the whole tire one shade, or add playful petal shapes around the outer rim. Don't worry about neatness. This is about joy, not perfection. Once painted, flip the tire inside out if you're able. This gives it a flared, petal-like edge that resembles a blooming flower. But if that's too physically demanding, leave it as is and stack 2 or 3 tires in a tiered pattern to create a dramatic vertical planter. In the center of your painted bloom, place a large plastic pot or a thrifted ceramic vase to act as the heart of the flower. Fill it with soil and your favorite plants, petunias, herbs, or even faux florals if watering is a challenge. You can also line the inside of the tire itself with a heavy-duty garden bag and plant directly into it. These planters are perfect for small spaces. Place one by the driveway, tuck another beside your front porch steps, or use them to edge a bare fence line. Their round, low profile means no bending or weeding, just watering and admiring. What I love most about this sculpture is the message it carries. Tires were meant to move forward, to carry weight, to wear down with time. But even after their journey is over, they still have something to offer. Kinda like us, isn't it? We may carry the marks of years gone by, but we are still full of color, still capable of holding life, still beautiful when placed in the light. So let your old tires bloom. Let them be bold. Let them remind you that nothing is ever truly finished, just ready for its next season of purpose. Some gardens sing in soft whispers, and others dance in color. If you're the kind of soul who loves a bit of whimsy, a pop of fabric here, a splash of joy there, then boho bloom rings might be just the project to brighten your garden's edges and lift your heart. This is one of those wonderfully freeing creations. No rules, no straight lines, no need for everything to match. It's like hanging happiness on your fence. Begin with something simple and light. Dollar Tree hula hoops. They're easy to find, affordable, and already the perfect circular frame. If you're working in a smaller space, embroidery hoops or wire wreath frames also work well and are easier to hang in tighter corners. Next, gather strips of fabric. Anything colorful and soft will do. Old scarves, torn t-shirts, thrifted tablecloths, or leftover quilting scraps. There's no need to measure perfectly. In fact, the more irregular the shapes, the more your bloom rings will feel handmade and alive. Wrap your strips tightly around the hula hoop, securing the ends with hot glue or a few quick stitches. You can leave some fabric trailing like vines or tassels, let the breeze play with them. Then, using hot glue or floral wire, create petals by shaping loops or layering fabric in flower-like patterns across the frame. For the centers of your blooms, try using painted bottle caps, big vintage buttons, or even circles of cardboard covered in glitter. They don't need to be realistic. This is playful art, a joyful celebration of imperfection. Once complete, hang your boho bloom rings on a fence trellis porch rail, or even a bare wall. They flutter in the wind, catch the sunlight, and invite smiles from anyone who passes by. And because they're so light, there's no heavy lifting or mounting, just a hook nail or bit of twine will do. What's special about this project isn't just the color, but the story it tells. Each piece of fabric may have come from a different chapter: a skirt you no longer wear, a tablecloth that held Sunday dinners, or a thrift store find that made you smile. Now they're stitched together into something new, something that doesn't ask to be useful, just beautiful, just alive. It reminds me a little of how we gather memories as we age, different colors, textures, even a few frayed edges. And when we look back, it's not the perfect parts we cherish, but how it all came together. So let your boho bloom rings sway proudly. Let them sing with color. And may they remind you that you are and always have been a beautiful patchwork of life's brightest threads. Do you remember those old metal lunchboxes, tool canisters, or tin flower jars that once lived in every garage or kitchen? Sturdy, plain, quietly reliable. Now imagine giving those same forgotten relics a spark of personality, a little face, a glowing eye, maybe even a goofy grin. That's the spirit behind the rusty robot garden guardian. It's not just a sculpture, it's a new friend for your garden. This project begins like a treasure hunt. Head to your garage shed or local thrift store and look for old metal containers, canisters, lamp heads, baking tins, funnels, even colanders. Look for shapes that stack easily or remind you of a head, a body, or feet. They don't need to match. In fact, the more mismatched, the better. Start with a wide container as your robot's base. This might be an old paint can or cookie tin. Stack smaller pieces on top, creating a body, then a head. Use screws, small bolts, or waterproof epoxy glue to attach each piece securely. If you're up for it, a friend with a simple welding tool can help fasten pieces with a more permanent hold. Now comes the fun personality. Glue on 2 round metal washers or bottle caps for eyes. Add little LED Dollar Tree tea lights behind them for a glowing nighttime effect. Use rusty springs, broken handles, or nuts and bolts as eyebrows, mouths, or even antennae. Some folks even give their robots arms made of old wrenches or garden tools bent gently into place. Once assembled, your robot can be placed near your front steps by your favorite flower bed, or even nestled between shrubs where it peeks out like a secret guardian. If you like, paint a small wooden sign next to it: "Rusty lives here," or "Garden Patrol 24/7. What's especially charming about this sculpture is that it doesn't try to be perfect. It's not symmetrical, it doesn't shine, but it feels alive. And that brings a warmth that no store-bought statue can match. For those with limited strength or arthritis, this project can also be done in miniature, using smaller tins and displaying your robot on a tabletop planter or patio shelf. And when you look at this creation standing proud with its dings and dents, its crooked smile and glowing gaze, you might just feel a little protective of it too. Because it reminds us that even the roughest pieces, the rustiest bits, still have a place, still have charm, still stand tall, just like you, dear friend. So welcome Rusty home. Let him watch over your blossoms and your backyard dreams. After all, every garden needs a little guardian with a spark in his eyes. Sometimes all it takes is one bold piece in the garden to stop a visitor in their tracks. Something unexpected. Something that says, yes, this space has imagination. That's exactly what the Trash Can Transformer sculpture delivers: a futuristic burst of creativity made from humble, even downright grimy beginnings. It starts, as so many wonderful things do, with a forgotten old metal trash can. Maybe it's dented. Maybe it once held leaves or sat tucked behind the garage for years. But now it's about to become art. Clean your trash can thoroughly, removing any rust flakes or leftover debris. You want a blank canvas, not perfect, just sturdy. If you'd rather not lift or handle the whole thing, smaller aluminum buckets or kitchen waste bins work too. The magic is in what you add. Next, collect your robot parts. Look through your junk drawer toolbox or even your recycling bin. Plastic funnels, broken remote controls, cracked toy cars, old wheels, mismatched cords. All of these can become features on your futuristic masterpiece. Begin by mapping out where each item will go. Maybe a large funnel becomes a helmet, a broken toy. Part becomes an arm, or a colander forms a chest plate. Use strong epoxy glue or zip ties to attach your pieces, layering them for dimension and balance. Now comes the transformation spray paint. Choose a sleek chrome silver or gunmetal gray and give the entire sculpture a smooth, even coat. If you want to add flair, use touches of bright blue, red, or gold as accent colors, perhaps for eyes, a power button, or decorative lines. Let the paint cure fully so it can withstand rain and shine. For finishing touches, add Dollar Tree LED puck lights or solar lights inside any open areas, creating a soft evening glow. You might even tuck a light behind a vent or window cutout to mimic a glowing energy core. Place your transformer sculpture near a modern seating area, beside a gravel path, or as the focal point of a minimalist garden bed. It makes a wonderful conversation starter, especially with grandkids or neighbors who are curious about its origin. And here's what makes this piece so meaningful. It challenges the very idea of what beauty should look like. It's bold, it's loud, and it says proudly, "I came from scraps, and I'm still worthy of display." You might feel that way about yourself some days too, a little scuffed, a little pieced together from past roles and chapters. But don't you see? That's what makes you shine. That's where the character lives. So stand tall with your trash can transformer. Let it declare loud and proud that reinvention is not just possible, it's powerful. And it belongs in your garden just like you do. Picture a tree. Not one with bark and branches, but one made of light. One that shimmers as the sun moves across the sky, catching reflections in colored glass and casting a quiet, radiant glow. That's the essence of the glass bottle wall tree, a sculpture that turns empty wine bottles into a glimmering wall of art. It's perfect for small spaces, especially if your garden lives along a fence the side of a house, or even a narrow balcony. And it all starts with something as simple as a few saved bottles and a bit of wire. First, gather your bottles green, amber, cobalt blue, or clear. If you don't already have a collection, ask neighbors or visit a thrift store. Each bottle brings its own shade and story. Wash them well and remove any labels for a clean, polished look. If your hands tire easily, let them soak overnight. The labels slide right off with minimal effort. Now find a wire trellis or Dollar Tree wire rack that can support the shape of a tree. Some people even use a flat section of fencing, bending it gently into a triangular shape to resemble a stylized tree canopy. Using sturdy wire string lights or small clamps, attach the bottles horizontally across the frame, wider at the bottom, tapering as you go up. Think of it like decorating a Christmas tree, only instead of ornaments, you're layering it with glass leaves. Leave space between bottles to let air and light pass through. For the final touch, tuck solar-powered fairy lights inside each bottle. These are lightweight, safe, and charged during the day to create a soft evening glow. When lit, your wall tree becomes a living sculpture, a tree of light rising up from recycled roots. You can mount your sculpture directly to a wall, lean it in a planter against your fence, or even display it freestanding with support stakes behind a flower bed. It's low maintenance, weather-friendly, and adds vertical beauty to any space. And here's the part that touches the heart. Every bottle once held a celebration, a dinner, a toast. Moments of joy, laughter, or quiet reflection. And now they gather here again, repurposed, reshaped, and reimagined into something new. Just like you. So if your space is small or your hands a little less strong than they used to be, don't worry. This project asks for nothing but presence and patience. It doesn't bloom like a traditional tree, but it glows with something just as alive: memory, resourcefulness, and the soft, steady light of resilience. Let your glass bottle tree stand tall, dear friend, a reminder that beauty grows even from what's been emptied. There's a quiet kind of magic in light, how it filters through leaves, dances across dewdrops, or bounces from glass just right. With the crystal reflection tree, you can bring that magic into your garden with a sculpture that doesn't bloom or grow, but sparkles like morning sunlight caught in a dream. This project begins with something simple: old wine bottle bottoms, discarded wire hangers, and forgotten chandelier crystals. Each piece on its own may seem plain or broken, but together they become a tree that catches and scatters light in the most enchanting way. Let's start with the frame. You can form the trunk and branches using bent wire hangers or any sturdy crafting wire. If working with your hands is tiring, try pre-shaped metal garden stakes or a lightweight tomato cage turned upside down. Anchor it into a large flower pot filled with gravel, sand, or stones for stability. Next, take the bottom halves of wine bottles, many are thicker and sturdier than the tops, and polish them until they gleam. If cutting bottles feels daunting, you can often find pre-cut bottle pieces at craft stores or repurpose thick glass coasters and small plates instead. The goal is to have translucent discs that light can travel through. Hang these glass pieces from your wire branches using clear fishing line or delicate chain. Then intersperse your chandelier crystals. You can often find them in thrift stores, old lighting fixtures, or even online secondhand. Drape them like icicles or raindrops, letting each one dangle at a different height. As the wind stirs and the sun moves, these hanging pieces will sway gently, reflecting tiny fragments of rainbow across your garden, on the fence, the ground, your porch, and your hands. To add a subtle glow after sunset, wrap a small strand of solar fairy lights around the trunk. The tree will begin to twinkle softly at twilight, like stars caught in the branches. What makes this project so special is its ability to bring elegance and light without the need for soil water or constant care. It's especially comforting for those of us with less strength in our knees or hands. No planting, no bending, just gentle assembly and soft beauty. And more than that, the crystal reflection tree tells a quiet truth: even broken things, even things discarded, can still shine. Sometimes even more brightly than before. So let this tree shimmer in your space, dear friend. Let it scatter joy like sunlight through a prism. And let it remind you that your garden is not just a place for plants, but a canvas for light, grace, and the beauty of second chances. There's something timeless about the sound of a gentle chime, soft notes dancing on the breeze, calling you to pause, to listen, to breathe. It's the kind of music that doesn't demand attention but gently offers comfort. That's what the breezy wind chime totem brings to your garden: sound, memory, and peace, all made from the simplest things you already have. This sculpture is more than just decoration, it's a melody made from everyday life. To begin, gather a collection of objects that jingle or clink: old keys, mismatched silverware, cookie cutters, tiny bells, even bits of chain or small shells. Each one will sing its own note. If you don't have enough on hand, visit a local thrift shop. These items are often sold by the handful, and the charm is in their variety. Your totem will need a base to hang from. A painted Dollar Tree wooden hanger, an embroidery hoop, or even a sturdy branch will do beautifully. Choose something lightweight and easy to hold, especially if you prefer crafting while seated. Paint it a cheerful color, or leave it natural and let the patina of weather add to the charm. Use fishing line, twine, or thin wire to suspend your chimes from the base. Vary the lengths so they don't all strike at once, some long, some short, some tucked closer to the center. Add beads between items if you like, or tie on bits of ribbon or lace to flutter alongside the music.
To assemble your totem, you can use a plant stand shepherd's hook, or simply hang it from a porch beam or tree branch. Even a fence post will do. The goal is to place it somewhere the wind can find it. Even a soft breeze will bring it to life.
The sound it creates will be delicate, not loud or showy. Just a whisper of metal and memory, like a lullaby in the garden. And when the wind moves through it, when the sunlight hits a dangling spoon or a bead, twirls gently on its thread, you'll find yourself stopping for just a moment. That moment is the gift. What I love most about this piece is how personal it becomes. That key might have once opened your old front door. That spoon might have stirred morning coffee decades ago. Now they sing together, not of what's gone, but of what still is. So let your breezy wind chime totem sing softly, dear friend. Let it echo with the music of memory and presence. Because even the smallest sounds, when born of care, can bring great peace. Have you ever watched something turn gently in the breeze? Not fast, not loud, but slow and thoughtful, like a quiet dancer in the afternoon sun. That's the feeling behind the Solar Sound Spinner, a whimsical wind-powered sculpture that brings together motion, sound, and light in the most charming way. And the best part, it's made from simple everyday bits that might otherwise be tossed aside. To start, you'll need a few thrifted kitchen items, colanders, metal lids, maybe a small strainer or two. These make wonderful spinners because they're lightweight, balanced, and full of holes for the breeze to pass through. Look for ones that already have charm, maybe a little rust, a dent, or a faded floral pattern. Next, collect bottle caps. The metal kind from soda or glass juice bottles work best. Paint them with bright colors or metallic tones, or leave them as they are. Add a few Dollar Tree solar garden stakes, and you've got everything you need to turn trash into treasure. Using strong twine or fishing line, hang the colanders one above the other from a wooden dowel or a tall shepherd's hook. In between each level, tie on strings of bottle caps or old keys so they spin and tinkle gently when the wind stirs. Think of it like a chandelier, but upside down and full of garden soul. Now for the magic, place your solar garden stakes at the top or base of the spinner so they soak up sunlight during the day and glow at night. You can also weave a few strands of solar fairy lights through the structure, especially around the bottle caps or the edges of the colanders for a soft nighttime twinkle. As the wind moves through your sculpture, you'll hear a light, pleasant chime, not overwhelming, just enough to catch your ear and invite a pause. The sunlight flickers on spinning metal, the shadows dance, and the glow returns each evening like a little promise that the day isn't over yet. What makes this spinner so special is that it feels alive. It turns with the day, it sings with the wind, and it reminds us that movement doesn't have to be fast to be meaningful. That even in stillness, there's beauty waiting to turn. For those with limited space, this sculpture is perfect for balconies, porches, or vertical garden corners. And for those with limited strength, it can be built in pieces slowly, like a mobile of memories. So let your solar sound spinner find its rhythm in your garden. Let it catch the light, the wind, the quiet. And may it spin gently beside you, reminding you that life at any pace still sparkles, still sings. There's a quiet elegance in order in a neat little row of blossoms, each one different, yet part of a greater whole. And while most flowers bloom from the soil, the metal washer blossom row springs from something far less expected, the hardware drawer. This sculpture is a minimalist's dream. Clean, symmetrical, and strong, it uses humble materials like metal washers, bolts, and rods to create a tidy garden accent that glimmers in the light and stands tall through all seasons. Start by gathering your materials. You'll need a handful of metal washers in different sizes, the flat circular kind used in nuts and bolts, plus a few bolts or metal buttons to act as the flower centers. These can be collected from old toolboxes, thrift stores, or even the discount bins at your local hardware shop. For the stems, sturdy rods work best. Metal garden stakes, repurposed curtain rods, or even wooden dowels painted metallic will do. A reclaimed piece of wood painted or stained to your liking can serve as the base, either as a standing platform or as a border edge along your garden bed or walkway. To assemble your blossoms, begin by stacking 3 or 4 washers in a floral pattern, largest to smallest. Glue or screw them together, adding a bolt or rounded metal nut in the center to finish the bloom. Attach each flower to the top of a rod using epoxy or small screws. Once you've created your individual flowers, arrange them in a row by inserting or mounting the rods onto your wooden base. Space them evenly like tulips in a border, or stagger the height slightly for a more natural flowing look. For a subtle sparkle, spray each blossom with clear sealant or a hint of metallic paint, soft copper, brushed silver, or antique gold. As the sunlight hits the metal, your flowers will catch and reflect it in gentle flashes like water droplets in the morning. What makes this sculpture so comforting is its simplicity. There's no need for blooms to be fussy or full. These flowers don't wilt, don't need water, and won't ask for pruning. They simply stand quietly, beautiful, quietly, strong. And perhaps they remind us of something important, that even the plainest parts of life, washers, bolts, or routines, can be shaped into something beautiful with care. You don't need bright colors to make something joyful. Sometimes all it takes is a bit of steadiness, a willingness to repurpose what's already there, and a belief that small things lined up in love create something greater than themselves. So, let your metal washer blossom row stand proudly in your garden, a little pathway of patience and purpose made from things the world forgot. Not every flower comes from a seed. Some bloom from the hands of a dreamer, someone who sees beauty where others see a can of beans or a soda ready for the bin. The aluminum scrap poppies are just that, bursts of color and light made from things we're told to throw away. But we know better, don't we? These poppies won't fade or droop. They'll catch the sunlight long after summer ends and glow with their own secret charm, especially when the day turns to dusk. To begin, gather empty aluminum cans. Any kind will do: soup, sparkling water, even pet food tins, as long as they're thoroughly washed and dry. Using strong kitchen shears or craft scissors, carefully cut the can open and flatten it into a sheet. Take your time here. If your hands tire, consider doing just one or two at a time. This isn't a race, but a gentle unfolding of creativity. Trace simple flower shapes onto the aluminum and cut them out slowly. 5 or 6 petals per bloom work beautifully. You can even bend the edges slightly upward to give your poppies dimension, like they're reaching toward the sky. Paint each petal with outdoor acrylic or spray paint. Bold reds, oranges, or yellows bring the look of poppies to life. But don't be afraid to play with color. These are your blossoms, and they can wear whatever shades speak to your heart. For the centers, use old bottle caps painted black, navy, or even glittery gold and glue them firmly in place. Then mount your flowers onto short pieces of rebar or wooden garden stakes using strong epoxy. If you want your garden to twinkle at night, glue a Dollar Tree LED light into the center of each poppy. At twilight, your garden will begin to glow softly like candlelight hidden among the leaves. Place your scrap poppies in raised garden beds, vertical herb planters, or along walkways. They make a lovely addition to places that don't get enough sun for real blooms, and they bring cheer even in the colder months. There's something deeply moving about this sculpture. Cans were made to be crushed and forgotten. But here they are, opened, reshaped, and shining again. Just like us, we bend, we change, we gather colors and light from unexpected places, and we bloom even when no one expects it. So let your aluminum scrap poppies be a celebration of resourcefulness, of resilience, of the beauty that lives in second chances. And every time they catch the light or glow in the dark, let them remind you you are still blooming in your own brilliant way. Some furniture is just too dear to toss a kitchen chair from your first apartment. The little wooden seat that once held a child, swinging their legs, or a thrifted piece that made you smile, even with its scratches. When it's time to retire that chair, don't let it disappear. Let it bloom. That's the soul of the wild seat planter chair. A project that turns a broken or forgotten chair into a whimsical garden sculpture overflowing with life. Start by selecting your chair. It can be wood, metal, or wicker as long as it has a solid frame. Wobbly legs can be tightened or stabilized with stones beneath the feet. And don't worry about peeling paint or faded colors, they add charm. This sculpture is about character, not perfection. Begin by removing the seat if it's still intact. You'll want to create an open space like a window in the center where your planter will sit. If the opening is too large, simply lay a small wooden shelf or wire basket across the frame. For smaller projects, you can even rest a pre-potted plant right on top, no tools needed. Next, paint the chair in a bright, cheerful color: turquoise, butter yellow, coral pink, or classic white, whatever suits your garden's mood. You can even stencil a little pattern along the legs or backrest, or leave the wood raw for a more rustic look. Now comes the planting. Set a medium-sized pot or plastic liner into the seat opening and fill it with your favorite flowers: petunias, geraniums, herbs, or trailing ivy. Let the plants spill over the sides like ruffled skirts. Tuck a few Dollar Tree stones, fairy lights, or decorative picks around the base to give it that extra touch of magic. Place your wild seat planter along a garden path beside your front porch or in a shaded corner that needs a pop of life. If you don't have ground space, it also works beautifully on patios or balconies. What I love most about this sculpture is its invitation to slow down. It's not fussy, it's not difficult. It says, "Come sit with me. Let's grow something together." And perhaps there's a gentle metaphor hidden here too, that even the things we once leaned on can take on a new life. That something which held us in our younger years can now hold beauty. That we don't need to throw away what's been worn, only see it differently. So give that old chair a second chance. Let it wear its flowers proudly. And may your wild seat planter chair remind you that even the most ordinary things with a little soil, sun, and love can bloom again. There's something regal about a chair left in the garden, not stiff or formal, but softened by time, leaning slightly dressed in green. The living ivy throne is just that, a sculpture that transforms a discarded wooden seat into a leafy living crown for your garden. A gentle reminder that nature reclaims all things with patience and grace. This idea is especially perfect if you've got an old wooden chair too fragile to sit on but too beautiful to part with. Instead of tossing it, invite it to stay and let the ivy weave its own story across the frame. To begin, choose a chair with an open back, something with slats, curves, or carvings that the vines can wrap around. You don't need a perfect piece. Even a chair with one broken leg or a worn-down seat can be transformed. Give it a light sanding to remove splinters, then seal it with a clear waterproof coat or an outdoor-safe paint. This helps it last through rain and sun while keeping that weathered beauty intact. Next, gather some ivy clippings. English ivy works well, or any soft-stemmed, fast-growing vine. You can plant it in a pot placed right under the chair, or insert the roots directly into the earth if the chair will stay in place long-term. Now comes the most meditative part, guiding the ivy. Using soft garden twine or twist ties, gently train the tendrils to wrap around the chair's legs, back, and arms. Let them climb naturally, but give a little nudge where needed. Over the weeks, the plant will find its rhythm, curling into crevices, reaching skyward, and eventually embracing the chair entirely. To protect your sculpture, check in every so often. Trim back stray vines to maintain the shape and resecure any ties that loosen. As the chair ages, it will soften into the landscape, becoming part of the garden itself, not separate, but one with the green. What makes this throne so magical is the way it invites storytelling. It looks like something from a fairy tale, as if a garden queen once sat there and left her seat behind for the ivy to guard. Place it beneath a tree tucked among tall grasses, or as the centerpiece of a quiet reading nook. Add a few fairy lights, a small stone at the foot that says rest, and suddenly it's a sanctuary. But more than its beauty, the living ivy throne holds a truth that speaks gently to us as we age, that stillness is not the end. That even in our quietest years, we can become something others pause to admire. That with enough love and light, we too can become a place where life grows. So let your ivy climb, let your chair stay, and may you, dear friend, sit tall even when you're rooted, knowing that grace grows slow and green and lovely. Word count 499. Do you remember the shimmer of a disco ball? Maybe it was at a school dance, a wedding, or spinning slowly above a crowd of laughing friends. There's something timeless about those tiny squares of mirrored light, how they scatter joy across the walls, making even an ordinary room feel like magic. Now imagine that feeling in your garden. The CD Mosaic Disco Ball brings a burst of glittering charm to your outdoor space, made entirely from scratched-up CDs and a bit of imagination. It's not just decoration, it's a celebration of light, music, and memories that refuse to fade. To begin, gather old CDs or DVDs. You no longer need the ones too scratched to play or outdated backups collecting dust. You'll also need a foam ball as your base, the kind you can find at craft stores or the Dollar Tree. Choose a size that's easy to hold, usually around 6 to 8 inches wide, depending on where you plan to display it. Using sturdy kitchen scissors, carefully cut your CDs into small squares or angular shards. They don't have to be perfect. In fact, the irregular shapes make the final piece more dynamic. Just be sure to wear gloves and work slowly to avoid sharp edges. If cutting is difficult for your hands, consider using fewer larger pieces. They'll reflect light just as beautifully. Next, glue your CD pieces onto the foam ball using strong craft glue or a hot glue gun. Start at the top and work your way around, spacing the pieces slightly apart like a mosaic. The mirrored surfaces will catch light from every angle, casting tiny rainbows as the sun moves. To seal and weatherproof your creation, brush on a layer of outdoor-safe epoxy or clear sealant. This not only protects the pieces, but also adds a glossy, finished shine that makes the ball even more eye-catching. For display, mount your disco ball on a thrifted lamp base or candle holder painted to match. Set it among your flower beds on a patio table, or near your entryway where it can greet visitors with a smile. If you're short on space, hang it from a tree branch or shepherd's hook so it twirls gently in the breeze. This sculpture is especially charming in the late afternoon or early evening when the golden light bounces off its surface and dances on the garden walls like 100 tiny fireflies. And maybe, just maybe, it reminds you and all who see it that life doesn't stop shining just because it's changed form. CDs were once for music, for memories. Now they're for light, for laughter. So let your CD mosaic disco ball sparkle. Let it reflect the joy of years past and the glow of moments yet to come. Because you two, dear friend, still catch the light and cast it beautifully. Some nights when the sky is clear and quiet, we look up and feel something vast, something still. The stars don't shout, they shimmer. They remind us that beauty doesn't have to be loud to be powerful. That's the spirit behind the Galaxy Orb sculpture, a celestial garden accent that captures the mystery of space using nothing more than an old bowling ball, some broken CDs, and a little night sky imagination. To begin, find an old bowling ball. You can often get one at a thrift store for just a few dollars. Look for one with a smooth surface, but don't worry about scratches or scuffs. We're going to cover it completely, and the heavier weight means it won't blow over in strong wind. Next, take your stack of unwanted CDs and begin breaking them into irregular pieces. These shards will become the stars of your galaxy. If you'd like to soften the process, soak the CDs in hot water for a few minutes first. It makes cutting or snapping them easier on the hands. Wear gloves if needed and take your time. Once you have a collection of shimmering pieces, glue them carefully to the surface of the bowling ball using strong adhesive clear E6000 glue. Works well for outdoor use. Let some of the CD pieces overlap slightly, layering like scattered stardust across a dark sky. After the mosaic is complete, it's time for a little space magic. Take glow-in-the-dark craft paint in soft blues, greens, or even purples, and fill in the spaces between the CD pieces with swirling shapes. You can trace spiral galaxies, dots like distant stars, or sweeping aurora-like lines. During the day, your orb will glint and shine, but at night it will softly glow like a tiny moon resting in your garden. To display your galaxy orb, set it on a low pedestal, an old plant stand, or even nestled inside a ring of stones. You might place it in a moonflower bed beside silver-leafed plants, or tucked among your herbs for a little cosmic contrast. And the best part, this sculpture requires no watering, no pruning, no lifting. Once it's set, it simply rests, glows, reflects. Like so many things in life, it turns the ordinary, a discarded ball, broken CDs, forgotten paints, into something quietly extraordinary. So let your galaxy orb sculpture bring a touch of the stars to your space. Let it remind you that even in darkness, light finds a way to shine. And even in stillness, you can radiate. Because just like the galaxies above you are a constellation of moments, old and new, bright and bruised, still glowing. When evening settles over your garden and the last golden light slips behind the trees, something special happens. The air stills, the colors soften, and soft glimmers begin to rise, little lights that whisper instead of shout. That's the charm of the solar lantern stack, a sculpture made to glow quietly and beautifully from recycled jars and a touch of patience. This project feels like building a lighthouse for your own backyard, a beacon of comfort made from simple things stacked with care. To begin, collect several glass jars of varying sizes, mason jars, sauce jars, even old candle holders. Look for jars with personality, textured glass-colored tint, or a wide rim that can hold a solar light. Wash them thoroughly and let them dry completely. You'll also need a few Dollar Tree solar lights. These are the small stake lights meant for gardens, but we'll be popping the solar tops off and tucking them into the jars. Be sure to check that they charge in sunlight and give off a nice warm glow at night. Now for the base. A sturdy thrifted candle holder plant stand or even a wooden stool can work beautifully. The idea is to build a totem, a vertical tower where jars and lanterns rest safely on top of one another. Begin stacking your jars with a dab of strong adhesive or epoxy in between each layer to ensure they don't shift. Alternate large and small, round and square to create visual rhythm. As you stack, insert the solar lights into the tops of your jars. Some might sit directly in the lid opening, while others can rest gently inside the jar itself. For added beauty, fill the base of each jar with decorative pebbles, marbles, or small glass beads. These not only catch the light but also help anchor the jars in place. Once assembled, place your solar lantern stack in a spot that receives full sun during the day by your porch, in the center of a patio table, or nestled within a flower bed. As dusk falls, the sculpture will come to life, a soft column of light that seems to rise from the earth itself. What makes this piece so lovely isn't just the glow, but the gentleness of it. There's no electricity, no noise, no wires, just the quiet work of the sun stored and shared again after dark. And perhaps that's what we all do in our way, gather up light during the day and share it when the world feels dim. So let your solar lantern stack rise proudly, dear friend. Let it remind you that even the simplest things, jars, sun, patience, can come together to create something that brings warmth, comfort, and just a little bit of wonder. There's a certain warmth in old things, lanterns with peeling paintwood that tells stories through its grain light that glows like memory instead of brightness. The vintage glow light pole captures that feeling beautifully. It's a sculpture that blends yesterday's charm with today's simple magic, casting a soft and comforting light across your garden porch or patio. To begin, look for old metal lanterns. You might already have one tucked away in the garage, or you can find them easily at thrift stores and flea markets. Don't worry if they're a little rusted or the glass is missing. In fact, that's what makes this project special. These aren't meant to be perfect, they're meant to feel lived in. Next, find a wooden pole or post something tall enough to hold 2 or 3 lanterns stacked on top of each other. A fence post, broom handle, or even a thick branch can work. If you'd like a freestanding piece, anchor the pole into a heavy planter filled with gravel or cement. Or if you prefer, attach it directly to your porch or fence post for extra stability. Once your post is ready, paint it with soft vintage colors, sage green, dusty blue, or creamy white, and distress it slightly with sandpaper for that weathered, time-worn look. Now comes the fun part, stacking your lanterns. Remove any sharp edges or fragile glass, then glue or screw each lantern securely onto the pole, spacing them a few inches apart. You can angle them slightly or keep them in a straight vertical line for a classic look. Inside, each lantern place a Dollar Tree LED puck light or battery-operated tea light. If the lanterns have open tops, solar garden lights work beautifully too. They'll charge during the day and begin to glow as evening settles in. You can even tuck in some faux vines or dried flowers between the lanterns for a soft botanical touch. As night falls, your vintage glow light pole becomes more than a sculpture. It becomes a gentle presence. The kind of light that welcomes you home, that keeps the path lit, that feels like a soft hello from the past. This project is ideal for those who prefer crafting slowly in calm moments. No heavy lifting, no digging, just stacking, painting, and arranging. Let it be meditative, like arranging candles on a table, or fluffing pillows before company arrives. And the message it sends is this, that even old things once cast aside still have light to give, still have beauty, still matter. So let your vintage glow light pole shine. Let it whisper stories of the past and glow softly through the present. Because even in aging, dear friend, you hold light, and the world still needs it. Have you ever walked through a garden and stumbled upon something unexpected, something that made you smile, maybe even chuckle? That's the magic of the plastic animal totem. It's playful, imaginative, and full of childlike joy. And all it takes are a few forgotten toys, a handful of tin cans, and your sense of humor. Start by collecting a variety of plastic animals: elephants, giraffes, lions, even dinosaurs. You can find them easily at the Dollar Tree or tucked away in a grandchild's old toy box. Don't worry about matching sizes or styles. In fact, the more mismatched, the better. Each animal adds personality to the sculpture, and when stacked together, they tell a story that's part safari, part daydream. To give them a fresh start, paint each animal in a bold, solid color. Try a palette of soft pastels, metallic golds, or even whimsical neons. Spray paint works well and gives them a smooth, weather-resistant finish. Let them dry fully before moving on. Now gather some empty tin cans. Different sizes are ideal. These will act as your totem's pedestals, separating the animals into layers and adding visual rhythm. You can paint the cans to match your color scheme or wrap them in twine burlap or decorative duct tape for added texture. Begin building your sculpture from the ground up. Start with a wide, sturdy can at the base. Add a dab of strong epoxy, place your first animal, then repeat with another can and animals, stacking them as high as you like. Just make sure each level has time to dry before continuing to ensure stability. Top your totem with the most expressive animal of the bunch, perhaps a bird, a monkey, or a grinning frog, and consider giving it a little crown or flag for fun. Once complete, seal the entire sculpture with a waterproof clear coat to protect it from the elements. Then place it proudly in your garden beside a flower bed tucked near the front steps or hidden like a surprise among the shrubs. This totem is especially delightful for gardens shared with children or grandchildren. It invites conversation, sparks stories, and turns your outdoor space into a place of laughter and creativity. But even more than that, it reminds us not to take life or gardening too seriously. That art can be joyful, that color can be healing, and that a bit of silliness has a sacred place in every season of life. So let your plastic animal totem stand tall, dear friend. Let it roar, chirp, and giggle in the breeze. Because sometimes the most meaningful creations begin not with perfection, but with play. Every garden holds its own kind of magic. A whisper in the leaves, a shadow that moves just a little too gracefully. And sometimes, when you let your imagination wander, a garden becomes a place where myths come to rest. That's the wonder behind the mythical creature column, a sculpture that looks like it could have been left behind by fairies, forest spirits, or a long-forgotten storyteller. This project is pure fantasy and wonderfully forgiving. It doesn't need to make sense, it just needs to make you smile. Start by gathering broken plastic toys or figurines, dragons, unicorns, winged lions, mermaids, or even sea serpents. Check thrift stores, toy bins, or clearance racks. The more worn and odd the pieces, the more interesting the sculpture becomes. They don't have to be complete, even half a creature can add mystery. Next, find an assortment of lamp parts or decorative wood scraps. Think chunky finials, metal rings, candle bases, or balusters. These add height and old-world charm to your column and give your creatures the dramatic throne they deserve. Using a sturdy wooden dowel or broomstick as the spine of your sculpture, begin layering your pieces. Start at the base with something wide and heavy for support, like an old lamp base or plant stand. Add sections of lamp parts, then figurines, gluing each piece securely with epoxy as you stack. Tilt a dragon to look like it's perching. Let a mermaid curl around a spindle. There's no right or wrong, just what feels magical to you. Once assembled, paint the entire piece in a unified palette. Shimmering metallic tones work beautifully. Consider silvers, bronzes, and soft iridescent blues or purples. This helps blend all the mismatched parts into one enchanted sculpture. For extra glow, tuck Dollar Tree. LED lights behind wings or under tails. You can even sprinkle a bit of glitter or brush on glow-in-the-dark paint to create an ethereal nighttime effect. The column will begin to shimmer subtly at twilight, like it's slowly coming to life. Place your mythical creature column where it can surprise you, at the end of a garden path, peeking from behind tall herbs or nestled beneath a tree. It turns any patch of soil into a storybook. But more than its whimsy, this sculpture reminds us that imagination isn't something you grow out of, it's something you grow into. That creating something fantastical isn't childish, but deeply human. So let your column rise proudly, dear friend. Let it be a tower of dreams and memories of creatures reborn from old plastic and your own quiet wonder. Because in a world that often asks us to be practical, your garden is where the impossible still belongs. Sometimes the most beautiful thing you can hang in your garden isn't a painting, it's a window into nature itself. A frame that doesn't hold a photograph, but a living, breathing bouquet of texture and color. That's the charm of the floral picture frame wall, a vertical garden sculpture that turns thrifted frames and faux blooms into art that blossoms all year long. This project is gentle, joyful, and endlessly customizable. Perfect for small spaces, shaded fences, or sunny balconies, anywhere you'd like a bit of blooming beauty without the need for daily watering. Begin by collecting a few old picture frames. They don't need glass or backing, just the outer shape. Look for a mix of sizes: small, medium, even oversized frames from thrift stores, flea markets, or the back of your closet. Don't worry if they're chipped or worn. A fresh coat of paint can turn each one into something new. Choose a color palette that suits your garden's spirit. Soft pastels for a romantic look, or bright yellows and oranges for a cheerful vibe. Spray paint or brush paint the frames in your chosen hues, allowing them to dry fully. Next, stretch a piece of chicken wire or garden mesh across the back of each frame and staple or glue it securely in place. This creates a lightweight open grid where you can tuck in greenery and flowers. Use moss, either faux or real, as the base, pressing it gently through the wire until the frame feels full and lush. Now for the blossoms. Choose faux flowers from the Dollar Tree or repurpose silk blooms from an old wreath or centerpiece. Trim the stems short and weave them into the moss through the wire grid. Add succulent sprigs of herbs or even small butterflies or birds for whimsy. Each frame becomes its own little world, a mini bouquet preserved in a window of your making. Once finished, arrange your frames on a wall fence or hanging trellis. You can group them like a gallery, overlap them for a layered effect, or hang them with twine from a branch for a floating floral display. Use lightweight hooks or nails to keep things simple and strain-free. What's so lovely about this sculpture is that it brings the beauty of gardening to those who may not be able to kneel, bend, or dig anymore. It's a way to create something alive in spirit, even if the flowers are silk. And just like us, faux blooms still carry beauty, color, and a presence that warms a space. So let your floral picture frame wall bloom proudly. Let it remind you that life's art doesn't always belong on a canvas. Sometimes it belongs right here in your hands, your garden, and your quiet moments of creation. Have you ever caught a glimpse of the garden in a window or mirror and paused not to see yourself, but to see everything else? A reflection of sky leaves soft blossoms moving in the breeze. It feels almost like another world. That's the quiet power of the mirror bloom frame, a sculpture that doesn't just reflect beauty, but multiplies it. This project is especially magical in small gardens or shaded spaces where light is precious. It adds depth, light, and surprise, all from simple materials you might already have. To begin, find an old picture frame, large or small, wood or plastic. Even slightly damaged ones will work just fine. Thrift stores often have them in abundance, and you can pick up several for just a few dollars. Remove the backing and glass if there's any, and give the frame a coat of paint if you'd like creamy white for a vintage look, matte black for drama, or soft green to blend into your garden. Next, find a piece of mirror. This could be a broken mirror you've saved, or you can pick up mirrored tiles at the Dollar Tree or home improvement stores. Carefully cut or break it to fit the inside of your frame. Irregular edges are not only okay, they make the final piece more artistic. If cutting glass is too difficult or uncomfortable, consider using reflective window film on a piece of acrylic or sturdy plastic, lightweight, safe, and just as lovely. Secure the mirror piece inside the frame using strong adhesive or silicone sealant. Let it dry flat and fully. Now comes the bloom. Around the edges of the frame, glue soft vines, faux succulents, painted pine cones, or dried flowers. You can create a full floral wreath look or keep it simple with just a few accents. For added texture, tuck in bits of ribbon, moss, or weathered buttons, whatever you have nearby that feels beautiful in your hands. Hang your mirror bloom frame on a fence, a brick wall, or even from a tree using garden wire or heavy-duty hooks. Be sure to place it where it can catch some sunlight. Even a sliver of it will be enough to bounce light back into your space. As you pass by, you'll catch fragments of garden reflected back at you, a trailing vine, a blue sky, a curious bird. The frame doesn't just hold a mirror, it holds a moment. And maybe that's the lesson tucked quietly in this project, that beauty isn't always something we plant. Sometimes it's already there, we just need something to reflect it. So let your mirror bloom frame shine gently in your garden. Let it open up small corners, invite more light, and remind you that even in stillness, your world is full of life and loveliness waiting to be seen. Every garden tells a story. Some speak of order and rows of vegetables. Others whisper with wildflowers. But some carry the magic of make-believe, tiny homes, mossy paths, and secrets tucked beneath petals. The Broken Pot Fairy Village is one of those stories. And all it takes to begin is something once thought ruined. If you've ever dropped a terracotta pot or discovered one cracked from time and weather, you may have sighed and set it aside. But don't throw it away. That broken pot can become a world of wonder. Start with a medium to large broken clay pot. The best ones are those with large curved shards, forming natural steps or open pockets. If you only have a whole pot, you can carefully tap it with a hammer to create the broken effect. Just wrap it in a towel first for safety and go slow. Now nestle the largest piece into a shallow planter or large saucer, filling the base with potting soil or pebbles. Begin stacking the broken pieces, layering them like staircases or miniature ledges. Use soil to stabilize them and fill in gaps, gently pressing moss or small succulents into the crevices. Next, the village begins. Add tiny figurines, little fairies, toadstools, gnomes, or even painted pebbles as stepping stones. Dollar Tree fairy garden accessories are a wonderful place to start, and thrifted dollhouse miniatures work just as well. Use bark for little roofs, acorn caps for bowls, or popsicle sticks to build tiny doors and windows tucked into the soil. There's no blueprint, just let your imagination guide you. The joy of this sculpture is how it invites storytelling. Children and even grown-ups will pause and wonder who lives here. Where does that stairway go? What's hidden beneath that mossy ledge? Place your broken pot fairy village on a tabletop beside a porch step or tucked under the shade of a tree. And if kneeling or bending is a challenge, build it in a raised planter or wide bowl you can comfortably reach. What I love most is the message behind it, that broken things don't lose their worth. That even a shattered pot can cradle life and magic. That in a world rushing to replace, we can choose instead to restore, reimagine, and play. So go ahead and build your village, dear friend. Let it be crooked, mossy, and full of charm. And may it remind you that every crack tells a story not of ending, but of becoming. Have you ever wished for a little door at the base of a tree? One that led somewhere secret and peaceful, somewhere quiet, green, and tucked away from the noise of the world. That's the dream behind the Hobbit Hideaway sculpture. It's not just a garden feature. It's a doorway to imagination. And all it takes is a broken pot, a few simple touches, and the belief that magic lives in the smallest places. To begin, find a cracked terracotta pot or wide planter that's seen better days. If the crack is too small to build around, you can use a hammer wrapped in cloth to gently break the pot into a soft C shape, almost like an amphitheater where the inside becomes your tiny stage. Set the broken pot base into a flower bed or large planter and fill it partially with soil. Now start layering. Use the curved shards as walls, ledges, and roof lines, tucking them into the soil with moss or small stones for support. Arrange the pieces in a spiral or stair-step shape, leaving a cozy pocket in the center for your hideaway scene. This is where the magic begins. Create a little round hobbit door using painted popsicle sticks. Craft wood or a smooth rock with a knob glued to the center. Paint it mossy green or rustic brown, and lean it against one of the inner shards. Surround it with miniature windows, a chimney made from a twig, or a tiny pathway leading up using pebbles or crushed shells. Add whimsical plants like creeping thyme, baby's tears, or faux succulents. Tuck in a fairy light or two, maybe even a tiny painted mailbox or clothesline made from string and toothpicks. Place your Hobbit hideaway under a tree, nestled in a shady garden nook, or right by the front step where passers-by might catch a glimpse and smile. It's a sculpture of suggestion, inviting the imagination to step inside and rest a while. And the beauty of this project is that there's no wrong way to do it. Whether you're standing seated or building slowly over a few afternoons, each step is gentle. There's no lifting, no tools, just a bit of glue, some garden soil, and a little storytelling. But more than charm, this sculpture offers comfort. It tells us that home can be small, that peace doesn't need grandeur, and that in every season of life there's still room for wonder. So build your little door, dear friend. Let your Hobbit hideaway peek out from the garden like a whisper from a forgotten storybook. And may it remind you that you are never too old to play, imagine, or believe in secret places. Some memories stay with us forever, like chasing fireflies at dusk with a mason jar in hand, heart racing with wonder as tiny golden lights flickered in the grass. The firefly jar light tower brings that childhood magic back, glowing gently in your garden like bottled starlight. It's a sculpture made not with complicated tools or expensive supplies, but with care, imagination, and just a few jars you probably already have tucked away. To begin, gather several clear glass jars, mason jars, jelly jars, or even cleaned-out candle holders. They don't need to match. In fact, the variety adds to the charm. Wash and dry them thoroughly, then collect a few strands of battery-powered or solar-powered fairy lights from the Dollar Tree. The kind with warm white light works best mimicking the natural flicker of fireflies. Now to create your tower, find a wire basket stand, hanging shelf, or plant stand that can hold the jars at different heights. If you don't have one, you can create a tiered effect by placing small upturned pots or bricks beneath each jar to raise them into a soft spiral or layered column. Inside each jar, coil the lights carefully, letting the wires twist in loose, dreamy patterns. Drop in a few polished stones, marbles, or sea glass if you'd like to anchor them and add visual sparkle. Then place the jars into your basket, or stand spacing them so that each one feels like a star in a gentle galaxy. If using solar lights, be sure the tower gets sunlight during the day, so it can begin to glow automatically at night. For battery-powered lights, you can easily hide the switch box behind the display or inside one of the jars. Once assembled, place your firefly jar light tower beside a pathway on your porch or nestled into a flower bed. It will begin to glow softly at sunset, inviting you to pause, perhaps with a cup of tea or simply a quiet breath. And remember, what makes this sculpture so moving isn't just its glow, but its simplicity. It doesn't try to shine the brightest. It just offers its light gently, like a memory come to life. And maybe that's what we're all doing now, offering our light in smaller ways, quieter ways. Glowing not for attention, but for warmth, for presence, for joy. So let your jars shine, dear friend. Let your firefly tower flicker each evening with that same wonder you once held in your hands. Because some lights, especially the ones we carry inside, were never meant to burn out. Not all light is bright. Some glows gently like a whisper, like the hush of twilight settling across your porch, or the comfort of warm light flickering in the corner of a quiet room. The Dreamlight Spice Jar sculpture captures that feeling, a peaceful arrangement of soft color and warmth made from tiny things once tucked away in kitchen cabinets and craft drawers. It's a sculpture you build slowly, like a lullaby, one that doesn't just decorate your space, but invites serenity into it. Start by gathering small, empty spice jars. Glass ones with wide mouths work best. You can remove the labels by soaking them in warm water, then polish the jars until they shine. If the lids are missing or rusty, don't worry, we'll be leaving them open to let the light glow freely. Next, gather a few Dollar Tree battery-powered tea lights or LED fairy lights. Choose a soft, warm glow, not too bright. These little lights will become the heart of your sculpture. Now take a few sheets of colored tissue paper, lavender, rose, sky blue, honey yellow, and cut them into gentle, fluttering shapes. Wrap the tissue inside each jar like a loose cocoon, or glue it to the outside for a stained glass effect. You can add pressed flowers, paper butterflies, or even sheer fabric to create subtle texture. Once your jars are decorated, drop a light inside each one and close the base gently with a pebble or ribbon if needed. When they glow, the colors will blend like watercolor, delicate, calming, and deeply lovely. To arrange your sculpture, use a short shelf plant stand or wide wooden tray. Place your jars in gentle, uneven rows, some tall, some low, almost like little towers. Stagger them so the lights twinkle at different heights, creating a layered cascade of soft shimmer. This sculpture is especially lovely on a covered patio beside your favorite chair, or even indoors near a window. It doesn't ask to be noticed, but when you do notice it, it brings a sense of peace, like candlelight without the worry. And what's so beautiful about this piece is that it reminds us how little we need to feel at home. A few jars, a little light, a bit of color in our own hands. You don't have to build big things to make a space feel sacred. You just have to build with love, with stillness, with intention. So let your Dreamlight Spice Jar sculpture glow quietly in the corner of your world, dear friend. Let it keep you company as night falls, and remind you that beauty doesn't have to shine the loudest to be remembered. Not every garden needs watering. Some bloom with imagination alone. And when the summer sun gets too hot or your back says no more bending today, the painted tin can cactus stands tall, quirky, cheerful, and completely carefree. It's a sculpture that requires no soil, no sun, no fuss. Just a few old cans, a little green paint, and the belief that beauty can be both playful and practical. Start by collecting a handful of empty tin cans. Different shapes and sizes will give your cactus sculpture more personality. Think soup cans, coffee tins, or even tall vegetable cans. Give them a good wash and peel off any labels. If the edges feel sharp, gently sand them down or use duct tape along the rim for safety. Now for the fun part: painting. Choose a palette of cactus green, sage, mint, lime, or classic deep green. Use outdoor acrylic paint or spray paint for durability. Give each can 2 coats for a rich, smooth finish. You can leave them as is or add playful details like dotted lines, faux ridges, or even hand-painted thorns. To mimic the spiky look of real cactus, needles glue on Dollar Tree plastic forks, snipped in half and spaced evenly around the can. You can leave the tines white or paint them a pale gray or dusty brown for a more natural look. If fork spikes feel too sharp or tricky to glue, try using twisted twine or short wooden skewers for a softer, crafty version. Once all your cactus segments are dry, begin stacking or arranging them on a sturdy wooden base. Use a strong adhesive to hold them in place, angling some cans horizontally to create arms or offsets like real cacti have. You can build one tall single column or a group of shorter ones like a family of desert blooms. For a finishing touch, glue on a faux flower to the top of one can just like those little pink blooms you see on prickly pears and succulents. It's a small gesture, but it adds so much charm. Display your tin can cactus in a dry corner of your patio as part of a desert-themed section in your garden or right near your entryway for a welcoming surprise. No watering, no pruning, just smiles. And like many of the sculptures in your garden, this one tells a quiet story that even things meant to be tossed to can. A fork and old board can become something joyful, colorful, and full of character. Kinda like us, right? So let your painted tin can cactus stand tall and proud. A tribute to resilience, creativity, and the humor that still blooms in you even in the driest seasons. Some gardens wear lace and roses. Others wear rust and steel. And both are beautiful. The industrial succulent totem is for those who love a little edge with their greenery, a sculpture that marries the raw charm of metal with the soft, sculptural elegance of succulents. It's modern, sturdy, and endlessly satisfying to make, especially for those who want vertical beauty without all the fuss of planting beds or bending down. Begin with a stack of sturdy metal cans, large food cans, coffee tins, or even clean paint cans if you have them. Look for pieces that have a little age to them, some dense scratches or rust. Give character and help the sculpture feel like it's grown up right out of the earth. Wash and dry each can thoroughly. If you like, you can paint them in muted tones, dusty charcoal, weathered copper, or sage green. But if you love that raw industrial feel, simply seal them with a clear outdoor matte sealant to preserve their natural patina. Now, to build your totem, use a wooden dowel or metal rod as your central support. You can attach each can by drilling a hole in the bottom and sliding them down the rod like beads gluing, or spacing them with washers if needed. Or simply stack and glue each can securely using a strong outdoor adhesive, offsetting some at an angle to create visual movement. Once your tower is built, fill each can with a faux succulent from the Dollar Tree or your local craft store. These no-maintenance plants come in all shapes, rosettes, trailing tendrils, or spiky desert varieties, and look striking against the metal backdrop. If you'd prefer to use real succulents, just add a little drainage gravel and potting soil to each layer. To finish, dab a bit of dark bronze or copper paint around the can edges to mimic natural wear. You can even add a few small labels, stenciled numbers, or rivet details with hot glue for extra flair. Place your industrial succulent totem at the edge of a walkway, on a balcony corner, or even beside your mailbox. It holds up well through all seasons and requires no maintenance, just the occasional dusting and admiration.
What I love about this sculpture is how confidently it stands. It doesn't try to be delicate, it simply is strong, upright, purposeful. Just like you.
So let your industrial succulent totem rise from the ground like a column of quiet strength. A testament to creativity, to resilience, and to the truth that beauty wears many faces, sometimes soft and green, sometimes worn and rusted. And all of it matters. Some shoes walk hundreds of miles, Others wait by the door, holding memories of rainy days, garden mornings, or a time when the kids were still small. The boot bloom planters turn those old souls into something new, quirky, colorful, and blooming with life. If you've ever hesitated to toss out a favorite pair of boots now, you don't have to. This sculpture is a celebration of the worn, the weathered, and the well-loved, given a second chance under the sun. To begin, gather a few old shoes or boots. Rubber gardening boots, worn-out hiking shoes, or even child-sized rain boots work perfectly. If they're scuffed or faded, even better, that character adds charm. Give them a quick rinse and scrub, then let them dry fully in the sun. Next, choose your palette. If you want a bright and cheerful look, spray paint your boots in bold garden tones, sunny yellow, sky blue, coral, or grassy green. Or keep them rustic with natural tones, adding only a few painted polka dots or floral stencils for personality. Once dry, it's time to plant. Use a screwdriver to poke a few drainage holes in the soles. Then fill the boots with a small scoop of gravel, followed by potting soil. Add herbs, flowers, or trailing vines like petunias, creeping jenny, or rosemary. You can even plant faux florals if you prefer zero maintenance. The effect is just as charming, especially for covered porches or balconies. Line your boot bloom. Planters along a stair step, place them in pairs by the garden gate, or stack them artistically in a wooden crate for a sculptural vertical display. For added whimsy, tuck a small garden sign into one, something like "Well-Heeled Garden" or "Watch Your Step." This project is delightfully simple and gentle on the hands and body. You don't need to bend or dig, and each planter can be moved or rearranged easily. It's perfect for those who want a splash of color without a lot of effort and a meaningful way to reuse instead of discard. But more than that, these planters speak to something tender, that even what's been worn through can still hold beauty. That even when we've carried our share of weight, we still have room to grow something joyful. So lace up those memories, dear friend. Let your boot bloom planters stand tall, proud, and blooming just like you. Because every step you've walked has led you here to a garden made of love, laughter, and little miracles. Sometimes the most unexpected things become the heart of a garden, not just flowers or fences, but the odd little touches that make you smile every time you see them. The shoe stacker sculpture is exactly that, playful, quirky, and full of soul. It's a vertical totem of old footwear turned into a blooming column of personality and joy. Start by collecting shoes you no longer wear: a lone sneaker, a worn-down loafer, a high heel that's lost its partner. Thrift stores often sell single shoes for pennies, and your own closet might surprise you with hidden possibilities. Look for a variety of styles and heights. The fun is in the contrast. Give them a quick clean, then paint if you wish. A burst of color makes the sculpture more whimsical. Think cherry red sneakers, golden pumps, or soft lavender flats. Or embrace the weathered leather and scuffed toes for a more rustic, lived-in feel. Either way, seal with a waterproof clear coat to help your sculpture weather the elements. For stacking, find a sturdy wooden dowel or metal rod, something strong enough to slide the shoes down one by one without tipping. Drill a small hole through the sole of each shoe, ask for help if needed. Then gently slide them onto the rod, rotating directions as you go to create visual balance and motion. Nestle the base of the rod into a heavy planter or a buried bucket filled with stones for weight. As you stack, fill each shoe with soil and plant small, low-maintenance plants, succulents, mosses, or petite annuals like violas or alyssum. Faux flowers work wonderfully too and keep the sculpture fuss-free. For added charm, tuck in tiny garden signs or flags between layers, little messages like "Keep on bloomin'" or "Step into joy." You might even add a pair of kids' shoes at the top for a playful finale. What I love about the shoe stacker sculpture is how personal it feels. Each shoe once carried someone through gardens, dances, rainy days, and now they carry flowers, laughter, and a new story. It's not just garden art, it's a kind of gentle, wearable memory. Place your sculpture where it can surprise and delight, at the edge of your patio next to your raised garden bed, or standing proudly by your front door. Because, dear friend, life is a journey, one filled with steps forward, sideways, even backward at times. And this sculpture reminds us it's not about where the shoes have been, but what they can still become. So stack them high, let them bloom, and let your shoe stacker sculpture walk beside you into this next joyful season. Some garden sculptures whisper of rain, not the stormy kind, but a springtime drizzle, gentle and full of color. The umbrella flower fountain captures that exact feeling. It's not a working fountain, but it flows with joy, just the same cascading petals instead of water made from a simple upturned umbrella and your own creativity. Start with an old umbrella. One with a broken handle, a bit of rust, or a missing panel works perfectly. If you don't have one, the Dollar Tree sells lightweight umbrellas that are easy to paint and shape. The key is to open it fully and flip it upside down so the canopy curves like a basin ready to hold a burst of color. Remove any fabric if it's torn or damaged, or keep it in place for structure. If it's bare, the umbrella ribs become an elegant frame like the skeleton of a flower in bloom. Now gather plastic flowers, either thrifted or Dollar Tree florals work beautifully. Choose bold, cheerful colors, bright pinks, oranges, purples, and sunny yellows. Using floral wire or hot glue, attach the flowers to the umbrella ribs, letting them drape and cascade like falling water. Tuck in greenery ribbon and even bits of lace or tulle for softness. If the umbrella still has its fabric glue, the flowers directly onto it, creating the look of an explosion of petals flowing outward. For extra shine, glue clear plastic beads or faux raindrops made from old bottle caps or melted plastic spoons. These little details will catch the light and twinkle like real water. Mount your flower fountain upside down by securing the umbrella's handle into a tall pot filled with gravel or soil. Or hang it from a shepherd's hook tree branch or pergola beam. When the breeze moves through the flowers, will flutter gently a bloom in perpetual motion. This sculpture is lightweight and easy to make at table height, making it a perfect project for days when energy is low or movement is limited. You can build it piece by piece, bloom by bloom, over a quiet afternoon with tea nearby. And here's the secret joy of this sculpture. It turns something once meant for cloudy days into a symbol of brightness. An umbrella made to shield us from rain now brings its own kind of bloom and beauty. It's a lovely reminder, isn't it? That even the things once meant to protect us, once worn, once set aside, can still become something unexpectedly beautiful. So let your umbrella flower fountain open wide. Let it pour blossoms instead of water. And let it remind you, dear friend, that joy can bloom even from what's been turned upside down. What if I told you the most beautiful garden shower needs no water at all? The garden shower sculpture is exactly that. A gentle shimmering cascade of light and motion made from an old umbrella and a few repurposed treasures. It doesn't splash or soak, but it will absolutely refresh the spirit. This sculpture is all about illusion, the suggestion of rainfall frozen mid-fall captured in beads and reflections. It's peaceful, poetic, and surprisingly simple to create. To begin, find a broken or thrifted umbrella, ideally one with a sturdy frame, and most of the fabric removed or removed intentionally. You want the ribs and metal spokes to remain, creating the open dome shape. If the umbrella still has fabric you'd like to keep, simply trim it back into strips or remove panels to create a more airy skeletal structure. Once you have your open umbrella frame, flip it upside down just as you would for the flower fountain. This time we're creating a rain illusion, so think clear, soft, and shimmering. Start collecting clear bottle caps, plastic beads, old jewelry strands, broken wind chimes, or even melted spoon tips. String them on fishing line or clear twine, creating long raindrop strands. Vary the length slightly for a more natural waterfall effect. Attach these strands to the umbrella ribs, letting them hang downward and flutter slightly in the breeze. Use hot glue or wire ties to secure them in place. For extra magic, interweave strands of solar-powered fairy lights. They'll charge during the day and begin to glow at dusk, turning your sculpture into a dreamy, rain-lit chandelier. To finish, mount your sculpture above a planter pot or even an old galvanized tub filled with pebbles or moss. You can secure the umbrella handle into the base for support, or hang the sculpture from a pergola beam or tree limb. If bending isn't an option, this can be assembled fully at table height and lifted gently into place. What's so special about the garden shower sculpture is how it moves. The slightest breeze sets it into a gentle shimmer. Sunlight dances through the beads during the day, while soft lights twinkle through the strands at night. But perhaps the most meaningful part is its message. This sculpture doesn't chase real rain. It makes its own from scraps, from shine, from memory. It shows us that even when life turns upside down, beauty can still pour forth, that we can mimic nature with the things we've already been given. So let your garden shower sculpture fall softly in your garden, dear friend. Let it trickle joy, not water. And let it remind you that grace often comes not from what flows, but from what remains and still shines. Some mornings begin not with the sunrise, but with the warm comfort of a favorite mug. Perhaps chipped, perhaps mismatched, but always held close. The coffee mug tree sculpture is a love letter to those quiet starts, a garden sculpture that turns old mugs into blooming totems of warmth, whimsy, and well-earned rest. To begin this project, gather a collection of coffee mugs and teacups that are no longer in daily use. Look for ones with bright colors, floral patterns, vintage charm, or even funny sayings. You can often find them for less than $1 at thrift stores or garage sales. Don't worry if they're chipped or missing their handles, those imperfections add character. Now choose a sturdy metal rod or wooden dowel as your tree's trunk. It should be tall enough to hold several stacked mugs, anywhere from 3 to 8 depending on your space. If needed, gently drill a small hole through the base of each mug using a diamond bit, or ask for help with this step. It's also possible to nest the mugs slightly tilted, secured with heavy-duty epoxy instead of drilling. Start stacking from the bottom, gluing each mug securely in place around the rod or post. Add saucers or small plates between the mugs to create a tiered look like blooming petals on a vertical vine. For a finishing touch, top your sculpture with a mini teapot, a small gnome, or even a painted rock with a joyful message like "Good Morning Garden." Once assembled, you can plant small succulents or herbs inside the mugs for living detail. Or if you'd rather keep it maintenance-free, add faux flowers, moss, or even solar fairy lights for evening sparkle. Set your coffee mug tree sculpture near your porch by a favorite garden bench or tucked into a cozy corner where you like to sit with your own cup in hand. It's compact enough for balconies and patios, but full of personality. The beauty of this piece is in its story. Each mug once held warmth, and now they offer it again in a new form. It's a symbol of mornings well spent, of conversations shared, of quiet joys that never fade. And for many of us, it's a way to hold on to the small comforts that made the hard days softer. So let this sculpture stand proudly in your garden, dear friend. Let it remind you that every day begins again, and even the simplest things, a mug, a moment, a little light, can grow into something truly beautiful. Remember the joy of a long-forgotten tea set tucked away in your cabinet, or found at a yard sale. Delicate cups, a saucer with a hairline crack, perhaps a sugar bowl missing its lid. The Tea Party garden pole takes those tiny treasures and turns them into a storybook sculpture. A soft, whimsical gathering of cups and critters that brings timeless charm to any garden. To begin, collect a mix of chipped teacups, small saucers, and vintage spoons. Look for pieces with floral prints, soft pastels, or gold rims, anything that hints at a garden party from long ago. Even mismatched sets work beautifully. The more variety, the more charm. Next, find a long piece of driftwood, a sturdy branch, or a wooden pole as your vertical base. You'll want something weathered and characterful. Aged wood gives the entire sculpture a natural fairy tale feel. Sand it lightly if needed, and consider sealing it with a waterproof clear coat to protect it from the elements. Arrange your teacups along the pole using strong epoxy or outdoor glue, attaching each one at a slight tilt to give the appearance of motion, as if they're mid-pour or clinking gently in the breeze. Between the cups, glue small Dollar Tree bird figurines, or tiny thrifted creatures like ceramic squirrels, butterflies, or even fairy statues. They peek out from behind the porcelain like secret guests at a garden tea. You can also weave in faux ivy-dried lavender or bits of lace ribbon to soften the lines and give the sculpture a more romantic, lived-in look. Tuck moss or small silk flowers into the cups for an added flourish. And if you'd like, hang a few spoons or keys on twine from the pole's top to tinkle softly in the breeze. Install the pole by sinking it into a planter filled with stones or soil, or by anchoring it gently into a garden bed near your flowers. It doesn't need to be tall. Even a 3-foot pole creates a magical vertical element. The Tea Party garden pole is more than a sculpture. It's a gathering place for memories of tea with loved ones, of quiet afternoons with a book of laughter over a mismatched cup. It invites birds, bees, and butterflies into its delicate corners and asks us to slow down, to notice, to smile. Place yours where you can see it from your favorite chair and let it remind you, dear friend, joy doesn't always arrive with grandeur. Sometimes it perches lightly on a teacup's rim and waits to be noticed. Some frames are never meant to hold pictures, they're meant to hold life itself. The frame in Bloom sculpture is a poetic twist on wall art, a vertical garden display that turns a thrifted picture frame into a lush, living tapestry, where moss replaces canvas and flowers become brush strokes. Begin with a large frame, the kind you'd find leaning against a dusty shelf at a thrift shop, maybe with a broken glass front or a faded print inside. Don't worry about perfection. A bit of peeling paint or chipped corner only adds to its charm. If needed, give it a light sanding and paint it a color that brings you joy, sage green antique white or a soft sunflower yellow. Once your frame is ready, remove any backing or glass, leaving just the open shell. Staple or glue a piece of chicken wire across the back, creating a sturdy mesh grid. This wire will hold your plant material and allow airflow, a key for vertical plant displays. To create a base, place a layer of moistened sphagnum moss or coconut fiber behind the wire. Press it in gently so it fills the frame, but doesn't bulge. If lifting is difficult, lay the frame flat on a table and work slowly in small handfuls. A partner or neighbor might enjoy helping with this part. It's peaceful, tactile work. Now comes the joy planting. For a low-maintenance version, use faux succulent silk flowers or even dried herbs from Dollar Tree. Tuck each stem through the wire mesh into the moss base, spacing them like a painter adding color to a canvas. If you'd prefer a living display, try real succulents or small sedums varieties that don't need deep roots and can thrive in vertical settings. You can even create a theme, all soft pastels for spring, bold reds and oranges for summer, or a mix of purples and greens for a year-round look. Add bits of ribbon, tiny bird figurines, or even handwritten plant tags for personal touches. Once finished, your frame in Bloom sculpture can be leaned gently against a garden wall, hung on a fence, or displayed on an easel in your front yard. It makes an elegant focal point, especially for small space gardens or balcony corners. But more than that, it makes a statement. That beauty doesn't need to be bought, that art can be grown, that a frame doesn't need a photograph to hold meaning. So the next time you walk past an old frame, dear friend, don't ask what picture it once held. Ask what blooms it might hold next, with your hands, your eye, and your heart to guide it. Have you ever wished for a window with a view even where no wall stands? The garden window. Illusion offers just that, a whimsical frame set against the garden, drawing your eyes toward climbing greenery and mirrored skies. It creates a sense of space, mystery, and enchantment, all from something others might have thrown away. To begin, find an old window frame or picture frame with strong lines. It can be wood, metal, or even plastic, whatever you can lift and safely set outdoors. Look for a shape that feels architectural, something you could imagine looking through. The kind of frame that seems to say, look again. If the frame has old panes or backing, remove them gently. You're creating openness, a threshold for vines to pass through. If you'd like to mimic the look of glass, use pieces of mirror or reflective acrylic glued carefully behind part of the opening. These will catch and bounce the sunlight, adding an illusion of depth. Position the frame in your garden where it will catch the light and support nearby plants. Prop it up against a fence, attach it to a wall, or secure it with stakes. Around the base, plant climbing favorites, morning glories, ivy, jasmine, or even vegetables like beans or peas. As they grow gently, train them to weave through the frame, wrapping around the edges like they're leaning in for a better view. You can also hang bits of old lace behind it for a curtain effect, or suspend crystal beads that sway in the breeze. In the lower corners, tuck in moss pebbles or tiny fairy doors to turn it into a hidden portal, especially if it's placed at the base of a tree or between flower beds. If using mirrors or shiny surfaces, be mindful of the sun's direction. We want soft reflection, not glare. In shady corners, this trick adds light and illusion, making a small garden feel wider, deeper, and more magical. The wonder of the garden window. Illusion is that it doesn't open into a house, it opens into possibility. It suggests there's something just beyond. a secret nook, a garden inside the garden, a space where your imagination can rest and wander freely. So let your window stand quietly among your plants, dear friend. Let it reflect a bit of sky abloom a moment. Let it be a reminder that not all windows need glass, some just need heart intention and a gentle invitation to see the world anew. And now, dear friend, we've reached the end of our peaceful walk through garden sculptures born not of wealth or perfection, but of story care and second chances. We've wandered past totems built from teacups, lantern towers lit with soft solar glows, picture frames filled with moss and light. We've stood beneath upside-down umbrellas, blooming with color, smiled at rusty little robots, and traced the glimmering reflections of glass bottle trees. All of it built not from what's new, but from what's left behind. Isn't it comforting to know that something doesn't have to be shiny or young to be full of wonder? That beauty, true beauty, so often grows out of age, out of use, out of time. Just like us. You don't need a big budget or a large garden or strong knees to kneel in the dirt. All you need is curiosity, a bit of imagination, and that gentle touch you've carried through every season of your life. Maybe you've looked at a chipped cup and thought it was too far gone, or held a broken umbrella and felt a twinge of sadness. But today, perhaps you'll look again and see not just an object, but an opportunity. A moment to make something quietly joyful. Something that says, I'm still here. I still have beauty to share. That's the heart of this, isn't it? It's not really about trash or treasure. It's about transformation, about giving things in ourselves another chance, a new story, a gentler light. And as your garden fills with these sculptures, each one holding its own little tale, remember this: your hands still create beauty, your eyes still find delight, and your heart, oh, your heart still knows how to make things grow. So tell me, which idea brought you joy today? Was it the glowing fairy lanterns, the chair turned into a throne of ivy, the disco ball of CD shards sparkling like a hidden star? I'd love to hear which piece you'd like to try, or even your own twist on one. If this visit warmed your spirit, I hope you'll stay a while longer. Subscribe for more gentle inspiration and come back anytime you need a soft place to land. We'll always have more stories to share, more forgotten objects to love again, and more ways to create peace, beauty, and comfort in the golden corners of our lives. Until next time, happy gardening, dear friend. Hello again, dear friend. Come settle in beside me. Perhaps you've brought your tea, or maybe just a quiet breath and a willing heart. The morning light is soft today, the kind that paints silver on the garden leaves and casts gentle shadows on the porch. It's a perfect moment to dream, don't you think? Now close your eyes for just a second and picture your outdoor space. Maybe it's a patio, a narrow balcony, or a cozy backyard patch that's seen many seasons. Whatever shape it takes, imagine it brimming with personality, full of character and charm, not from store-bought pieces, but from things that once had another life. A lamp base without a bulb, a chair missing its seat, a tired bird cage gathering dust in the garage. You don't need to spend much or anything at all, really, to create beauty. Not here, not in the garden, and not in this chapter of life. What you need is something you already have: imagination, care, and a gentle sense of possibility. You see, there's a quiet kind of magic in making something beautiful out of what others might throw away. It's not fast or flashy. It's slow, thoughtful, and deeply satisfying, like planting seeds with old hands that know the value of time. It's about giving things, and sometimes ourselves, a second chance. In today's visit, I've gathered 20 wonderfully creative garden decor ideas that start not with a trip to the store, but with a stroll through your attic, your local thrift shop, or even your recycling bin. Each one is made with love-thrifted treasures and a sprinkle of whimsy. Whether you're upcycling for fun, decorating on a dime, or simply looking to bring new life to old things, I hope you find something here that delights you. Let's begin, shall we? Remember that old pair of jeans tucked away in the back of your closet? The ones with a tear in the knee and soft worn patches from years of wear. Maybe you wore them gardening, or maybe they remind you of someone you once knew who did. Don't throw them out just yet, they still have a story to tell. Today, we're turning those faded jeans into a delightful garden companion, a whimsical scarecrow lady dressed in charm and memory. And the best part, you won't need to lift heavy tools or bend low to bring her to life. Start with a sturdy wooden stake. This will be her spine. You can gently drive it into the ground with minimal effort or anchor it into a weighted pot if kneeling isn't an option. Now take your old jeans and stuff them gently with straw recycled newspaper or even old plastic bags if that's what you have on hand. Secure the waistband to the stake with twine or wire so she stands tall. Next comes the fun part, dressing her. A floral blouse from your closet or a thrift store rack gives her that vintage garden granny look. Soft colors, lace trim, maybe even a button or two missing perfect. Stuff the blouse just as you did the jeans and either sew or safety pin it to the pants for a snug, secure fit. For her head, use a small pillowcase fabric scrap or even a white sock. Draw or stitch a kind face, simple eyes, a warm smile. Nothing too fancy. This isn't about perfection, it's about personality. Top it all with a straw hat from your summer box or the local Value Village. Tuck a few silk flowers into the band, maybe a ribbon, maybe not. For her hands, garden gloves tied at the cuffs bring a finishing touch. And there she is, not just a scarecrow, but a story standing among your blooms. She won't scare off much, except perhaps the thought that old things have no use. Because even worn denim and forgotten blouses still have beauty to share. Still useful just like us. Have you ever looked at an old metal bucket and thought, well, that's just a rusted thing now. Maybe it held apples once, or helped you water the tomatoes during dry summers. But even a humble bucket can put on a show with a little imagination and a lot of heart. This project begins with that very same metal bucket. Clean it up a bit, not too perfect, just enough to give it a second wind. Now, using weather-resistant paint, let's give it a personality. Big, curious eyes and a cheerful beak, painted right onto the front, transform it into a charming birdwatcher part, garden guardian part, neighborly friend. Once dry, flip the bucket upside down and place it on a sturdy pole. A broomstick works well, or an old curtain rod. Dress this body in an old raincoat, buttoned or tied to stay put. The coat should flutter a bit when the wind blows. It brings the figure to life in a soft, sweet way. Add gloves to the end of the sleeves, even binoculars if you've got a toy pair lying around. Suddenly, your bird watcher has a purpose, not just guarding your flowers, but keeping a watchful eye on the trees and feeders, ready to spot a blue jay or robin's return. Plant it in the ground, a large pot, or wherever you like to sit and enjoy your blooms. It doesn't take much bending or lifting. In fact, most of this project can be done sitting down, especially with help from a grandchild or neighbor. The real beauty of this garden sculpture isn't just in its quirky shape, but in the laughter it brings, the kind that comes from repurposing forgotten things into something cheerful and light. Because sometimes the best way to guard joy is simply to create it. Do you remember the sound a needle made when it touched down on a record? That soft crackle before the music played. Maybe you had a favorite vinyl that spun on Sunday mornings, or a stack of them that once lined your living room shelf. Even if the music has faded, the record itself still has a rhythm to share. This idea brings time and beauty back to your garden, using a thrifted vinyl record to make a retro chic garden clock. Start by choosing a record with a colorful or memorable label. Don't worry if it's scratched. It's not going on a turntable, it's becoming something new. Clean the surface gently, then decorate it using floral decoupage. Cut flower shapes from napkins, old greeting cards, or decorative paper. Mod Podge is perfect for this, but any craft glue and a soft brush will do. Let your creativity bloom across the face of the record, delicate roses, wildflowers, or even pressed leaves from your own garden. Once dry, check if the record has a center hole. Most do. If not, use a small hand drill to create one carefully. Then insert old clock parts, maybe from a broken wall clock or a cheap thrift store find. Align the hands and secure the battery pack behind the vinyl. Just a little screwdriver work, nothing heavy. Test it before hanging, making sure it ticks gently along. Then mount it on a fence, a potting shed wall, or even lean it on a garden shelf. It becomes more than just a timepiece. It's a conversation starter, a memory reimagined. And you didn't have to buy anything new. Just $1 or $2 at the thrift store, a brush of glue, and your own sweet touch. Because even if the music stops, the story keeps spinning. There's something magical about jars. Tiny glass windows into the past. Maybe you kept buttons in them or seashells from a long-ago beach trip. Some held dried lavender or your grandmother's thread spools. Whatever the contents, jars are like memory keepers, and today they'll catch the wind and tell your stories. To begin this sentimental breeze catcher, gather a handful of small jars. Spice jars, jelly jars, even old baby food containers work well. Give them a gentle wash, then fill each one with tiny treasures, an old key, a thimble, a pebble from the garden, or even a folded note in your own handwriting. These aren't just objects, they're echoes. Seal the lids tightly. If you want extra charm, tie ribbons or twine around the necks, or add a dab of glue to keep them shut. Then take strong wire or durable twine and tie it securely around each jar neck, making sure it hangs freely but won't slip off. Next, find a circular base. A metal hoop from an old wreath, a sturdy embroidery ring, or even the top of an old wire basket will do. Space the jars evenly around the frame and tie them so they dangle down at different lengths. Not too close, you want them to sway gently, not clash. Attach a swivel hook or a small hanging plant hook to the top. This lets the whole spinner turn with the breeze. Then hang it from a tree limb, a pergola beam, or even your porch. Somewhere with movement, but not too wild. Let it dance. As it turns, the jars will shimmer in the light and clink softly, not loud, just enough to make you pause. And when you see them, you'll remember. Not just the objects, but the moments. This project doesn't cost much. Most of it may already be in your home. And the reward, a handmade wind chime made not from metal but from memory. Because some stories are best told in quiet motion. Do you have an old lamp sitting in the garage? Maybe the base is beautiful, even if the cord is frayed or the bulb long gone. Lamps were once the keepers of light inside the home. But now they can bring that same glow and presence to the garden, not through electricity, but through blooming life. This project begins with broken or unwanted lamp parts. If you've got more than one lamp, even better. Unscrew the base's rods and spacers. You'll use them to create a totem-like tower. Don't worry about matching pieces. In fact, the more mismatched they are, the more character your planter will have. To assemble the tower, stack the lamp parts from largest to smallest using the original threaded rod to hold them together if possible. If that's tricky, you can simply use strong outdoor adhesive or epoxy, one section at a time. Take your time, there's no rush here. Each layer builds a new story. Once your tower is assembled and dry, give it a coat of outdoor safe spray paint in a color you love. Something cheerful, soft green, rustic bronze, lavender mist. Let it dry completely. Now comes the planter part. Using hose clamps or sturdy wire, attach mini terracotta pots to the lamp tower. Angle them slightly outward like flower petals reaching toward the sun. You don't need many. 3 to 5 pots along the height is enough for balance and beauty. Fill each pot with potting soil and choose small trailing plants or succulents. Because the tower stands tall, you won't need to bend, just plant from a seated position or while standing comfortably. Place your new stacked lamp planter in a sunny garden corner or even on a patio where guests will surely ask, "Where did you find that?" And you can smile knowing it wasn't found, it was saved, given a second life one layer at a time. Because light takes many forms, and this one blooms. Do you remember those old lamp bases with frosted glass shades that used to sit quietly in corners or on bedside tables? Maybe one belonged to your mother. Maybe it lived on your nightstand, glowing through late-night stories and quiet thoughts. Now, with just a little care and a spark of creativity, that old lamp can shine once more, this time under the stars. This gentle project begins with a thrifted or forgotten lamp base, the kind with a bit of weight and a decorative glass or frosted shade. Remove any wiring switches or bulbs. No need for cords out in the garden. What we're after now is a soft solar glow. Clean the glass thoroughly, inside and out. If the shade is textured or has etched details, even better, it'll scatter the light like raindrops on a window pane. Take a small solar garden light, the kind that charges by day and glows by night, and remove the plastic stake. Nest the solar lights top the part with the panel and bulb inside the lamp's glass shade. Use strong adhesive if needed, or simply set it snugly in place if it fits well. Make sure the solar panel faces up and can drink in the sun's rays. For an extra magical touch, you can add a few fairy lights inside the shade before sealing it. or a pinch of glitter, or even a dried flower or two. These small details catch the light and make the glow feel enchanted. Set your new fairy lamp beside a garden bench at the edge of a path or tucked gently between flower pots. No cords, no switches, just light restored. And perhaps as the sun sets and your garden begins to hum with evening sounds, that little glow will remind you that even after a long rest, we can still shine. Because beauty doesn't need to be plugged in. Sometimes it only needs a second chance and a bit of light. Do you remember passing shop windows downtown where mannequins stood dressed in the finest clothes of the season, still and silent, but always full of poise? Perhaps you once admired them as a child or passed one by in a thrift store wondering what on earth someone might do with a thing like that. Well, how about turning her into a blooming garden lady? Start with a sturdy old chair, wooden or metal, either will do. Find a mannequin torso, which thrift stores or salvage yards often have tucked away. It doesn't need arms or legs, just a simple form. Attach the torso securely to the seat of the chair using strong adhesive or screws. You're creating a sculpture here, but there's no need for perfection, just stability. Dress your garden lady however you please. An old linen blouse, a lacy shawl, or even a bit of burlap wrapped elegantly around her middle can give her a rustic charm. Add a sun hat if you'd like. She should look like she's resting, enjoying the sun as much as your roses do. Now for the planting. Line the chair's seat and the torso cavity with moss or coconut coir to hold soil in place. Then fill those spaces with rich potting soil and tuck in trailing plants like ivy creeping jenny or petunias. Let the flowers spill over her lap, her shoulders, maybe even down her back. Every few weeks, as the plants grow, she becomes more alive, a living artwork in your garden. You can tend to her from a seated position or while standing. No kneeling, no digging, just gentle care. Place her in a quiet corner of your garden where she can greet you like an old friend. She may not say much, but she will tell stories in petals and leaves in sun-faded fabric in the way nature reclaims forgotten things. Because even mannequins like people can bloom again with a little love. Maybe you have a pair tucked away the glittery heels you wore to a wedding long ago, or that sparkly pair you found at a thrift store just because they made you smile. Too uncomfortable to wear, too fabulous to toss. Well, now they can live a new life not on your feet, but in your garden. This whimsical project starts with just that, a pair of high heels, preferably ones with sparkle sequins or bold color. The kind that makes you think of music and celebration. Clean them gently, removing any dust or dirt, but leave the personality intact. That's the charm. To prepare them for planting, flip them over and carefully drill small drainage holes in the soles, just a few, to keep water from collecting inside. If you'd rather not drill, place a bit of gravel at the bottom of each shoe to help with drainage. Line the inside of each heel with landscape fabric, a coffee filter, or even a bit of scrap denim to hold the soil. Then fill them with potting mix and choose compact sun-loving plants like moss roses or miniature zinnias. These little blooms will happily make a home in the narrow space and won't ask for much. Gently water them and set the heels where they can shine on a garden shelf, a patio ledge, or nestled among your flower pots like guests at a garden party. They don't take up much room, and there's no bending or lifting needed once they're placed. They may not be practical anymore for walking, but they can still bring joy, and maybe a smile from anyone who passes by. Because some things like high heels and people don't lose their sparkle with age. They just find new ways to shine. Once upon a time, an old tire rolled across the years on a car, maybe a truck carrying families to school picnics and garden centers. And now it rests. Worn out, perhaps, but not useless. Not if you have a bit of paint, a few blooms, and a fence in need of color. To make these bold tire flower rings, begin by giving your tires a good wash. A sturdy brush and a little soap are all you need. Don't worry about every scratch, imperfections add charm. Next, choose your colors. Spray paint works best, and the brighter the better: sunflower yellow, cherry red, mint green. Let the paint dry in the sun. It usually takes just an hour or two. Watching the color come to life is part of the fun. Once dry, mount the tires flat against a fence or wall using heavy-duty hooks or brackets. If lifting is tricky, ask for help from a neighbor or family member. But here's a tip: you can also place them on the ground upright, like standing rings supported by garden stakes. That way, no heavy lifting at all. Inside each ring, nestle in a potted plant. You can use small hanging baskets or even plastic pots tucked inside. Choose trailing flowers like petunias, lobelia, or alyssum, anything that spills out with joy. No need to dig or bend, just reach in and water gently when needed. Arrange multiple tires in a pattern, maybe 3 in a row or a clustered triangle. Each one becomes its own floral spotlight. Together they form a living mosaic. You didn't have to buy anything new. Just color, creativity, and a little care turned a tired tire into a garden frame. Because beauty doesn't always come from the newest thing. Sometimes it's what we choose to see in the old. Do you remember old swings from childhood, the kind made from ropes and tires swaying gently under a shady tree? There's something comforting about that image. A tiresome twine and a soft summer breeze. Now imagine that same tire not swinging you, but welcoming birds to your garden with grace and cheer. To begin this project, find an old tire any size will do, though smaller ones are easier to handle. Give it a good wash to remove any lingering grime or debris. Once clean and dry, it's time to bring color to life. Choose a bright, happy hue. Turquoise coral or sunshine yellow, and coat the tire with outdoor spray paint. This step alone turns the tire into a cheerful piece of art. Once dry, attach 3 or 4 evenly spaced ropes or chains around the tire's circumference. Use strong materials and knot them securely. Think of it like making a hanging planter. These will allow the tire to hang balanced like a swing for your feathered friends. In the center opening of the tire, place a bird feeder. You can tie a simple tray with additional twine or hang a store-bought feeder inside the circle. Even a small bowl with bird seed will do. Just be sure it's stable. Now find the perfect spot under a sturdy tree limb from a pergola beam or even on a shepherd's hook. Hang your colorful tire station where birds can flutter in easily and perch along the rim. A nearby bird bath or a shallow dish of water can add even more welcome. No heavy lifting is required. The pieces can be assembled while seated and hung with help if needed. Once it's up, your job is simply to enjoy the gentle activity it brings. Because in every recycled swing, every painted tire, there's an invitation to rest, to nourish, to come home. And the birds like us know how to recognize kindness when they see it. Once upon a time, those soft floral sheets tucked you in at night. Faded now, maybe torn at the edges, but full of warmth and memories. Before you toss them aside, consider this. What if they could flutter again, this time in the garden breeze? This simple, lovely project turns vintage or thrifted bed sheets into a cheerful flag banner that brings a soft patchwork of color to your outdoor space. Start by cutting your fabric into rectangles or triangles about the size of a postcard. Works well. If your hands tire easily, take your time and rest between cuts. There's no hurry. Arrange the fabric pieces on a flat surface like a table or countertop. Think of it as a little quilt in the air. Then, if you feel up to it, decorate each flag with fabric paint or markers. Draw tiny flowers, bees, watering cans, whatever speaks to your garden spirit. Even simple polka dots or stripes will bring joy. If painting isn't comfortable, you can leave the fabric as is. The patterns on the sheets often carry their own soft nostalgia. Roses, vines, delicate colors from another time. To string your banner, use a length of twine or sturdy ribbon. You can sew the fabric pieces onto it, fold and glue them over the string, or use safety pins if sewing is too much. It's not about perfection, it's about story. Now hang your flag banner across a fence above a garden bench or along your porch railing. Let it wave in the sunlight and catch the wind like a line of whispered dreams. No heavy tools, no kneeling, just you, your memories, and a bit of fabric telling their tale again. Because even when things fade, they still hold beauty. And sometimes they fly. If you've ever patched a pair of jeans, you know the satisfaction that comes from keeping something going just a little bit longer. Denim ages like we do, a little softer, a little more frayed, but with more stories stitched into every fold. So today, let's give your old jeans a new purpose right in the garden. This sweet and simple project turns worn denim into handmade plant tags, rustic, charming, and wonderfully practical. Start by cutting your denim into strips about 6 inches long and 1 inch wide. The frayed edges, leave them. That's where the character lives. Now gather some popsicle sticks, old wooden chopsticks, or thin twigs from the yard. Attach one denim strip to each stick using a dot of hot glue, strong tape, or a quick stitch. Position the strip at the top of the stick like a little flag. If your hands get tired, work slowly. A few at a time is just fine. Next comes the fun part, labeling. Use a chalk marker, fabric paint pen, or even a permanent marker to write the name of each plant: mint, rosemary, zinnias. Or if you'd rather write something whimsical like Sunshine Spot or Bee Stop Cafe. There's no wrong way to name your garden. Once your tags are ready, gently press the stick into the soil beside each plant. No bending required. A long stick can be inserted from a seated position or with a small hand tool. And because denim is weather-friendly, your tags will last through rain and shine. These humble little markers don't just organize your garden, they bring a touch of handmade soul to every pot and bed. Because even fabric that's outlived its days as clothing can still help things grow. And so can we. Do you remember bird cages from years gone by? Maybe one sat on your grandmother's porch, not for birds, but filled with dried flowers or a porcelain figurine. Even when empty, it felt like it held something, a hush, a memory, a story. That's the kind of quiet beauty we're inviting back into your garden today. To begin this soft, glowing fairy lantern, start with a vintage bird cage. You can often find them at thrift stores or flea markets sometimes, with chipped paint or a little rust. That's perfectly fine. It's not about looking new. It's about feeling loved. Clean the cage gently, then decide if you'd like to paint it. A soft pastel or creamy white brings a dreamy cottage look, but leaving it natural adds vintage character. Spray paint is easiest and requires no brushwork, just a few passes in the fresh air and a bit of drying time. Now comes the magic. Wrap a strand of solar-powered fairy lights around the bars, weaving gently in and out. Let the solar panel rest just outside the top of the cage where it can catch the sun. If you like, line the base of the cage with moss-dried rose petals or even small stones for texture. Then tuck in tiny touches: a miniature toadstool, a faux bird, or a small ceramic fairy. These little accents create a storybook world inside the bars. Just enough to spark wonder. Hang the cage from a sturdy tree limb or porch hook where it can catch the breeze and the last golden light of day. As night falls, the lights will twinkle softly as if whispered wishes had taken form. And there it will remain, not just a lantern, but a quiet reminder that even things made to hold birds can learn to hold light. Because the past may not fly anymore, but it still glows. Some treasures are too delicate for the soil. Old seed packets with hand-drawn labels, faded gloves with dirt still in the fingertips, a photo of a little girl holding a watering can, perhaps. These aren't things you plant. These are things you preserve. And what better way to hold those garden memories than in a shadow box? Start with a deep frame, the kind meant to display keepsakes. You might find one at a thrift store or tucked away in your own attic. It doesn't need to be perfect. Scratches and scuffs are welcome here. They carry the history we're about to celebrate. Line the back of the shadow box with soft fabric, old floral paper, or even a garden-themed page from a vintage magazine. Then begin placing your items: a pair of antique shears, a packet of marigold seeds, a dried bloom from last summer's bed, or a handwritten recipe for compost tea. Lay them out gently. Pin or glue each piece in place one by one. No rush. Let this be a meditation, a tribute to quiet hours spent in the dirt, the warmth of sun on your shoulders, the laughter of someone who once gardened beside you. Add a note if you wish: Grandma's garden, or planted with love. Even a child's drawing or a clipping from an old seed catalog can add a personal touch. When your memory box feels complete, close it up and hang it near your potting table, or place it beside your favorite indoor plant. You don't need to be bending, digging, or painting. This is a project you can build while seated with a soft cloth in your lap and a cup of tea nearby. And every time you pass it, you'll remember. Because gardens aren't just rows of plants. They're chapters. And this box, it's a page from your story. There's something about a globe that invites wonder. You may have traced your fingers along its lines once, imagining faraway places or planning family trips. Now, though, that old globe might sit in a corner, faded, forgotten. But don't set it aside just yet. It still has places to go, and this time it's spinning its magic in your garden. To create your own globe garden spinner, begin by gently separating the globe into two halves. If it's an old plastic model, you can often open it with a gentle twist or a cut along the seam. Use gloves if needed and go slowly, no rush here. Next, smooth any rough edges with fine sandpaper. You're not aiming for perfection, just safety and softness. Once that's done, it's time to paint. Use outdoor acrylic paints or spray paint to transform each half into something whimsical. Butterflies, garden flowers, buzzing bees, even abstract patterns in sky blues and meadow greens. There are no rules here, only what delights your eyes. Let the painted halves dry completely. Then mount them onto a central pole, an old broom handle, a curtain rod, or even a recycled lamp stand. Position them so they can catch the wind and spin gently. A lazy turn is enough. The movement doesn't need to be fast. In fact, the slower it turns, the more peaceful it feels. Anchor the base of your spinner firmly into the soil or place it in a heavy planter to keep it steady. There's no need to bend or lift more than you're comfortable with. This is a project that can come together piece by piece, slowly and sweetly. When the breeze picks up, your garden globe will twirl like a daydream, catching sunlight and memories with every spin. Because wonder doesn't end when maps grow old. It just finds new ways to turn. Maybe you once carried a little clutch purse, satin-lined, with a gentle clasp that clicked closed after church or dinner out. It sat gracefully on your lap or tucked under your arm, holding only the essentials: a handkerchief, a comb, maybe a piece of peppermint candy. Now that same clutch, long retired, can bloom again, not with lipstick or keys, but with life. To begin this poetic wall garden, find a vintage clutch or purse with a firm shape. Leather, vinyl, or fabric works just fine, the more character the better. Clean it gently, preserving any stitching or embroidery. These small touches become part of the charm. Next, mount the clutch onto a wooden frame or board, using small nails, screws, or even strong fabric glue. Position it so the opening faces out and slightly upward, like a pocket waiting to be filled. If you're not comfortable using tools, ask someone to help secure it or prop the clutch inside a shadow box frame where it can stand freely. Line the inside of the purse with coconut coir moss or landscape fabric to hold soil. Then fill it with rich potting soil and add trailing plants such as ivy baby's tears or string of pearls. These gentle vines will drape over the edges like the folds of an elegant dress. If lifting is difficult, this whole project can be done on a tabletop and hung at eye level later with help. No crouching, no strain. Once placed on a garden wall fence or patio corner, your vintage clutch transforms into a soft bouquet, elegant and unexpected. A little piece of your past now holding the present in bloom. Because beauty doesn't expire with fashion. It simply waits for its next chapter. There's something nostalgic about a pair of old garden boots. Perhaps they once walked rows of tomato plants, stepped in puddles with grandkids, or stood in morning dew while you sipped your first cup of coffee. Their soles may be worn, their colors faded, but oh, how they've served. Now, instead of tucking them away, let's turn them into a path of light. Start with a pair of rubber boots, yours or maybe someone else's cast-offs from a thrift store. Clean them well inside and out. Any scuffs or scrapes just add to their story. Next, take a pair of solar garden light stakes, the kind with small panels on top. Remove the stakes from the bottom and nest the solar lights inside the boots, so the panel sticks out the top and can absorb sunlight. If the lights are too short, place a small rock or bit of soil at the bottom of the boot to lift them up. For added stability, you can pack the boots with stones or sand. This helps keep them upright and firmly in place. There's no heavy lifting here, just a gentle seated task with a bit of creativity. Once assembled, line the boots along your garden path, porch steps, or patio edge. When evening comes, the lights will flicker on like tiny lanterns, guiding your way softly, not with brilliance, but with familiarity. These light-up boots offer more than function. They remind us that the things that once carried us, even when muddy and tired, still have something left to give. Because it's not about being new. It's about being ready to shine again. Do you still have an old suitcase tucked away? The kind with a creaky handle and brass latches, perhaps lined in patterned fabric from decades ago. It might have once carried dresses to weddings or pajamas to your grandchild's house. And now it can carry something even more special: flowers. To create this charming suitcase bloom box, start with a vintage suitcase, soft-sided or hard. Either will do. Open it up gently and remove the inner lining if it's too worn. A pair of scissors and a little patience are all you need. Underneath, you'll find the shell that's ready to hold new life. Drill a few small holes in the bottom for drainage. Or if drilling isn't an option, line the inside with pebbles or broken pottery to keep water from pooling. Then lay down a layer of landscape fabric or burlap to help contain the soil while allowing water to pass through. Now fill it with rich potting soil. Choose low-maintenance container-loving flowers, marigolds, pansies, or trailing petunias. All work beautifully. If bending is uncomfortable, you can do all the planting while the suitcase is set on a table or bench. Once it's full, simply carry or wheel it to its resting place. You can leave the suitcase wide open for a dramatic cascading effect or tilt it just slightly ajar so that the flowers peek out like they're on their way to somewhere special. Place your bloom box on the porch next to a garden bench or even on a sturdy outdoor shelf. Wherever it sits, it brings with it the spirit of travel and the comfort of home. Because some things like suitcases and hearts are meant to be filled, emptied, and filled again. Maybe there's an old tin on your shelf, the kind your mother or grandmother used to keep buttons in. A rainbow of little rounds, some pearly, some bright, some chipped or mismatched. Each one once held a place on a coat, a blouse, a memory. What if instead of sitting in a box, those buttons could bloom? This final project is simple, joyful, and full of personality button flower stakes for your garden beds and pots. Start by collecting a handful of large buttons or small wooden circles like coasters or game pieces from the thrift store. Don't worry if they're scratched or uneven. That just adds charm. Paint each flower head in bright, cheerful colors: daffodil yellow, tulip, red sky blue. Use dot, stripes, or swirl patterns if you like. Once dry, use strong glue to attach the buttons to one end of a wooden dowel chopstick or even a twig. This becomes your flower stem. For the leaves, you can cut shapes from recycled aluminum cans or plastic lids. Carefully smooth any sharp edges with a nail file or sandpaper. Paint them green or leave them metallic for a fun contrast. Then glue or wire the leaves onto the dowel just below the flower. Once finished, gently push your flower stakes into the soil of potted plants, raised beds, or garden borders. If kneeling is hard work, from a chair or table and place them at standing height. These button flowers don't wilt. They don't need water, and yet they bring a burst of color and handmade charm wherever they stand. And as you walk past them, you might think about all those shirts and dresses those buttons once held closed, all the dinners, dances, and simple mornings, all stitched into place and now blooming again. Because nothing is ever just old. Sometimes it's just waiting to flower. Some hats are too beautiful to hide away in closets. Maybe it's the wide-brimmed straw one you wore to the farmer's market, or the faded floral cap that once shaded your eyes while planting tomatoes. Though their days of wear may be over, their charm still lingers, and your garden wall is just the place to let it shine. To create this blooming wall of hats, gather a few wide-brimmed hats. Straw or fabric both work fine. You can find them easily at thrift stores, often for less than the price of a seed packet. Don't worry if they're a little frayed or sun-bleached. That's exactly what gives them character. Line the inside crown of each hat with a layer of landscape fabric or plastic to protect the structure and hold soil. Then fill the space gently with potting mix. Choose trailing flowers like petunias lobelia or trailing loelias that will cascade gracefully over the brim. To hang your hat, planters attach a sturdy hook or loop to the back. If the hat is stiff enough, a small nail through the center can work too. Arrange them like a gallery on your fence wall or trellis staggered at different heights, like blooms caught mid-spin in a summer breeze. You don't need to lift anything heavy or do deep digging. Most of this project can be done sitting comfortably at a table, and once hung, the watering and care are just as gentle. What once shielded you from the sun now welcomes it. A circle comes full, because hats like memories are meant to be worn and sometimes displayed with love. There's something playful about a derby hat. Round, proper, a bit dandy. Maybe it reminds you of Sunday bests or gentlemen tipping their hats as they passed. But now, with a little moss and imagination, that polished topper can become a soft resting place for a bird's nest, real or make-believe. To begin, find a sturdy thrifted derby or bowler hat, felt or fabric, whichever you fancy. Gently wipe it clean and reinforce the inside with floral foam or lightweight stuffing. This will help create a soft, rounded structure to build on without collapsing. Arrange a miniature bird's nest in the center. You can use a faux nest from a craft store or weave one yourself with twigs, raffia moss, and a touch of twine. Nestle the little home into the foam and secure it with glue or floral pins if needed. Add tiny speckled eggs, ceramic, wooden, or even hand-painted pebbles. Around the nest, place sprigs of faux greenery, small blossoms, or dried flowers to give your creation a natural feel. You can also tuck in a few twigs or feathers to suggest a bird just stepped out. Now decide where your bird nest hat will live, on a garden table mounted on a fence post or hung from a hook or tree branch like a woodland decoration. It doesn't take much space, and it doesn't ask much of your hands, only care and creativity. Every time you see it, you'll smile, not just because it's whimsical, but because it holds the memory of slower times when people dressed up for spring picnics and every object had a bit more flair. And maybe, just maybe, a curious bird might pause to say hello. Because even the fanciest hat can make a humble home. You've likely replaced plenty of light bulbs over the years. Some broke with a pop, others flickered before fading to black. But a burned-out bulb doesn't have to mean the end, not if you see it as a tiny glass world waiting to bloom. This project turns old light bulbs into hanging micro-gardens, delicate floating displays that hold moss succulents or air plants, all without needing a large space or heavy lifting. Begin by carefully hollowing out used light bulbs. Wear gloves and eye protection as you gently remove the metal base and inner filament. If that step feels too delicate, ask for help. It only takes a minute, and the rest is simple. Once the bulb is empty and clean, fill the bottom with a small pinch of moss, a bit of soil, or even colored sand. Add your miniature plant. Air plants work beautifully since they don't need much soil or water. You can also use tiny succulents or faux greenery for a no-maintenance option. Wrap thin wire or strong fishing line around the bulb's metal threads to create a secure hanger. Then hang your tiny garden from a repurposed chandelier, an old coat rack, or a tree branch. A sunny porch or bright windowsill is ideal, somewhere you can enjoy its quiet beauty. You don't need to bend or carry anything heavy. Each bulb is light as air, and the entire project can be done while seated. These floating gardens don't just decorate, they enchant. Like tiny lanterns filled with life instead of flame. Because even the smallest, most fragile things can become vessels of growth. And sometimes it's the broken light that reveals something new inside. Think back to summer nights, the ones when the sky turned velvet blue and little dots of gold danced across the garden. Fireflies, magical, fleeting, glowing reminders that nature knows how to light her own candles. With a few old bulbs and a little care, you can bring that same magic back to your garden, gently glowing solar-powered fireflies that flicker to life as dusk falls. Start by collecting a handful of used light bulbs. Hollow them out just as you did for the micro-gardens, slowly, gently, and with gloves to protect your hands. Once clean, give them a quick rinse and let them dry completely. Now, using soft yellow or pale green glow-in-the-dark paint, coat the inside of each bulb. Not too much, just enough to give it that firefly glow when the sun goes down. If you have a solar fairy light set or small LED solar bulbs, nestle one inside the bulb and secure it with a dab of glue or silicone. Make sure the solar panel remains exposed to sunlight during the day. Next, wrap thin wire or fishing line around the base of each bulb and create hanging loops. Suspend your glowing fireflies from tree branches, pergolas, or a trellis. Stagger the heights so they float at different levels like tiny lanterns caught mid-flight. As evening comes, they'll softly shimmer, not bright, not harsh, just enough to remind you that even small things can glow beautifully when the light is right. This project doesn't require much movement or strength. It's slow, simple, and wonderfully satisfying. The kind of task you can do at your own pace while the kettle warms on the stove and the garden hums quietly outside. Because joy doesn't always arrive loudly. Sometimes it just flickers into view, like an old bulb that's learned how to shine again. Do you remember how we used to dress for outings, him in a sharp leather satchel, you with your favorite little purse tucked neatly under your arm? Those bags held more than keys and tissues. They held stories, journeys, tiny totems of togetherness. Now those same handbags, forgotten in closets or spotted on thrift store shelves, can become a charming garden pair, blooming side by side like the lifelong companions they once were. To begin, choose 2 complementary bags, one larger structured his bag, and one smaller, daintier hers purse. Clean them gently, keeping the scuffs and wear, they're part of the charm. You might find one in brown leather, the other in floral tapestry. Opposites that belong together. Line each bag with a plastic planter liner landscape fabric or a bit of repurposed plastic to protect the interiors. Then fill them with potting soil, taking care not to overfill. Choose compact plants or soft vines, perhaps ferns, pansies, or little marigolds. You can even tuck a heart-shaped stone or a handwritten plant marker inside as a personal touch. To display them, simply set them side by side on a garden bench, a patio shelf, or an old trunk on the porch. If lifting is uncomfortable, place them on a table where you can work with ease. They don't need to be flashy, just tender. Like a couple sitting quietly after many years enjoying the view together. Every time you walk by, you'll see more than planters. You'll see a story. Of love, of aging, of lives lived in tandem. Because some things are better in pairs, especially when they bloom. Do you still have an old globe tucked in a corner? Once it held dreams of travel routes marked in pencil oceans traced with fingertips. Now, with its colors faded and its maps outdated, it may seem forgotten. But a globe like a life well lived still has light left to give. This project brings those old wonders back to life, transforming a vintage globe into a glowing butterfly lantern that lights up your garden at night. Start by carefully cutting your globe in half, or removing the seam if it's already split. Hollow out the inside, removing the paper map if needed. You'll be left with a smooth, rounded shell perfect for painting in light. Now gather your craft paints and brushes. Decorate the inside or outside of the globe with fluttering butterflies painted in soft, dreamy colors like lavender sky blue and golden yellow. You can use stencils, stickers, or even decoupage with tissue paper or translucent designs. Let the colors dance like wings in the breeze. Next, place a strand of solar-powered fairy lights inside the globe, tucking them gently to spread an even glow. Make sure the solar panel is exposed outside so it can charge in the sun. If you like, add a few tiny wire butterflies attached delicately so they appear to hover inside the shell. Seal the opening with a clear plastic cover, or leave it open depending on where you'll display it. Hang your glowing butterfly lantern from a hook, nestle it in a planter, or set it on a pedestal among your flowers. At night, the butterflies will glow gently like memories fluttering just at the edge of light. And in the soft hush of twilight, this once-forgotten globe becomes something new, not just a decoration, but a quiet reminder that transformation is always possible. Because even the world, when cracked open, can bloom. And so we arrive, dear friend, at the gentle close of today's journey, a journey not through stores or catalogs, but through forgotten corners, dusty bins, and memories reborn. I hope you feel a quiet spark, not from buying something new, but from seeing how ordinary things, when met with care, can become extraordinary again. A shoe becomes a planter. A light bulb becomes a firefly. A globe, once silent, spins with butterflies under the stars. You see, aging doesn't mean less. It means more meaning, more depth, more knowing. Like the garden boots we turned into glowing path lights, or the sun hats that now cradle blossoms, your years are not behind you. They are in everything you touch. Each item we use today, the button, the denim scrap, the worn-out suitcase, was once dismissed. And yet, when held with love, it bloomed. That is the secret of upcycling. It's not just about saving money, though it does that beautifully. It's about giving new life again and again to what still has something to give. So tell me, which piece whispered to you today? Was it the little clutch blooming on the garden wall? The floating light bulb garden, gentle as a breath? I'd be honored to know. Share your favorite in the comments. Or tell me about your own quiet transformation, an old thing made new again. And if this slow visit brought you joy, feel free to subscribe. We'll keep making beauty together, not the loud kind, but the kind that glows in the evening, rustles softly in the breeze, and waits patiently to be found. Until next time, may your garden be a place of peace, your heart full of wonder, and your hands always creating. Happy gardening, dear friend. Good morning, dear friend. Let's imagine you and I are sitting on your back porch. There's a soft breeze, and the light is still golden with morning. The birds have already begun their chatter, busy with whatever it is birds find so important. A warm cup of tea or coffee rests beside you, and in your lap, maybe a folded dish towel or an old gardening glove. Something simple, something lived in. Out in the garden, things might not be perfect. A few weeds here, some chipped pots there. But still it's yours. A space that grows alongside you. Not rushed, not manicured, just full of character and care. You know you don't need a big budget or a strong back to make something beautiful. You don't need youth or fancy tools or rows of perfect flowers. All you need is imagination and a little bit of love for the things that others might overlook. That old drawer missing its handle, it still has room for roots. A teacup with a crack, it can cradle something small and lovely. Even a rusted bed frame can hold up something that climbs and blossoms. In this video, we'll walk through some gentle, joyful ideas to turn junk into something delightful for your garden. All with things you might already have tucked away in the garage or that you can find at a thrift store or neighborhood yard sale. We'll go step by step with no heavy lifting and no complicated tools. These ideas are meant for your hands, the hands that have cooked, cleaned, raised children, written letters, and held on to love. They still create beauty. So come along with me, won't you? Let's turn forgotten things into joy and build a garden that tells your story. Do you remember those old muffin pans or bundt cake molds you once used for bake sales, birthdays, or Sunday mornings? Maybe they've rusted a bit now or lost their non-stick charm. But even when they're no longer fit for the oven, they can still rise again, not with batter, but with blossoms. One of the easiest and most satisfying ways to reuse old baking pans is to turn them into stacked garden towers. Here's how. Start with your largest pan, maybe a 9x13 or an old roasting tray. This will be your base. Set it on a raised surface like a low bench or a table so you won't need to bend. Place bricks or overturned clay pots inside to give it some height if needed. Next, stack a slightly smaller pan on top, like a round cake pan, using an old coffee can or sturdy plastic container in between for support. Keep stacking, going smaller as you go up like a floral wedding cake. Each layer should feel steady like a little staircase of soil. Fill each pan with potting soil mixed with a bit of compost if you have it. Herbs like thyme, oregano, and parsley work beautifully, as do small flowers like pansies or marigolds. For accessibility, choose plants that don't need constant deadheading or pruning. If you're worried about drainage, you can drill small holes in each pan or simply place pebbles at the bottom before adding soil. Water slowly letting each level soak before moving on to the next. You can even paint the pans with cheerful colors, sunshine, yellow, soft robin's egg blue, or leave them as is, honoring the patina of their past. The best part, you can reach everything easily standing or seated. No kneeling, no weeding a big garden bed, just a compact tower of green joy. There's something deeply comforting about seeing something that once baked bread now nurturing new life. That old muffin tin held breakfast once, and now it holds basil. Still useful just like us. Do you remember the bed frame from your childhood room? Maybe it was painted white with little rusted swirls at the top. Or perhaps it came from your parents' guest room, strong and sturdy, even if the mattress is long gone. It might surprise you to know that a metal or wooden bed frame, especially the headboard, makes a perfect garden trellis. And best of all, it requires no bending, no hammering into the ground, and no special skills, just a bit of imagination and a place to lean it. Start by finding a sunny spot where your plants would enjoy growing tall, near a fence, a wall, or even beside your porch railing. Prop the headboard upright, pressing it gently into the soil, or securing it with a few bricks or large stones at the base. Many old headboards already have graceful lines, curves, and bars that climbing plants naturally want to reach toward. Once in place, plant a vining flower or edible climber at its base. Morning glories, clematis, or sweet peas add soft color and fragrance, while pole beans or sugar snap peas offer beauty and food in one. And because the frame is tall, you'll never have to crouch low. Just let the plants rise and meet you where you stand. If you want to make it even more decorative, consider adding a coat of outdoor spray paint. A pastel blue or antique green can make it feel like part of a fairy tale garden. Or leave the rust and age as is, that patina tells its own quiet story. Some folks even hang solar fairy lights or little wind chimes from the top bars, turning the bed frame into a focal point day and night. And if you have a footboard too, set it nearby and plant a small flower bed in between your old bed now blooming in real life. There's something tender about taking something that once held our resting body and giving it a new life outdoors. It's a reminder that support takes many forms. Sometimes it cradles us in sleep, and sometimes it lifts flowers toward the sun. Let it stand tall again. Let it be useful again, just like you still standing still offering beauty. Do you still have a teapot with a crack in the spout, or a floral one missing its lid tucked away in the back of a cabinet? Maybe it was a wedding gift or something you picked up from a thrift store because it reminded you of your grandmother. It's too lovely to throw out, and now it doesn't have to be, too. That old teapot still has stories to tell, and in your garden it can find a brand new porpoise. To begin, give your teapot a gentle cleaning. No need to scrub away all its history, just a little wipe to freshen it up. If it's ceramic, check for drainage. If there's no hole in the bottom, you can either carefully drill one with a small tile bit or simply add a layer of pebbles inside before planting. This helps water drain so roots stay healthy. Now comes the fun part, choosing what to plant. Teapots are best for small, shallow-rooted plants. Think trailing lobelia, cheerful violas, or tiny succulents. Herbs like thyme or oregano also do beautifully, offering scent and usefulness all in one. Once planted, place the teapot somewhere it can shine, on a side table, porch railing, or an old plant stand. If you have several mismatched teapots or creamers, create a tea party garden with a grouping of them. You could even place them atop wooden poles or hang them from sturdy hooks along your fence. And if your teapot leaks a bit, let it. Add a shallow saucer beneath it to catch the drips and grow something that loves a little moisture, like moss or tiny ground covers. These charming planters aren't just whimsical. They're practical for those of us who want a garden without kneeling or lifting heavy containers. They stay at table height, and because they're small, they're easy to maintain. More than anything, they bring joy. There's a sweetness in seeing something once used to comfort others, to serve warmth, to mark quiet afternoons, now cradling life in your garden. A cracked pot doesn't lose its worth. It gains new meaning. So let that teapot bloom again. Let it be more than just a memory in the cupboard. Let it be a garden story, soft blooming and still useful, just like you. Do you remember the old wire dish rack that used to sit beside the sink? The one that held steaming plates fresh from the wash, or maybe cups from morning coffee shared with someone you love. Even now, even if it's a little bent or missing a piece, that rack still has a quiet kind of usefulness. And in the garden, it's the perfect skeleton for a simple, upright, vertical garden, especially for those of us who prefer to keep things within arm's reach, off the ground, and easy to care for. Here's how to do it. Start with a metal dish rack, the kind with multiple slots and a lower tray. If you have more than one, even better. Give it a quick scrub to remove any rust or dust, but don't worry about making it perfect. Its age is part of the charm. Set the dish rack on a sturdy table outside, or attach it securely to a wall fence or even a wooden post. The open slots, once meant for plates, can now cradle small plant pots, especially thin plastic or tin ones. For stability, you can line the bottom of each slot with a folded piece of cloth or a bit of burlap to help hold the pot snugly. In the utensil compartments or side baskets, add trailing herbs like mint or thyme, or cheerful flowers like petunias. These little pockets of life create a cascading effect as they grow. You can also place a few saucers or lids on the flat tray section and add tea lights or stones for a calming touch. Or nestle in seed packets and gloves, keeping your tools and blooms all in one lovely corner. The beauty of this idea is how little space and effort it takes. No heavy lifting, no digging. And best of all, you can bring it close to where you sit on the patio, near your door, or beside your favorite chair. It becomes not just decor, but a living shelf of care. You once used this rack to clean up after meals shared with loved ones. Now it helps nurture new life. There's something comforting in that. The cycle continues from plates to petals, from dishes to dahlias. Still standing, still serving, still growing. Maybe you have a set of old wooden shutters stored in the shed, or you've passed by some leaning against a curb on trash day. Faded, chipped, perhaps slightly warped, once they framed someone's window, letting in sunlight while offering a bit of privacy. Now they can frame something new, a wall of blooming life. Turning broken shutters into vertical plant holders is one of the simplest and most satisfying ways to bring character into your garden, especially when space strength or budget is limited. To begin, dust off your shutters and give them a gentle wipe. The chipping paint and faded slats add charm, so there's no need to repaint unless you'd like to match a garden color. Then decide where you'd like to lean or mount them against a fence, on the side of a shed, or even propped near your porch railing. No digging required. Now gather a few small tin cans, thrifted mugs, or even recycled yogurt cups. Clean them, punch or drill a small drainage hole in the bottom if needed, and wrap wire or sturdy twine around the tops to create a hanging loop. You can also hot glue magnets or attach small brackets if your shutters are metal or very flat wood. Hang or clip your little planters directly to the slats of the shutters, spacing them out like musical notes. Inside each, add a scoop of potting soil and choose low-maintenance plants like trailing ivy pansies or soft-leaved herbs such as sage or marjoram. The result is a vertical garden that tells a story not just of blooms, but of something saved, softened by time, and still useful. This setup is perfect for small patios, balconies, or any spot where bending is difficult. Everything stays at eye level, light to lift, easy to water. You can rearrange the planters with the season's marigolds in summer, minimums in fall, even faux greens in winter for a festive touch. It's a quiet act of redemption, really. Something that once shut out light now helps things grow toward it. It stood guard at a window. Now it stands open to the sun. We too may weather. We may chip and age. But we still hold space for life. And in the right place with the right hands, we bloom again. Do you remember the old dresser that once held your Sunday best? The one with the squeaky drawer and the missing knob? Maybe it sat in your childhood room, or maybe you found it secondhand, too charming to toss. Even if the body of it is beyond repair, the drawers themselves still have something to give. Those shallow wooden drawers, once filled with socks, scarves, and folded memories, can become mini raised garden beds that are beautiful, budget-friendly, and incredibly easy on the back and knees. Start by rescuing a drawer or two. If they're worn or wobbly, a bit of wood glue or a few nails can give them new strength. You don't have to repaint them unless you want to. Often, the scuffed and weathered look gives a garden more soul. Line the inside of each drawer with plastic sheeting or a cut-open trash bag to protect the wood and help retain moisture. Be sure to poke a few small drainage holes in the plastic at the bottom. Then fill it with a lightweight potting mix. Now comes the joy planting. Because drawers are shallow, they're ideal for leafy greens like lettuce, spinach, or arugula. You could also plant low flowers like marigolds, alyssum, or even strawberries if the drawer is deep enough. To make it senior-friendly, place the drawer atop a bench stool or even an upside-down bucket, anything to raise it closer to waist height. You won't need to kneel or stoop, and the garden will be right where your hands can reach it. If mobility is a concern, you can also place wheels underneath with the help of a handy neighbor or grandchild. For a touch of beauty, consider attaching a label to the front grandma's garden or salad drawer, or even painting each drawer a different pastel tone. Set them in a row like a little cabinet of blooms. What was once a resting place for folded clothes now nurtures life again. A dresser drawer once hidden indoors now breathes under the open sky, holding something alive and full of color. Isn't that a lovely thought? That even the old, the chipped, the almost forgotten, can still bring beauty, still serve a purpose. After all, drawers aren't just for storing things anymore. They're for growing things too, just like us. Once an old chandelier hung proudly in someone's dining room, sparkling over birthday cakes, family dinners, and quiet meals shared beneath warm light. Maybe yours is sitting in a box in the garage, or you spotted one at a yard sale with its wiring frayed and bulbs long gone. But even without electricity, it still has charm. And in the garden, it can become something magical, a hanging flower orb that catches the light in a new way. Begin by removing any leftover wires and light bulbs. What's left is often a beautiful frame with arms that curve gracefully outward, just waiting to hold something new. Give the frame a quick clean. A bit of rust or peeling paint only adds to its character, but if you'd like, you can spray it with a fresh coat of outdoor paint. Something soft and garden-friendly like sage green ivory or dusty lavender. Next, you'll need small planting containers to attach where the bulbs once were. Mini terracotta pots, metal cups, or even sturdy yogurt containers work beautifully. Use wire zip ties or waterproof glue to secure each one to the ends of the chandelier's arms. Inside each, place a small amount of potting soil and tuck in a flowering plant. Petunias, pansies, lobelia, or trailing alyssum do well in these small spaces. For a touch of whimsy, you can even add faux vines or bits of moss around the base. Hang the chandelier from a sturdy hook on your porch, a tree limb, or a shepherd's hook in the garden. If lifting is difficult, ask a friend or neighbor to help once it's up. It requires very little care. As the flowers grow and spill over, your chandelier becomes a floating bouquet, dancing gently in the breeze, catching sunlight in its curves. And at night, if you like, you can wrap a strand of solar fairy lights around the frame to let it glow like a lantern. This once elegant fixture may no longer light up a room, but now it lights up a corner of your garden in a way no electricity ever could. It's a quiet reminder that even when our purpose changes, we still have beauty to offer, still worthy of being seen, still capable of delight. Just like you, glowing softly, hanging gracefully, full of life. Maybe you have an old pair of rain boots tucked away in the closet, the kind with little cracks near the soles too leaky for puddles, but too loved to toss. Perhaps they belong to a child who's now grown, or maybe they were your faithful gardening boots, once splashed and muddy from years of planting. Whatever their story, they still have charm. And with just a touch of care, those leaky rain boots can become some of the most cheerful planters you've ever placed on your porch. Start by giving the boots a quick rinse inside and out. The cracks at the bottom. Perfect. That means you already have natural drainage holes. If they're still watertight, simply drill or poke a small hole in the bottom of each to keep water from pooling. Next, fill the boots with potting soil just a few inches from the top. Because they're narrow and upright, they're ideal for plants that like to trail and spill nasturtiums, trailing petunias, sweet potato vine, or even cheerful marigolds. You can also mix in herbs like parsley or basil if you'd like to keep them close to the kitchen door. Place them near your front steps, along the garden path, or beneath a window. You can line up 2 or 3 pairs in a row, each one painted or decorated differently to make your porch feel like it's stepping into spring. If your hands are feeling particularly crafty, use outdoor paint or waterproof markers to add polka dot stripes or little messages like "Bloom Here" or "Grandma's Garden." For accessibility, consider setting the boots on a low table or sturdy shelf so you won't need to bend to water or check on them. What's beautiful about this idea is how playful it feels. It brings a touch of childhood whimsy back into your days. Something about boots filled with flowers always seems to make passers-by smile. And deeper still, there's a lovely truth in it. These boots once protected your steps. Now they offer shelter to new life. They've walked through rain, and now they hold the sunshine. It's okay to leak a little. It's okay to be worn. You can still stand tall. You can still hold something beautiful, just like you. Do you have an old bird bath tucked behind the shed, maybe with a crack down the middle or a chipped rim? Once it held water for feathered friends glinting in the morning sun. Now it's dry forgotten. But it doesn't have to be. Even a broken bird bath can be transformed into something magical, a fairy garden filled with moss pebbles and tiny plants that whisper stories with the wind. Start by moving your cracked bird bath to a stable surface. A patio table, a garden pedestal, or a brick base where you can reach it without bending. If the crack makes it unable to hold water, that's perfect. We won't need it to. Instead, we'll fill it with living beauty that doesn't mind dry feet. Line the bottom with small stones or bits of broken pottery for drainage. Then add a layer of rich potting soil, filling the basin like a shallow bowl of earth. Now you're ready to create a tiny world. Plant small, low-growing varieties like Irish moss, creeping thyme, or baby's tears. Add a few miniature succulents or hens and chicks. Nestle in smooth stones or pieces of bark to form winding paths. To bring the fairy magic to life, add found objects, a little wooden spool for a stool, a button for a table, or a thimble as a planter. Thrift stores are treasure troves for tiny garden accessories. Think porcelain animals, mini ceramic houses, or even a toy bench from a doll set. If you'd like, you can tuck in a tiny sign that reads, "Welcome friends," or "Magic grows here." And as the plants spread gently and the moss thickens, your old bird bath becomes a living storybook full of wonder, even if no one else sees it but you. Best of all, it requires very little care. It's raised small and easy to water with just a cup or two. Perfect for quiet mornings or peaceful evenings when you want to do something gentle with your hands. The truth is, even broken things can become places of joy. A cracked bird bath may never hold water again, but it can hold imagination. It can hold beauty. It can hold a piece of your heart planted softly and left to grow. Because sometimes it's the smallest gardens that remind us life is still magical. And you, dear friend, you still create that magic. There's a good chance you have a few old picture frames stashed in the attic, or a corner closet. Maybe they're missing their glass, or the backs are warped, or the gold trim has faded to a soft bronze. They once held faces, memories, and milestones. But even without a photo inside a frame can still highlight beauty, this time in your garden. Let's turn that forgotten frame into a charming backdrop for a window box. First, choose a frame, wooden or metal, large or small. Give it a gentle dusting and decide if you want to leave it weathered or freshen it up with a coat of outdoor paint. Antique white, soft green, or pale yellow can give it a cottage charm, while a deep teal or rust red can add boldness and contrast. Now, position it behind or above your window box. You can hang it directly onto the siding or fence using a few simple hooks or nails. If lifting or installing is difficult, ask for help. But once it's in place, there's no heavy tending required. Alternatively, prop the frame up on a shelf or secure it to the back of a bench or railing. The effect is subtle but striking. Your flowers, geraniums, impatiens, herbs, or trailing ivy are now framed like a painting. The blooms pop against the background, creating a sense of structure and intention in even the simplest container garden. You can even add small decorations around the frame. Hang a spoon wind chime from the top, glue a thrifted brooch to one corner, or wrap a bit of twine across it with clothespins to display seed packets or plant labels. And if your window box is on a porch railing or step, use multiple frames to create a little gallery of growing things. Each one becomes a living portrait, blooming and changing with the seasons. What was once meant to hold photographs now highlights life in real time. No glass, no mat, no formal portrait. Just green things reaching toward the sun. Isn't it beautiful how frames without pictures can still draw the eye? How even when their original purpose is gone, they can still offer shape and focus. You too shape beauty just by showing up, by tending gently, by noticing. Let your garden be the picture. Let your hands be the artist. Still framing joy, still full of purpose, just like you. There's something familiar about an old garden hose coiled in the corner, a bit stiff from sun maybe, with a few tiny holes along the line. It once watered tomato beds, rinsed muddy feet, and danced like a snake under summer sprinklers. Even if it's no longer good for the job it was made for, that hose still has one more gift to give. It can become a beautiful, budget-friendly garden wreath. Start by coiling the hose into a circle roughly the size of a dinner plate, or larger, depending on how much hose you have left. Don't worry if it's a little misshapen, imperfection adds charm. Secure it in place using zip ties, twine, or floral wire. You can tuck the loose ends underneath or use them as a decorative loop for hanging. Now let the decorating begin. Use things you already have around the house or garden. Shed a pair of old gardening gloves, a small hand trowel, seed packets, silk flowers, or fabric scraps. Even a little bunch of dried lavender or a thrifted brooch can bring softness and texture. Wrap a length of burlap ribbon or raffia around part of the hose, leaving most of the surface visible. The green rubber, weathered by sun and time, tells its own story. Use hot glue, twist ties, or even clothespins to attach the item securely, depending on your comfort and hand strength. This wreath can hang on your garden gate, porch wall, shed door, or even inside near a sunny window. Wherever you place it, it becomes a sweet personal welcome, a sign that this space is cared for, crafted with heart, and still growing. You can update it with the seasons too. Add miniature pumpkins in fall, tiny ornaments, or pine cones in winter, seed packets in spring, and silk daisies in summer. Let it be a living expression of your garden spirit, not with water, but with warmth. That hose may no longer carry water to thirsty roots, but it can still carry joy to the eye. It can still say, "This place is loved." Just like us, we may not move as fast or bend as easily, but we still circle back to what matters. We still make beauty in gentle loops of care. Still useful, still welcome, still blooming in our own quiet way. We all have them, those single mugs tucked at the back of the cupboard. A chipped one with a rose on the side. One from a souvenir shop. Another that once had a matching pair, now long lost. They no longer match anything, and yet, you can't bring yourself to throw them out. Good. Don't. Because those mismatched mugs can become some of the most charming little planters your garden or windowsill has ever seen. Start by gathering a few ceramic mugs, old teacups, even sugar bowls or creamers if you've got them. Give them a gentle wash, appreciating the stories behind each one. Maybe one reminds you of your first apartment. Maybe another came from a friend who's no longer nearby. Let those memories become part of the process. If the mug doesn't have drainage, no worries. You can either drill a small hole in the bottom using a ceramic drill bit if you feel comfortable, or simply add a layer of pebbles or broken terracotta pieces before the soil. This helps water settle at the bottom instead of soaking the roots. These mugs are perfect for tiny plants that stay small and manageable. Try growing succulents, chives, parsley, or small trailing vines like string of pearls. The key is choosing plants that don't mind being snug and don't require frequent watering. Arrange the planted mugs on a tray shelf windowsill or outdoor table anywhere you like to sit and sip your tea. Because they're small and light, they're easy to move water and tend, no heavy lifting, no back strain. If you're feeling creative, label each mug with a little plant tag or tie on a piece of twine with a handwritten name. You might even create a mug garden just outside your kitchen door, turning something ordinary into something gently delightful. These little pots may not match in color or pattern, but together they create harmony just like life does. Mismatched but meaningful. Small but full of growth. They remind us that beauty doesn't always come in sets, that stories don't need to be complete to still be cherished. And you, dear friend, even in your quiet moments, even when things no longer feel perfectly in place, you are still planting joy, still rooting love, one little cup at a time. There's something honest and dependable about an old wooden crate. Once used to carry apples or canned goods, maybe tucked in the back of a garage or rescued from a thrift shop, it's solid, a little worn, and full of possibility. And with almost no effort at all, that crate can become a beautiful and functional garden-side table, perfect for holding potted plants, tools, or even your afternoon tea. Start with a sturdy wooden crate, slatted or solid, it doesn't matter. Give it a good wipe down and sand any splinters if needed. The beauty of crates is their simplicity. You don't need to change much to make them useful. You can leave them rustic or stain them lightly to bring out the wood grain. Some folks like to stencil words like Herb's Garden Time or even the family name across the front for a personal touch. Next, decide how you'd like to place it. You can stand it upright to create open shelves or lay it flat for a tabletop with inner storage. If mobility is a concern, placing the crate on a small plant caddy with wheels available at most garden stores or secondhand shops means you can roll it wherever you need it, no lifting required. Use the inside to store small gardening tools, seed packets, gloves, or even a favorite book. On top, place a potted plant or vase of cut flowers, a mug, or a solar lantern for soft evening glow. If you have multiple crates, you can stack them for height or place one at each end of a bench to create a garden living room, cozy, creative, and completely your own. For even more usefulness, screw on a few hooks or nails along one side to hang hand tools or string. Add a folded towel or cushion to the top, and it becomes a mini seat. There's something comforting about a piece of furniture made from something once meant for hauling and holding. Crates were built to carry weight, to support and store. Now in your garden, they do the same with charm and grace. You don't need to buy new, you just need to look again. That old crate, it's not junk. It's steady, useful, full of hidden strength, just like you. Do you have an old metal rake that's seen better days? The wooden handle might be splintered, the tines bent, and a little rust has probably crept in over the years. It may no longer sweep up leaves like it once did, but it can still help keep your garden tidy, just in a new way. With a little creativity, that rusty rake head becomes a charming wall hook for your shed, porch, or fence, perfect for hanging tools, gloves, baskets, or even drying herbs. Start by removing the rake head from its handle. This is often as simple as loosening a few screws or tapping it gently free. If the metal is rusty, give it a quick scrub with a wire brush, not to make it perfect, but to knock off the loose bits. You can leave the rust for that well-loved look or paint over it with outdoor spray paint if you prefer a cleaner finish. Mount the rake head with the tines curving outward and upward. You can screw it directly onto a wooden wall fence post or inside your potting shed. The curved tines naturally become hooks ideal for holding lightweight items like garden scissors, a sun hat, small planters, or bundles of dried lavender. If you want to add even more charm, tie ribbons or twine around a few tines and hang little thrifted treasures, an old key, a pair of child's garden gloves, or a tiny watering can. In fall, it can hold mini pumpkins or a seasonal wreath. In spring, hang seed packets like decorations on a tree. The best part: it's all at shoulder height or above, easy to reach, no need to bend or dig. It's a functional piece of decor that adds character while helping you stay organized. And let's not forget what it represents. A rake is a tool of gathering, of tidying, of preparing the earth. Even in retirement, it still holds space, still offers support, still lends a hand. There's something beautifully symbolic about taking a tool once used to gather fallen things and letting it hold what's still growing. You may feel a little rusty some days too, but rust doesn't mean broken. It means seasoned. It means lived in. So hang it up and let it serve again, not just in function, but in feeling. Still helping. Still here. Just like you. Maybe you've got one sitting in the garage or under the deck, a wooden chair with a cracked seat or a missing leg. It once belonged to a dining set, maybe hosted countless conversations or cups of tea. Now it's a little too wobbly to sit on, but still far too charming to throw away. That's good, because with just a touch of care, that broken chair can become a garden throne, cradling flowers where it once cradled guests. Start by removing the damaged seat or gently pressing it down if it's already sunken. What you're left with is a wooden frame perfect for holding a pot or basket. If the chair is still sturdy enough to stand, place it on your porch patio or along a garden path where it can be both decorative and functional. For safety, avoid placing it in soft soil unless it's fully stabilized. Uneven ground can make it tip. If needed, anchor the legs with bricks or place it on a stepping stone. Once the chair is secure, nestle a large pot, plastic bowl, or hanging basket into the space where the seat used to be. Choose something that fits snugly and sits level. Fill it with soil and let your creativity bloom literally. Consider bold, upright flowers like geraniums, begonias, or snapdragons mixed with trailing vines like ivy or sweet potato vine that spill over the seat and down the legs. You can even add a small sign to the backrest, something like Queen of the Garden or Sit and Bloom. Paint the chair if you'd like, maybe a soft blue, antique white, or cheerful yellow. Or leave it weathered and worn, letting the cracks and fading speak of years well lived. Add a little cushion or scrap of burlap tied with ribbon to the back for a hint of softness and charm. This repurposed chair doesn't just hold flowers. It holds a sense of welcome. It says there's always room for beauty here. It offers a throne not just for plants, but for the parts of you that still long to create nurture and delight. And as it stands there in your garden, a little creaky, a little chipped, but holding life nonetheless, it reflects something deeply true. You don't have to be perfect to be purposeful. You don't need to be new to bring joy. Still standing, still lovely, still worthy of a place in the sun, just like you. You've likely seen one at a thrift store, an old wire or fabric lampshade, its fabric yellowed or fraying, maybe missing its inner lining. Once the soft halo of a bedside lamp, it now gathers dust in the corner. But don't be too quick to pass it by, because that lampshade turned upside down can become a whimsical hanging basket blooming with charm. Begin by choosing a lampshade with a sturdy wire frame, preferably one that flares outward at the bottom. If it still has fabric, you can either remove it or leave a bit on for texture and interest. Give it a gentle cleaning, and if you'd like, spray it with a weather-resistant paint to match your garden palette, maybe robin's egg, blue rustic bronze, or soft cream. Now line the inside of the wire frame with moss coconut liner or burlap. You can often find these liners at garden centers, but an old sackcloth or even layered coffee filters will work in a pinch. Fill the lined basket with lightweight potting soil. Because these baskets are often shallow, choose plants that don't mind close quarters, trailing lobelia, alyssum, calabrachoa, or even strawberries. Herbs like thyme or oregano also do beautifully in small hanging planters. To hang your creation, use twine chains or decorative ribbon tied to the top wire ring, which was once the bottom of the lampshade. Attach all ties securely to a central ring or hook, and hang the basket from a tree branch, shepherd's hook, or porch beam. If lifting is difficult, ask someone to help place it where you like once it's up. Maintenance is easy. Just water gently and enjoy the cascade of life spilling downward like a living chandelier. And oh, how it transforms the space. This once-forgotten lampshade meant to dim the light indoors now glows with natural color and fresh air. It doesn't just hang, it sings in trailing greens and soft petals that catch the breeze. It's a reminder that light doesn't only come from electricity, it comes from life, from creativity, from second chances. So let your garden glow not from bulbs and wires, but from blooms and care. Let something made to hide the light now celebrate it. You've softened rooms before. You've lit the way for others. And now you're still hanging on, still blooming, still shining, just like you. Remember that old metal colander in the back of your kitchen cabinet, the one with the bent handle and a little rust at the rim. It might not be your go-to for pasta anymore, but don't count it out just yet. Because that humble colander with its built-in holes and bowl shape makes for a perfect hanging or tabletop planter. And best of all, it's already designed for one of gardening's biggest needs, drainage. Start by giving the colander a good, clean, warm, soapy water and a scrub to remove any food residue or dust from storage. A bit of rust won't hurt your plants, especially if you line it well. If the look bothers you, a quick coat of outdoor spray paint in a cheerful hue can give it a new life. Sunflower yellow, forest green, or classic white all look beautiful in a garden space. Now line the inside of the colander with a piece of burlap newspaper moss or coconut fiber to hold the soil in place. You can even repurpose an old pillowcase or cloth napkin, anything breathable that lets water drain while keeping dirt contained. Fill with a light potting mix and choose plants that enjoy air around their roots. Basil, mint, violas, or small trailing succulents all thrive here. The holes along the sides even allow for a little extra airflow, which roots love. To hang your planter, use twine or light chain threaded through the colander's handles and tied in 3 places, then connect to a central hook. It can hang from a tree, a garden beam, or a porch awning. Or for even easier use, place the colander atop a wooden stool or crate, keeping it at waist height for comfort. The shape is lovely, round and open, inviting the eye to linger. The simplicity is refreshing, and the function incredibly smart. Colanders, like people, were made to let things flow, to hold on loosely, to keep the good and let go of the rest. You may no longer be boiling pasta at a busy stove, but your hands still make things grow. This old kitchen tool, now filled with green, becomes a reminder nothing is too ordinary to be beautiful. Nothing is too used to be useful again. You still bring flavor. You still hold life gently. Just like this old colander, you're still nourishing the world around you. There's something satisfying about a well-worn baking sheet, the kind that's seen years of Sunday biscuits, birthday cookies, and maybe even a burnt casserole or two. It's stained, darkened with age, and no longer slick and shiny. But oh, how useful it still is, especially in the garden. That old baking tray can become a wonderfully helpful and beautiful plant tray, one that keeps your pots in place, catches drips, and organizes your garden nook without you ever needing to lift more than a teacup. Start by giving the tray a rinse. You don't need to scrub off all its history. The patina tells a story. If you'd like to dress it up a bit, line it with contact paper, a cloth napkin, or a thrifted placemat. Even something as simple as brown parchment paper adds charm beneath your plants. Set the tray on a low table, windowsill, shelf, or even an old stool. It becomes an elevated garden station, a little island of green within reach. Group together small potted plants that like the same amount of sunlight and water. Think mini succulents, baby ferns, or rooted herb cuttings. You can also use the tray to hold recycled yogurt cups used for seedlings, or store your garden scissors, seed packets, and hand lotion for easy access. On especially hot days, the tray helps collect water runoff, no more puddles or stained tabletops. And in cooler months, it lets you bring your garden indoors without creating a mess. But perhaps best of all, it adds order and rhythm to your gardening routine. A simple rectangle holding little bursts of life. A soft boundary where things stay tidy, no backstrain, no spilled soil underfoot. And if you want to get truly creative, turn the tray into a portable vignette. Place a candle in a jar, a stone from your last walk, a tiny thrifted figurine among the plants. Let it be your peaceful corner full of small beauty. That baking sheet once brought nourishment to your family. Now it holds another kind of sustenance, one that feeds your spirit and your eyes. It's not flashy, it's not new, but it knows its purpose. Just like you. Still supporting life. Still catching what matters. Still offering steadiness in the simplest of ways. Do you have an old wooden ladder leaning behind the shed, the kind that's a little too wobbly to climb its paint-flecked and steps worn smooth by time? Once it helped you reach high shelves, trim hedges, or hang holiday lights. But now it's ready for something gentler and even more beautiful. That old ladder can become a stunning and easy-access garden shelf, perfect for displaying potted plants, tools, and garden treasures, all without the need to bend, dig, or lift. Start by brushing off the dust and cobwebs. You can leave the ladder rustic or paint it to match your garden. A soft pastel creamy white or sage green can give it a fresh cottage feel. If stability is a concern, choose a stepladder style that opens like an A-frame and locks in place. You can also secure it to a fence or wall for added support. Once it's standing, it becomes an instant tiered display. Each rung can cradle a small to medium planter, terracotta pots with herbs, metal tins with petunias, or mismatched teacups with tiny succulents. Use thrifted trays or baking pans across the rungs to create wider shelves for grouped items. At the top, hang a small sign or wind chime. Along the side, drape string lights, dried flowers, or a trailing vine. The beauty of this ladder is how vertical it is. It takes up almost no floor space, but gives you room to grow and organize without ever needing to get down on your knees. It's also mobile. If the season changes or your porch gets too crowded, just fold it up and move it somewhere new. No screws, no digging, no fuss. Some gardeners like to dedicate their ladder shelf to one color theme, all yellow blooms, all herbs, or all thrifted containers. Others let it become a little wild and overgrown, a celebration of what's alive and free. This ladder, once meant for climbing, now lifts beauty into view. It's a quiet symbol of resilience. It may no longer rise high into the trees, but it still holds things up. You too have carried weight. You've helped others reach the light. And now, even in stillness, you support life. Let that ladder bloom. Let it be proud in its second life. Because even when we're no longer climbing, we're still rising in our own way, just like you. Conclusion. Your garden, your story. And now, dear friend, we've come full circle from rusty tools and cracked dishes to blooming ladders and fairy teacups. All these ideas, all these gentle little transformations share one quiet truth. Beauty doesn't come from perfection. It comes from care, from noticing, from choosing to believe that something or someone still matters even when others have passed it by. You don't need a big yard. You don't need a big budget. You don't need youth or strength or brand new things. You just need your imagination and your heart. Because when your hands place that old drawer on a bench and fill it with soil, when your fingers wipe the dust from a teapot and tuck in a sprig of thyme, when you smile at a rusty rake holding your sun hat instead of falling apart in a pile, you're doing something sacred. You're telling the world, I still see value here. I still believe in beauty. I still want to create joy even with what's been forgotten. And isn't that what aging teaches us best? That time changes things, yes, but it also softens sharp edges. It brings wisdom. It reminds us that the most meaningful things are not flashy but familiar. Your garden doesn't have to be grand. It just has to be yours. Filled with the stories only you can tell through thrifted finds, recycled treasures, and moments of quiet creativity that turn junk into joy. So tell me, friend, which idea spoke to your soul today? Was it the chandelier blooming with petunias, the drawer cradling lettuces like linens folded long ago, the old ladder standing tall, holding little pots like memories? Leave me a note in the comments. I'd love to hear which piece you'll bring back to life. And if today's video brought you a little spark of comfort or inspiration, I hope you'll subscribe for more gentle ideas like these. This little corner of the internet is for you, soft, creative, and full of second chances. Until next time, may your days be peaceful. May your hands stay curious. And may your garden, whatever shape it takes, remind you, you are still growing. You are still blooming. You are still deeply, wonderfully useful. Happy gardening, dear friend. Hello again, dear friend. Come sit with me a while. Let's imagine ourselves on a quiet porch in early summer, a soft breeze rustling the garden leaves, the morning light gently spilling across old wood and terracotta. Maybe there's a cup of tea beside you, still warm. Maybe there's a little bird watching us from the fence post, curious but not afraid. You don't need a fancy backyard or a big budget to feel the richness of a life well lived. You just need a little sunlight, a bit of quiet, and a willingness to see beauty where others might not. Some folks might pass by an old teacup, a broken chair, or a chipped mirror and call it trash. But you and I, we know better, don't we? We know that a garden is more than a place for plants. It's a place for memory, for imagination, for healing. A place where forgotten things come alive again, just like us. Today, I want to walk you through 25 garden ideas that don't cost much at all. Many come from thrift shops like Savers or Value Village, or even your own garage. Each idea is simple, accessible, and soothing to the soul. No heavy lifting, no perfection needed. We'll use old mirrors to make the space feel bigger. We'll turn empty teacups into floating planters. We'll make bird baths and chandeliers, benches and borders, all from things others might overlook. Because that's the heart of gardening, really. Not just tending to plants, but tending to life. To take what's been tossed aside and give it dignity again. So breathe in this quiet morning, and let's begin. There's magic waiting in your own two hands, no matter how old, how weathered, or how gentle they've become. Let's make something beautiful together. Do you remember those old lamp bases people used to keep in their living rooms? Heavy brass, a bit too grand for today's decor. Maybe you've seen a few tucked away at Value Village, or sitting lonely on a thrift store shelf. They might be missing their shades or scratched with age. But just like us, they're not past their prime, they're just waiting for a new purpose. To begin this simple project, pick out a few sturdy lamp bases. They can be mismatched. In fact, that only adds to the charm. Look for ones with wide, steady bottoms so they won't topple in the wind. Spray them with a coat of weather-resistant paint, matte black, rustic bronze, or even soft ivory. Let your style shine. Now for the glow, replace the missing bulbs with solar light caps. These are easy to find online or at garden centers. Many are designed to fit snugly into existing sockets or can be glued in place with a strong adhesive. If your lamp has a harp, the part that once held a lampshade, you can wrap it in wire and hang small glass beads, old keys, or charms for a bit of sparkle when the sun goes down. Place your finished pieces along a garden path, beside a porch step, or near your favorite outdoor chair. When dusk falls, the solar lights gently flicker on, casting soft, welcoming light over the flowers, the fence, the walkways you've known so well. And suddenly, those thrifted lamps once headed for the landfill have found a new stage. They illuminate your garden like old storytellers, standing tall, warm, and quietly elegant. You didn't need to buy designer lighting. You didn't need to spend a fortune. You simply saw what could be and made it real. Isn't that a lovely thought? Even in this season of life, you can still bring light wherever you go. Do you have an old picture frame hiding somewhere in a closet? The kind that once held a family photo or a cross-stitched saying hung near the kitchen. Maybe its backing has come loose, or the glass is missing. Before you think of tossing it, let's turn it into something living, something green and growing. This idea is perfect for small spaces, like a patio wall, a fence panel, or even a sunny corner on your balcony. It brings vertical beauty where bending or planting isn't so easy anymore. Start by choosing a wooden frame. Thrift shops like Value Village often have dozens of them in all sizes and styles. Go with something sturdy, preferably with a bit of depth to it. Next, pick up some chicken wire, a few wine corks, and either sphagnum moss or sponge pieces to help retain moisture. Cut the chicken wire to fit the back opening of the frame, then staple or nail it firmly in place. Behind the wire, stuff your moss or sponge base tightly. This will hold your soil and plants in place. You can also hot glue trimmed wine corks around the interior edge to help provide structure and drainage. Now comes the fun part, the succulents. These little plants are perfect for seniors. They're low maintenance, need little watering, and come in so many shapes and shades. Choose tiny cuttings or mini potted ones and gently press them through the wire into the moss. You can use a pencil or popsicle stick to help tuck them in. Think of it like decorating a quilt, but with life and color instead of thread. Once filled, let the frame rest flat for a week or two, giving the roots time to settle. Then you can hang it vertically on a fence wall or garden trellis. Mist it with water once or twice a week and watch it grow slowly into a living portrait. Over time, the succulents will begin to cascade softly over the frame's edge, creating a piece of art that changes with the seasons. Some might flower. Others may shift color depending on the light. And all of it, every leaf and stem, is a quiet celebration of transformation. Isn't it beautiful how a frame once meant to hold still images of the past now holds something breathing and evolving? It reminds us that just because something or someone has served its first purpose doesn't mean its story is over. Life continues. Roots deepen. Beauty reshapes itself. And your wall, it becomes a gentle reminder that creativity like plants can bloom at any age. There's something magical about wind chimes, isn't there? That gentle tinkle in the breeze like laughter drifting across a summer afternoon. But this one dear friend isn't made of glass or store-bought metals. This one begins in your own kitchen drawer or maybe at the thrift shop down the road. Have you ever held a spoon that reminded you of your mother's Sunday dinners? Or a fork that saw more birthdays than it ever counted? Old cutlery carries stories, and it can carry music too. To begin, gather a few fork spoons or even butter knives from Value Village or your own stash of retired utensils. Don't worry if they're mismatched or tarnished, that's part of the charm. Look for pieces with different lengths and weights. The variety is what creates the lovely layered sound when the wind brushes through them. Next, find a base to hang them from. An old metal coat hanger bent into a ring, a driftwood branch, or even a salvaged cheese grater turned upside down will do just fine. The key is to choose something sturdy with room for spacing. This way your pieces won't clang too harshly against one another. Using a drill and a metal bit, or if you're lucky, some forks already have holes at the base drill, small holes at the ends of the handles. Thread each utensil with fishing line twine or even strands of repurposed jewelry chain. Vary the length slightly so the utensils hang in a cascading pattern. You can get creative here, add tiny beads between the knots for sparkle-hang vintage keys or tiny bells alongside the cutlery, or wrap the twine with soft ribbon to catch the breeze. Secure each string firmly to your base, then hang your chime somewhere peaceful, a porch beam, a shepherd's hook, or beside your garden bench. When the wind blows through it, you'll hear a sound that's not just sweet, it's personal. It's the sound of your resourcefulness, your creativity, your memory playing like a lullaby made of old silver and second chances. This chime doesn't just decorate a space, it tells a story. The fork that once stirred a holiday dish, the spoon that once comforted a grandchild with warm soup. They find their new voice now in the garden breeze. And you've created music from things the world forgot. Just like that, a bit of junk becomes joy. And every time you hear it, you'll be reminded that even in stillness, life makes a sound. Soft, timeless, yours. There's something delightful about opening an old drawer, isn't there? That soft creak of wood. The smell of time. The memories tucked away inside. Now imagine those drawers no longer attached to a dresser filled not with papers or socks, but with overflowing blooms and greenery. That's the charm of a stacked drawer planter, a tower of color and life made entirely from things others left behind. Start by heading to a thrift store or curbside yard sale. Look for old wooden drawers, deep or shallow, painted or plain. You don't need the whole dresser, just the drawers themselves. Mismatched ones work beautifully and add character. Choose 2 to 5 drawers depending on the space you're working with. A small patio can hold 2. A backyard corner might welcome more. Now give each drawer a fresh breath. Clean them well and decide if you want to paint or leave them weathered for that farmhouse charm. A soft pastel, a bold pop of color, or a simple whitewash, any style will do. If you plan to stack them, drill a few small drainage holes into the bottom of each drawer so your plants won't get soggy. Next comes the layering. Begin by placing the largest drawer on the bottom. Fill it with a mix of soil and compost, then add flowers, herbs, or succulents. For the second drawer, position it at a slight angle, resting one edge into the soil of the lower drawer. Secure it with screws or wooden supports if needed. Repeat the process for each layer. You'll create a leaning, blooming staircase of drawers like an open jewelry box brimming with green treasures. For extra support, tuck bricks or blocks underneath the back corners of higher drawers. If lifting is a concern, enlist a neighbor or family member to help assemble it in place. Inside each drawer, you can create a different world. One with fragrant herbs like mint and rosemary. One with trailing petunias. One with low-maintenance succulents or cheerful marigolds. Top it off with a little sign, Nana's Garden, or bloom where you're planted, and step back. What once held clutter now holds life. What once stood forgotten in a dusty corner now stands tall in the sun, blooming with joy. Isn't that just like us? Sometimes all we need is a little shift in purpose, and we become something more vibrant, more useful, more ourselves than ever before. You didn't just plant flowers in an old drawer. You planted pride. You planted beauty. You planted the proof that transformation is always possible, even in our later chapters. Let's talk about baskets. Not the kind that hold laundry or clutter, but the kind that once carried apples from the market or held hand-picked flowers for the kitchen table. Woven, worn, and often overlooked thrifted baskets are humble, but oh, how beautifully they transform when placed on a garden wall. This DIY idea is perfect for those of us with fences, railings, or vertical surfaces that could use a little cheer. And best of all, it requires no digging, no heavy lifting, just gentle hands and a little imagination. Start by gathering a handful of baskets from your favorite thrift store. Value Village always has plenty. Look for shallow, lightweight ones with strong bases. A mix of round, square, and oval shapes adds personality. Don't worry about color. You can spray paint them in a uniform soft tone, white sage charcoal, or let their natural weaves shine. To turn these baskets into planters, line each one with landscape fabric or burlap to hold soil. Don't have any on hand. Even an old pillowcase or a piece of mesh laundry bag can do the trick. If your plants need more moisture, add a layer of recycled soda bottle liners at the bottom. Just snip off the tops and poke drainage holes in the base. Then fill the lined baskets with a potting mix and your plants of choice. Consider trailing flowers like petunias or nasturtiums, or herbs such as thyme and oregano that will drape softly over the edges. Now comes the joyful part, mounting them. Attach each basket to your fence shed wall or porch railing using nails, hooks, or even sturdy twine. Stagger them in a cascading design with some higher and some lower, like a waterfall of blooms. If you're worried about stability, use zip ties behind the scenes to hold everything snugly in place. Stand back. Look at what you've done. A plain fence now becomes a vibrant living wall, one that sways gently with the breeze and invites butterflies and birds to stop by. Each basket, once meant to carry, now gives back in a new way, holding life, holding beauty, holding joy. And isn't that how we all feel sometimes? Like we've carried so much. And now, in this gentler season of life, we get to simply be to hold beauty instead of burdens. You didn't just hang up a few baskets. You turned an ordinary wall into a vertical poem of color and grace. You reminded the world and yourself that even soft, simple things can bloom brilliantly. There's a quiet kind of joy in knowing the names of the things you grow. Not just green plant or herb, but basil, thyme, lavender, names that feel like friends returning each spring. And what better way to honor them than with garden markers made from something just as familiar, old spoons. Yes, spoons, not polished and perfect, but weathered, forgotten, sometimes bent, much like many of us. And yet, they can be beautiful again, functional again, full of story. To start, dig through your kitchen drawer or head to a local thrift store like Value Village. Look for vintage silverware, those lovely old sets with flowered handles or patinas from years of use. You'll need the larger, heavier spoons for this project, ones with a nice flat surface for stamping. Now this part might sound a little crafty, but it's truly doable. You'll need a small set of metal stamping letters. They come in kits and are simple to use. Place your spoon on a sturdy surface like a block of wood or concrete step. Hold the letter stamp in place and gently tap it with a small hammer. Don't worry if the letters aren't perfectly aligned. The charm is in the imperfections. Spell out the name of your plant, basil, mint, zinnia. You can add a heart, a leaf, or even a small date if you wish. Once you've finished, use a black permanent marker or wax rub to highlight the letters. Then wipe the surface clean so the ink remains only in the stamped grooves. And just like that, a piece of forgotten cutlery has become a signpost in your growing world. But if stamping feels a bit too much, don't worry. There's a lovely alternative. Take old corks from wine bottles or saved up popsicle sticks and write the plant names with waterproof markers. Glue the corks onto wooden dowels or twigs and place them gently in the soil. They're rustic, biodegradable, and every bit as charming. Place your new markers in raised beds, flower pots, or balcony planters. The next time you brush past them with your watering can or lean in to pluck a sprig of rosemary, you'll smile because that spoon once stirred tea on a rainy afternoon. And now it points the way to something living. These markers aren't just for remembering what you planted. They're for remembering that even the most ordinary things, a spoon, a cork, a twig, still have something to say. And so do you. Imagine sitting beneath a soft cascade of flowers, swaying gently in the breeze. Above you, petals seem to bloom in midair, catching the late sunlight as it filters through the trees. It feels like something out of a dream, doesn't it? And yet, with a little creativity and a visit to the thrift store, you can bring this magic to life right on your porch or patio. This floral chandelier isn't wired or heavy or complicated. It's light, delicate, and made from pieces that once had very different lives. Wire baskets, faux florals, old light fixtures, maybe even bits of ribbon saved from past gifts. All it takes is a little time and the joyful willingness to try something new. Start by finding a wire hanging basket, the kind that usually holds potted ferns or trailing ivy. You can often spot them at thrift stores like Savers or Value Village. If you're lucky, you might even come across a discarded chandelier frame, missing its bulbs, perhaps, but still full of potential. Next, gather your flowers. Faux florals are best for this, and they're easy to find. Secondhand silk hydrangeas, roses, sprigs of eucalyptus, or dried lavender if you prefer a more natural touch. Soft pastels work beautifully, but don't be afraid to mix in deeper tones for contrast. Begin by wrapping garden twine or raffia around the frame or wire basket. This softens the structure and gives the piece a more organic look. Then, using floral wire or hot glue, start tucking your blooms into place. Let them flow outward and downward like a flowering waterfall caught in midair. To finish, weave in a strand or two of battery-operated fairy lights or LED tea lights. Tuck the tiny bulbs among the flowers so that when the sun goes down, your chandelier twinkles gently in the twilight. Now comes the best part, hanging it. Use twine, ribbon, or chain to suspend your piece from a porch beam, pergola, or even a low-hanging tree branch. Make sure it's at eye level or slightly above so you can admire the blossoms as you sit beneath with a cup of tea or a good book. And there it is, a chandelier made not of crystals but of quiet joy, of petals, light, and memory. Each flower, once forgotten in a bin at the back of a thrift shop, now hangs like a celebration of life's softness and creativity. And you, dear friend, have turned those cast-offs into something graceful. Something that says, I still bloom, I still shine. Because you do. You know that big salad bowl sitting in the back of your cupboard? The one that only came out for family gatherings, potato salad, or fruit punch on special days. Maybe you haven't used it in a while. Maybe you found one just like it at the thrift store, ceramic or glass, maybe even plastic, with a cheerful retro pattern. Well, let's give that bowl a new life, one filled with stillness, sparkle, and serenity. Today, we're turning it into a tabletop water garden. This little project is especially lovely for small patios, balcony tables, or anywhere you'd like a peaceful focal point without the upkeep of a full fountain. No digging, no plumbing, no stress. Just a few ingredients, many of which can be thrifted or repurposed. Start by selecting your bowl. Wide and shallow is ideal, but deeper bowls work just as well. If you're concerned about leaks, a glass salad bowl or enamel basin works beautifully. Now gather a few small items to decorate the interior: smooth pebbles, marbles, glass beads, even colorful old buttons. These help weigh things down and catch the light. If you want a trickling sound, add a small submersible pump. You can find affordable solar-powered ones online, or sometimes even at resale shops. Set it in the center and cover the base with stones. If you prefer silence, skip the pump and let the water sit still like a mirror, calm and reflective. Now add a few water-friendly accents. A floating candle or two, a clipped bloom from your garden, a ceramic frog or thrifted figurine perched on the edge. And if you're feeling extra creative, you can float old costume jewelry pieces across the surface, Little treasures turned into shimmering lilies. For plants, consider water-loving greenery like duckweed, tiny lotus pads, or papyrus. Even a sprig of mint in a jar lid can grow happily in this quiet pond. Just make sure your bowl gets partial sunlight and a little fresh water now and then to keep things fresh. Place it on your patio table, garden bench, or windowsill where the light can find it. When the breeze stirs or the sun sparkles just right, you'll have created something peaceful. A miniature water world born from a kitchen bowl and your gentle hands. And maybe as you sit beside it with a cool drink or watch the birds flutter nearby, you'll remember that the calm you long for can begin in the simplest places. That beauty doesn't need to be loud or expensive. That you even now still have the power to create something that soothes. Because this bowl once meant to serve salad now serves serenity. And that's a kind of nourishment too. There's something deeply comforting about a garden bench, a place to rest, sip your tea, or simply sit and listen to the world go by. But you don't need to buy a fancy one to enjoy that peace. With a little creativity and some cast-off wood, you can make your own cozy seat one that's not just beautiful but meaningful. This project begins with something humble, a discarded pallet. You've probably seen them behind grocery stores or even stacked near the dumpsters of hardware shops. And if not, your local Value Village or neighborhood Facebook group may just have one waiting for you free or for a few dollars. Look for a pallet in decent shape, no rotten boards, no dangerous splinters. Give it a good scrub with soap and water, then let it dry in the sun. If needed, sand down any rough edges, but don't worry about perfection. A little wear gives it charm. Next, decide on your layout. For a simple garden bench, all you need is one full pallet for the seat and a second for the backrest. Use wood screws to secure them at a 90-degree angle. If you want arms or legs, you can add sturdy brick cinder blocks or even chair legs salvaged from an old dining chair at the thrift store. Once assembled, give the bench a coat of paint or wood stain. Soft white gives it a cottage feel. A pale sea foam or dusty rose makes it cheerful. Or you can go boho with a deep teal or warm terracotta. Let your heart choose. Now for the comfort, take a trip to the thrift store and look for old chair cushions or outdoor pillows. You'll be amazed what a little fabric and fluff can do. Even a folded quilt or rolled-up towel can add support for the lower back. Drape a lightweight throw over the side and suddenly your bench looks like it belongs in a magazine. Set your bench under a tree beside a planter or against a sunny wall. Maybe hang a wind chime nearby. Maybe place a little side table next to it with a candle or a stack of books. This is your spot now. A gentle pause in the rhythm of your day. And the best part, you made it yourself from things others walked past, from items tossed aside. But you saw possibility. You turned a forgotten pallet into a place of comfort. A place to rest, reflect, and remember that slowing down is not a weakness, it's a gift. And in that quiet space, dear friend, you've given yourself the most important thing of all, a reason to sit and just be. There's something enchanting about soft firelight dancing along a garden path. It reminds us of long summer evenings, gentle laughter, and the quiet glow of home. You don't need to spend a fortune to create that feeling. In fact, all it takes is a few empty wine bottles and a bit of clever repurposing. Wine bottles are elegant by design, tall, curved, and colored like sea glass. And when paired with a bit of copper and a spark of flame, they transform into beautiful functional torches that light up your outdoor space with warmth and purpose. Begin by collecting a few wine bottles. Green, blue, clear, any color will do. You can find them at thrift shops like Value Village, or simply ask a neighbor to set a couple aside after their next dinner party. Wash them well and remove any labels if you prefer a clean look. Next, head to your local hardware store and gather the following. 1 to 2 inch copper coupling in a small section of copper pipe, Teflon tape. A wick, you can buy replacement torch wicks or use thick cotton rope. Citronella torch fuel, ideal for keeping mosquitoes at bay. Wrap the Teflon tape around the copper coupling until it fits snugly inside the bottle's opening. This holds the wick in place and seals the neck. Thread the wick through the coupling, leaving about an inch above the top and plenty below so it reaches the fuel. Fill the bottle with citronella or lamp oil, insert the wick, and let it soak for at least half an hour before lighting. That's all it takes to create a glowing torch. Now, where to place them? If you have a wooden deck railing, you can secure the bottles with metal brackets. If not, you can craft simple stands using scrap wood or recycled metal rods. Even lining them along a gravel path or around the edge of a raised flower bed gives your garden a magical twilight feel. And as the sky darkens and the flames flicker, your backyard begins to glow, not with expensive lighting, but with the soft fire of your own imagination. These torches do more than light the way. They offer protection. They invite guests to linger. They remind you that even an empty bottle still has value, still has a role to play. Just like us, they shine brightest when given a second chance. So pour a glass of iced tea, sit back on your pallet bench, and watch the evening unfold. You've made light, dear friend, with your own hands, from the simplest things. And in doing so, you've made something even more beautiful, peace. Have you ever looked at your garden and wished it felt just a little bigger, a little brighter? What if I told you the answer wasn't a renovation but a reflection? With just a few small mirrors, the kind you might find for a few dollars at Value Village, you can create the illusion of depth, light, and luxury right on your garden wall or fence. This DIY isn't just about decorating a space. It's about changing the way you see it. Start by collecting a handful of old mirrors. They don't have to match. In fact, it's better if they don't. A mix of frames, round, oval, square, gives your final piece a whimsical, collected feel. Look for mirrors that are slightly weathered or antique. A little chipping around the edge just adds character. Once you have your collection, lay them out on the ground first. Experiment with placement, maybe a cluster of small ones in the shape of a flower, or a column of mirrors climbing like ivy. The goal isn't symmetry, it's magic. Arrange them the way you'd arrange a bouquet, with variety, balance, and personality. If your mirrors have wooden frames, you can whitewash or lightly sand them for a rustic look. For metal frames, consider spray painting them in soft pastels or matte black for contrast. Or leave them just as they are, worn, charming, and full of quiet story. Now attach your mirrors to a backing. If you have an old wooden pallet, it works perfectly. Otherwise, reclaimed fence boards or a single slab of plywood will do. Secure the mirrors with outdoor adhesive and a few screws if needed. Then mount the finished mosaic to your fence, garden shed, or exterior wall. As the sun moves through the day, your mosaic will catch and scatter the light, making your garden sparkle in the morning and glow in the afternoon. It won't just reflect your plants. It will reflect the care, imagination, and soul you've poured into your little green world. You can even tuck a few extras around the edges: a wine cork, a dried flower, a seashell from your last trip to the shore. Suddenly, your mirror wall isn't just decor, it's memory layered and shining. And here's the quiet truth about this project. Mirrors don't only reflect what's in front of them. They reflect you, your creativity, your resourcefulness, your ability to find elegance in the everyday. So every time you pass your shimmering mosaic and catch a glimpse of yourself in that soft garden light, smile. That's not just a wall you decorated. That's a window into the beauty you've always carried. There's something poetic about an old ladder. Each rung has held the weight of someone reaching to paint, to pick apples, to hang lights. But once it's no longer sturdy enough to climb, it's often cast aside, leaning somewhere in the shadows, waiting to be useful again. Well, today is that day. Let's give that ladder a new life, not for climbing, but for growing. Head to your local thrift store or flea market and look for a wooden ladder with character. A bit of peeling paint, perfect. Rusty hardware, even better. If you prefer a sleeker look, a metal step ladder works beautifully too, especially for modern patios or balconies. Clean it up with a damp cloth, then decide, do you want to keep its weathered look or give it a fresh coat of paint? Soft whites and pale greens work well for cottage gardens. Matte black or navy brings a bold, modern edge. Whatever you choose, let the ladder reflect your style, quiet or colorful. Now for the magic, turning rungs into display shelves. Place the ladder open, leaning securely against a fence or wall. Then gather items to perch on each step. You can use thrifted mason jars filled with water and cuttings, small potted herbs, or painted tin cans planted with trailing vines. For a vertical garden, secure wooden boards across the rungs to create wider shelves, or hang small baskets from hooks. Want something even more creative? Drill old metal paint cans into the steps. Yes, even the ones with a few drips of color down the sides. Add gravel for drainage soil, and then your favorite blooms. Marigolds, pansies, or little cherry tomatoes grow happily this way. To keep things lightweight, alternate your planting with decorative elements, a framed quote, a thrifted figurine, or even a wind chime hanging from the top rung. Each item becomes part of your ladder's new story. Set your ladder of life in a garden corner, on a porch, or against a sunny shed. As the days pass, flowers will spill over the edges, herbs will lean toward the light, and you'll have built something that's as functional as it is beautiful, without bending, digging, or lifting more than you can handle. And every time you walk by, you'll be reminded, even when we stop climbing, we can still lift things up. Even when we've aged, we still have purpose, still hold beauty, still help life grow. This isn't just a ladder anymore. It's a sculpture of second chances, rooted in your hands, blooming with intention. Every gardener knows the joy of stepping outside and snipping a few fresh herbs, a sprig of rosemary for potatoes, some mint for iced tea, a leaf of basil for a summer salad. But what if you don't have space for a big herb garden? What if all you have is a small porch, a windowsill, or a little patch of sunlight? That's where an old toolbox comes in. Yes, a toolbox. The kind your father might have kept in the garage metal and a little rusty, full of screws and memories. Or perhaps a wooden crate once used for apples or books. These humble containers are perfect for a charming portable herb garden, and they're easier to set up than you might think. Start by visiting your local thrift shop, Value Village flea market, or even your neighbor's garage sale. Look for a medium-sized toolbox or wooden crate with compartments. Metal or wood, either works. The more worn it looks, the more charm it adds. Give it a good cleaning. If it's metal, a bit of sanding and a coat of rust-proof spray paint in matte black, soft green, or sunny yellow will revive it. Wooden crates can be left rustic or painted for a cottage-core feel. You can even stencil a little sign on the side, Grandma's Garden, or fresh-cut herbs. Next, line the inside with heavy-duty plastic or landscaping fabric to prevent water damage, especially for wooden boxes. Poke a few small holes for drainage. Then add a layer of gravel or pebbles at the bottom, followed by quality potting soil. Now the real joy begins: planting. Choose herbs that suit your cooking and growing conditions. Parsley, chives, basil, thyme, oregano, mint. You can mix them together or assign one per compartment. Keep in mind that mint likes to stretch out, so giving it its own little space helps prevent it from taking over. Place your herb-filled toolbox in a sunny spot by the kitchen door, on a patio table, or right beside your garden bench. Water gently, trim often, and enjoy the scents and flavors as they grow. The best part: this little garden moves with you. If the light changes, just pick it up and shift it to another corner. If the rain's coming, tuck it under cover. If you're hosting tea with friends, set it on the table as a centerpiece, living fragrant and lovingly handmade. And every time you run your fingers through the leaves or lean in to smell the rosemary, you'll be reminded that usefulness never fades with age. That even a rusty old toolbox, much like us, can hold something fresh, healing, and alive. Because your hands, dear friend, still grow nourishment, not just for the body, but for the soul. You've seen them at yard sales and thrift stores, wooden chairs with spindly backs, maybe a broken seat or chipped paint, leaning quietly in the corner like they've given all they could. But oh, what royalty lies within those frames. Because with a little care and creativity, that forgotten chair can become a garden throne, not for sitting, but for blooming. This idea is one of the most heartwarming in the garden because it blends old-world charm with floral abundance. And it's easy, too perfect for those who want to add beauty without strain. To begin, find a sturdy wooden or metal chair. Don't worry if the seat is missing, in fact, that's ideal. If it's still intact but weak, you can cut it out carefully or remove it with a screwdriver. Give the frame a quick cleaning, then paint or stain it to your liking. A bold pop of color like sunflower yellow or vintage turquoise can turn it into a cheerful focal point. Or stick with whitewash and let age work its quiet magic. Now to build your seat. You'll want to nest a planter right where someone once sat. A choir-lined hanging basket wide enough to rest in the chair's opening works beautifully. You can also use an old mixing bowl, a wire basket lined with moss, or even a shallow plastic pot from the recycling bin. Secure it in place with garden wire or a few screws. Fill your planter with soil and choose plants that will trail and spill over like royal robes, petunias, creeping Jenny lobelia, or sweet potato vines. Mix in upright blooms like lavender or geraniums for contrast. Add some fragrant herbs like basil or lemon thyme for a throne that not only dazzles but smells delightful. Position your chair in a garden corner under a tree or near your front door. Let it sit like a quiet sentinel, a reclaimed piece of beauty offering its presence with grace. Over time, the flowers will grow wilder, trailing down the legs, embracing the arms, softening every edge. And as you pass by, maybe with your watering can or a cup of morning coffee, you'll remember that things and people who seem broken can still bring joy. That we don't always have to do in order to be valuable. That sometimes just being beautifully quietly is enough. This chair may not hold bodies anymore, but it holds life. It cradles color, scent, and spirit. And in doing so, it becomes a throne, not for a queen, but for the soul. Sunlight has a way of finding magic in glass, the way it bends through blue, dances off green, and makes even the simplest object feel like stained glass in a chapel. And that's why this next idea is such a quiet showstopper. Because with nothing more than old bottles, you can create a sparkling garden border that glows every time the light hits just right. Start with a small collection of glass bottles. Wine bottles, soda bottles, vintage jars. Anything with a long neck and solid base will do. The beauty is in the mix. Greens, ambers, blues, even clear glass all come alive in the sun. Value Village and other thrift stores often have them for just $1 or $2, or you may already have some saved from dinners past. Give each bottle a good wash, remove any labels if you like, and set them aside to dry. Then choose the space for your new border, maybe along the edge of a flower bed, winding beside a path, or encircling a tree at the heart of your garden. Now here comes the satisfying part. Plant the bottles neck down into the soil. Yes, upside down. You only need to bury the neck a few inches deep. You can space them closely together for a solid wall effect, or give them a few inches of breathing room for a lighter look. Try alternating heights or colors for more visual interest. You can even mix in some upcycled plastic bottles spray-painted in metallics for contrast and durability. If your soil is tough, use a hand trowel or even a metal rod to loosen it first. No digging, no heavy lifting, just the gentle press of a hand. Once your row is complete, step back and look. It's simple, it's bright, it's entirely made from things that were once empty and overlooked. And yet now they're catching the sun like gemstones laid into the earth. Rain will beat on them. Morning light will wake them, and every person who passes will wonder how something so small can feel so joyful. You didn't buy a plastic garden edge from a store. You created something with soul from bottles once raised in celebration, now retired into rest and reflection. It's funny, isn't it, how even glass after it's been poured out can still shine. And so can you, dear friend. Whether it's the morning of your life or the evening, you still reflect light. Still hold beauty. Still have a place in this world, colorful, strong, and full of grace. There's something deeply satisfying about placing your feet on a stone path that you created. A path that doesn't just lead somewhere, but tells a story with every step. And even better, it can be made from what most people throw away. Broken plates, chipped mugs, shattered tiles, and thrifted odds and ends. That's the magic of mosaic stepping stones. They're part art project, part memory lane, and entirely unique to you. To begin, stop by your local Value Village or thrift shop and look for inexpensive plate saucers or ceramic tiles. Don't worry about cracks or chips. In fact, the more imperfect, the more interesting your mosaic will be. Look for pieces in colors or patterns that speak to you. Florals, blue and white china, or even a quirky cartoon dish that makes you smile. You'll also need a few round or square molds. Old cake pans, pie tins, or even large Tupperware lids work perfectly. These will shape the concrete. Be sure to grab a small bag of quick-set concrete mix available at any hardware store and easy to work with using just water and a bucket. Now comes the fun part, breaking the dishes. Wrap each plate or tile in a towel and gently tap it with a hammer until you have shards the size of puzzle pieces. Be careful, no rush, no pressure. Just slow, steady taps. You're not destroying something. You're preparing it for rebirth. Mix your concrete and pour it into the molds. While the surface is still wet, press your ceramic pieces into the top, arranging them like a mosaic. Add little items from your junk drawer too, a key, a button, a broken bracelet, a marble. anything that holds a quiet story. Let the stones cure for at least 24 hours. Then gently pop them out of the molds, rinse them off, and run your hands over the surface. Smooth, strong, beautiful. Place them along a garden path near your bench or leading to a special corner of your yard. Each step is a collage of color and memory, a place where trash became treasure, where broken things found beauty again. And isn't that what aging teaches us? That cracks don't make us less beautiful. That every break, every piece we pick up and fit back into place tells a part of our story. That something whole can still be made from what's been scattered. These stones aren't just a path through your garden. They're a path through your life, steady, colorful, and handmade with love. And every time you walk across them, dear friend, you'll know you've left your mark one step at a time. Do you remember your first teacup? Maybe it came with a wedding china set. Maybe it belonged to your mother or your grandmother, delicate porcelain with a faded gold rim and tiny roses dancing around the side. Even if chipped, those teacups hold something sacred. Memory, elegance, quiet mornings. Now imagine giving them a new life, not just on the shelf, but in the garden where they can bloom once more. This project is as whimsical as it is practical, hanging teacup planters that sway gently in the breeze, turning every old cup into a cradle for flowers, herbs, or even tiny succulents. To start, gather a few teacups and saucers. The more mismatched, the better. Think of it like a tea party in the sky. You can often find them for less than $1 at Value Village or any local thrift shop. Look for sturdy ones, preferably with wide rims and interesting patterns. Even tiny cracks are fine, we're not drinking from them anymore. There are 2 ways to turn them into planters. The first is to hot glue the cup to its saucer, creating a little dish for catching water. Drill a small hole in the bottom for drainage if you can. A ceramic bit works well, or simply add a layer of pebbles before soil to avoid root rot. The second method, perfect for more creative expression, is to hang the teacups individually like ornaments. For that, you'll need a bit of wire or old jewelry chain, some sturdy twine, and perhaps a wooden plank or branch to anchor them. Wrap the wire securely around the handle of each cup and attach them to different lengths of chain or string. You can also string a few wine corks or colorful beads along the way for extra personality. Once ready, hang them from a reclaimed piece of wood, a fence beam, or the underside of your porch roof. Each teacup will dangle sweetly, catching the light as it moves, a little floating garden filled with trailing ivy, tiny pansies, or fragrant thyme. And when the wind stirs them, they won't just move, they'll speak. Not loudly, but gently. A soft reminder that beauty doesn't belong only to the new. That a crack doesn't end a story. That something as fragile as china can still hold life. Your garden becomes a tea party for the soul. One where every bloom whispers thank you for not throwing them away, for believing they still had purpose. And just like that dear friend, you've brewed something marvelous, joy. From something so small, so simple, so lovingly repurposed. There's something magical about soft light strung above a garden. It turns an ordinary evening into something sacred, a gentle gathering under the stars, a slow meal shared with a breeze, or a quiet moment spent alone with your thoughts. And to create this kind of atmosphere, you don't need fancy lighting from a catalog. You just need a few tin cans and a little bit of heart. This DIY is simple, affordable, and oh so enchanting, especially for summer nights spent on the porch or under a tree. And the best part, it's made entirely from what you almost tossed away. Start by collecting tin cans from your kitchen or thrift store. Soup cans, coffee cans, or vegetable tins all work beautifully. Peel off the labels and give them a good rinse. If you want a cleaner look, you can remove any leftover glue with warm, soapy water or a little rubbing alcohol. Once clean and dry, fill each can with water and place it in the freezer for a few hours. This may seem odd, but there's a good reason. The ice inside gives the can strength, so it won't bend when you punch holes into it. After they've frozen solid, grab a small nail and hammer and begin gently tapping out patterns into the sides of each can. Stars, hearts, swirling spirals, anything your imagination allows. Keep the holes fairly close together to let more light shine through. If your hands aren't as strong as they once were, ask a friend or family member to help with this step. It's a lovely bonding project to do together. Once your designs are complete, let the ice melt and dry the cans thoroughly. You can leave them as bare metal or spray paint them in soft jewel tones, amber, teal, lavender for a Moroccan-inspired glow. Then insert small LED tea lights or solar-powered candles inside. For a hanging version, drill 2 small holes at the top and loop a wire or twine through to create a handle. Now string them from a curtain rod, a tree branch, or across your balcony railing. As the sun sets and your garden sinks into that quiet twilight, each lantern will begin to glow. Not just with light, but with story. These cans once held meals, nourishment, family dinners, and now they hold something just as precious: ambiance, a feeling, a mood. You didn't just decorate your space, you illuminated it gently, sustainably, beautifully. And in that soft flicker of recycled light, your garden becomes something more: a sanctuary, a celebration, a soft hymn to second chances. Because even the most ordinary things like soup cans and old wire can become extraordinary when placed in loving hands. Sometimes the quietest corners of our garden, the shady wall, the back fence, the side of the shed, are just waiting for something gentle, something green, soft, and soothing. And what better answer than moss? This next idea is like a little poem made with plants, a vertical moss art piece built inside a thrifted shadow box. It doesn't shout, it doesn't bloom in bursts, but it whispers peace every time you walk by. To begin, stop by your local thrift store and search for a shadow box or deep picture frame. These are the kind meant to hold keepsakes, medals, baby shoes, old keys. You can often find them for a few dollars tucked among the frames and odds and ends. Look for one that's wooden or painted with at least an inch or 2 of depth inside. Clean it gently, and if the frame is scratched or faded, give it a fresh coat of paint, something calming like sage green ivory or even matte black for contrast. Remove the glass panel and set it aside. We won't need it here. This piece needs to breathe. Now gather your moss. You can buy preserved craft moss online or at a hobby shop, or even collect some from your own yard if you're feeling adventurous. Add bits of sponge cork twine and scraps of fabric or lace to layer in textures. Even pieces of dried bark or pine cones can add richness. Inside the frame, begin layering your materials. Use hot glue or craft adhesive to secure the moss in place. Let it spill out a little here and there, like it's trying to grow free. Press in sponge scraps to mimic tiny hills or valleys. Add a few stones, a small figurine, or a shell from your last beach walk. Let it be personal. Let it feel like a secret place from your imagination. Once finished, mount your moss art on an outdoor wall that gets indirect light, maybe under a covered porch or along a shaded garden path. If you prefer to keep it inside, it works beautifully as a calming accent in the kitchen or hallway too. This little patch of vertical green won't require watering. It won't wilt or fade. It will simply be a soft, living reminder that not all beauty has to bloom loudly. Some things and some people thrive in the quiet, in shade, in softness, in stillness. And isn't that the truth we come to cherish as we grow older? That life isn't always about growing tall. Sometimes it's about growing inward, rooting deep, holding space for reflection. Your moss box is more than decor. It's a meditation, a moment in green, a portrait of peaceful purpose. And you made it, dear friend. With simple things, with your hands, with love. Some of the best garden creations come from unusual friendships like baskets and soda bottles. One soft and natural, the other modern and manufactured. And yet, when you bring them together with care and creativity, they make something truly beautiful, a wall of blooming practical elegance. This project is especially wonderful if you're working with a small space like a balcony fence or bare porch wall. And it's a gentle reminder that beauty often begins with things we're tempted to toss. First, let's talk baskets. At your local Value Village or thrift store, you'll find an abundance of wicker baskets in all shapes and sizes, some deep, some shallow, some with handles, some without. Don't worry about perfection. A little fraying or unevenness adds charm. Choose ones that are light enough to hang but wide enough to hold a plant or two. Next, dig into your recycling bin for a few clear plastic soda bottles. 2-liter bottles work best, but smaller ones are fine too. Clean them well and remove any labels. Then, using a pair of scissors or a craft knife, cut them down to make simple liners that can hold soil and water without leaking through your baskets. Poke a few holes in the bottom for drainage. Now line each basket with your cut bottle liner like a nest within a nest. You can hot glue or tape them into place or let the soil hold them steady once filled. Add potting mix and plant your favorite blooms, trailing nasturtiums, bright pansies, or even small herbs like oregano and chives. Once planted, it's time to hang. Use strong hooks, nails, or even zip ties to attach the baskets to your wall or fence. Try clustering them in groups of 3 or 5 at slightly different heights to create a cascading effect. If your hands are feeling extra creative, braid some jute rope and weave it through the basket handles for an added rustic flair. Step back and take a look. What once was a blank wall, maybe even a bit lifeless, is now a patchwork of color and texture. The baskets breathe with charm. The soda bottles disappear behind blooms, and the whole space feels more alive, more personal, more you. But more than that, this project reminds us that different materials, just like different people, can support each other. One gives form, the other gives strength. Together, they create a space where life can thrive. You've taken 2 things headed for the trash and turned them into a vertical garden of joy. Because your eye sees potential, your hands give new purpose, and your heart always finds the beauty in unlikely combinations. Close your eyes for a moment and listen. A gentle clink, a hollow echo, the softest chime dancing through the garden air. That sound. It's not from a store-bought wind chime. It's the voice of clay pots, old, earthy, and humble, turned into a melody only the breeze can play. This project, which I like to call the terracotta wind song, is as soothing to make as it is to hear. And best of all, it uses pieces that are often forgotten, small clay pots from thrift stores like Value Village, or perhaps already tucked away in a shed or garage. Start by gathering a few small terracotta pots. 3-inch and 4-inch ones work best. Look for a mix of shapes if you can. You'll also need some twine or natural rope, a sturdy stick or piece of driftwood to hang everything from, and a few wooden beads, metal washers, or old buttons to act as spacers and sound enhancers. Begin by threading the rope through the drainage holes of each pot, creating vertical strands. Tie a large knot or thread a bead beneath each pot so it stays in place. You can layer the pots upside down, spaced a few inches apart, to let them chime gently against each other in the wind. To add personality, consider painting the pots with soft pastel patterns, garden motifs, or even simple dots. If painting isn't your style, you can wrap the rims with fabric strips or lace for a softer, more textured look. Want more sound? Add a few metal washers or thrifted charms in between the pots so they clink lightly as they move. Once your strands are complete, tie them securely to your wooden base. This could be a salvaged tree branch, a curtain rod you no longer use, or even the frame of an old lampshade. Hang the whole piece from a hook on your porch ceiling, a shepherd's hook in the garden, or along your fence. Now wait for the wind. Not a storm, but a whisper. And when it comes, your wind chime will begin to sing, not loudly, not insistently, but like a lullaby from the earth. Every chime, every sway, every tiny knock of clay against clay says something. That stillness is music. That simplicity has rhythm. That even pots meant to hold plants can hold sound, story, and soul. And you, dear friend, have made something timeless. From objects once silent, you created a song. Not flashy, not loud, just honest, just real, just lovely. And maybe when you hear it, you'll smile and remember you don't have to shout to be heard. You only need to move gently and let the wind do the rest. There's something hauntingly beautiful about an old window frame. Even without the glass, it still feels like a portal, a glimpse into what once was. Maybe it looked out over a garden decades ago. Maybe someone stood behind it holding coffee, watching rainfall. And now it can be yours, not for looking through, but for growing through. Today's idea is gentle, decorative, and deeply nostalgic. A reclaimed window plant shelf, part display, part garden, and entirely filled with soul. To begin, visit your favorite thrift shop or salvage yard and look for an old window frame. It doesn't need to be perfect. In fact, peeling paint, missing panes, or a weathered surface only adds charm. Choose one that feels right, square or tall, single pane or multi-pane, whatever speaks to your space. Once home, clean the wood and lightly sand it to remove dirt or flaking paint. You can leave it rustic or give it a coat of whitewash or chalk paint for that shabby chic finish. If you want to go even softer, wrap the edges in jute rope or staple lace along the frame for a cottage-like feel. Next, let's add the shelves. Cut a few small wooden boards to fit across the width of the frame 2 or 3 tiers depending on the window's height. Secure them with small corner brackets or L-braces from the hardware store. If drilling feels like too much, you can also hang tiny shelves from twine, allowing them to dangle gently in the middle of each pane. Now comes the joy, the styling. Place small potted plants on each shelf, succulents trailing ivy baby herbs. Use mason jars, painted tins, teacups, or thrifted bowls as your planters. You might even tuck in a photo in a weatherproof frame, a tiny bird figurine, or a bundle of dried lavender. Then choose where this living window will go. Mount it on a stucco wall. Hang it from a sturdy fence. Lean it against your porch for a relaxed vintage vibe. Wherever it rests, it brings a quiet kind of charm, like hanging a piece of your heart outside for the sun to warm. And as time goes by, those little plants will stretch toward the light. Some may bloom, some may trail, some may surprise you altogether. But what's constant is this: you gave an old frame a new view. You turned something once forgotten into a backdrop for growth, beauty, and peace. Because even windows that no longer open can still let light in. And maybe that's true of us too. We change, we weather, but when rooted in care and creativity, we remain full of possibility. And this window, gentle blooming reclaimed, is a reminder that your garden and your life are still full of wonder waiting to be seen. There's something deeply healing about the sound of water, a quiet trickle over stone, the soft rhythm of a backyard fountain like the heartbeat of a peaceful home. And believe it or not, you can create that serenity with nothing more than a few thrifted pots and a touch of gentle engineering. This next idea is one of those beautiful surprises, a stacked pot fountain made from ceramic planters you can often find at thrift shops, garden centers, or even tucked away in the back of your garage. Start by selecting 3 ceramic or terracotta pots in graduated sizes, small, medium, and large. They should be sturdy with drainage holes in the bottom. Don't worry if they're mismatched or a little chipped. Imperfections add charm. Next, gather a few supporting pieces. A small submersible water pump, you can find these online or at hardware stores. Some flexible tubing that fits the pump. Gravel broken tile or glass beads. Optional, a few decorative stones, seashells, or recycled garden ornaments. To build your fountain, place the largest pot at the base. Fill it partially with gravel to weigh it down and help with water flow. Feed the tubing from the pump through the drainage hole and set the pump inside. Then place a brick or overturned pot inside the base pot to support the second pot on top, slightly off-center for a whimsical cascading look. Repeat the same process with the next pot, again feeding the tubing through the drainage hole. Do the same with the smallest pot on top. Once the structure feels steady, fill each pot with a few decorative stones, broken tiles, or recycled beads to help guide the water and create a soft, trickling sound. Pour in water, plug in the pump, and watch as a gentle stream begins to flow from the top down, dancing over the tiles, catching sunlight, and making a melody of calm. Place your stacked fountain on a shaded patio in a courtyard or next to your favorite garden chair. Surround it with potted plants or flowering herbs for a secret garden effect. And then just listen. This sound wasn't bought from a luxury garden shop. It was created by your hands. From thrifted pots, bits of tile, and quiet care. It tells a story that flow doesn't have to be fast to be powerful. That peace comes from arrangement, from taking what you have and placing it just so. That even the humblest materials stacked with intention can become something beautiful and alive. And perhaps, like this fountain, you too are learning to flow gently. Not rushing, not forcing, just allowing, just being. Water finds its way, and so will you. There's something soul-stirring about birds in the garden, their tiny feathers fluttering their songs, lifting the morning air, their presence making even the stillest moments feel alive. And when you offer them water, they come not just to drink or bathe, but to say thank you. A bird bath doesn't need to be grand or made of marble. In fact, some of the loveliest ones begin with something as simple as a ceramic serving bowl from your kitchen or thrift store. To create your own bird bath bowl, beauty begin with a wide, shallow ceramic or glass bowl. You'll find dozens at Value Village or other thrift shops. Look for cheerful colors, floral patterns, or even solid white for a timeless touch. Make sure it's not too deep. Birds prefer a water depth of about 1 to 2 inches, just enough to splash and dip without fear. Now let's find a base. You can get creative here. A sturdy table leg from a discarded chair, a thick candlestick, or even a thrifted lamp base works well. Use strong adhesive like waterproof construction glue to attach the bowl securely to the base. Let it dry completely before moving it outdoors. Want more charm? Decorate the bowl's edge with mosaic tiles, small shells, marbles, or even vintage jewelry pieces. These little touches sparkle in the sun and offer birds a safe place to perch. Position your new bird bath in a quiet, shady spot where birds feel protected near shrubs or trees, but far enough from heavy foot traffic. You can set it in a flower bed, on a patio table, or even on a tree stump. If bending down is a concern, opt for a taller base, so you can easily refill and clean it without strain. Add fresh water and then wait. At first it may be just the breeze that ripples the surface, but soon a curious finch may flutter in. A robin might tiptoe along the rim. A hummingbird could pause to sip and hover. They'll come. They always do. And with them comes joy. You'll find yourself watching more, breathing slower, noticing the little things, feathers fluffing wings, shaking off droplets, tiny beaks raised to the sky. Because this isn't just a bowl of water. It's a welcome, an invitation for life to visit. And you, dear friend, made that possible, not with a credit card, but with care, not with a catalog, but with creativity. In the process, you gave something discarded a second chance and gave yourself one too. A reason to pause, to tend, to marvel. And isn't that what a garden is for? Do you remember the old cake pans you once used for birthdays, holidays, and quiet Sunday baking? The round ones, the square ones, maybe even the bunt pans shaped like flowers. They may be dented now, a little rusted, long retired from the oven, but they still have something to give. In this final project of our garden journey together, we'll use those very pans or ones you can easily find at your local thrift store to create something lasting, earthy and poetic, leaf-stamped stepping stones. This is a project that connects you directly to the garden, not through heavy lifting, but through gentle pressing, shaping, and waiting. It's a beautiful metaphor for the stage of life we're in, slow, intentional, and filled with quiet creation. Begin by choosing a few leaves from your own yard. Hostas, ferns, maple, or magnolia work beautifully. The more texture in the veins, the more beautiful the final imprint will be. Give them a rinse and set them aside. Now grab your cake pans, round or square, and coat the inside with a bit of cooking spray or a thin layer of petroleum jelly. This helps release the stone later. In a bucket, mix a small batch of quick-set concrete following the package instructions. You don't need much, just enough to fill each pan to about 1 to 2 inches deep. Before pouring, place your chosen leaf face down in the pan. Then slowly pour the concrete over it, gently pressing it flat with a trowel or gloved hand. Tap the sides of the pan to release air bubbles and then let it rest. Over the next 24 hours, something lovely happens. The leaf creates an impression, a fossil-like stamp into the stone, catching every vein, every curve, every delicate line. Once dry, turn the pan upside down and tap gently to release your new stepping stone. Peel off the leaf and you'll see the garden signature preserved in concrete. You can leave the stones natural or highlight the details with weather-resistant paint or a light stain. Arrange them through a flower bed beneath a bench or along a small garden path where you can step from one memory to the next. Each stone becomes a reminder that beauty comes not just from blooms, but from what lies beneath. That leaves like seasons fall, but leave their mark behind. That even the most common objects, cake pans, fallen leaves, cement, can become keepsakes when touched by loving hands. And perhaps most beautifully of all, dear friend, these stones will outlast you. They'll remain long after the flowers fade, catching dew, anchoring space, whispering, someone cared here. Someone created here, because you did, and it mattered. And so here we are, dear friend, at the gentle close of our garden stroll. We've wandered together through teacup planters and wind chimes, drawn paths with broken plates and glowing bottles. We've lifted baskets to fences, turned ladders into green towers, and made fountains sing from thrifted pots. Not once did we need anything brand new. Not once did we rush. Because true beauty, the kind that lasts, doesn't come from a store. It comes from the quiet courage to see value in what's been set aside. It comes from hands that have folded laundry, held babies, and dug into soil, hands that still create, even if a little slower now. Every idea we explored together came from what others might call trash. A chipped chair, a soda bottle, an old spoon. But when placed with love, these small forgotten things found new voices. And in turning them into something lovely, you remind the world you still have something to offer. Something only you can bring, because you, like your garden, are still blooming, still vibrant, still full of light. Don't let anyone, not even that small voice in your own heart, tell you it's too late. Too late to begin a project. Too late to try something new. Too late to create beauty from your little corner of the world. If anything, now is exactly the time. You've lived, you've loved, you've learned how to wait for spring, and that wisdom, that patience, it makes your garden grow in ways the young can't yet understand. So, which idea brought you joy today? Was it the mossy window frame or the birdbath bowl shimmering in the shade? Maybe it was something as simple as the feel of old spoons becoming plant markers. Whatever it was, I hope it reminded you of who you are, creative, capable, and still very much alive. If this visit brought you a little peace, I hope you'll join me again. There are always more stories to tell, more ideas to share, and more corners of your garden and your heart to gently tend. So until next time, happy gardening, dear friend. May your hands stay steady. May your eyes stay open to small beauty. And may your spirit, like your flowers, always find a way to rise. Hello again, dear friend. Come sit beside me for a little while. Let's imagine ourselves on a shaded porch. A gentle breeze rustling the leaves and a warm cup of tea resting in your hand. There's a quiet kind of magic in the morning light, isn't there? Especially when it dances across tiny blossoms or glimmers in the dew, resting on a leaf's edge. Now picture your patio balcony or little garden corner, not as it is, but as it could be. Not filled with expensive things or store-bought perfection, but with small wonders made from what others might throw away. A chipped teacup, a drawer missing its knobs, or an old wooden ladder leaning forgotten in the shed. Each one waiting not to be discarded, but to be transformed. You don't need youth strength or money to create beauty. You don't need fancy tools or a landscaper's know-how. What you do need, and what I know you already have, is imagination. A gentle hand, a good story or two, and a heart that still believes in second chances. That's what this visit is about. Together we're going to wander through 40 sweet and simple garden ideas, each one born from something humble, a household item, a thrift store treasure, a bit of what others might call trash. But in your hands, these things bloom. They shine. They come alive again. We'll talk about ways to make your garden smile, without bending, without lifting, and certainly without overspending. Every idea in this little journey is a soft whisper reminding you you still create beauty. So let's step through the gate and into the garden, shall we? Let's make something lovely out of what we already have. Together. Do you remember the smooth feel of a river stone in your hand as a child? Maybe you used to collect them on walks or line them up on a windowsill like tiny trophies from the natural world. There's something comforting about their weight, their simplicity, and their silent, steady presence. Now imagine taking those very stones or similar ones you might find in the garden or at a dollar shop and turning them into cheerful little cacti. No thorns, no watering, just charm. Start by gathering a few round flat stones. The smoother, the better. You'll also need some outdoor acrylic paint in shades of green, white, and pink, and maybe a touch of yellow if you're feeling sunny. Paint each rock in varying shades of green. Then once dry, use a fine brush or even a white paint marker to draw on little spines, dashes, dots, or zigzags to mimic the look of a real cactus. These details make all the difference. Once your cactus rocks are ready, nestle them into a terracotta pot filled halfway with pebbles or moss. You can add real succulents around the edges or keep it all faux, a playful illusion. Use a few different sizes of rocks to create a natural clustered look, just like a cactus family huddled in the desert sun. This little display is perfect for a sunny porch or windowsill, no bending, no digging, no dirt under the nails. And it never wilts. It's especially friendly for anyone with limited mobility or who simply prefers beauty without the fuss of live plants. And here's a sweet touch: label the pot with a handwritten tag that says, "Still growing in our own way." Because just like us, these painted cacti may not be blooming in the traditional sense, but they're still full of life, color, and purpose. What a joy it is to find usefulness again in something so simple. A rock, a brushstroke, and a bit of care. It's not just a garden idea, it's a little metaphor for life. Still useful, still beautiful, still here. Do you still keep a few mason jars tucked in the cupboard? Maybe they once held homemade jam or buttons sorted by color, or perhaps they were just too pretty to toss. Those sturdy glass jars, simple, clear, and honest, are quietly waiting to be useful again. Let's bring them out into the light, shall we? Imagine a wooden pallet, slightly weathered, maybe picked up from behind a local hardware store or garden center. Lean it against a fence, or mount it securely to a sunny wall. Then, using metal hose clamps or sturdy wire, attach several mason jars in neat rows, each one its own tiny pot of possibility. Fill the jars with a bit of gravel for drainage, then add potting soil and tuck in seeds or small starts of herbs: basil, parsley, rosemary, mint, all the comforting scents of the kitchen garden. Place the sun-loving ones near the top, and those that prefer partial shade closer to the bottom. Nature will take care of the rest. Because the jars are see-through, you'll begin to notice the gentle miracle of root growth, the way the earth clings to life even in a little glass. You'll see condensation after watering, tiny leaves pushing upward, and soon the rich aroma of herbs will greet you each time you pass. There's no need to bend or kneel. Everything is at eye level, perfect for patios, balconies, or anywhere ground space is precious. And because the jars are off the ground, they're safe from rabbit slugs and other curious nibblers. Harvesting is simple: a few snips with scissors, a gentle rinse, and suddenly dinner tastes fresher. A sprig of thyme for roasted vegetables. A bit of mint in your tea. It's these small touches that turn everyday meals into acts of self-care. Best of all, you've made something useful and beautiful out of what others might overlook. No fancy planters, no expensive kits, just jars, wood, and a little imagination. And maybe that's the truest kind of gardening: not conquering the land, but gently coaxing it to life. One jar, one seed, one day at a time. Think back, dear friend, to a time when windows opened wide on spring mornings, letting in the scent of lilacs or the distant hum of bees. A window doesn't just show us the world it frames, it softens it, invites us to pause. Now imagine that same feeling in your garden. Not with glass, but with a weathered wooden window frame, one whose panes are long gone, whose paint might be peeling just a little. Once discarded, now reborn, a picture frame for your flowers. To begin, find an old window frame at a thrift store salvage yard, or even from a neighbor's remodeling leftovers. No glass is needed, just the structure. Prop it upright against a fence wall or large flower pot. Secure it with garden stakes or bricks if needed. Now tuck in a few climbing plants nearby: morning glories, sweet peas, or even ivy if you're after year-round greenery. As they grow, gently weave their tendrils through the empty panes. Over time, those vines will frame the open space just like a living photograph: green leaves spilling through each square, tiny blossoms popping up like memories from another time. Beneath the frame, you might place a row of mismatched terracotta pots filled with trailing blooms, perhaps in pinks, purples, or whites. Or maybe a small bench to rest on while sipping your morning tea, watching bees dance in the blossoms. There's something tender about mixing wood that has aged with plants just beginning. The frame becomes a quiet storyteller in your garden, whispering of houses long gone, seasons past, and now a new life among the leaves. This kind of project doesn't ask for lifting or labor, just gentle tending, just time. You can change the plants with the seasons: autumn mums, spring pansies, or summer vines. And if your hands feel tired, the wind will help guide the vines for you. The old window may no longer let light in, but now it lets life through. And isn't that the better gift? Because sometimes the things that no longer fit inside a house were meant to bloom outside it instead. Do you remember the creak of an old wooden ladder as you reached for something just out of arm's length? Maybe it was once used to hang curtains, paint a wall, or help you pick apples from a tree. Over time, it may have been tucked away, a bit too wobbly for climbing, but too dear to toss. Well, today that old ladder finds a new life, not for going up, but for growing up. Lean your ladder against a sunny wall or sturdy fence. The kind with flat steps works best, though even rounded rungs can cradle small pots with a bit of care. You're not building anything complicated, just letting gravity charm and a touch of whimsy do the work. On each step, place a potted plant. Start with smaller ones near the top, and work your way down with fuller trailing varieties. Marigolds, petunias, pansies, maybe even herbs like oregano or chives. If your ladder has a wide stance, you can nestle a few more pots around its feet, softening its edges with color and greenery. This gentle cascade of blooms draws the eye upward and gives your garden vertical life, which is a blessing when ground space is scarce. And there's no need for digging or bending. You simply place water and enjoy. The wood of the ladder, whether painted, stained, or weathered by time, becomes part of the beauty. Each nick and scrape tells its own story. And when the sun hits it just right, it doesn't look like clutter, it looks like art. If you're feeling fancy, you could tie on some ribbons, add a little sign, Nana's Garden perhaps, or hang a small lantern or wine chime from the top rung. But even bare, even simple, it holds so much character. It shows the wisdom of using what we have, of climbing a different kind of ladder now, one that leads not to chores or ceilings, but to joy. Because sometimes the best view doesn't come from the top. Sometimes it's right there at eye level in a bloom you planted yourself. Do you remember the simple joy of resting on a garden bench, maybe with a friend, maybe with your thoughts as birds trilled softly and petals drifted like slow confetti to the ground? A place to pause, to breathe, to take in the world you've helped grow. That kind of space doesn't require expensive furniture, just care, and maybe an old wooden pallet. Pallets are the quiet workhorses of shipping and storage. But in your hands, dear friend, they can become a place of peace. To begin, choose 1 or 2 solid pallets. Many stores give them away for free, and their rough-hewn wood adds rustic charm that's already seasoned by time. Place 1 pallet flat on the ground as your bench seat. If you have another, prop it vertically against a wall or fence as a backrest, securing it if needed. Add a few outdoor cushions or an old quilt folded neatly across the seat, something soft to rest on, something inviting. Now comes the magic. Surround your pallet bench with container plants, not heavy ones, but lightweight buckets, recycled tins, or baskets filled with color and scent. Let bright geraniums tumble from one side and delicate lavender wave on the other. Maybe a few daisies smile up from a painted pail, or trailing ivy curls gently toward the earth. You haven't just made a seat, you've created a nook. A little corner carved out from the rush of the world, a place where time slows down and peace blooms freely. Set a small folding table nearby with your gardening gloves and shears. Or maybe just a cup of tea. You don't have to move far. Everything is reachable within arm's length, perfect for days when your knees whisper, "Not today." And the best part? It costs almost nothing. You saved wood from the landfill, you used pots you already had, and you gave yourself something priceless, a place to be. This is what creativity looks like in the golden years. Not grand gestures, but gentle transformations. Not flashy, but faithful. Like a bench made from scraps that becomes a throne in your garden, simple, sturdy, and beloved. Have you ever opened an old paint can and smiled at the color that once brightened your walls? Maybe it was lemon yellow in the kitchen or seafoam green in the bathroom, shades of old seasons, old homes, old chapters. Even when empty, those cans hold stories. So why not let them bloom again? Instead of tossing them, let's turn those paint cans into cheerful hanging baskets. A garden idea that floats, sways, and lifts the spirits without taking up a single inch of floor space. Start by cleaning out your empty paint cans. Any size will do. If there's a bit of rust or chipped paint, all the better. It adds to the charm. Give each can a fresh coat of color, something bright and joyful. Think turquoise, coral, sunflower, yellow, or lavender. Or go simple with white and let the flowers do the talking. Next, use a nail and hammer to punch a few small drainage holes in the bottom of each, can then line them with a bit of moss or a coffee filter before filling with potting soil. Choose lightweight trailing flowers, petunias, pansies, or calabrachoa, things that spill gently over the rim like laughter from a friend's lips. Attach strong wire rope or jute to create a handle for each can. Then hang them from a pergola, a tree branch, or even hooks on your patio railing. Stagger the heights to create movement and rhythm like notes in a song. What you'll have, dear friend, is a bouquet suspended in air dancing in the breeze, catching the light lifting hearts. And because they're lightweight, you can swap them out with the seasons, move them to follow the sun, or bring them closer to your favorite chair when you want something beautiful in view. This is vertical gardening at its happiest. No kneeling, no heavy lifting, just joy hanging at eye level. And best of all, you didn't buy anything new. You used what was already there, a forgotten can, a bit of paint, a splash of imagination. In a world that rushes to throw things away, you chose to make something bloom. That's not just gardening, dear one. That's grace in action. Do you remember those old hanging shoe organizers that used to live behind the closet door? The kind with neat little fabric pockets that once held sandals in summer and cozy slippers in winter. Well, my friend, today, those humble pockets become a wall of green scent and usefulness. Yes, we're turning a fabric shoe organizer into a vertical herb garden. And it's just as simple as it sounds, with no soil beds, no bending, and barely any tools at all. Begin with a clean, sturdy fabric organizer, the kind with deep, breathable pockets. If you have one tucked away in storage, that's perfect. If not, they're easy to find secondhand for just a few dollars. Hang it on a sunny wall fence or wooden gate using nails, hooks, or zip ties. Now comes the fun part. Fill each pocket with potting mix, just enough to support a small root system. Then gently tuck in your herb seedlings. Basil, thyme, rosemary, parsley, mint. Oh, the scents you'll grow. Each pocket can hold one type, making it easy to organize, water, and harvest. You can even add little handwritten labels, a tiny tag with the plant's name, or perhaps something more personal like Mom's Mint or Nana's Tea Time. That's the beauty of gardening. It holds space for memory as well as growth. The vertical layout means no stooping, no crawling through garden beds, just a little tending at shoulder height. Perfect for balconies, patios, or even sunny spots near the kitchen door. And when you water, do so gently. The fabric will absorb some moisture, helping the plants stay cool and reducing runoff. You'll notice how the leaves begin to reach for the light, how the air smells sweeter, how dinner becomes just a bit more special when your herbs come fresh from the wall. This idea is more than just practical. It's a quiet revolution, a way of saying I can still grow things, even in a small space, even with limited mobility. Even when the world says you need more, because you don't. You just need a little pocket of sunlight, a seedling, and the wisdom to know that the best things often grow from the most unexpected places, like an old shoe rack turned into a vertical garden of hope. Do you remember those summer evenings when the sun would slowly melt into the horizon and the light would soften everything, the flowers, the fence, even the lines on our hands? Maybe you sat outside, tea in hand, watching the world grow still. Those kinds of nights deserve a little glow, don't they? Let's make it with nothing more than a mason jar, a bit of twine, a flickering flame, and a sprig of something green. This idea starts with a few clear mason jars, the kind you might have stored buttons in or used for pickles once upon a time. Clean them up and wrap a length of jute twine or sturdy string around the neck of each jar to form a secure hanging loop. You can tie a simple knot or get fancy with a few twists, whatever suits your mood. Now place a small tea light candle in the base of the jar, a battery-operated one if you prefer safety and simplicity, or a real wax candle if you're drawn to the gentle flicker of flame. Nestle fresh herbs around the candle, sprigs of rosemary, mint, or even a little basil. Not too much, just enough to frame the light and lend a subtle scent to the air. Hang the jars from a pergola beam, a low tree branch, or hooks along your porch. As evening comes, light them one by one and watch the garden transform. The soft glow will reflect through the glass, bouncing off the greenery inside and casting tiny moving shadows on nearby leaves. It's like watching the stars twinkle a little closer to home. And here's the part that makes it truly special. Those herbs aren't just for decoration. You can pluck them to garnish a glass of lemonade, flavor your dinner, or rub between your fingers just to release their calming scent. It's a garden you can feel, smell, and carry into the kitchen, all held in your hand. There's no digging, no lifting, just simple materials arranged with care. And the result, pure magic. Because sometimes the light we need isn't overhead. It's within reach, something we've made ourselves, from jars that once held jam from herbs we grew in love, from hands that still know how to create peace. Do you remember old tires piled behind the shed? Maybe they came from a car you sold long ago, or a lawnmower that no longer runs. Heavy, dusty, forgotten. Most folks see junk. But you see potential. That's the heart of gardening. With love, we don't just plant flowers, we give second chances. Even to old tires. Let's make something bold, cheerful, and full of color. A flower tower made from tires you might have thought belonged in the dump. Begin by gathering 2 or 3 used tires. Don't worry if they're mismatched, we'll cover them in joy. Clean them with soap and water, then let them dry in the sun. Afterward, paint them in bright, playful colors. Sunflower, yellow sky, blue coral pink, or apple green. You can even add polka dot stripes or flower shapes if you're feeling artistic. Use outdoor acrylic or spray paint, whatever's easiest on your hands. Once dry, stack them wherever you have a bit of space, against a wall, in a sunny corner, or beside your garden bench. Make sure the bottom tire sits level and steady. Then fill each one with potting soil, 1 layer at a time. Plant blooming flowers near the edges. Marigolds, petunias, or pansies work wonderfully. Their blossoms will spill over like little waterfalls of color. If lifting is difficult, you can prep each tire on the ground before stacking, or enlist a kind neighbor or family member to help you build it slowly with care. As the days pass, your tire tower becomes a beacon not just of flowers, but of resilience. You've taken what was meant to be discarded, and you've turned it into joy. The best part, it's incredibly durable. These towers can withstand the weather, they won't tip easily, and they're low to the ground, meaning they're safer and easier to manage. You can water with a gentle hose or cup and change out plants with the seasons. It's a wonderful project for grandchildren too. Bright paints, messy hands, giggles in the sun. A memory planted beside the flowers. And isn't that what gardening is about? Turning what's ordinary, even what's worn out, into something lovely. A tire becomes a planter. A patch of earth becomes a sanctuary. And we, my dear friend, become creators once more. Do you remember the way light used to dance off the edge of a glass teacup in the morning sun? That sparkle, that quiet magic. It doesn't take much to bring that same glimmer into the garden. Sometimes it's as simple as a globe covered in broken beauty. Let's take something plain, even cracked like an old gazing ball, a thrifted bowling ball, or a cement sphere, and turn it into a mosaic treasure. Start with your base, a round object with a solid core. Then gather your mosaic materials. Bits of broken plates, mirror shards, old CDs, glass tiles, or even seashells if you have them. Pieces of color and memory. Things that might have come from a chipped dish you couldn't bear to throw away, or a mirror from the hall that saw your children grow up. Using weather-resistant adhesive, begin placing the pieces along the globe's surface. Don't worry about perfect patterns. The beauty lies in the irregular, the handmade, the story. Space the pieces just slightly apart. Then, once everything is dry, fill the gaps with grout soft gray or sandy beige, something that lets the colors sing. Wipe it clean, let it set, and then nestle your globe gently into the soil among the greenery. Place it where the morning light can catch it, near hostas by the herbs, or beside your favorite bench. As the sun shifts, you'll notice flickers of color dancing across the leaves, as if the garden is winking back at you. There's no bending required once it's placed. No weeding, no pruning, just enjoyment. And every time you see it, you'll be reminded even broken things can shine. These mosaic globes are perfect for tucking into corners that feel a bit bare, or using as soft borders for pathways. Make one or a whole family of them in different sizes. They're quiet sculptures, and they don't need watering. And if someone asks where you bought it, you can smile and say, "Oh, that I made it from the old and the beautiful." Because, dear friend, that's the truth of aging and of gardening. What the world calls broken, we call seasoned. What others discard, we cherish. And what no longer serves its first purpose often blooms in its second. Do you remember old wooden crates from back in the day? The kind that once held fruit at the market or jars of preserves in the pantry. They were humble and strong, built to carry weight just like us. And now, even in their weathered years, they're ready to hold life again. This idea is one of the most satisfying ways to create structure in a small garden, without taking up much space or needing to bend. A stacked crate succulent wall is both art and utility, a vertical tapestry of green. To begin, gather a few reclaimed wooden crates. You might find them at flea markets, garden centers, or thrift stores, or maybe you have one tucked in the garage. Choose crates that are sturdy but light enough to move without strain. If you'd like, give them a gentle sanding or a coat of natural wood stain, but their aged look is part of the charm. Now imagine them not as boxes but as shelves in your living garden gallery. Stack them against a wall staggered like bricks, or lean them in a pyramid shape. You don't have to secure them permanently if you don't want a gravity, and careful placement will do just fine. Some can stand upright as shelves, others can lay flat and be filled directly with soil and plants. Into each crate, place a small arrangement of succulents, hens and chicks, echeveria string of pearls, jade plants. These are perfect for small spaces. They're resilient, low water, and come in soothing shades of green, pink, and dusty blue. Use lightweight pots or recycled tins inside the crates if you'd prefer not to plant directly into them. Add bits of moss or bark to soften the edges and bring a natural, cozy feel. What makes this idea so senior-friendly is that you can build it at your height. No bending to the ground, no heavy lifting. Just you, your hands, and a collection of tiny living sculptures arranged however your heart sees fit. And it's not just a wall, it's a story. Each plant, each crate a chapter. The crate that once carried apples now holds sedum. The one that might have lived in a grocery store now lives in your garden, offering rest to quiet beauty. It reminds us that nothing and no one is ever too old to bloom again. We just need the right light, the right care, and a little space to grow. Remember those old rubber boots by the back door, the ones caked in mud from spring walks or rainy day errands? Maybe they belong to your children or even your grandchildren, little feet splashing in puddles, squealing with joy. What if those same boots, now too small or too worn to wear, could hold something beautiful instead of dust? Let's give them a new adventure, not down the street, but up on the fence filled with flowers and sunshine. A rain boot flower row is one of the most whimsical, cheerful garden displays you can create, and it doesn't require digging, lifting, or much more than a hammer and a few sturdy hooks. Start by gathering a few old boots they don't have to match. In fact, the more colors and sizes, the better. If you'd like, give them a fresh coat of pastel paint, or leave them as they are, letting their scuffs and stories show. Drill a few small holes in the soles for drainage. This part can be done by someone else if your hands need a rest. Next, fill each boot with a bit of gravel, then potting soil. Tuck in flowering plants that bloom with joy, petunias, pansies, daisies, or even trailing vines like sweet potato or ivy. The flowers will burst upward and over time spill out over the tops of the boots like laughter overflowing a cup. Now, using nails or hooks, hang your boots in a row along a fence or wall-eye level is perfect. Stagger their height slightly to create a playful rhythm. The effect is delightful, a parade of blooms dancing across the wood, each boot its own little stage. This project is perfect for narrow patios or balconies where ground space is tight. And because it's vertical, everything stays within easy reach, no need to bend or kneel. You can water with a small jug, snip blooms for a vase, or just pause in front of them with your morning tea, smiling at their charm. There's something deeply comforting about this kind of repurposing, giving new purpose to what's worn. The boots may not keep your feet dry anymore, but they'll still make you happy. And isn't that the beauty of aging too? We might not run like we used to, but we still bloom in our own way and in our own time. Have you ever held something in your hands that was cracked? A favorite old mug, a chipped dish, a pot with one side broken, and felt a pang of sadness because you thought it was no longer useful? What if I told you, dear friend, that even the broken things can still hold wonder? A broken terracotta pot, the kind many would toss aside, can become the setting for something magical, a fairy garden. Not grand, not complex, but soft, whimsical, and full of delight. Start with a large clay pot that's cracked or split. If the break creates a natural opening, perfect, that will become your little hillside. If not, you can gently tap the rim with a hammer wrapped in a cloth for safety, to create a layered effect. The goal is to create tiered steps or terraces like a miniature landscape carved into the earth. Now fill the pot with a mix of potting soil and moss. Arrange the broken shards like steps winding up a hill. Then begin to build your tiny world. Add creeping plants like baby tears thyme or moss, anything low-growing and soft. Place a tiny door against the soil, a pebble path leading up, maybe a miniature bench, a painted stone cottage, or even a small fairy figurine tucked among the greenery. If your hands prefer to rest, you can purchase small fairy garden accessories from a dollar store or nursery. Or enlist the grandkids, let them choose a tiny creature or help you plant the moss. It's not about perfection, it's about storytelling. Set your fairy garden on a table, a ledge, or a patio corner where it can be admired up close, no bending needed. You'll be surprised at how many conversations it starts, how many smiles it brings. It's a miniature world that feels big with wonder. And here's the tender truth: when you create beauty from something broken, you're sending a message to yourself and to everyone who sees it that healing and magic are not just possible, they're real. This little garden may be quiet, but it speaks volumes. It says, I'm still here. I still matter. I still bloom. And perhaps that's why the fairies come, not for the flowers, but for the hope. Remember when bottle caps were metal and soda came in glass? You'd twist one off, hear that fizzy pop, and maybe save the cap without knowing why, just because it felt special. Tiny, colorful, ordinary treasures. Most people would throw them away. But you, dear friend, know that even the smallest things can be part of something beautiful. Let's turn those little lids into a mural. A flower garden made not from petals, but from plastic and metal, recycled, vibrant, and full of heart. To begin, gather your materials: colorful plastic bottle caps, old jar lids, even bits of broken kitchenware or thrifted plastic containers. The more sizes and colors, the better. You'll also need a backing, maybe a piece of scrap wood, an old shutter, or a sturdy bit of fencing. This will be your canvas. Arrange your bottle caps into flower shapes, large ones for petals, smaller ones for centers. Use bright colors: reds, yellows, blues, greens. Each piece clicks into place like a puzzle, forming a garden that will never wilt. Use strong outdoor adhesive or a hot glue gun, or get a little help if your hands need rest to secure each piece. The mural can be as big or as small as you like. Mount it on a wall, lean it behind your garden bench, or hang it near your patio door where you can see it from your kitchen window. The sunlight will bounce off the plastic, and every time you glance outside, it will greet you like a blooming bouquet, bright, joyful, and made by your own hands. And here's the lovely part: not a single flower needed water. Not a single item was bought new. This is gardening without soil, beauty without expense, art born from things most people would never think to keep. This is the kind of project that can be done slowly over days or weeks. Each time you finish a bottle, you're not just throwing something away, you're adding to your garden. It's a gift that builds itself piece by piece, like patchwork. And when someone asks how you made it, you can say, from yesterday's scraps and tomorrow's joy. Because, dear friend, that's what you do. You turn leftovers into light. You see promise in pieces. And through your creativity, you show us all that nothing, not a cap, not a pot, not even a person, is too small to bring beauty into the world. Do you remember cracking eggs for Sunday breakfast, maybe into a mixing bowl for pancakes, or gently separating yolk from white for a lemon pie? Most of us toss those fragile shells away without a second thought. But today, dear friend, we'll treat them like the treasure they truly are: tiny cradles of life ready to begin again. Eggshells make the most perfect seedling starters. Delicate, natural, and already full of the nutrients young plants love. Next time you use eggs, crack them near the top instead of the center. Give them a gentle rinse and place each half back into the carton for support. That's your garden tray, one that came straight from your kitchen. Then, with a spoon or your fingers, add a bit of potting soil into each shell. Not too much, just enough to cradle a seed. Now choose your seeds. Basil, parsley, lettuce, even tiny tomatoes. Press 1 or 2 into each shell. Mist lightly with water and place the carton in a sunny windowsill or table near the light. Over the next week or so, you'll begin to see green shoots rise, a little miracle unfolding gently right in front of you. You can write the herb names on the shells with a marker, or decorate them with soft colors if you like. This is a lovely, low-effort project for mornings with tea, especially if your fingers want calm, delicate work. There's no lifting, no bending, just tending. And here's the beauty of it. When the seedlings are strong enough to move outdoors, you can plant the whole shell directly into the soil or a larger pot. Just give it a small crack at the bottom with a spoon to help the roots escape. The shell will slowly break down, nourishing the young plant as it grows. It's such a simple act. From what was once breakfast, something used and emptied, comes fresh life. Isn't that a kind of quiet poetry? These eggshell starters remind us that we don't always need something big to begin. A garden can grow from a handful of scraps. Hope can grow from what others discard. And in the same way, your days, your hands, your heart still hold the power to nurture, to create, to begin again, even from something as small and humble and perfect as an eggshell. Do you remember rinsing out bottles after a family picnic or lining them up by the sink to be recycled? We often see plastic as waste. But what if I told you that those very bottles, clear, ordinary, and often overlooked, could rise again as something vibrant, green, and full of life? That's the heart of this next idea, a vertical garden tower built entirely from repurposed plastic bottles. It's simple, space-saving, and so rewarding, especially if your patio is small and your dreams for greenery are big. To begin, collect a handful of large plastic bottles. 2-liter soda bottles work beautifully. Cut an opening along the side of each bottle wide enough to fit a few scoops of soil and space for herbs or flowers to grow. Poke a few drainage holes in the bottom and keep the caps on to hold in moisture. Then, using string wire or zip ties, stack them one above the next by securing each bottle to a wooden stake, PVC pipe, or metal rod anchored in a pot or bucket filled with soil. Think of it like a vertical column with each bottle acting as its own miniature garden bed. Fill each bottle with potting mix and plant whatever brings you joy, leafy herbs like mint or basil, cheerful blooms like marigolds or violas, or even salad greens that sprout quickly and offer a fresh bite for your plate. Because the tower grows up, not out, it's ideal for tight spaces like balconies or narrow patio corners. You don't need to kneel or dig. Everything is at arm's length, ready to tend with just a small watering can and a bit of love. And the best part, you've turned plastic waste into something nourishing, something useful. That's more than gardening, that's healing. You can even color code your bottles, paint their edges, or label each one with a little wooden tag. This tower doesn't just feed your plants, it feeds your spirit. Because you, dear friend, are living proof that beauty doesn't come from buying the newest thing. It comes from the gentle hands that see worth in what's been used. From the kind of wisdom that says, let's grow something right here, right now, with what we already have. A plastic bottle becomes a garden. A small patio becomes a sanctuary. And your creativity becomes the sunlight that helps it all begin. Do you remember walking through old houses where picture frames lined the walls, portraits of loved ones, hand-stitched samplers, quiet reminders of lives well lived? A frame doesn't just hold an image. It gives it meaning, a boundary, a place of honor. So why not frame something alive? This next idea brings together nature and nostalgia in the loveliest way, turning vintage picture frames into displays for trailing plants. A living wall gallery, one that grows, shifts, and breathes with time. Begin by collecting a few old frames, no glass needed, just the outer borders. Wooden ones with carved edges or a bit of age are especially lovely, but any sturdy frame will do. You might find them at a thrift store or tucked away in a closet from years gone by. Next, choose your backdrop. You can attach chicken wire mesh or breathable fabric to the back of each frame, something to support the plants while allowing air and water to pass through. If you prefer something simpler, hang a small potted plant directly within the frame's center, allowing vines to dangle below and peek through the edges. Select trailing plants that thrive in containers like string of pearls, ivy pothos, or creeping jenny. As they grow, they'll drape over the frame, softening every edge and adding texture and movement. It's like watching nature paint her own picture, little by little, leaf by leaf. Mount the frames on a patio wall fence, or even along your porch, wherever your eye naturally lingers. Each one becomes its own tiny window into a green world. And because they're vertical, they save space while offering height, elegance, and presence, no bending or heavy lifting required. This kind of living art can be changed with the seasons. You might start with fresh greenery in spring, then swap in dried flowers or air plants for autumn. the frames stay the same like the bones of a story while the plants add new chapters. And here's the most beautiful part: when you look at your framed living wall, you're reminded that life too needs a little structure, a place to grow within. And just like the frame doesn't limit the art, it reveals it. The quiet boundaries we live within often allow our best selves to shine. So frame your garden, frame your joy, frame this moment, because sometimes what blooms within the lines is the most breathtaking of all. Do you remember watching rain trickle down the gutters after a summer storm? The soft patter on the roof, the water trailing away in streams, carrying leaves and stories with it. Gutters were always the quiet workers of the home, unnoticed until needed. But even they, dear friend, can become something beautiful. Today, those same old gutters, bent unused or left over from a renovation, can be transformed into a striking and space-saving garden. A wall of blooms and greens neatly arranged, always within reach. Here's how to begin. Gather a few lengths of old rain gutter aluminum or plastic works just fine. If they're a bit rusted or weathered, don't worry. A gentle scrub and a coat of paint, perhaps sage green, sunny yellow, or soft blue, will bring them back to life. Or if you love the rustic charm, leave them as is. Drill small drainage holes along the bottom of each section to keep your plants happy and healthy. Then mount the gutters horizontally along a sunny wall or sturdy fence using brackets or heavy-duty zip ties. Space them like shelves, one above the other, with enough room for light and air to reach each level. Now fill them with potting mix and begin planting. Herbs work beautifully here: basil, thyme, parsley, cilantro. Or go for pops of color with pansies, nasturtiums, or petunias. Mix in a few leafy greens like spinach or baby lettuce, and suddenly you've turned a fence into a farmer's market. Everything is at chest or eye level. There's no need to stoop or dig. You can water with a small pitcher, harvest with scissors, and admire your work with a cup of tea in hand. And because the structure is modular, you can add more rows, swap out plants, or rearrange as the seasons change. Flexibility without fuss. What makes this project so quietly lovely is that it brings order to the garden rows of life, growing in harmony, making use of vertical space in a gentle, rhythmic way. And it gives old materials a second chance. Instead of ending in a landfill, those gutters now cradle blooms and flavors, giving back more than they ever did before. Just like you, wise, enduring, and capable of blooming in the most unexpected places, because beauty doesn't always fall from the sky. Sometimes it grows upward from something once forgotten, now lovingly reborn. Do you remember saving coffee tins or soup cans because they were too good to throw away? Maybe they once held clothespins, crayons, or buttons. Or maybe they sat under the sink waiting patiently for a second life. Well, today is that day. Let's take those humble can symbols of everyday living and turn them into something whimsical and full of life: a colorful tin can trellis garden. One that climbs, sings with color, and brings cheer to the smallest spaces. Start by collecting empty metal cans. Any size will do, but medium ones are best for planting. Wash them well and remove any sharp edges. Then give them a coat of paint. Think cheerful shades: sunflower yellow, soft lilac, turquoise blue, or even a playful mix of polka dots and stripes. You don't have to be an artist, just paint with joy. Drill a few drainage holes in the bottom of each can, and if you'd like, punch small holes near the rim so you can hang them later with wire or twine. But here's the magic: instead of hanging them alone, you'll attach them to a wooden trellis or lattice. That trellis, which could be made from old crib slats, fencing pieces, or even a salvaged headboard, becomes the structure. The cans become the garden. Using hooks or screws, mount each painted can to the trellis. You can arrange them in rose spirals or scatter them like confetti. Then fill each can with potting mix and plant a mix of herbs, trailing flowers, or succulents. Rosemary, thyme, pansies, or creeping jenny, all happy in small homes. Place the trellis against a sunny wall or fence, and just like that, your garden is climbing. Colorful, alive, and best of all, kind on your back, your knees, and your budget. This setup doesn't ask much of you physically. Everything is reachable, manageable, and light. A perfect option for renters, apartment dwellers, or anyone working with limited ground space. And yet the result is bold and joyful, like a garden wearing its Sunday best. Each can tell a story. Each bloom is a little thank you for not giving up on what others might overlook. That's the quiet power of upcycling and of aging with grace. Because, my friend, a simple tin can hold more than a plant. It can hold color, it can hold purpose, and in your hands, it can hold beauty. Do you remember that old dresser from your childhood bedroom? The one with the squeaky drawers that stuck just a little when you pulled them out? Maybe it's long gone now, or maybe a lonely drawer still sits in the garage waiting for purpose. Well, today, let's give it one. A single wooden drawer, chipped, weathered, or painted in a color from decades ago, makes a perfect flower planter. Not just functional, but full of story. To start, choose a drawer that's shallow and manageable in weight. If it doesn't already have holes, drill a few in the bottom for drainage. Then you can leave the outside as is for that beloved rustic charm, or repaint it in soft cottage tones, dusty blue sage green or cream. Add drawer pulls, knobs, or even stenciled numbers if you're feeling creative. Line the inside with landscape fabric or newspaper to help retain soil, then fill with potting mix. Now comes the fun. Choose flowers that spill and cascade: geraniums trailing lobelia, marigolds, or alyssum. Arrange them like you're painting a picture, tall in the back, trailing in the front, a little wild, a little sweet. Set your drawer on a low bench, a crate, or even directly on a porch step. No need to bend or carry anything heavy. Just water gently and enjoy how your blooms spill over the sides like joy itself. And every time you see it, you'll remember drawers weren't only made to hold socks and scarves. They can also cradle life. Memories, yes, but also marigolds. Because, dear friend, your past has layers, and so does your garden. Do you remember leaning an old garden rake against the side of the shed, maybe after clearing leaves in the fall or turning soil in spring? Its wooden handle worn smooth from years of use, and the metal tines just a little rusty with age. That rake may no longer be ready for hard work in the dirt, but it still has something to offer. Let's turn that rake head, just the metal part, into a charming herb hanger for your porch or patio. A simple vertical display that brings fragrance and freshness right within reach. Start by detaching the metal rake head from its handle. Clean it gently, leaving just enough rust to show its age with pride, like a gardener's hands. You can paint it if you'd like, or leave it raw and rustic. Mount the rake head on a wooden board, a fence post, or directly onto an outside wall. Each tine becomes a hook, ready to hold small potted herbs, garden tools, or bundles of dried lavender and rosemary tied with twine. Use lightweight hanging planters or small galvanized buckets. Fill them with soil and plant kitchen herbs, basil, thyme, mint, or oregano. Hang them one by one, watching the tines bloom, not with weeds this time, but with flavor and fragrance. What's lovely about this project is that everything hangs at eye level, no bending, no heavy lifting, just a wall of usefulness. Every time you cook, you can step outside, run your fingers over the leaves, and pick a sprig of something fresh. And more than that, it's a quiet reminder that even tools have second acts, that usefulness doesn't end with age or wear. Sometimes it simply shifts form. The same can be said of us, can't it? You're not what you once were, you're more. Softer in some ways, wiser in others. And still your days are capable of holding so much life. All it takes is a bit of imagination, and an old rake waiting patiently to bloom again. Do you remember those old metal colanders, the kind you'd use to rinse garden-picked strawberries or drain steaming pasta for Sunday dinner? They sat in kitchen sinks for years, helping to nourish families. And even now, long after their kitchen days are done, they can still bring beauty, just in a different way. A vintage colander makes the most delightful hanging basket. With its ready-made drainage holes and charming shape, it was practically born to cradle flowers. To begin, find a colander, maybe enamel-coated with tiny chips or plain metal dulled with time. Thrift stores are full of them, or you may already have one tucked at the back of a cabinet. If you'd like to refresh its look, a gentle scrub and a coat of spray paint in robin's egg blue or soft white will do wonders. Next, cut 3 equal lengths of chain or thick twine and attach them evenly to the rim using the colander's existing holes. Bring the ends together and hook them onto a ceiling hook tree branch or a shepherd's hook stand on your patio. Line the inside with a bit of moss or coconut coir to hold the soil in place. Then fill it with potting mix and plant something cheerful in spilling trailing petunias, lobelia, or sweet alyssum. As it fills out, it will cascade gently over the sides, dancing in the breeze like lace. Because it's elevated, it's easy to water and admire without strain. No bending, no crouching, just beauty that floats at eye level right where you can enjoy it. And there's something especially heartwarming about giving a kitchen item a new outdoor life. The same colander that once drained strawberries now cradles blossoms. A quiet transformation just like you. It reminds us that usefulness never truly ends. It simply evolves, becoming gentler, more decorative, more rooted in peace than urgency. So hang up that old colander, dear friend. Let it bloom. Let it whisper stories of meals shared and mornings passed, and remind you that even when our purpose shifts, we still have so much to give. Do you still have a teacup from an old set one with a little chip on the rim or a missing saucer? Maybe it was part of your wedding china or a gift from someone long ago. You've held on to it not for use, but for memory. And now, dear friend, it's ready for one more story shared with the birds. Let's turn that delicate little cup into a hanging bird feeder, a small offering of kindness to your feathered visitors. Begin with a teacup and saucer, or just the cup if that's all you have. The more delicate and floral, the better. This is meant to feel like a garden jewel. Use strong glue like E6000 to attach the cup to the center of the saucer, tilted just slightly as if pouring its contents out. Let it dry fully before continuing. Next, thread wire or twine through holes in the saucer. You can gently drill small holes if needed, or tie around the handle to create a hanger. Suspend it from a low tree branch, porch hook, or shepherd's pole, where you can easily reach it without stretching or lifting. Fill the cup with bird seed, sunflower seeds, millet, or a mix designed for your local songbirds. Before long, curious little visitors will come fluttering by. Chickadees, finches, maybe even a hummingbird or two if you place it near a flower patch. The chipped edge no longer matters. In fact, it only adds to the charm, a soft imperfection that reminds us things don't need to be flawless to be loved or useful or beautiful. This is a project made for gentle hands. No digging, no heavy lifting. Just a quiet moment of placing, filling, and watching. Maybe with a blanket on your lap and a warm cup in your own hands, mirroring the one outside. The teacup once held warm memories. Now it holds seeds of life. And as the birds come to visit, wings fluttering, seeds pecked, songs lifted, you'll feel it too, the joy of giving, of sharing space, of turning something chipped into something cherished. Because beauty, dear friend, often sings from the quietest corners. Do you remember seeing an old wagon wheel leaning against a barn or tucked behind a shed? Maybe it was part of a childhood memory, dusty roads, summer fairs, or stories of simpler times. That wooden wheel once used to carry goods, and people can now carry something else, beauty. A weathered wagon wheel makes a stunning flower display full of rustic charm and easy accessibility. No bending, no digging, just gentle layering of life. Start by finding a wheel. Wooden is best, but even a metal one will do. You might spot one at a flea market, a salvage yard, or perhaps tucked in the back of someone's garden waiting for a second act. If the wood is faded or cracked, embrace it. That patina is what makes it special. Place the wheel vertically against a wall fence or large planter. Some choose to mount it, others simply lean it in a cozy corner. Now here's the magic. Use the open spokes as spaces to tuck in small potted plants or hanging jars. You can secure them with twine wire or small hooks attached to the spokes. Add trailing plants like ivy, petunias, or string of hearts in tiny pots or upcycled containers, old mugs, tin cans, or mason jars. The flowers spill down the spokes like gentle waterfalls. You can even weave fairy lights through the wheel if you'd like to enjoy the glow during warm evenings. And the best part, this project is nearly weightless for you. You're not hauling soil or lifting bags, just placing small bits of green where they'll shine, letting gravity and the wheel structure do the work. This wheel, once rolling through dusty roads, now stands still, but it's not idle. It holds life. It tells stories. It connects time and nature in the quietest, most beautiful way. And perhaps that's the lesson too. Even when we stop moving fast, we don't stop carrying meaning. We become steady-rooted, full of grace. So let your wheel bloom, dear friend. Let it hold flowers instead of freight. Let it be a circle of life, rest, and renewal, just like your garden, just like your heart. Do you remember those old garden lanterns, the kind with smoky glass and a handle on top? Maybe it once lit your porch on summer nights, or sat on a holiday table flickering softly as laughter filled the air. Now, long after the candle has burned down, that lantern still has light to give, just in a new form. Let's turn it into a graceful planter glowing not with flame, but with life. Begin with any lantern you have on hand, metal, wood, or glass. It doesn't matter if the glass is missing or fogged, or if the handle squeaks. In fact, that wear adds charm. Gently clean the inside, remove any leftover wax, and check for drainage. If there's no hole in the base, you can either drill one or place small stones in the bottom for water flow. Then add a small layer of potting soil and nestle in your plants. Succulents are perfect here, low maintenance, compact, and beautiful in detail. Or you might choose a miniature fern mosses or flowering plants like violas or pansies. If you want to create a true lantern garden, tuck in a faux candle or string of battery-powered fairy lights around the base of the plants. Place your lantern planter on a side table patio step or even hang it from a shepherd's hook. It becomes a glowing, living centerpiece, easy to move, easy to care for, and endlessly enchanting. And if your fingers tire easily or your energy is low, this is the perfect project. No bending, no heavy lifting. Just a few quiet minutes of planting and you have something beautiful that shines day and night. There's something deeply poetic about this one, friend. A lantern is meant to hold light, and now it does again, only softer, greener, quieter. It reminds us that we too can hold light in new ways. That even when the flame of youth fades, something gentler takes its place, something rooted, growing, and full of quiet joy. So let your lantern glow. Let it remind you that light comes in many forms and beauty in all seasons of life. Do you remember the old wooden chair that creaked when someone sat down? Maybe it lived in your kitchen or out on the porch, worn smooth by time and sun. Perhaps its seat gave out long ago, or its legs wobbled just a little too much. Still, you never had the heart to throw it away. That's because, dear friend, it was waiting for this very moment to become a flower throne. An old chair, even broken or battered, can become a breathtaking garden planter, a quiet throne for blossoms and greenery. To begin, choose a chair with a sturdy back, even if the seat is missing or cracked. If the seat has gone perfect, that's where your flowers will go. Use a small wire basket or old colander to fill in the seat space. You can secure it with zip ties wire or small screws. Line it with cocoa fiber or moss to hold soil, then fill it with potting mix. Now the real fun begins. Choose a cascade of blooms that spill and flow like a gown. Petunias, sweet potato vine, nasturtiums, or begonias. Paint the chair if you'd like soft mint butter yellow or lavender, or leave it with its original chippy charm. Set it in a corner of your patio or tucked into the garden like a secret seat for fairies. It doesn't need to be moved, just admired. There's no heavy lifting, no strain, just gentle planting at a height that's kind to your back. And when the flowers bloom, they don't just grow. They sit proudly like royalty on a throne made by you. What's so touching about this project is that it honors the past. That chair held people moments, meals, and now it holds life again. It's not discarded, it's transformed. Just like so many things in this season of life, the beauty isn't in being perfect. It's in continuing to be useful, to be lovely, to be full of life. So let your old chair bloom, dear friend. Give it flowers instead of feet. Let it stand as a quiet reminder even broken things can be filled with joy. Have you ever leaned an old mirror against a wall and caught a glimpse of yourself? Or maybe the sky reflected in its glass. Mirrors have a quiet magic. They show us more than we expect. And in a garden, they can do something truly special. Make the space feel larger, lighter, and more alive. If you've got a weathered mirror tucked away, maybe from an old vanity or a thrift store, find with a cracked frame, now's the time to bring it outside and give it new purpose. Start by choosing a mirror with charm. It doesn't need to be perfect. In fact, those little imperfections, the foxing on the glass, a chipped corner, only add to the enchantment. Clean the surface gently, then seal the frame with outdoor safe paint or weatherproofing spray if it'll be exposed to the elements. Next, place it in your garden like a secret window. Prop it against a fence, lean it behind a potted plant arrangement, or hang it on a patio wall. Aim it so it reflects greenery, sunlight, or a climbing vine, doubling the beauty with just a glance. Suddenly your small patio looks twice as wide. Your flowers seem to multiply. The light dances in new directions, and you find yourself drawn into the illusion, a secret garden within a garden. This gentle idea requires no tools, no strain, and no digging. Just placement vision and a willingness to let something old surprise you again. You can frame the mirror with trellised ivy or hang a wind chime nearby. As the breeze moves and the light shifts, your mirror garden becomes a living painting, a daily reminder that perspective changes everything. That's what this project teaches us in its quiet way. Even a small change in angle can make the world feel new. Even a reflection of flowers of light of yourself can hold healing. So go ahead, place the mirror. Let it stretch your space and your imagination. Let it remind you that beauty isn't always found in what's real. Sometimes it blooms in what's reflected. And in every reflection, dear friend, you'll see not just the garden, but the heart that made it grow. Do you remember seeing those old-fashioned bird cages, delicate metal frames, once home to finches or parakeets with tiny doors and curved tops like storybook towers? Perhaps yours has sat empty for years, a remnant of the past. But what if instead of holding a songbird, it held something that bloomed? That's the gentle charm of today's idea, turning a vintage bird cage into a graceful flower display, one that feels like a garden tucked inside a poem. Begin with an empty bird cage. It might be ornate or simple painted or rusted, large or small. If the cage has a removable bottom, line it with coconut coir or moss to hold soil. Otherwise, place a shallow flower pot or saucer inside to catch moisture. Now fill it with trailing plants or colorful annuals, think lobelia, bacopa, alyssum, or even tiny succulents tucked into the nooks. Let the foliage spill through the bars, softening the lines like lace peeking from a hem. You can hang the bird cage from a tree branch, a porch beam, or set it gently on a patio table as a centerpiece. Add fairy lights or ribbons for evening sparkle, or leave it simple and let the blooms speak for themselves. What makes this idea so lovely is the contrast, the gentle wildness of plants blooming inside a structure once meant to confine. There's something poetic in that. It's as though the garden is reminding us freedom isn't always about flight. Sometimes it's about transforming the space you're in. And there's no heavy lifting, no digging, just a soft gathering of blooms and a thoughtful touch. Ideal for older hands, gentle days, and peaceful afternoons. So let your birdcage bloom, dear friend. Let it cradle flowers instead of feathers, color instead of silence. Let it remind you that beauty can take root in the most unexpected places. Even in something once closed, something now open. Something like you that holds new life in every delicate line. Do you remember baking muffins or cupcakes for family gatherings, maybe blueberry for breakfast or banana nut with coffee in the afternoon? That old muffin tin with its dozen little cups may have cooled its last batch of treats. But it's not done serving joy just yet. Today we turn that humble kitchen relic into a charming mini garden, a soft grid of greenery and blossoms that's perfect for small spaces and small efforts. Start by finding a muffin tin. Metal is best even if it's rusted or stained. In fact, those signs of use add to its story. Drill a few tiny drainage holes in the bottom of each cup if possible, or line each one with small pebbles before adding soil. Now comes the fun part. Fill each cup with a different small plant, baby succulents, tiny herbs like thyme or oregano, or miniature flowers like violas or marigolds. You could even add moss or decorative stones between the plants for a finished look. Set the muffin tin on a low table windowsill or garden bench where it can be admired without strain. It's light, portable, and easy to water, just a little drink in each cup. If you want to take it further, paint the outside in cheerful colors or add labels to each plant. What's so heartwarming about this project is how simple and gentle it is. You're not digging deep beds or lifting big pots. You're just tending tiny pockets of life one by one, like planting small wishes. And it reminds us beauty doesn't always need space to thrive. Sometimes it's the smallest containers of time, of love, of tin that bloom the brightest. That muffin tin once brought nourishment to others. Now it brings joy to you. A different kind of recipe, but just as sweet. So go ahead, dear friend. Let it grow. Let your garden whisper from 12 little cups of earth, each one a soft reminder that even the simplest things like you still hold wonder. So here we are, dear friend, at the gentle close of our journey through 40 upcycled garden ideas, each one stitched together by memory, imagination, and love. From teacups and chairs to muffin tins and mirrors, we've wandered through a world where nothing is wasted and everything has the chance to bloom again. Isn't that what aging is too? A second bloom. A softer, wiser season where beauty comes not from speed or perfection, but from presence, from care, from knowing how to see treasure where others see trash. These little projects may seem simple, a drawer turned into a planter, a rake turned into a hanger, but they're more than decor. They are acts of hope, of belief. They say I still have something to offer. My hands can still create. My heart still delights in small, lovely things. And isn't that enough? You don't need a big budget. You don't need perfect tools. You just need to notice, to wonder, to begin. So as the light softens over your garden and the breeze carries the scent of marigolds and mint, I hope you feel proud. Not because everything is finished or flawless, but because you saw the possibility in old things, in quiet corners, in yourself. Which idea brought you the most joy? Was it the birdcage, the mirror, the tiny muffin tin full of life? Tell me in the comments. I'd love to know what spoke to your heart. And if you'd like more gentle inspiration for your garden, your home, and your golden years, don't forget to subscribe. This space is for you always. Until next time, dear friend, may your days be slow, your hands be gentle, and your garden, no matter how small, continue to grow in kindness. Happy gardening. Hello, dear friend. Come sit with me a while. Imagine we're sharing a quiet morning on the porch, a warm cup of tea between us, the gentle rustling of leaves above, and the soft scent of lavender dancing through the air. The sun is just beginning to stretch across the sky and the garden. Your garden is waiting not for money or perfection, but for a little love and imagination. Isn't it something how a garden can reflect the soul? Not the polished kind we see in magazines, but the soulful kind, weathered, whimsical, alive with stories. And here's a little secret. You don't need deep pockets to create beauty. You don't need to be young or strong. You just need a little spark of wonder, a few forgotten things, and the joy of bringing them back to life. Today, I want to take you on a gentle journey through petals and pebbles, through thrifted treasures, and bits of old fabric bottle caps and broken frames. Together, we'll turn what most folks might toss away into something magical. We'll breathe new life into dusty dolls, lonely teacups, and the odd bicycle chain. We'll make art from scraps. And in doing so, we'll remind ourselves that we too are not defined by what we once were, but by what we can become. So, whether you're tending a small patch of earth, a few pots on a sunny balcony, or just dreaming from your favorite chair, I hope these ideas bring a little brightness into your day. This isn't just about garden decor. It's about seeing possibility in what others overlook. It's about honoring the hands that still make beauty and the heart that still dreams. Now let's begin this quiet adventure where every old object has a story and every story can bloom again right in your garden. Do you remember the kind of toy that once sat quietly on a shelf? Maybe it belonged to a child long grown. Maybe it came from a yard sale or a box marked free. An old wooden doll forgotten by many but not by you. This is where our first bit of magic begins. Picture this. You come across that weathered doll at a thrift shop. Her paint chipped her limbs a little stiff, but something about her still whispers dignity. With a little imagination, she becomes something far more powerful, a forest guardian. A symbol of protection, memory, and silent wisdom reborn to watch over your garden. To create your own forest guardian, begin with the doll as your centerpiece. Don't worry if she's a little worn, that only adds to her story. Find 2 or 3 strong twisted branches from your yard or a local park. These will serve as graceful extensions of her form, like outstretched arms or roots grounding her to the earth. Gently clean them, but keep their natural texture. Next, position the doll upright using a pot filled with stones or a garden stake, then secure the branches behind or around her with wood glue or a bit of twine. Twine, especially natural jute, not only holds things together but also adds a rustic charm. You don't need to do any heavy lifting or precise carpentry, just a slow, thoughtful arrangement, one piece at a time. Once assembled, place your forest guardian in a shaded garden corner, perhaps among tall ferns, ivy, or under the shelter of a tree. Somewhere quiet, where she can stand with grace. As time passes, she will gather a gentle patina from the weather, blending even more into the natural surroundings. You might even add a small solar light nearby, casting a warm glow at dusk. She doesn't speak. She doesn't move. But she watches, and her presence changes everything. Suddenly, that part of the garden feels sacred, a place of stillness and strength. And all it took was something once forgotten now standing proud again. In many ways, aren't we the same? A little older, a little weathered, but with stories still to tell. We may no longer stand in the center of the room, but we still hold presence, meaning, and beauty. That's what this forest guardian reminds me of. Not just a doll, but a tribute to quiet resilience. Do you remember when you believed in fairies? Maybe you still do. Maybe there's a part of you that still imagines tiny wings fluttering behind the bushes, or a soft giggle in the wind that dances through your garden. Let's bring that magic back just enough to make you smile. It starts with something small. A miniature chair found at a thrift shop like Eco-Thrift. It might be a doll's chair or a decorative accent someone no longer wanted. Something once loved, now waiting for a second chance. Pick it up, hold it in your hand. Feel its weight, its potential. Now gather some discarded plastic bottle caps, the kind that would normally be tossed into the recycling bin without a second thought. Wash them gently, lay them out, and let your eyes see beyond their shape. These are your jewels now. And this chair. It's about to become a royal fairy throne. Begin by placing the chair on a table where you can work comfortably without bending or straining. Arrange the bottle caps around the edges of the chair, on the legs, the backrest, even the arms if it has them. Use a strong adhesive to secure them in place. If you're feeling playful, you can add a little sparkle, a dab of glitter glue, or a few rhinestones from the craft drawer. Anything that makes it shine in the sunlight like magic. Some caps might be painted in pastel colors, others left as they are. The mismatched nature of it all is part of the charm. Once dry, the chair becomes something else entirely, a whimsical focal point that seems plucked from a storybook. Now comes the fun part, where to place it. Tuck your fairy throne under a shrub with large leaves where it looks like a tiny queen could appear at any moment. Or nestle it at the base of a tree just beside a patch of moss or ferns. If you have a wide pot on your patio, this throne could sit in its own miniature garden kingdom, surrounded by pebbles, marigolds, or ivy. Every time you pass by, it'll invite a pause, a smile, maybe even a whisper of childlike wonder. Guests might notice it too, and when they do, they'll lean in close, grinning like they've stumbled into a secret. That's the power of something so simple. A small chair and some old plastic become a doorway, a moment of delight, a reason to believe that your garden holds more than soil, and leaves it holds stories. Because in a world that sometimes feels too fast, too loud, and too grown up, isn't it lovely to know you can still build a throne for something as gentle as a dream? Somewhere in your memory there's a teddy bear. Maybe it belonged to you as a child, or perhaps to someone you once rocked in your arms. Its fur may have thinned its button eyes a little loose, but oh, the comfort it gave. The quiet it knew. The love it absorbed. And now, with a bit of gentle crafting, that same kind of softness can find a home in your garden. Imagine coming across a large, well-loved teddy bear at a thrift store. One whose fluff is no longer fluffy, whose seams are a little stretched. Not suitable for snuggling anymore, but perfect for becoming something new, a symbol of peaceful presence in your outdoor space. This project begins not with cutting or carving, but with kindness. Take the teddy bear and wrap it in pieces of old burlap sacks. These might be from coffee bean bags or potato sacks, textured and worn. The kind of fabric that feels a little like time itself. No need to sew perfectly. In fact, rough stitches and frayed edges only add to the charm. You can use a simple needle and thread, or even just hot glue to secure the burlap in patches like a rustic quilt wrapping a sleepy friend. To give your bear depth and natural color, use a soft, dry brush and dab on some earthy-toned acrylic paint browns, grays, maybe a little mossy green. Light strokes are all you need. The goal isn't to cover him completely, but to blend him gently into the landscape. Once your teddy is dressed in his new coat, find a place for him in the garden. Somewhere low, safe, and serene. Perhaps beside a pond or under a favorite tree. Tuck him near ornamental grasses or in a shady patch where he won't fade too fast. If you'd like, place a small smooth stone in his lap or by his side as if he's guarding a treasure or simply meditating. When neighbors come by, they'll likely do a double take, a teddy bear in the garden, but as they look closer, they'll understand. He's not just decor, he's a presence, a peaceful, grounding energy. Something soft in a world that often forgets to be gentle. And for you, dear friend, every time you see him sitting quietly among the leaves, he may remind you of something just as soft in your own heart. That there's beauty in being still. That age is no barrier to offering comfort. That even a bear with worn seams still has purpose and peace. It's a quiet reminder we don't have to be shiny or new to belong. We just have to be placed with care. There's something timeless about the eyes of an owl. Deep, unblinking, quietly watchful, as if they've seen the seasons turn 100 times and still greet each dawn with grace. An owl in the garden is more than a decoration. It's a symbol of wisdom, of knowing when to speak and when to listen. And wouldn't it be something to bring that quiet wisdom into your own backyard? Start with a simple thrifted treasure, a ceramic owl figurine. They're not too hard to find. Just keep an eye out the next time you wander through eco-thrift or a secondhand shop. Look for one with character. Maybe it's slightly chipped, or maybe its glaze has dulled with time. That's not a flaw, it's a story. The kind of story that fits beautifully in a garden like yours. Now let's build the perch. Head outside and find a discarded tree branch, nothing too heavy, just sturdy enough to support the figurine. Let the wood be weathered. Cracks, knots, and texture add personality. If the base of the branch is uneven, trim it so it stands steady in a pot garden bed or nestled against a rock. With strong adhesive or a bit of outdoor safe epoxy, secure the owl to its branch. Position it so it's slightly turned, as if gazing thoughtfully into the breeze. You can even add a bit of twine at the base, or a dab of moss for a natural finish. Place your new owl perch in a spot that offers a view, perhaps overlooking a small seating area, or standing guard near the garden gate. Somewhere you'll pass by often where its presence can greet you like a dear old friend. And that's the real magic. Over time, you'll find yourself looking to it not just as decor, but as a quiet companion. It becomes part of your daily rhythm, something that anchors the space without asking for attention. Guests might ask where you bought such a charming piece, and you'll smile and say, "Oh, it's just something I made from a little owl I found and a branch from the yard." But you'll know it's more than that. Because when you repurpose with intention, when you take something forgotten and give it a place of honor, it changes everything. The owl teaches us that wisdom isn't loud. It's presence, stillness, watching the wind move through the trees and understanding that nothing lasts forever. But everything for a moment can be beautiful. So if you ever feel overlooked, dear friend, remember the owl. A little weathered, a little quiet, and absolutely essential. Now this next one may surprise you, dear friend. It's bold, it's dramatic, and it starts with something most folks would throw away without a second thought, an old bicycle chain. You might remember one from years ago, greasy, clunky, wrapped around the back tire of a child's bike. It carried scraped knees and summertime laughter rides through puddles and gravel paths. And now that same chain, stiff with age, can rise again as a dragon. Yes, a dragon, regal, powerful, full of personality, not fierce, but wise and noble, just like you. To begin, gather that old bike chain and lay it out flat. You'll want a few other metal odds and ends too, perhaps some wire washers or broken garden tools. Don't worry if they're mismatched. Like old memories, they'll come together in unexpected, beautiful ways. With a pair of sturdy pliers and gloves to protect your hands, start shaping the chain into a gentle coil. Think of a sleeping dragon's tail curled in on itself. Use smaller metal pieces to create features, pointed scales, a jagged jaw, or sharp little eyes. There's no right or wrong here. Let your imagination guide you. If you have access to wire or even just twist ties, these can help hold the structure in place as you build. For a more lasting hold, you might invite a family member or neighbor to help with a bit of soldering, just a touch to fuse the pieces securely. But even without welding, a combination of wire wrapping and outdoor safe glue can do wonders for stability. Once your dragon begins to take shape, consider where it might sleep. Tuck it into a flower bed as if it's guarding hidden treasures beneath the soil. Coil it around a large planter or perch it atop a flat stone like it's surveying its kingdom. A quick coat of metallic spray paint, copper bronze, or mossy green can give it a weathered, majestic finish, or leave it raw and rusty for that true ancient feel. And here's the lovely part: this dragon doesn't roar. It doesn't fly, but it reminds. It reminds you that from strength and scrap, something magical can be made. It invites visitors to pause, to marvel, to wonder, who thought of that? You did. It's a celebration of fierce creativity, of taking something bound for the junkyard and turning it into a centerpiece that looks like it came from a high-end gallery, all for just a few dollars and a bit of heart. So when you walk past your garden dragon each day, maybe let it remind you of your own fire. Quiet, yes, but steady, alive, and beautifully, wonderfully yours. Do you ever catch the sunlight at just the right angle and feel like the world is opening into something magical? Like for one brief second, you're not just in your garden, you're somewhere beyond. This next idea captures that feeling perfectly. It starts with an old picture frame. You might have one lying around, one that no longer holds a photo, or perhaps was sitting dusty on a thrift store shelf. Its edges chipped, its surface scratched, but its shape still strong. That frame becomes the doorway, the portal, a shimmering window into another realm. Now gather a handful of discarded CDs or DVDs, the kind we all seem to have tucked away in drawers or old cases. Music we no longer play, software we've long forgotten. Their shiny backs, however, still dance with rainbows. With a bit of care, break the discs into irregular pieces. You can wrap them in a soft cloth and press gently with pliers to avoid sharp edges flying. There's something strangely satisfying about it, the transformation of smooth, perfect circles into tiny, jagged jewels. Once you have your collection, begin gluing the pieces onto the surface of the frame. There's no pattern required, just let your hands move. Let the pieces overlap or scatter like fallen stars. Use a strong adhesive that's suitable for outdoor use, and cover the entire face of the frame like you're setting a mosaic. You can even frame both sides if you wish, so no matter the angle, it gleams. When the light catches it, oh friend, it becomes something special. Each shard glimmers in its own way, like dragonfly wings or morning dew. The result is otherworldly, not flashy or loud, but softly spellbinding. Place your enchanted portal where it can reflect the sun. Prop it gently against a garden wall or nestle it among wildflowers. Hang it from a tree limb with twine so it sways in the breeze, casting shifting colors over your path. Wherever you place it, it will become a quiet spectacle, one that invites curiosity and whispers of wonder. And you might find as you gaze through it that the world seems a little different, a little softer, a little more enchanted. Because that's the power of taking what no longer serves its original purpose and turning it into something beautiful, something light-catching, something hopeful. Like many of us, these CDs had chapters that ended, but their story wasn't over. With your hands and a little glue, they became something new. Something that doesn't just reflect the sun, but reflects who you are. A maker of beauty, a keeper of stories, a gentle conjurer of light. Have you ever walked through your garden and felt like someone or something small might be watching from the shadows? Not in a spooky way, but in a storybook way. Like the air itself is holding a secret. That's where the idea of a gnome home comes in. A tiny, welcoming shelter for the imagined friends of the forest. And wouldn't it be lovely to give them a place to call their own? You can begin with something as humble as an old wooden birdhouse, the kind you often find at eco-thrift. Maybe the paint is peeling or the roof is missing a slat. That's perfectly fine. What matters is the shape, the sense of home. Once you've found one that feels right, gently clean it with a damp cloth, leaving the weathered charm just as it is. Now let's talk about the roof. Instead of shingles, we'll use discarded bottle caps, each one a tiny circle of color and memory. They can come from soda bottles, water jugs, even vintage milk containers. If they're rusty, that's character. If they're bright and clean, even better. Lay them out in rows like fish scales and glue them to the roof, starting from the bottom and working your way up, so each layer slightly overlaps the one before. You'll be amazed how cap by cap it transforms. From a plain old birdhouse into a storybook-worthy gnome cottage. To finish, use small pebbles or gravel to make a whimsical walkway leading to the tiny front door. If your hands are steady, you can even paint a little welcome sign above the entrance. Use strong outdoor adhesive to keep everything in place, and feel free to add tiny details, maybe a little mushroom made from a wine cork, an acorn cap, or a patch of moss along the bottom edge. Now, where should your gnome home live? The best spot is somewhere unexpected. Nestle it near the base of a bush so it peeks out just slightly. Tuck it behind a pot on the patio where visitors might only spot it if they look closely. Or place it near your favorite garden bench so it always keeps you company. The delight of this project isn't just in the making, it's in the discovery. Seeing the way others light up when they notice it. Watching birds flit nearby, or a breeze send a bottle cap dancing ever so slightly in the sun. But most of all, it's in the reminder that even the smallest corners of our world deserve a little magic. And maybe that's the deeper message here, that care, attention, and imagination don't have to be grand. Sometimes they come in the form of a tiny roof made from forgotten caps and a doorway no taller than your thumb. But the joy it brings, that part, is enormous. Do you remember your favorite teacup? Maybe it had a tiny chip on the rim, or a faded pattern along the edge. Perhaps it once belonged to someone dear, a mother, a sister, or a friend, and held more than just tea. It held memories, warmth, comfort. Now imagine giving those old teacups a brand new life, not in a cupboard, but among the flowers. This next creation is one of whimsy, story, and unexpected delight, a teacup mushroom village. Start by gathering a few mismatched teacups and saucers, perhaps ones you no longer use or treasures you find while thrifting. Don't worry about the style or pattern. In fact, the more variety, the more magical the result. Next, you'll need a few discarded plastic bottles, ones with a gentle curve and a sturdy base. These will become your mushroom stems. Trim them to a height of about 5 to 8 inches, depending on where you'd like them to sit. Paint the stems with earthy tones, browns, creams, or mossy greens. You can use acrylic paint and a soft brush, dabbing gently to keep texture light. Once dry, flip your teacups upside down and glue them securely onto the tops of the bottles. The cup becomes the mushroom cap, and the saucer, if you use it, can act as a wide base or whimsical platform. Each mushroom will look slightly different, some tall, some squat, some colorful, some neutral. That's part of the magic. These aren't mushrooms meant to match, they're meant to charm. Now it's time to plant them. You can nestle them in clusters between flowers in your garden beds like they've sprouted overnight. Or create a miniature scene in a large planter box, maybe on your balcony or porch, adding a little moss, a tiny pebble path, and even a few toy figurines if your heart desires. Even just 1 or 2 of these teacup mushrooms brings a smile. But an entire village that creates a whole story. One that suggests something magical is always just beneath the surface. That your garden is not just a place of blooms and soil, but of stories. And here's a gentle tip: place one where only you know. A hidden mushroom just for you. A secret reminder that you are still playful, still creative, still able to turn something as simple as a broken teacup into a bit of beauty. Because, dear friend, you are the kind of person who sees what others miss, who sees not just objects but opportunity, not just trash but treasure. And with every mushroom you plant, every small world you create, you're leaving behind more than decor. You're leaving behind wonder. And that's something the world could use a little more of. Let's go somewhere unexpected today, not above ground, but beneath the waves. Deep into the blue, where coral reefs bloom like underwater gardens teeming with color, mystery, and life. And now, imagine bringing that magic into your very own backyard. Not with water or fish, but with forks and spoons. Yes, this next piece begins with something as ordinary as old plastic cutlery. To begin, find a tall, narrow vase or cylinder from the thrift store. Glass, plastic, or ceramic, it doesn't matter. What matters is that it feels like a tower, a canvas rising from the soil. This will be your reef's base. Wipe it clean and let it dry under the sun. Now gather your cutlery. Maybe they're leftovers from a picnic or party, or a mixed bag from a secondhand shop. Sort them by type: spoons for petals, forks for coral branches, knife tips for wave-like motion. With scissors or garden snips, carefully cut and shape each piece into soft curves or jagged ridges. Some may break unevenly. That's okay. The sea is full of beautiful imperfections. Arrange these pieces around your base like sea anemones blooming outward. Use strong outdoor adhesive to secure each one, working slowly, letting your vision guide you. Start from the bottom and move upward, building layers like a reef slowly forming over time. Then comes the transformation spray paint. Choose ocean colors: turquoise, deep blue, seafoam green, coral pink. You might even mist gold or pearl white over the top to catch the light. Let the colors blend gently like a current passing through. Once it's dry, give the piece a soft tap. It may shimmer, it may even hum in the wind, and it will certainly glow. Where to place it? This reef totem loves being near a water feature, a bird bath, a small fountain, or even a pot filled with smooth stones. If you don't have one, let it stand tall among ornamental grasses where its sea shapes contrast beautifully with upright green blades. Or position it near a patio where guests can admire its artistry up close. And every time you see it, you'll be reminded of something important, that even in a garden rooted in earth, you can bring the ocean's freedom. That even discarded cutlery meant to be used once and forgotten can be shaped into something breathtaking. And perhaps most beautifully, this coral reef doesn't harm the sea, it honors it. It's a quiet tribute to beauty that survives against all odds, to color that blooms in the deepest places, to life that adapts, endures, and dazzles just like you have. So if ever you need a gentle escape, a reminder of faraway places and hidden strength, let your eyes drift across your coral reef. Let it bring you a deep breath, a quiet smile, a ripple of joy. Because even plastic can carry the spirit of the sea when held with care. Close your eyes for a moment and picture the edge of the sea. Not the crowded beaches, but the quiet coves. A place where the water meets the rocks in a soft rhythm, where bits of shell and glass glisten underfoot, and where you might just imagine a mermaid pausing for a breath. That's the feeling we're capturing in this next piece, a mermaid rest chair, elegant, tranquil, and full of sea-washed wonder. It begins, as all good stories do, with something old. A wooden chair, sturdy, well-loved, maybe a little chipped around the edges. You might find it at eco-thrift or even waiting near the curb on a lucky day. It doesn't have to be fancy. In fact, a bit of weathered charm makes it even more perfect for what's to come. Wipe it down gently. Sand off any loose flakes if needed, but don't worry about perfection. You're not restoring it to look new. You're preparing it to look enchanted. Now comes the fun. Gather your treasures. Broken seashells, bits of smooth sea glass, even those iridescent shards from old plates or vases. These become the mosaic. These become the mermaid's memory. Using strong outdoor adhesive or tile glue, begin placing each piece on the chair along the seat, the backrest, maybe even down the arms. You can do this all at once or over several days, moving slowly like the tide. Let the pieces overlap or form little clusters, no need for symmetry. The ocean doesn't worry about straight lines. Once your mosaic is complete, use a grout suitable for outdoor use to fill in the spaces just as you would with a kitchen backsplash. Press it in gently with gloved hands or a rubber spatula, then wipe away the excess. When it dries, seal everything with a clear outdoor safe spray to protect your creation from sun and rain. The result, a chair that doesn't shout, it shimmers. Now find it a quiet corner in your garden. Place it near a fern-draped wall or under a shady tree. Somewhere you can sit and listen to the wind whisper through the leaves like waves over stones. You can even add a small bowl of water or a seashell wind chime nearby to complete the oceanic mood. But here's the real beauty: you don't need the sea to feel its peace. Every time you settle into that chair or even just pass by it, you'll feel something soften, as if the world has slowed for a moment, as if you've stepped into a memory that never quite belonged to this place, but somehow fits here anyway. It's not just a seat, it's a sanctuary. A place where the past and present meet, where imagination floats gently beside the real. So if you ever feel like the world is moving too quickly, come sit here. Let your feet rest, let your mind drift, and know that your hands created a resting place, not just for the garden, but for the soul. There are some symbols that speak directly to the soul, and one of them, dear friend, is the tree of life. Its roots dig deep into the earth, its branches stretch toward the sky. And in between is everything: strength, resilience, renewal. Imagine having that symbol right there in your garden, not as a statue bought from a store, but one that grew from your own hands, shaped with care from pieces most would never think to use. To begin this soulful project, you'll need a discarded wire lampshade frame, one of those bare skeletal shapes you often find at thrift stores stripped of fabric and forgotten in the corner. Its rounded form already resembles a crown of branches. All it needs is you to bring it to life. Next, gather some old electrical wires. You might have them tucked away in the garage or can find them in the bins at Eco Thrift. Choose wires in earthy tones, copper, brown, black, or paint them later to match your vision. Use wire cutters and pliers to trim them into long strands. Don't worry if the lengths vary. Like roots and branches, the variation adds to the beauty. Anchor one end of each wire at the bottom of the frame, twisting tightly to secure. These will form your tree's roots. Let them snake outward or curl into gentle spirals. Then begin weaving the wires upward, shaping them into climbing, swirling branches. You can braid a few together for thickness, twist some into loops, or leave others wild and reaching. There is no wrong way, just let the motion flow like growth itself. If you like, add little embellishments, buttons, beads, or bits of sea glass tucked into the branches like blossoms or fruit. This is your tree, your story. When complete, place it somewhere contemplative. Perhaps in a corner of your balcony garden where the sun catches the copper, or among low greenery where it stands as a quiet sentinel. Its open design allows light and shadow to play across its form, making it feel alive, even in stillness. And then step back. Look at what you've made. A sculpture that doesn't just sit in your garden. It belongs to it. Rooted, radiant, rising. A reminder that even from what seems bare or broken, a lampshade frame, a tangle of wire, something meaningful can grow. Just like us. We've all been through seasons, haven't we, times, when we've had to shed leaves, let go, begin again. But we're still here, still reaching toward light, still growing in ways both seen and unseen. So when you walk past your tree of life, let it be more than decor. Let it be a mirror of everything you've overcome, of everything still blooming in you. Because, dear friend, you are rooted in strength, and your branches are still growing. Somewhere between day and night, light and shadow, there's a place of balance, a quiet in between. The warmth of the sun, the calm of the moon, each watching over us in turn. And in your garden, that gentle balance can become something you see every day, something you create. This next piece is called the Sun and Moon Totem, and its base, an old metal serving tray. Yes, the kind that might have once held cookies during a family gathering or sat in the back of a kitchen cupboard, scratched and forgotten. But now it's about to shine again in more ways than one. Start by finding a tray with a wide, flat surface. Round ones work beautifully, but any shape will do. Clean it thoroughly and let it dry. If it has dents or imperfections, embrace them. They'll only make your totem feel more celestial, more lived in, like a moon crater or sunspot. Now gather your materials, discarded bottle caps, old CDs, and any metallic bits and pieces you've saved, buttons, washers, small keys. These will become the elements of your sun and moon. Decide where each celestial body will live on the tray. Maybe the sun rises on one side in brilliant golds and oranges, and the moon glows in cool blues and silvers on the other. Break the CDs into small mosaic pieces. Use gloves and wrap them in cloth for safety, and begin to glue them in curved, radiant shapes for sun rays. The bottle caps can be arranged in circles or arcs to mimic the moon's craters or phases. There's no single way to do it. Trust your eye. Let it be fluid and free. Once your design is complete and dry, give the whole piece a gentle spray of outdoor sealant. This not only protects it from weather, but adds a soft sheen that catches the sunlight and moonlight just right. Now let's talk about placement. Prop your totem upright on a plant stand or easel on the patio. Lean it against a tree trunk or mount it onto a wooden board and place it near a favorite chair or quiet nook. Wherever it goes, it becomes more than just decoration. It becomes rhythm. A reminder that time flows gently, that every moment, bright or dark, has its place. And perhaps more importantly, it reminds us that we carry both energies in us too. We shine, we rest. We warm others and sometimes need warmth ourselves. There are days when we glow like the sun, and others when we quietly reflect like the moon. So this totem made from scraps and discards becomes something sacred, a tribute to all the cycles we've lived through and to the grace of allowing each one to be beautiful in its own way. Because in your garden, dear friend, nothing is wasted. Not time, not memory, not even an old serving tray. There's a kind of magic in imagining what might lie just behind a tiny door. Not a grand gate or a bold entrance, but something small, round, and tucked beneath roots or ivy. A door for hobbits, perhaps, or wandering dreams, or quiet stories still waiting to be told. And today, we're going to build just that, a hobbit door for your garden. A simple creation full of warmth, wonder, and whimsy. Start with a piece of round salvaged wood. You might find an old tabletop at a thrift store, or even a wooden cutting board that's worn smooth from years of use. It doesn't have to be perfect. In fact, knots and cracks only add to the charm. If your piece isn't naturally round, you can gently round the edges with a sander or use it as is. In this project, character matters more than precision. Next, gather your details. Discarded metal washers, screws, or small nuts become rustic hinges. An old drawer knob makes a perfect door handle. You might even glue on a few pebbles or a tiny keyhole made from wire bent into shape. Lay out your pieces first to get a feel for where everything belongs. Then use strong outdoor adhesive or a bit of wood glue if working indoors to attach each element. You can lightly paint the wood with a soft green or earthy tone if you'd like. Then seal it with a clear waterproof finish. Or leave it natural, letting the weather age it into the world it belongs to. Now for the best part, where to place your hobbit door. This little wonder belongs in an unexpected spot. Prop it against the base of a large tree where moss grows and roots twist like ancient arms. Or lean it at the edge of a raised flower bed as if it leads to something just below the soil. It can also nestle between stones in a rock garden or hide behind a curtain of trailing ivy. Wherever it goes, it invites curiosity. Children will crouch down and knock. Adults will smile and remember. And you'll know that this door leads to something real, not a place perhaps, but a feeling. A feeling of childhood wonder, of quiet joy, of stories that don't need to be explained to be felt. Because this door isn't just for hobbits or fairy tales. It's for you. A reminder that even as we grow older, we never lose the ability to believe in magic. We just need to build a place for it to live. And what better place than your garden? A space where things grow slowly, where beauty emerges in its own time, where a simple wooden circle made from something forgotten becomes a gateway to peace, playfulness, and imagination. So build it slowly, place it gently, and let your hobbit door whisper to all who pass by, there is wonder here. Do you remember the old trees from childhood stories? The ones with faces wise, wrinkled, sometimes mischievous, that seem to know things before you spoke them aloud. There's something timeless about imagining trees as storytellers. And in your garden, you can give one of them a voice, your voice, through a simple, joyful creation. Let me introduce you to the talking tree face. It begins with a thrifted ceramic mask. Perhaps it's slightly chipped or its paint has faded over time. Maybe it's a theatrical mask or a simple face meant for the wall. Either way, it holds potential not for decoration but for personality. Gently clean it, letting the cracks and wear remain as part of its charm. Now gather your accents, discarded bottle caps, bits of colorful fabric buttons, string, or even old costume jewelry. These will become the eyes, the hair, the expression. Start by choosing 2 bottle caps that feel like eyes, perhaps mismatched or painted with little dots, to give a playful sparkle. Use a strong adhesive to secure them onto the eye holes or directly above. For hair, cut long strips of colorful fabric or yarn and glue them across the top like wild flowing locks. You can braid some pieces, let others curl or dangle, and even tuck in a feather or 2 if you're feeling extra imaginative. Feel free to add a fabric mouth or leave the original expression as is serene, silly, or sly. There's no rule here, only play. Once your face is finished, seal it with a weather-resistant coating. This will help preserve the fabric and colors in sun and rain. Now for the grand reveal placement. Find a tree in your garden that feels friendly, one with a strong trunk and a little space at eye level. Gently secure the face to the bark using twine nails if you're comfortable, or a mounted board behind the mask. Make sure it's stable but still feels like it's peeking naturally from the tree itself. And just like that, your garden has a new companion. This talking tree won't move. It won't speak. But oh, it will watch. It will welcome visitors with a knowing smile. It will charm children and make guests chuckle. And for you, it may feel like a gentle nod each time you pass by, like the garden itself is winking.
Because here's the secret, it's not really the tree that's talking. It's you.
Your imagination, your humor, your creativity. You've taken forgotten things, a broken mask, old fabric bottle caps, and turned them into something joyful, something soulful. And more than that, you've reminded yourself that even the silliest idea can bloom into something beautiful when given care. That laughter belongs in your garden just as much as lavender or roses. That a face in the tree can say, "Welcome. Stay a while." This is a place of stories. So the next time you water the flowers or rest in the shade, glance over at that playful face. Smile back, because in a world that sometimes feels too serious, too silent, you've made room for whimsy, for wonder, for just a little bit of magic. Some days your garden doesn't need to be quiet. Some days it wants to giggle. This next creation is full of life, laughter, and just the right touch of mischief, a monkey playground made from nothing more than an old, hanging basket and a few plastic bottles. It's playful, unexpected, and absolutely delightful, especially in a breezy corner where it can swing with the wind and bring a smile to anyone who sees it. Let's begin with your base, a hanging basket. You know, the kind wire or woven perhaps with a bit of rust or weather wear. One you might find at Thrift or even in the garage unused. It doesn't matter if it's fancy. All it needs is a solid shape and a hook or chain for hanging. Now gather your monkeys. This is where creativity really swings into action. Use discarded plastic bottles of various sizes, soda bottles, water bottles, or even little travel-sized ones. Rinse them clean and remove the labels. Then, with a pair of scissors or crafting blade, cut shapes that resemble little monkey bodies, arms raised as if mid-swing, curly tails cut from strips of plastic and gently heated to curl, even big round eyes drawn or glued on. Paint them if you like with shades of brown, tan, or even bright jungle colors like green and orange. Add yarn for hair or bottle caps for ears. The more playful and imperfect, the better. You're not aiming for realism, you're crafting joy. Once the monkeys are ready, use fishing line, garden wire, or even colorful string to hang them from the basket. Some can dangle by their arms, others can climb the chain. You might even create a little rope bridge between two hooks or tree branches, letting them travel from one side to the other. Now for placement. This monkey playground loves movement. Hang it from a sturdy tree limb, an overhang on the porch, or a shepherd's hook in the garden bed. Somewhere where a soft wind can sway it gently, making the monkeys dance in the air. And when that happens, when the sun hits the plastic just right and the monkeys begin to twirl, you'll feel something shift inside you. A laugh rising, a memory of childhood, a sense that your garden is not just peaceful, it's alive. This little corner you've made with swinging monkeys made from what others would toss away is more than a decoration. It's a declaration. That joy belongs here. That play doesn't have to fade with age. That even plastic bottles can carry a sense of movement, energy, and happiness. And isn't that something worth celebrating? So the next time you step outside, listen closely. The wind might be carrying more than just the scent of flowers. It might be whispering laughter echoing through your monkey playground, reminding you that you too were born to swing, to play, to create. Because in this garden, even the wild ones have a place. Every garden has its secret. Twisting between stones, hiding beneath leaves, coiled up in quiet corners. Not all of them are flowers. Some of them slither. Some of them shimmer. And some, like this one, tell a story with every curve. Today's piece is a touch exotic, a little unexpected, and absolutely striking, a snake spiral crafted from an old garden hose. It begins with something many of us have tucked away in a shed or garage. A hose that's been kinked one too many times, maybe cracked from the sun, maybe long since replaced. Before you toss it, take one more look. Because with a few thoughtful twists, that old hose is about to become a piece of garden art. Start by coiling the hose gently into a spiral. You can shape it flat like a resting snake or make it upright with a slight arc like it's lifting its head in curiosity. For support, insert a repurposed wire coat hanger or some bendable garden wire inside the hose. This gives it just enough structure to hold the shape without too much strain on your hands. Now for the details. Every snake needs scales, and that's where discarded bottle caps come in. Gather caps in greens, browns, silvers, or metallic tones. Lay them out along the top of the hose's body, overlapping slightly like real scales. Use a strong outdoor adhesive to attach them securely, spacing them evenly or creating clusters where the light might hit. You might even layer some near the head for a more dramatic effect. To bring your snake to life, add 2 small beads buttons or painted dots for eyes. If you're feeling extra playful, cut a forked tongue from red plastic or rubber and glue it beneath the front coil. Then it's time for color. A light coat of spray paint forest green, earthy brown, or even a touch of bronze can tie it all together. Or leave the hose as is if the color still holds up. Just give it a final seal with a waterproof outdoor coating to keep it safe in the elements. Where should your snake rest? Let it wind through a rock garden or wrap gently around a large planter on the patio. Tuck it under a low bush so only its head peeks out, waiting to be discovered. Wherever it lives, it will catch eyes and spark conversation. But more than that, it tells a quiet story. A story of transformation, of taking something discarded and giving it movement again. A thing that once watered life now becomes part of the garden's soul, not with function, but with form. And maybe that's how we are too. Not always here to produce or pour out, but to simply be. To wind gently through the world in our own time, wearing the colors we've earned, resting wherever we feel most ourselves. So next time someone spots your snake and asks where you got it, you can smile and say, "Oh, that, just an old hose and a bit of imagination." Because in your garden, even a serpent can become a symbol of life, of grace, of second chances. What happens to the music when the instrument falls silent? When the strings rust, the body cracks, and no fingers dance along its neck? Does the melody end? Not in your garden, because this next creation gives music a second life, not as sound, but as shimmering light and story. Let's craft a guitar totem that doesn't play a single note and still sings. It begins, as always, with something forgotten, a broken guitar. Maybe it was once cherished, or maybe you found it at eco-thrift, dusty, stringless, tucked behind a pile of forgotten things. Its wood may be chipped, the finish may be dulled. But look again, friend. That hollow body still holds space for something beautiful. Now comes the transformation. Gather a stack of old CDs or DVDs, the kind that reflect rainbow light when they catch the sun. You'll be turning them into a mosaic, a shimmering patchwork of memory and movement. Wrap each disc in a soft towel and gently snap it into shards using pliers. The edges should be irregular, like stained glass, beautiful but not sharp. Handle with care. Begin by applying a thin layer of strong adhesive to a section of the guitar's body. Press each CD shard into place, letting the edges kiss and overlap. There's no pattern required. Just trust your hand. Work slowly, section by section, like you're composing a song, one reflective note at a time. You can cover the entire face of the guitar or focus on the center, letting the outer edges show their age. Around the sound hole, consider placing the brightest pieces like a sunburst, drawing the eye inward. Once your mosaic is complete, use a bit of tile grout or white glue mixture to fill in the gaps. Wipe away the excess gently and let it all dry thoroughly. Then seal your work with a clear waterproof spray to protect it from weather and time. Where does this totem belong? Prop it in a flower bed where the sun can strike its mirrored skin. Lean it against a garden wall or mount it on a sturdy stake to stand tall. Let it catch the breeze and reflect the day's shifting light blue in the morning gold at dusk and iridescent in between. And every time you walk past it, you'll hear it not with your ears but in your heart. Because this guitar is still singing. It sings of second chances, of beauty reborn, of hands that turned silence into sparkle. It reminds us that art doesn't end when function fades, that broken things can still be whole, that music can live in light. And maybe, just maybe, it reminds you of yourself. You've known where. You've known stillness, but you're still reflecting something, still shining, still adding your unique beauty to the garden around you. So let the guitar stand, let it shimmer, let it be a totem of transformation. And know that in your hands the music never ends. Have you ever heard music in the wind? Not the kind with lyrics or melody, but the kind that brushes past your ear and stirs something within you, a memory, a feeling, a smile. In this next project, we're not creating sound, but the shape of it. a soft reminder that life still dances even in silence. Let's make dancing notes musical sculptures crafted from old silverware. Start by opening that kitchen drawer where lonely spoons and bent forks tend to gather. Or better yet, visit your favorite thrift store and look for utensils with character curves engraving tarnish. Each one tells its own story. You won't need a full set, just a few pieces to bend and shape into musical forms, treble clefs, eighth notes, quarter rests. If the shapes are unfamiliar, don't worry. Think of notes as abstract loops and curls you're not crafting for accuracy, but for feeling. Take your silverware and using a pair of sturdy pliers begin bending them slowly and carefully. A fork's tines might form the lines of a musical note's flag, or a spoon's bowl might serve as the rounded head of a note. You can wrap handles into spirals, curve them like elegant stems, or twist them into whimsical flourishes. For support, choose a discarded wooden dowel or an old broomstick as your central staff. Paint it black, deep brown, or even leave it natural if it's richly weathered. This will serve as the base to which your dancing notes are attached. Use strong outdoor adhesive or small nails to attach the silverware and flowing patterns across the dowel. Imagine how music feels, how it moves through air. Let the notes lean and stretch spaced unevenly as if caught mid-flight. Some may even hang gently from thin wires, able to sway with the breeze. Now comes placement. This sculpture shines when it's given space to breathe. Prop it upright in a planter box, or anchor it among tall grasses in your backyard. Let it live where the wind can reach it on your porch, your balcony, or in the soft corner of a garden bed. As the light shifts and the wind stirs, the notes will seem to move ever so slightly as if they're still composing themselves. And here's the magic: people will pause. They'll look. They may not understand right away what they're seeing, but they'll feel it. The rhythm, the grace, the gentle joy. And you'll know that what they're sensing is something deeper, that these are more than bent forks and spoons. They are echoes of dinners, once shared songs, once sung days, once danced through. And you, dear friend, are the conductor. You've taken things that had no place left at the table and turned them into a celebration of life's quiet music. Not loud, not perfect, but utterly beautiful. Because in your garden everything moves, everything hums, and even silence knows how to sway. Have you ever had a butterfly land near you almost like it chose you? There's something sacred in that moment, gentle, fleeting, but unforgettable. It feels like a blessing, a reminder that beauty still comes to rest where it feels safe. And in your garden you can create a space just for that. A soft, shimmering sanctuary made not from expensive materials, but from what others might throw away. Let's build a butterfly haven, a vibrant, joyful mosaic that not only draws butterflies, but celebrates their presence. Begin with a shallow bird bath. Perhaps you already have one that's chipped or faded, or maybe you'll find one at a thrift store, its bowl wide and worn, but still holding potential. The shape doesn't matter. What matters is that it can cradle both light and life. Clean the surface and let it dry completely. Now gather your treasures: colorful plastic bottle caps, old beads, buttons, costume jewelry, and any small waterproof trinkets that sparkle in the sun. Lay them out in front of you like a painter's palette and let your imagination begin to stir. You'll want to form a mosaic, something joyful and full of color. Using strong waterproof adhesive, begin gluing the bottle caps and beads into patterns that radiate from the center outward. Maybe they form flower shapes. Maybe they spiral like a galaxy. Maybe they simply dance like butterfly wings in motion. There's no wrong way to do it. Each piece you add becomes a tiny note of joy. Red, blue, amber, gold, all reflecting sunlight in their own way, creating warmth and shimmer. You can fill the entire bowl or leave open spaces where sunlight can pool and bounce. Once your mosaic is complete and dry, seal it with an outdoor-grade clear sealant to protect it from weather and time. Then fill it with just a thin layer of water, or add a bit of sand and pebbles to give butterflies a gentle landing pad. You can even include a few flat marbles or stones for perching. Now find the perfect home for your haven. Place it low among nectar-rich flowers like lavender zinnias or milkweed, somewhere sunlit but sheltered from strong wind. Somewhere butterflies will feel safe, and where you'll get to watch them dance from bloom to bead and back again. And as you sit nearby with your morning tea, you'll notice more than just fluttering wings. You'll feel the way your garden responds, how color calls to color, how what was once tossed away now shines with purpose. Because this isn't just for the butterflies, it's for you. A reminder that healing and beauty often come in delicate forms, that grace lands lightly but leaves a deep impression, and that your hands, yes, your very own hands, can shape a space where wonder returns. So when a butterfly drifts by and chooses to rest in your little haven, you'll smile, you'll exhale, and you'll know that in your garden joy always finds a place to land. There's a quiet hum in every healthy garden. A rhythm beneath the breeze, a tiny vibration that says life is thriving here. And more often than not, that hum belongs to bees. These little workers, often overlooked, sometimes feared, are the gentle heartbeat of our outdoor spaces. Without them, flowers fade, fruits vanish, and gardens fall still. But with a few simple steps, you can invite them in, welcome them, and give them a home of their own. Let's build a bee sanctuary, not a hive, but a cozy resting place for solitary pollinators. And all it takes is an old wooden box, a handful of discarded bamboo skewers, and your care. Begin with a small box. You might find one at Eco-Thrift, perhaps a drawer organizer, a tea chest, or even an old jewelry case. The important part is that it's made of natural wood and has some depth. Clean it gently, letting its age show. No need to paint or sand it smooth. Bees appreciate roughness. It mimics the textures they find in nature. Now gather your nesting materials. Discarded bamboo skewers, chopped hollow plant stems, or even dried out paper straws all work beautifully. The key is that they are hollow and open at one end. Using garden shears or a handsaw, cut them into small sections, each about 4 to 6 inches long. Make sure one end of each tube remains open. This will be the bee's entrance. Fill the box tightly with these hollow tubes, bundling them together like a bouquet. You can secure them with natural twine or let them hold each other snugly with attention. If you'd like to get creative, arrange them in a spiral pattern or alternate between different materials for visual interest. Once everything is packed in, use wood glue or a dab of non-toxic outdoor adhesive to keep it all in place. Let it dry thoroughly. Then mount or place the sanctuary somewhere peaceful. Where should it live? Bees love warmth and calm. Choose a sunny spot facing southeast if possible. Attach the box to a garden wall, fence post, or tree trunk. It should be at least a few feet off the ground, sheltered from strong winds and heavy rain. You can even tuck it under a patio eave or mount it near a flower-filled planter. And now wait. Over time, you'll notice little movements. A bee will hover, inspect a tube, then disappear inside. Maybe a few tubes get capped with mud or leaves. That's a sign of life. A sign that you've given safety to a creature that gives so much in return. And as your garden blooms more brightly, you'll know it's not just from sun and water. It's because of you. Because you saw something small and chose to make space for it. This sanctuary is more than a pollinator hotel. It's a promise. That beauty doesn't happen by accident. That kindness can be quiet. That even the tiniest lives deserve a home. So each time you see a bee flitting past, pause and smile. You've made your garden a haven for wings, for life, and for hope. And so, dear friend, we come to the end of today's gentle journey, 20 small miracles crafted not from wealth, but from wisdom. Not from youth, but from the quiet power of care, imagination, and second chances. You've taken forgotten objects, rusted spoons, broken dolls, old hoses, empty bottles, and turned them into something extraordinary. Not just decor, but meaning. Each piece tells a story, and each story is your own. Your garden is no longer just a space with soil and sunlight. It's a reflection of your creativity, your humor, your memory. It holds the joy of your hands at work and your heart at peace. With every bottle cap and teacup, every coil of wire and painted mask, you've shown that beauty doesn't need to be bought. It can be built gently, slowly, lovingly. Because you, my friend, still have the power to create. Not in grand sweeping gestures, but in quiet ways that speak volumes. A fairy throne in the shadows. A sleepy bear by the pond. A gnome's house tucked beneath ivy. You've made space for whimsy, wisdom, and wonder, all with a few dollars and a kind eye for what still has life left in it. And maybe, just maybe, that's the most powerful kind of garden art. One that grows not just flowers but feelings. Not just blooms but belief in beauty and simplicity in you. So I invite you to take a breath, look around your garden and ask yourself, which of these ideas brought you the most joy? Which one made you smile? Which one whispered, "That's the one for me"? I'd love to know in the comments. And if today's video inspired you, I hope you'll subscribe for more gentle ideas and peaceful projects like these. There are still so many treasures waiting to be found, so many moments of junk to joy yet to unfold. Until next time, may your hands stay busy, your heart stay light, and your garden continue to bloom with stories only you can tell. Happy crafting, dear friend. Hello, dear friend. Come sit for a while with me. Let's imagine we're on your porch, the kind with an old wooden chair, maybe a cushion you sewed yourself years ago, and a little chipped teacup resting beside you. The sun is just beginning to stretch its golden fingers across the leaves, and there's a hush in the garden. Birds beginning their morning conversation. A breeze that carries memory in its softness. In this quiet moment, let's think about something small. A plastic bottle. Not very glamorous, is it? It's the kind of thing most folks toss without a second thought into the bin, into the past. But what if that bottle had another life waiting? A second chance, not just to exist, but to bloom. That's what we'll explore today, you and I, not just bottles, but possibility. Not waste, but wonder. Because you don't need money to grow something beautiful. You don't need youth or speed. All you need is a little care, a dash of imagination, and a heart willing to see what others overlook. In this visit, I'll walk with you through garden ideas that use what you already have: old bottles, lids, crates, colors. Things others might call trash, but that you'll turn into treasure. Each one is gentle on the hands, kind to your budget, and full of charm. And like us, they may be a little worn, but still filled with purpose. So take a breath, sip your tea if you have one nearby, and let's begin. Together we'll see just how much beauty still waits to be made with simple things, quiet hands, and a little golden light. Remember those coat racks we used to hang by the back door? Just a few pegs on a piece of wood, but somehow it held everything: scarves, hats, memories. This next idea works just like that, but instead of coats, it holds life. Green, growing, joyful life. Start with a wooden panel. Perhaps an old fence board, a salvaged door, or a thrifted pallet. Something sturdy enough to lean against a sunny wall or hang from a hook. Then gather a few clear plastic bottles. Soda bottles work best. Cut a wide window on one side of each, keeping the neck and base intact. This turns each bottle into a cozy little cradle for soil and seed. Now fasten the bottles onto the wood with wire or strong staples open side, facing up. You can arrange them in rows like little pockets, or stagger them like bricks for a charming patchwork feel. Fill each with soil, then tuck in herbs, lettuce, or small flowers. Anything light and friendly to grow. The beauty of this wall garden is how it rises just like hope. It doesn't ask you to bend, kneel, or lift heavy things. It makes gardening accessible, especially for aging backs or tender joints. Everything is right there at eye level. Easy to water, easy to admire. The clear bottles let the light in, and over time you'll see roots reaching down like tiny stories unfolding. You'll know when it's time to water. You'll watch green burst from what was once just a throwaway. And when you hang your trowel beside that wall, maybe on an old hook or nail, you'll realize something deeper, that growth doesn't have to spread outward. Sometimes it climbs, quietly, gracefully, bottle by bottle, day by day. A vertical garden like this doesn't cost much, but it gives so much back. Color, fresh herbs, purpose, and a sense that even a wall, even a leftover bottle, even we can still hold something beautiful. Do you remember those firefly nights? Back when the yard glowed not from electric bulbs, but from tiny sparks dancing above the grass. There was something so magical about that soft light, quiet, golden, unexpected. Today, we can bring a bit of that magic back. And all it takes is a few plastic bottles and a little imagination. Start by gathering clear or lightly tinted bottles, water bottles, juice bottles, even those with interesting curves. Cut off the bottoms about 2 inches up and set them aside for another project if you'd like. Then use the top halves for this one. With a bit of acrylic paint, soft blues, warm ambers, even gentle purples, give each bottle its own glow by painting the inside. You don't need to be perfect. In fact, uneven brush strokes make the light dance even more beautifully. Next, slip a small solar-powered tea light or LED light inside each bottle. These can be found affordably at dollar stores or thrift shops. If you're feeling handy, thread a bit of wire around the bottleneck and create a hook. Then simply hang them from small garden stakes, a low fence, or even tree branches. As the sun dips low and the lights begin to flicker on, the bottles glow with a gentle radiance. They light up a path not too bright, just enough to feel safe and seen. They also create an ambiance that feels like dusk at a summer fair, or a warm memory from childhood. For those with limited mobility, this setup is a blessing. No bending to light candles, no dangerous wires, just soft light where you need it in places that invite you to linger a little longer. And maybe that's the real gift. These lights don't just show you where to walk, they ask you to slow down. To notice the petals catching their glow, to breathe deeply, to feel, if only for a moment, that everything around you and within you is quietly shining, just like those fireflies once did. Do you remember stringing laundry out on the line, those simple clothespins clicking in the breeze and the gentle sway of shirts and sheets catching the light? There was something peaceful about it. Something tidy, useful, and beautiful all at once. That same feeling can be brought into your garden with a hanging herb rail made entirely from recycled bottles. Start by selecting a sturdy railing. It might be the edge of your balcony, a wooden garden trellis, or even a stretch of strong wire strung between 2 posts. Then gather your plastic bottles, water bottles, soda bottles, or anything you might usually toss aside. Wash them thoroughly, then cut a horizontal window along the side large enough to scoop in soil and herbs. Keep the bottle cap intact to hold moisture, and if you'd like, poke a small hole for gentle drainage. Once your planters are ready, thread twine or garden wire around the necks and tie them securely to your railings, spacing them just far enough apart so each plant has room to breathe. Fill with a bit of potting mix and tuck in your favorite herbs: basil, parsley, mint, thyme. Choose the ones you like to snip for soup or sprinkle into tea. What's lovely about this rail garden is how it turns eye-level space into nourishment. No stooping, no digging, no heavy pots to lift. Just a row of soft green sprigs swaying slightly in the breeze. And when you reach for a bit of rosemary, it's almost like picking memory itself. The bottles catch the sunlight during the day and shimmer with droplets, after watering, making your railing feel more alive, more cared for. And on warm evenings, you can pluck a bit of mint for your iced tea, or crush some thyme between your fingers just for the scent. It turns everyday actions into rituals. For seniors with smaller spaces or limited mobility, this is more than a garden, it's a way to reconnect. With flavor, with scent, with the slow satisfaction of growing something right within reach. It proves that usefulness doesn't have to be grand and that beauty can still be practical. Like an old laundry line turned into a string of little green miracles. Do you remember the feeling of warming your hands over a sunlit window on a chilly morning? That simple, gentle heat, not fierce, but comforting. There's something about sunlight captured in stillness that brings things to life. That's exactly what this next idea does, turning old plastic bottles into greenhouse walls that cradle plants in warmth and care. This project begins with a wooden frame, perhaps a thrifted window frame, a few pallet boards, or something your hands or family can help piece together. It doesn't have to be large, just strong enough to stand upright and hold a row of plastic bottles side by side. Clear plastic soda bottles work best. You'll want to wash and remove their labels, then cut off the bottoms and tops so that they form open-ended tubes. Stack these tubes vertically inside the frame, fitting one into the next until they create long columns of transparent walls. Secure them gently with garden wire or nails across the frame's sides. What you've made is a patchwork panel, a light-catching, heat-holding wall that shelters what grows behind it. Lean the frame against a wall or build a second panel to make a corner and place your delicate seedlings, herbs, or shade-loving flowers behind it. The bottle wall lets in filtered sunlight while softening wind and holding in warmth. It's perfect for extending your growing season in early spring or late fall, especially for those of us who prefer gardening in cooler months when the sun is kind and the world is quieter. And here's something thoughtful, because the bottles are light and the frame isn't permanent. This greenhouse can be moved or adjusted without heavy lifting, a gentle solution for tired hands or achy backs. You can even anchor it with a few bricks if needed, or prop it near your back porch where you step out with morning coffee. It's a wonderful way to protect tender greens and see-through beauty, not just for the plants, but for you. Because watching something grow behind that translucent wall feels like keeping a little secret with nature, like whispering encouragement through light and time. And what once seemed like trash, those bottles now stand as protectors. They may be patched together imperfect, but they hold warmth just the same, much like us. Remember those mornings when you'd set a pot to simmer low and slow, letting it bubble gently while you tended to other things? No rush, no fuss, just quiet, steady care. That same kind of tender attention can be brought to your garden through a simple recycled solution: plastic bottle drip irrigation for raised beds. If you have a raised garden, even a small one made from old boards or crates, you know how important it is to keep the soil just right. Not too dry, not too wet. And if bending, carrying watering cans, or remembering daily chores feels like too much some days, then this idea is a gift. Begin by taking a few plastic bottles. Water or soda varieties work well. Rinse them clean and pierce a few tiny holes in the cap using a pin or small nail. Just 2 or 3 will do. Then fill the bottle with water and gently press it neck down into the soil near the base of your plants. You can use a stick or stake to help hold it upright if needed. As the soil dries, it pulls the water through those tiny holes, slowly delivering moisture right where the roots need it. No runoff, no waste. Just slow, steady nourishment like that simmering pot on the stove. What's beautiful about this method is how it makes gardening simpler. For aging hands, for tired knees, for forgetful mornings, these little drip bottles do the work for you. You can even decorate them if you'd like, paint them soft pastels, or tie a bit of ribbon so they blend into the bed with grace. And here's something lovely: the bottles themselves, once destined for the bin, now serve your growing things with purpose. They don't shout or sparkle. They just quietly give drop by drop, day by day, like a letter left on the counter or a friend who checks in. You don't need fancy irrigation. You don't need energy you don't have. Just a bottle, a few holes, and the quiet patience of time. Let the garden drink slowly. Let your heart feel a little lighter. And remember, dear friend, steady care, not speed, is what brings the garden to life. Do you remember lining up buttons in a row as a child? Sorting them by color, by size, not for any purpose, other than the joy of arranging something beautiful in order. This next idea has that same spirit, a way to turn simple repetition into something meaningful. We're talking about creating flower border planters using old plastic bottles. This project is perfect for outlining garden paths, patio edges, or raised beds, especially if you want to add charm without bending, digging deep, or spending a dime. Start by collecting a group of plastic bottles, water, soda, or even colorful cleaning product bottles. Rinse them well, and if you're feeling playful, paint them in cheerful colors. Think robin's egg blue, sunny yellow, soft lavender, or keep them clear for a more natural look. Next, slice off the tops just a few inches down. What you'll have is a series of small, upright containers like tiny flower pots. Fill them halfway with soil, then plant hardy, low-growing blooms, such as marigolds, petunias, or even trailing nasturtiums that spill over the edges with time. Once planted, nestle them along your garden path like a parade of tiny flower soldiers standing proudly in line. The effect is both structured and whimsical. From above, you'll see dots of color along the walkway, and from the side, a cheerful wall of blossoms and leaves. It defines the garden space without fencing it in. For older gardeners, it's a wonderful way to work close to the surface without needing to kneel. Each bottle planter can be prepared on a table and set down with ease. But beyond the function is the feeling. Every bottle once empty and discarded now holds life. It's a reminder that beauty doesn't have to be bought, that borders don't have to be barriers, they can be invitations. To walk, to pause, to notice. And when the light catches the edges of the bottles, especially after rain or watering, it sparkles a little like morning dew on glass. Like something quiet saying, I'm still here, and I still have something to give. So line your garden path with stories. Let each flower bloom from something saved, and let yourself, dear friend, walk through it all, knowing that nothing, not even an old bottle, is ever truly useless. Have you ever sat near a lace curtain fluttering in the window, filtering the light, just so it didn't block the sun completely? It didn't shut the world out. It just softened everything light wind even thought. That's the spirit behind this next idea. A bottle lantern curtain that gives your garden privacy color and a quiet kind of beauty. Start with a simple support, maybe a wooden beam across your patio edge, an old curtain rod, or a wire strung between two posts. Then collect a handful of plastic bottles, clear or colored, tall or short, whatever you have on hand. After washing and removing labels, cut each one into rings or vertical strips depending on your preference. If you're feeling inspired, paint them in shades that match the season's soft pinks and greens for spring golds and rusts for autumn. Thread the bottle pieces together using fishing line, garden twine, or thin wire. Each strand becomes a shimmering chain of light and color. Make as many strands as you like, and hang them vertically side by side until you've created a gentle screen. As the wind moves, so do the bottles, clinking softly like chimes, swaying like leaves. This curtain doesn't block your view or cast heavy shadows. It's breathable. Light still pours through and the breeze still dances by. But it gives your garden a sense of being its own little room, a place set apart where your chair and cup of tea feel protected like a corner of your heart. For seniors with small patios or balconies, this is a wonderful way to create visual boundaries without hammering or lifting. It brings privacy without heaviness. It turns recycled bottles into stained glass, moving gently in the wind, catching sunlight in little flickers. And in the evenings, you can add small string lights behind the curtain. The bottles glow like lanterns, then each one holding a bit of warmth, a bit of memory. You see, privacy isn't always about hiding. Sometimes it's about honoring space, a place to read, to rest, to be. This curtain doesn't shout, it whispers, "You belong here." And with every flicker of light and sway of color, it reminds you that home, even the smallest corner of it, can be both beautiful and kind. Do you remember flipping over stones as a child, just to see what might be living underneath tiny beetles, pill bugs, maybe an earthworm slowly curling away from the sun? There was a kind of wonder in that, a quiet curiosity about the small lives sharing our world. That same sense of connection can come alive again in your garden through a charming and purposeful creation. A recycled bottle bug hotel. This little tower isn't just decoration, it's a haven for beneficial insects like ladybugs, solitary bees, and lacewings who help pollinate your flowers and keep pests in check. And the best part, it's made almost entirely from things you already have. Begin by collecting a handful of plastic bottles, all the same size if possible. Cut off the tops and bottoms so you're left with open cylinders. Then fill each one with a variety of natural materials, bundles of twigs, rolled up cardboard, pine cones, bark, or bits of bamboo. Think texture, think shelter. These nooks and crannies give tiny creatures a place to rest, nest, and hide from wind and rain. Once filled, stack the bottles horizontally within a wooden frame or an old crate. You can secure them with string wire or glue depending on what's easiest for your hands. Set the finished tower near your flower bed, or beside a leafy pot somewhere quiet but visible so you can enjoy watching your new guests come and go. What makes this idea so special is that it turns your garden into more than just a place for plants. It becomes a shared home. It recognizes that even the smallest lives matter. That nature, when invited in, gently brings balance and beauty with it. For older gardeners, the Bug Hotel is also a delightfully low-effort project. No digging, no lifting, just gathering, assembling, and placing with care. You can even involve grandchildren, let them collect pine cones or paint the outside of the crate. And over time, you'll start to notice little changes. More blossoms, fewer pests, a feeling that your garden is breathing more fully. Because when we care for the smallest creatures, we show the greatest love. And it all starts with a bottle, with a bit of curiosity, and with the understanding that every life, no matter how tiny, deserves a place to rest. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine the sound of water gently trickling over stone. Not rushing, not loud, just a soft rhythm like a whispered lullaby from the earth. It's the kind of sound that soothes the nerves and brings peace to the mind. And would you believe, dear friend, that such a feeling can be created with nothing more than a few plastic bottles and a bit of clever care? Let's build a little bottle fountain, a modest yet magical centerpiece for any small patio garden. You'll begin with a simple pump. These are often sold for tabletop fountains and are small enough to fit in a bowl or wide flower pot. From there, collect 3 or 4 clear plastic bottles. Cut openings along the side of each bottle and position them at a tilt, either by securing them in foam supports or gently gluing them in a staggered tier inside a crate, shallow bucket, or plant stand. The idea is to let water flow from the top bottle down into the next like a staircase of clear curved steps, and finally back into the basin where it all begins again. When you turn on the pump, water circulates up and over, flowing down with grace. The bottles, especially if they're painted or lightly frosted, shimmer in the sunlight. You might line the base with smooth pebbles or tuck a small flower pot nearby for balance. The whole piece doesn't take up much space, perhaps just a corner table or a shady garden nook, but its presence is felt in every drop. This fountain isn't just about aesthetics. It's practical too. The moisture in the air helps nearby plants thrive. The sound masks traffic or neighbor noise, offering a sense of privacy and calm. And for older gardeners, the setup requires no digging, no heavy lifting, just a bit of assembly and a moment of awe. What once were throwaway bottles now hold something sacred: movement, light, and sound. They offer pause, presence, and beauty, not in a grand or showy way, but in the way a grandmother hums to herself while shelling peas. That's the kind of peace this brings. So if your garden needs a gentle heartbeat, let it begin with this: a trickle, a ripple. A soft reminder that serenity can be built one bottle, one idea, one tender gesture at a time. Do you remember standing barefoot in the grass as a child, running through the garden hoses' soft mist on a hot summer day? That gentle spray cooled more than just the skin. It brought laughter, a breath of relief, and a moment of stillness. Today, we're turning that memory into something practical and peaceful with a simple misting bottle sprinkler made from a recycled plastic bottle. This idea is perfect for delicate seedlings, leafy greens, or flowers that prefer not to be drenched. It's also ideal for older gardeners who want to water without lugging around heavy hoses or risking slips. Begin with a clean plastic bottle. Any medium size will do. Poke several tiny holes into the sides using a heated needle or a fine nail. Keep them small and evenly spaced around the middle. Then attach a hose adapter to the mouth of the bottle. If you don't have one, a bit of strong tape around a narrow hose end can create a snug fit. When you turn on the water, the bottle becomes a soft sprinkler, not a powerful jet, but a fine mist, much like a summer drizzle. You can place it directly among your plants in raised beds or containers. If needed, nestle it in a clay pot or between bricks to keep it steady. As it sprays, you'll notice how the droplets settle gently on leaves, how they sparkle in the sunlight, and how the air around you becomes cooler, softer. It's a lovely way to water in the morning before the sun climbs too high, or in the early evening when the world begins to quiet again. This kind of misting system is incredibly accessible. It uses little water, costs next to nothing, and can be made in just a few minutes with what you already have. And for those of us who move slower or need to sit while we tend our garden, it's a beautiful solution. Place it, let it run for a few minutes, and watch your garden sigh with gratitude. And maybe you'll sigh too. Because something as small as a bottle repurposed with intention can bring ease, it can turn chores into rituals. It can remind us that gentleness, whether toward our plants or ourselves, is never wasted. So let the mist fall, let the garden glisten, and let yourself enjoy the soft spray of memory and renewal. Think back, dear friend, to the joy of bringing home a flower picked on a walk, a dandelion, a daisy, a sprig of wild mint. You'd tuck it into a glass, maybe even an old jar by the sink, and suddenly the whole room felt lighter. That's the heart of this next idea, a collection of painted bottle vases that turn humble materials into daily moments of beauty. Start by gathering plastic bottles in various shapes and sizes. Tall water bottles, wide juice containers, or small soda bottles, anything with an interesting curve or silhouette. Wash them thoroughly, remove the labels, and trim them to the height you'd like. Usually cutting off the top third creates a graceful vase shape. You might want to smooth the edges with fine sandpaper or cover them with soft twine. Now comes the fun part, painting. Use soft pastel acrylics, gentle blues, lavender, rose, sage, or go for a creamy white and gold look if you prefer something classic. For a ceramic feel, apply a chalk finish paint. You can even sponge the paint for texture or add subtle patterns using stencils or a steady hand. Once dry, these bottles become elegant little vases. Place a few along a windowsill, garden table, or patio shelf. Drop in a small bouquet from your garden, maybe some freshly cut herbs, a sprig of rosemary, or a single marigold. Even when the garden isn't in bloom, a few dried grasses or seed pods look beautiful in these hand-touched containers. What's wonderful about this project is how forgiving and joyful it is. There's no wrong way to do it. You can make just one or a whole family of vases in different shapes and colors. And because they're lightweight and unbreakable, they're especially friendly for older hands or breezy porches. It's also a beautiful way to change your space with the seasons. Swap out the colors, the flowers, the arrangement, all without spending anything new. Each bottle once tossed aside now stands proud and graceful, holding not just plants, but presents. That's the magic here. Turning throwaways into keepsakes, turning silence into a still life, turning today's walk, that single bloom you just couldn't leave behind, into something you'll see and smile at all week long. Because beauty doesn't need to be grand. Sometimes it just needs to be noticed. Do you remember folding paper boats and watching them float across puddles or streams? There was a wonder to it, watching something small, delicate, and handmade find its way across the water. In the same spirit, we can bring a gentle sense of movement and charm into your garden with floating bottle pond planters. This idea works wonderfully for anyone with a patio pond, water basin, or even a large bird bath. It's light, whimsical, and full of possibility, and it begins quite simply with a few empty plastic bottles. Start by tying together 4 to 6 bottles with strong twine or garden wire. Arrange them into a flat square or oval raft-like shape. You can sandwich them between 2 layers of old bamboo slats, or fasten a small plastic or wooden tray on top to hold a planter. Secure the structure gently. It doesn't need to be fancy, just firm enough to float steadily. Next, place a lightweight pot or shallow bowl filled with soil and a plant that enjoys humidity, like water lettuce, creeping jenny, or small ferns. Or for something decorative, try a cluster of succulents nestled in pebbles. The important part is to keep it light and balanced, so it floats without tipping. Gently set the raft onto your pond. As it finds its rhythm with the breeze, you'll see the planter drift softly, casting reflections across the water like a moving painting. In the evening, you might add a small solar lantern or a floating tea light for a magical glow. For older gardeners, this idea is a joy. It requires no digging, lifting, or bending. You can prepare the raft at a table, then simply place it in the water with a smile. Watching it move throughout the day adds life to your space, not the noisy kind, but the quiet, soothing sort. The kind that reminds you to slow down and watch the light shift. And the beauty of it all, you're using what others might call trash plastic bottles to bring elegance and serenity into your sanctuary. It's recycling, yes, but it's also remembering that movement, light, and calm can all be handmade. Just like those paper boats, this floating planter doesn't try to go far. It simply drifts gracefully right where it's meant to be. Do you remember those quilt walls at community halls or church fairs, each square stitched with care, each pattern telling a story? There's something deeply comforting about that kind of patchwork. Each piece small, but together it becomes something grand. That's the feeling you'll bring to your garden with this idea, a vertical succulent wall made from painted bottle bottoms. It starts simply with bottles you've likely set aside for recycling. Cut each one about a third from the bottom to create small cup-like planters. Smooth the edges and then paint the outsides with soft, cheerful colors: sage green, terracotta, orange, lavender, sky blue. Pastels work wonderfully, especially when you imagine them sitting against a natural wood backdrop. Once dry, poke a tiny hole in the bottom of each for drainage. Then fill them with a bit of cactus or succulent soil, lightweight and fast draining, and tuck in small plants like hens and chicks, jade, or trailing sedums. These little plants thrive in shallow containers and don't mind a bit of neglect, which makes them perfect companions for both beginners and seasoned gardeners alike. Now for the magic: mount your bottle planters onto a wooden panel fence or trellis. You can screw in small hooks, use garden wire, or staple on strips of fabric to hold them. Arrange them in rose waves or even a color-blocked pattern like a living quilt. The vertical layout keeps your ground space free, which is especially helpful on patios or balconies with limited room. And the result? A wall of soft texture, color, and life. A living mosaic that changes ever so slightly with each season. The bottle cups catch dew in the morning and shimmer under evening light. The succulents bloom and sprawl and surprise you when you least expect it. This is a project that doesn't require heavy lifting, deep digging, or constant maintenance. It invites creativity and ease, two things that become more precious with age. You can even plant it sitting down one bottle at a time, like threading memories into a tapestry. What was once destined for the trash becomes something to be admired. A vertical garden that whispers, there's beauty in the small, in the simple, in the stitched together, much like life itself. Have you ever saved something small just because it reminded you of a moment? A button, a coin, a wine cork from a family dinner long ago. These tiny things carry stories, don't they? That's the inspiration behind this next idea. A colorful, joyful bottle cap mosaic wall. A garden art piece built from the smallest bits of the past. Start by collecting bottle caps, plastic or metal, any size, any color. Maybe from sparkling waters you enjoy on hot days, or sodas shared with grandkids on the porch. Over time, they gather like memories in a jar. And with a little patience, they can become a masterpiece. You'll need a sturdy backing, an old wooden board, a piece of recycled plastic panel, or even a weathered fence section. Begin arranging your caps on the surface. You can sort them by color and build an abstract pattern, a swirl of sunset tones, a rainbow stripe, or even a simple flower shape. There's no wrong way. What matters is the care you bring to it. Once you're happy with the layout, glue each cap in place using outdoor adhesive. Take your time. Maybe listen to a favorite record, or let the birds keep you company. When it's done, seal it with a clear weatherproof coat if it'll live outside, perhaps leaning behind a planter or hanging on a patio wall. For older gardeners, this project is wonderfully gentle. No lifting or planting, just arranging, sorting, and pressing things into place. It's a quiet kind of joy, like piecing together a jigsaw puzzle, only this one catches sunlight and starts conversations. And here's the lovely part: each cap, once forgettable, now holds a place in something greater. It's a reflection of sustainable beauty, the kind that says, look what we can do even with leftovers. This mosaic wall becomes more than decor. It's a reminder that fragments, whether they're bottle caps or moments from long ago, can still come together to make something whole, something radiant. So if your garden needs a little color, a little story, a little fun, start saving your caps. Turn them into a canvas of joy. Let the wall smile back at you. Because even the smallest things, when seen with love, can be part of something beautiful. Do you remember the scarecrows from childhood, tall, floppy guardians made of old shirts and straw hats, standing in the fields like gentle watchers of the harvest? They weren't scary, not really. They felt more like old friends, arms open wide, watching over all that grew. Today, we can bring that same spirit into a small patio garden, using nothing more than colorful plastic bottles and a touch of whimsy. To create your bottle scarecrow, start with a strong central support, perhaps a broomstick, an old garden stake, or even a sturdy tree branch. Then collect plastic bottles in a variety of sizes and colors. These will become the body. Stack them one by one from large to small, using glue or garden wire to secure them to the pole. The larger ones at the bottom make the legs, then smaller ones for the torso arms, and finally, a rounded bottle or container for the head. Now for the fun decorating. Paint a smiling face on the head bottle. Add strips of fabric or raffia for hair. Perhaps a little scarf made from an old dish towel or a tiny hat you thrifted long ago. You can get creative with buttons, twine, and leftover ribbon. There's no right way to do it. Just let it reflect a little bit of you. Once assembled, gently place your scarecrow in a planter-raised bed or corner of the patio where it can keep watch. It doesn't need to be big, just tall enough to peek over your lettuce or herbs. The movement of the bottles in the wind, along with their colors, helps deter birds or curious critters from nibbling on your greens. But more than that, this little figure brings personality to your garden. It becomes a companion, a cheerful nod to the seasons, a reminder that even the smallest space deserves a little wonder. For older gardeners, this is a project full of joy, but light on labor. No digging, no lifting. Just hands moving with purpose, choosing colors, tying scarves, bringing a story to life one bottle at a time. It's a wonderful activity to do with a grandchild or even by yourself on a quiet afternoon. And perhaps like that old scarecrow from your memory, this one will stand for more than just protection. Maybe it'll represent care, creativity, and the quiet pride of making something lovely from what was once left behind. Like so much in life, it's not about what things are, but what they can become. Do you remember hanging up your children's or grandchildren's drawings on the fridge? Bright rainbows, flowers, little suns with smiling faces, all bursting with color and joy. They may have been made with simple crayons, but they lit up the whole room. That same kind of happiness can brighten your garden too with rainbow bottle wall planters. This idea is perfect for vertical spaces, a fence the side of a shed, or even an old pallet propped against a wall. Begin by collecting several plastic bottles, preferably of the same size and shape. Remove labels and clean them thoroughly. Then comes the part that brings out the inner child painting. Use outdoor-safe acrylics to paint each bottle in a bold, joyful color. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, the full rainbow. You can even blend soft pastels for a springtime palette, or go with deeper jewel tones for summer richness. Let them dry completely, and then cut an opening along one side of each bottle large enough to cradle a small plant. Once the bottles are ready, mount them horizontally onto your chosen surface. Screw them in gently through the back or use sturdy wire or zip ties to fasten them securely. Space them evenly or create a flowing pattern that mimics the arc of a rainbow across your wall. Now fill each one with potting mix and add plants that suit your climate and light. Trailing vines like sweet potato plant or creeping jenny work beautifully. So do herbs like thyme or oregano, or small flowers like pansies and petunias. The bottles catch the sun, reflect their painted colors, and add brightness even when flowers aren't yet in bloom. This project is especially helpful for seniors with limited mobility. There's no bending and the setup can be done seated at a table. Maintenance is light, just a little watering and occasional trimming. And visually, the reward is big. It's like turning your patio into a gallery of joy where every bottle is a frame, every flower a brush stroke. And more than that, it's a celebration. Of color, of second chances, of the beauty that comes when we choose to see not waste, but wonder. Because what's more hopeful than a rainbow? It promises light after the rain and reminds us that even scraps of plastic, when painted with love, can shine like a story waiting to be told. Have you ever tucked a quilt over a sleeping child, making sure every corner was just right? Not too tight, not too loose, just enough to keep them warm, protected, and at peace. That same tender instinct can be offered to your garden, especially in early spring or late fall, with a bottle dome greenhouse, a shelter stitched together from light color and care. To begin, you'll need quite a few plastic bottles, around 50 to 100, depending on the size of your dome. Choose bottles of the same shape and size, and focus on ones with smooth sides. Wash them thoroughly and trim off both the top and bottom ends, leaving you with clean open cylinders. Now for the pattern. Cut each bottle in half crosswise and then into petal-like sections. Think of them as the building blocks of your dome. Overlap the edges slightly and stitch or wire them together into pentagon and hexagon shapes, gradually forming a geodesic dome. This might sound fancy, but don't worry. There are plenty of simple guides online, and your version doesn't need to be perfect. Imperfect pieces can still make a perfect shelter. As you assemble your dome, you'll notice how the bottles catch the light. Some may still have a tint of green or blue, creating a lovely stained glass effect when the sun hits just right. Position your dome over a raised bed, a seedling tray, or a patch of herbs that need protection from cool winds or hungry critters. This greenhouse acts like a soft quilt, holding in warmth during the day and releasing it slowly at night. It's ideal for leafy greens, young sprouts, or even tender flowers not yet ready for the open air. And best of all, it's lightweight and portable. No heavy panels or tools required. You can move it around your garden with ease, adjusting as the seasons change or as the sun shifts. It's kind to your back and gentle on your budget. But the most beautiful part is what it represents. All those bottles once tossed aside now form a place of nurture, a cocoon for life, a dome of quiet resilience. Much like the shelter we offer to others throughout our lives, it's not made of perfection but of pieces held together with patience and love. And under that dome, dear friend, something new will always be growing. Do you remember the joy of spotting a ladybug on your sleeve? Or watching a dragonfly hover over a summer pond? These tiny creatures, colorful, buzzing, unexpected, always brought a smile, a sense of wonder. With this next idea, we're inviting that playfulness into your patio garden through bottle bug sculptures, cheerful, oversized garden companions made entirely from recycled plastic. Start by gathering plastic bottles of various sizes and shapes. A small round bottle might become a ladybug's body, a long one, a dragonfly. A curved bottle could become the belly of a chunky caterpillar. You'll also need a few simple supplies: acrylic paint, garden wire, or pipe cleaner's glue, and a few caps or reflective pieces for eyes. Cut the bottles into segments or shapes depending on the insect you want to make. For a ladybug, paint a bottle red with black spots. Add eyes using bottle caps or googly eyes glued near the top, and use pipe cleaners or wire for antennae. Dragonflies look lovely with translucent wings cut from plastic packaging or even old milk jugs painted lightly with silver or gold. Once painted and dry, your bug sculpture is ready to take its place. Place them near planters, perch them atop a rock, or nestle them beside a flower bed. They don't need to be large or perfect. Their charm comes from their color and character. Each one becomes a tiny personality in your garden. What makes this idea especially lovely for seniors is how flexible and accessible it is. You can do everything seated at a table, indoors or out. It's a perfect rainy day craft or something to share with visiting grandchildren. Let them choose the colors, glue on silly eyes, or name each little bug. Beyond decoration, these sculptures also serve a subtle purpose. They can attract attention to areas of your garden that are often overlooked. And with their bright hues and shiny surfaces, they even help deter some birds or pests. But most of all, they bring delight. They whisper that gardens aren't only about straight rows and tidy blooms. They're also about joy, imagination, and a little bit of silliness. Because sometimes the best thing we can grow, especially as we get older, is laughter. And who says your garden can't smile back at you? Do you remember setting something up before bed? Maybe soaking beans for soup or laying out tomorrow's clothes so you could wake up knowing one small task was already taken care of. That feeling of gentle preparedness, of setting yourself up for ease. That's what this next idea offers: self-watering seedling bottles made from simple recycled plastic. It begins with a few clear plastic bottles. Water or soda bottles work best. Wash them thoroughly and remove the labels. Then, using a sharp blade or scissors, cut each bottle in half crosswise. You'll have a top part with a neck and a bottom that looks like a short cup. Turn the top half upside down and place it into the bottom half like a funnel resting in a bowl. Before you do, thread a strip of cotton fabric or a length of yarn through the bottle's neck. This will act as a wick, drawing water up from the base into the soil above. Now fill the top with potting mix, letting the fabric wick lie buried like a hidden helper. Add your seeds or seedlings, herbs, leafy greens, or any delicate starts you're nurturing. Then fill the bottom half with water. The wick will slowly draw moisture up into the soil as it's needed, keeping your young plants gently hydrated. What's beautiful about this system is that it asks so little of you. There's no daily watering, no worrying about forgetting. Just refill the base every few days or even once a week, depending on your plant's needs and the weather.
This project is perfect for those of us who garden from a chair or prefer to take things slow. Everything can be prepared on a table in the comfort of a shaded patio or kitchen counter. And because the bottles are clear, you can see exactly how much water remains, a gentle visual reminder that nothing needs to be rushed.
It's a small act of love toward your plants, your future self, and the earth, using what others would throw away to create something nurturing and efficient. And in a way, it's symbolic of aging gracefully, of giving just enough steadily over time. No grand effort, just quiet, reliable care. Because when it comes to growing things, be it plants or peace, slow and steady wins every time. Have you ever watched lace curtains dancing in the wind, catching the sunlight just so? There's something peaceful and almost dreamlike in that motion. Not quite still, but not hurried either. With this next idea, we bring that feeling into your garden using nothing more than plastic bottles and your imagination. Let's make a hanging floral mobile that turns recycled pieces into floating garden art. Begin by collecting several plastic bottles. Clear ones work beautifully, especially if they catch the light. Cut the bottoms and bodies into petal shapes, leaf forms, or even abstract swirls. You can use scissors to round the edges or gently heat them with a hairdryer to make the plastic curl like flower petals. Don't worry about perfection. The more irregular, the more natural they look. Next, bring out your paints. Soft pastels, bold primaries, or even metallics. Choose a palette that speaks to the season or your mood. Paint each piece and let them dry completely. Then punch a small hole at the top of each and string them with fishing line, clear thread, or even natural jute twine. You'll want a base to hang them from, perhaps a sturdy branch, an embroidery hoop, or a repurposed wire hanger bent into a circle. Tie each strand at varying lengths so they flutter gently in the breeze. When hung from a pergola beam, porch ceiling, or tree limb, the entire piece moves like a garden breeze come to life. The beauty of this mobile lies in its motion. As the sunlight filters through the painted plastic, soft colors shimmer across your patio or balcony. The pieces sway and twist, casting little shadows, inviting you to sit, breathe, and watch for just a moment longer. This craft is especially wonderful for those who prefer light work. It requires no digging or bending, just cutting, painting, and assembling at a pace that feels good. And if you have visiting grandchildren, it becomes a lovely collaborative project, a memory built together one petal at a time. The mobile doesn't water your plants or feed the bees, but it nourishes something else, your spirit. It reminds you that art isn't confined to museums and that even trash can become poetry when given the chance. So let your garden have a wind song. Let it dance with light and color. Let it show the world that beauty like you only grows with time. Do you remember stacking blocks or nesting cups as a child? One on top of the other, building something tall with careful hands and wide-eyed wonder. That same delight, that sense of building beauty upward, can be brought into your garden with this next idea: glass bottle tower planters for trailing greenery. Start with clear glass bottles. Wine bottles, sparkling water, or soda bottles work well. Choose ones that feel sturdy and have a shape that pleases your eye. Wash them thoroughly and remove any labels. If you'd like to add some charm, decorate each bottle with small painted polka dots, soft pastel strokes, or even a wrap of twine near the neck. To begin building your tower, select a simple stand. It could be a tall plant holder, a narrow crate, or even a vertical rod fitted with circular bottle holders. Invert each bottle and arrange them in a tiered fashion. Depending on your stand, you may rest the bottles horizontally or stack them upright with openings exposed for planting. Now carefully fill each bottle with water and place a few trailing vine cuttings inside. Pothos ivy or wandering Jew thrive in water and look beautiful as they cascade down the structure. You'll be able to see the roots grow, which brings a quiet sort of fascination, like watching life take shape through glass. For those who prefer soil, cut the bottles and fill the lower halves with potting mix and small succulents. Secure them gently onto a vertical frame or mount them onto a pallet wall. Each bottle becomes a pocket of green, a small see-through planter that lifts your garden upward without taking up precious floor space. This is a perfect project for gardeners with limited movement or small patios. It requires little bending and minimal tools. The towers are modular and lightweight, easy to rearrange, water and update with the seasons. And visually, the result is stunning. The glass catches light like sun on water, while the trailing greens soften the form, spilling gently downward like a living waterfall. But perhaps the most meaningful part is the transformation. Each bottle, once emptied and forgotten, becomes a vessel for life, a part of something elegant, useful, and ever-changing. Like us, these bottles have been through a journey, and yet here they are, still holding beauty, still standing tall, still giving. Do you remember the soft glow of fireflies and summer little flickers of gold rising through the dusk like garden stars? That gentle light, that quiet magic can return to your porch or flower bed with this next idea. Lantern bottles fitted with solar tops, giving your garden a twinkle all its own. Begin with a few tall, clear plastic or glass bottles. Ones with smooth sides are best for a soft, even glow. Wash and dry them well and remove any labels or glue. If the bottles are too tall or you want a shorter lantern, carefully trim them with a glass cutter or plastic-safe blade. Now comes the transformation. Paint the outside with translucent glass. Paints a wash of amber, a swirl of blue, or a mix of soft purples and greens. You can also wrap the middle with lace-thin ribbon or pressed flowers between layers of decoupage glue for added charm. Once decorated, the real magic is added on top, a small solar light, the kind sold at garden stores or dollar shops. Most have a top piece that can be gently removed and fitted snugly into the bottle's mouth. If it doesn't fit perfectly, use a strip of foam or soft cork to hold it in place. During the day, the solar panels quietly charge in the sun. And then, as dusk settles, your lantern bottles begin to glow a gentle, flickering light that feels like a whisper from the past. Place them along garden paths, among your flower pots, or on steps leading to your porch. You can cluster them in odd numbers, 3 here, 5 there, to create a storybook effect. No wires, no electricity. Just light where you need it, as soft as candlelight, but safe and sustainable. What's lovely about this idea is how it asks very little of you. There's no need for lifting wiring or even replacing batteries. Just set them out, let them sip the sun, and enjoy the reward come evening. And symbolically, it's a gentle reminder you don't have to burn bright to be seen. Sometimes a soft glow is enough to light the way, especially when it comes from something once thrown away. So let your garden shine, dear friend, not with spotlights or grandeur, but with quiet lanterns that remind you, even in your stillness, you are full of light. Do you remember those mornings when you'd sit with a warm drink, watching the birds gather fluttering wings? Curious eyes, the little dance they do before settling down to eat. Birds bring life, movement, and song to a garden, and this next idea helps invite them in, all with a simple bottle turned into a bird buffet feeder. To begin, find a sturdy plastic bottle. A clear juice or soda bottle works perfectly. Rinse it thoroughly and remove the label so the birds and you can see inside. With a sharp craft knife or scissors, cut several evenly spaced holes about 2 to 3 inches from the base, just large enough for birds to access the seeds. Below each hole, insert a small wooden dowel twig or chopstick, threading it through both sides of the bottle. These will act as little perches. If you'd like, paint the bottle in soft, nature-inspired colors, sky blue, moss green, or a sunflower yellow, and let it dry fully before use. Fill the bottle with bird seed using a funnel or spoon. Then secure the cap and use wire string or twine to hang your feeder from a shepherd's hook, a tree branch, or even a railing. Make sure it's in a spot where birds feel safe, with some cover nearby and not too close to busy walkways. What makes this bird feeder so special isn't just that it's functional, though it is, but that it brings the garden to life in a way no decor piece can. You'll soon learn the habits of your local feathered friends. The early morning cardinals, the cheeky chickadees, or the fluttery finches will all come calling. You may even find that they begin to wait for you. And as they eat, you get to sit back and watch. No bending, no weeding, just a moment of presence. A reminder that you are still a part of nature's rhythm. For older hands, this is a lovely project that can be made entirely at a table with minimal effort and very little cost. It offers more than beauty, it offers company. A kind of silent companionship. Because sometimes what we need most is a reason to sit quietly, to listen, to feel part of something fluttering and alive. So hang your bottle, scatter a few seeds, and let the garden sing back to you. Do you remember making tiny worlds when you were younger? A shoebox turned into a dollhouse, a teacup garden with moss and pebbles, a whole story imagined in the corner of a yard. There's something magical about crafting miniature spaces, and with this final idea in our visit today, you can bring that wonder back with a fairy garden terrarium made from a simple, recycled bottle. Begin with a clear plastic bottle. A 2-liter soda bottle is ideal. Cut it cleanly around the middle or just above the base, creating a dome-shaped top and a shallow bowl. Smooth any rough edges with sandpaper or wrap the rim in soft twine or decorative washi tape for a finished touch. Fill the bottom with layers of small stones, a spoonful of activated charcoal if you have it, and a bit of potting soil. Then nestle in some moss, a tiny fern, or a small succulent plants that love the close, humid environment of a terrarium. Now comes the storytelling. Add a pebble path, a tiny bench made from twigs, a miniature gnome or fairy figurine. You can use a bottle cap as a bird bath or a thimble for a pot. Let your imagination run, or simply recreate a peaceful garden corner you love in miniature form. Once your tiny scene is complete, gently place the top half of the bottle back over it, like a cloche. This will create a self-sustaining environment, capturing moisture and light, to keep the plant healthy with very little care. If it ever gets too misty, just lift the lid to let it breathe. Set your fairy bottle garden on a windowsill, a patio table, or even a plant shelf indoors. Wherever it sits, it brings a sense of quiet joy, a reminder that even the smallest spaces can hold magic. This project is especially soothing for older hands and hearts. It invites slow, thoughtful creation. There's no lifting, no bending, no schedule to keep. Just you, a little bottle, and a world of imagination. And isn't that what so much of gardening is in the end? Creating space for life, for memory, for story. Whether it's a wild patch in your backyard or a fairy world in a soda bottle, it's a reflection of care. Because we don't stop dreaming as we age. In fact, we get better at knowing what truly matters. And sometimes what matters is a tiny garden under glass that reminds you of the wonder still blooming in your heart. Do you remember leaving little notes for yourself? A shopping list on the fridge? A reminder by the kettle? Just small things to help make tomorrow easier. That's the spirit behind this next idea. Turning bottles into self-watering globes for your potted plants, so they stay gently cared for even when your hands are resting. Start with a clean glass or plastic bottle, something with a narrow neck like a wine or olive oil bottle. If you'd like to decorate it, you can wrap it in jute paint, a soft floral pattern, or add a handwritten label with the plant's name and the date it was last watered. A personal touch turns a tool into something tender. Fill the bottle with fresh water, then place your thumb over the opening, turn it upside down, and press it gently into the soil of a potted plant. The soil will draw water as it needs, slowly emptying the bottle over several days. It's like your plant is sipping tea at its own pace, no rush, no stress. This is especially helpful for herbs or indoor plants, basil, rosemary, or lavender that enjoy consistent moisture. And for you, dear friend, it's one less chore to keep track of. No need to bend or lift a heavy watering can. Just check your bottles every few days, refill them at the sink, and return them like old friends to their cozy soil homes. For those with arthritis or low energy days, this simple system is a quiet blessing. It also brings peace of mind if you travel or rest more often. You know your plants are being gently nourished even when you're not nearby. And there's something quite poetic about it too. A once empty bottle, perhaps from a dinner shared or a celebration past, now serves again, giving life in a quiet, steady way. Still useful, still needed. Because that's what aging teaches us, how to give without fuss, how to offer care without needing applause. Like the bottle, you've held joy, memory, and purpose. And now, in this softer season, you still offer what's needed slowly, wisely, and with love. Let these little water globes be reminders you don't have to pour all at once to make a difference. Just offer enough, and life will bloom. Do you remember the excitement of something just beginning? A new recipe, a new habit, a new season. There's a tender kind of hope in those early moments, and that same feeling lives in this next idea, turning old bottles into gentle seed starter trays. To begin, gather a few plastic bottles, water bottles, juice containers, or even milk jugs will do. Rinse them well, then carefully cut them in half crosswise. The bottom half becomes your little planter. If you'd like, poke a few small holes in the base with a heated nail or needle, just enough to let extra water drain. Line them up on an old baking tray, windowsill planter, or even a thrifted casserole dish. This helps keep everything neat and catches any drips. Fill each bottle bottom with a bit of moist potting soil, not too much, just enough for baby roots to stretch their legs. Now for the joy drop in a few seeds. Lettuce, basil, zinnias, whatever you love. Press them gently into the soil with a fingertip, whispering hope as you do. Cover lightly with soil, mist them with water, and place your tray somewhere sunny. If you want to make it a little more magical, write the names of each plant on pieces of masking tape and stick them to the sides of the bottles, or tie a soft ribbon around each one in different colors. This is your seed nursery, and like any nursery, it deserves a touch of tenderness. Within days or a week or two, you'll start to see green. Just little shoots at first, but enough to bring you back each morning checking for change. The simple wonder of watching life return from a dry speck of seed can soften even the hardest days. And for you, dear friend, this project is especially kind. It asks for no bending, no digging, just a table, some light, and your quiet attention. It's something you can do indoors with a cup of tea nearby and a little music playing. Seed starting with bottles is more than a money saver. It's a hope giver, a way to begin again slowly in small cups of earth. And isn't that what gardening and life is all about? Because even now you are still starting things, still growing, still planting small joys that will bloom in their own time. Have you ever paused to listen to the sound of the wind, not just its movement through the trees, but the song it makes when it touches something delicate? There's something meditative about that gentle music. And with this next idea, you can bring that sound into your own garden by turning old bottles into a soft, tinkling wind chime. Start with a few small glass bottles, perfume bottles, soda bottles, or even colored mini wine bottles are perfect. If you prefer plastic, you can still get that lovely fluttering sound like rain on a tent instead of a chime. The point isn't the volume, it's the feeling. Clean and dry your bottles, then decide how you'd like to cut them. For glass, use a bottle cutter and a bit of warm and cold water alternation to carefully create rings or smooth-edged tubes. For plastic, strong scissors or a heated knife will let you shape spirals, petal cuts, or even leaf-like streamers. Each piece becomes part of a gentle mobile. Use fishing line, clear jewelry thread, or thin jute to suspend the bottle pieces from a wooden branch, a coat hanger, or a wire wreath frame. Mix long and short strands so they catch the breeze at different times. If you have leftover beads, keys, shells, or metal washers, add them in between to create different tones. The layering of materials gives your chime a more natural, earthy sound like an orchestra of found objects. Hang your finished piece from a porch beam tree limb or shepherd's hook near your seating area. It doesn't need to be loud, just a subtle song that reminds you that time is passing and beauty is still being made moment by moment. This DIY doesn't ask much of you. Most of it can be done sitting down. You don't need strength, just patience. And like so many things in life now, it's more about rhythm than rush. What makes this wind chime truly special is that it gives voice to forgotten things. A bottle cap, a broken pendant, a shard of color, all become part of the melody. And maybe, dear friend, that's how we move through the seasons of life too. Collecting memories, reshaping fragments, and letting the wind-time spirit love move through us, creating something softer than silence, but stronger than words. Let it hang, let it sing, let it soothe. Do you remember the feeling of being watched over, not in fear, but in comfort? Perhaps a grandparent standing in the doorway or a little trinket on the shelf that made you feel safe. That's the spirit behind this next project. Painted garden guardians made from recycled bottles, standing like gentle protectors among your flowers and greens. Begin by gathering tall plastic bottles, soda bottles, vinegar jugs, even large shampoo containers will do. Wash them well and let them dry completely. Then choose your favorite colors and begin painting. Start with a solid background, a soft sky blue, a gentle green, or even a creamy off-white. Once dry paint on the face, kind eyes, a crooked smile, maybe even rosy cheeks, or a twinkle in the eye. Don't worry about perfection. In fact, the more imperfect, the more lovable. Add details, a drawn-on mustache, eyeglasses with wire, a little patch of hair using yarn or dried grass. Some folks even glue on tiny buttons for noses or cut felt for hats. Wrap a scarf of old fabric around the neck or tie a napkin like a kerchief. Each one becomes its own character, wise, silly, mysterious, or nurturing. To make them stand, fill the bottom with a bit of gravel, sand, or even a few stones. Or hot glue them to wooden garden stakes so they can be placed upright among the vegetables, herbs, or along a path. Some people create a whole family, grandma guardian near the tomatoes, grandpa by the zucchini, a cheerful uncle near the compost. Children and neighbors who visit will smile. And you too may find yourself greeting them softly in the mornings as if they're old friends. Painting garden guardians is more than a craft. It's a ritual, a way to put presence and personality into the garden, a way to make the space feel lived in, cared for, watched over, even if no one is around. And for those of us who sometimes feel a little invisible as we grow older, it's a quiet joy to make something that stands proudly, brightly in full view. So go ahead, dear friend. Give your garden a few watchful companions shaped by your hands, full of your humor, touched by your story. Because even now you still guard beauty. You still bring warmth. And the garden knows, it always knows when you're near. Do you remember that feeling of opening the back door and being greeted by the scent of fresh herbs, basil mint thyme, each one carrying a memory, a meal, a moment? This last idea brings that simple pleasure back to life. By turning old bottles into a vertical herb garden wall that saves space, money, and time. Start with a few plastic bottles. 2-liter soda bottles work beautifully. Rinse them thoroughly and remove any labels. With a craft knife or strong scissors, cut a large rectangular opening along the side of each bottle, leaving enough edge to hold soil. Poke a few small drainage holes in the bottom. Now prepare your wall. You can use a wooden pallet, a piece of lattice, or even a simple wire fence panel propped up against the side of your porch. Paint it soft white or sage green if you like something that feels fresh, clean, and inviting. Use zip ties, wire, or strong twine to attach the bottles horizontally to the frame, open side up. Stagger the rows like bricks so each plant has room to grow and spill gently over the edge. Leave space between bottles for light and air to pass through. Now fill them with potting mix and tuck in your herbs. Parsley, chives, cilantro, oregano, whatever you love to cook with or simply smell in passing. Don't forget to label them. You can use wooden popsicle sticks, wine corks, or even write directly on the bottles with paint pens. Place your herb wall where it will get a few hours of gentle sunlight each day against a garage wall, the back of your garden shed, or even your apartment balcony. Water carefully, watching how the bottles drain. And soon you'll have a fragrant living wall that offers both beauty and usefulness. This DIY is especially kind to those with small spaces or limited movement. There's no bending to the ground, no weeding a big bed. Just a few snips here, a handful of soil there. It's gardening at your own pace, upright, tidy, manageable. But more than that, it's deeply satisfying. These humble bottles once headed for the trash now cradle life. And you, dear friend, get to tend that life. To brush your fingers through mint before dinner. To pluck rosemary and remember old recipes. To be again the caretaker of something fresh and green. Because your hands still grow good things. And every bottle, every herb, every moment spent tending it all says the same quiet truth. There is still more to grow, still more to give, and still more beauty blooming from what others might discard. So here we are, dear friend, at the gentle end of today's visit. We've wandered through tiny terrariums and bottle birds, floating gardens, and glowing lanterns. We've taken what others might see as trash-clear plastic old glass, leftover caps and strings, and together turned them into stories, into beauty, into small but mighty acts of care. Isn't that the heart of gardening? Not just planting things, but transforming them. Not just decorating a space, but filling it with reminders of who you are and all that you've lived through. Every bottle, every wire, every coat of soft pastel paint was once forgotten, overlooked. But in your hands it found purpose again, and so have you. You see, aging isn't a fading away. It's a refining, a return to what matters. A deeper knowing that joy doesn't need to be expensive or perfect or new. It can live in a bottle on a string in a patch of moss in the way sunlight passes through a garden mobile you crafted yourself. Your hands still know how to make beauty. Your heart still recognizes magic. Even if your steps are slower now, your imagination has never moved more freely. And just like these bottles, each one saved, clean, transformed, you too have gone through your seasons, through wear and weather, through the years that shaped you, and here you are still blooming, still creating, still offering light. If even a single one of these ideas brought you a spark of joy, I hope you'll let it grow. Try just one, the simplest one. Let it lead to another. Let it surprise you. I'd love to know which idea touched your heart the most. Tell me in the comments, dear friend. Your words are always welcome here. And if you'd like more soft inspiration like this, do subscribe. There's always another gentle idea waiting just around the corner. Until then, may your garden and your spirit remain full of second chances, of sunlight and softness, of stories yet to be told. Until next time, happy gardening, dear friend. Good morning, dear friend. Imagine stepping out onto your little porch, still cradling a warm mug of tea in your hands. The sun is gentle today, filtering through branches and warming your cheek. Below your feet, the ground is cool, firm, quiet. You glance at a small corner of your garden, not wide, not grand, but filled with character. And there, nestled between green leaves and shaded pots, a simple stone catches the light. It's smooth, weathered, unmoved by rain or wind. There's something about it, isn't there? Something ancient and comforting. Like it's always been waiting for you to notice it. That's the quiet magic of stone. You see, you don't need a sprawling garden or a big budget to create beauty. You don't need youth or strength to build something meaningful. All you need is imagination time and a sense of wonder. Because with stone, the oldest, most enduring material on earth, you can shape a garden that reflects your soul, peaceful, grounded, and full of stories. Whether you have a slim walkway, a balcony corner, or just a single raised bed, today's ideas are made for you. We'll explore 20 brilliant senior-friendly ways to bring art, structure, and emotion into your garden, using stones of all shapes and sizes. Each idea is not just practical, it's a quiet little moment of joy. Many of them can be made with thrifted finds, reclaimed materials, or even stones you've gathered during walks through life. You've likely walked by stones 1,000 times without thinking twice, but today we'll stop. We'll see. And perhaps we'll begin to build. So pull on your softest cardigan, take a slow sip, and come wander with me. Let's uncover how stone, steady, silent, and full of memory, can make even the smallest garden feel like a sacred living sanctuary. Do you remember the quiet calm of evenings long ago, when the porch light flickered on at dusk and the world seemed to pause for a moment? That same feeling lives in the glow of a stone lantern, a garden element as old as tea, rituals and as gentle as a whispered prayer. The Japanese-style stone lantern, or toro, was traditionally placed near paths, ponds, or shrines, not just to provide light, but to offer peace. And in a small garden like yours, it doesn't take much space to do just that. Start with a stone lantern that suits your spirit. There are many shapes: squat pedestal lanterns with wide tops, tall pagoda-style pieces, or even simple tabletop designs for porches and patios. You don't need anything heavy or elaborate. Many versions today are made from lightweight cast stone or resin, with a weathered stone look just as beautiful but much easier on your back and hands. Place it somewhere that invites pause, at the end of a stepping path beside your favorite flower pot, or near your sitting chair. If your lantern has a hollow center tuck and a small solar light or LED candle, that soft glow at dusk feels like the garden is quietly exhaling, saying thank you for another day. If your style leans toward the modern, a geometric lantern with clean lines brings elegant simplicity. Prefer vintage charm. Choose one with mossy curves or a rough finish, like something from an old monastery garden. And here's the most beautiful part: you only need one. Just one well-placed lantern to create a sense of sacred space. Something to mark a corner of your garden, not with boldness, but with presence. The lantern becomes more than decor. It becomes an anchor, a place to rest your gaze, a gentle keeper of light even when the day grows dim. And just like you, dear friend, it may sit quietly, but it offers something warm, steady, and full of grace. Do you still have pieces of broken china tucked away in a drawer, a chipped plate from long ago, a teacup too pretty to toss, or colorful tiles left over from an old project? In the right hands, even these fragments, these seemingly forgotten bits, can come together to tell a story. That's the heart of a mosaic wall, a place where memory becomes art. In a small garden space is precious. We don't always have room for large sculptures or wide flower beds, but a bare wall or fence, that's a canvas waiting to bloom. A mosaic wall made from stones, tiles, and ceramics can transform even the dullest backdrop into something alive and personal. Begin by choosing your surface. A brick wall, wooden fence panel, or even a freestanding garden board will do. Then gather your materials. Smooth river stones, glass beads, broken pottery, or colorful thrift store plates all work beautifully. Arrange them in a design that speaks to you, perhaps a sunburst, a flowing vine, a flock of birds, or simply abstract swirls. You don't need to follow a pattern. In fact, the more spontaneous, the more soulful it feels. If bending is difficult, try working on a tabletop panel first. Use lightweight boards you can decorate flat, then hang vertically when complete. For adhesion, many seniors find pre-mixed tile glue or garden-safe silicone easiest to manage, no mixing or fussing required. Want a Mediterranean touch? Use blue and white tiles with terracotta accents. Prefer a more Zen-inspired feel? Stick with slate gray and smooth white pebbles. The beauty is that it's entirely yours, your colors, your rhythm, your hands, placing each piece with care. Once complete, frame the mosaic with climbing vines like jasmine or morning glory, or install a simple solar light above to make it glow in the evenings. Every time you walk past, it'll catch your eye and maybe even your breath. Guests will pause asking, "Did you make this?" And you'll smile because yes, you did. More than decoration, this is a patchwork of moments. A tea saucer from a friend who's now gone. A river stone from a walk last spring. A tile picked up at the thrift store because it reminded you of home. They come together like we do into something whole. A mosaic wall says I was here. I made something. I remembered. And for a small space garden, there's no greater luxury than a wall that tells a story, quietly, beautifully, and with meaning. Do you remember skipping stones on a still pond, watching the ripples spread outward in perfect circles? There's something about that motion, soft, steady, unhurried, that mirrors the rhythm we often seek in our lives now. A stepping stone circle in your garden can bring that same ripple of calm, inviting you to slow your step. Breathe deeper and feel centered in your space. Unlike a straight path which leads you from one place to another, a circular stone layout holds its own. It doesn't rush you, it invites you to linger. To create one, begin with a focal point. Perhaps a tree, a statue, or even an empty spot that deserves a little love. Then place flat stones in a ring around it, radiating outward like sun rays or water ripples. These can be store-bought stepping stones, reclaimed flagstone pieces, or even DIY cement pavers made in old pie pans or plant saucers. If you're not keen on lifting, enlist a helper for placement, but the layout itself is low to the ground and doesn't require digging or tools. Leave small gaps between each stone for grass moss or pea gravel to peek through. These soft spaces create contrast and cushion both visually and underfoot. Over time, nature will soften the lines and your stepping circle will begin to feel as if it's always been there. What makes this design so magical for small gardens is its ability to transform space without overwhelming it. A simple circle thoughtfully placed draws the eye inward, making the garden feel more intentional, more peaceful, more whole. If you're working with a square patio or narrow yard, a stone circle can help break up the straight edges and add a sense of movement without clutter. You might sit nearby with your morning coffee, tracing the circle with your eyes like a quiet meditation. Or maybe your grandchild will tiptoe across the stones, balancing and laughing, turning it into a secret game. And as the light shifts through the day, morning mist, golden noon, evening shadow, the circle holds steady like a little heartbeat within your garden. You see, a stone path doesn't always have to go somewhere. Sometimes it can just be a reminder, perhaps, that you've come far enough. That rest is a worthy destination. That stillness, shaped by your own hands, is its own kind of beauty. There's something sacred about a stack of stones. Simple, quiet, unmoving, yet balanced with care. You may have seen them on hiking trails or mountain paths, those small towers of rocks built by travelers before you. In gardens, these cairns take on new meaning. They're no longer just markers, they become meditations. Gentle reminders that even in stillness there is strength. To make your own garden cairn, you don't need tools, glue, or even much space. All you need are your hands, your breath, and a few good stones. Start by gathering stones of different sizes and shapes, smooth river rocks, flat slate, or even rough bits of broken concrete. You can find them in your own yard, at the garden center, or even on peaceful walks. Don't worry if they're imperfect. In fact, it's the imperfections that make the cairn come alive. Choose a quiet spot, maybe a corner of your flower bed beside a small water feature or tucked near your favorite bench. Begin with a wide, sturdy base stone. Then slowly add one stone at a time, feeling for the balance point. Let your hands guide you. This isn't about perfection, it's about patience. It may take a few tries. The stones may tumble. That's all part of the practice. Some people build tall cairns, stacking 5 or 6 stones high. Others prefer smaller ones, just 2 or 3 placed here and there throughout the garden. Either way, they draw the eye without shouting. They say, look closer, be still. And for those with limited strength or mobility, this project is gentle and manageable. You can create a cairn while seated on a garden stool or even at a tabletop using smaller stones. No bending, no lifting, just soft focus and quiet placement. Want to make your cairn glow at night? Place a solar-powered tea light at the base or nestle it near a path where low lighting can cast shadows upward. It becomes a beacon, a small, steady flame in stone. If you're feeling creative, you can add a story to your cairn. Perhaps each stone represents something: a loved one, a memory, a hope. Or perhaps it's simply a ritual you return to now and then, restacking the stones as seasons change. You'll find that cairns often become more than just decor. They're little soul markers. They speak without words. They stand with grace even as the world moves around them. And maybe in building them, we remember that we too can stay balanced, even when the shapes of our days begin to change. Can you still recall the warmth of an old campfire? The way everyone seemed to draw a little closer, not just for heat, but for connection. A stone fire pit brings that same feeling into your garden. Even if your space is small, it becomes a gathering place, a storytelling circle, a quiet hearth beneath the stars. And you don't need a big yard to create one. A traditional fire pit begins with a circle, a shape of welcome. You can use stacked stones, bricks, or even repurposed concrete blocks to build the outer wall. Some people prefer the rugged charm of irregular rocks, while others go for the neatness of matching stones. Either way, make sure they're heat-safe. Granite, basalt, and fire bricks work beautifully. If lifting and hauling isn't ideal for you, consider a tabletop version. These can be made with a shallow ceramic bowl, some smooth pebbles, and a gel fuel canister. Just as lovely, just as cozy, and no heavy materials required. You can even find kits at garden centers or Dollar Tree, perfect for scaling the project to your comfort level. Once placed, surround the pit with a gravel or stone bed to keep the area neat and safe. Add a few sturdy garden chairs or a weatherproof bench nearby. You might tuck in a soft blanket or some citronella candles. And when evening comes, light a small flame and just be. The beauty of a fire pit is not only in its function, but in what it invites: warmth, quiet conversation. You can roast a marshmallow with your grandkids, sip a cup of cider under the moon, or simply watch the flickering light dance on your flowers as the day winds down. And it's not just a place for people. Birds are drawn to the warmth. The glow invites gentle moths. The circle itself becomes a symbol of inclusion, of memory and meaning. Even during the day when the flames are resting, your stone fire pit acts like sculpture. It anchors the space. It says, here. Here is where we gather. Here is where we rest. For those with limited mobility, design your fire pit area to be level and accessible, with a firm path leading to it and raised seats that are easy to rise from. Make it a place you want to return to again and again, even if just for a few minutes of sun on your face. Because what you're really building isn't just a fire pit. It's a ritual, a warmth that glows without needing to speak, a little circle of belonging. And in a garden that's small, that glow feels even bigger. Close your eyes for a moment. Can you hear it? That soft trickle of water, like a gentle sigh, flowing through the garden. There's something about moving water that eases the heart. It hushes the noise in our heads and draws us into the moment. A small stone fountain can bring that same serenity to your garden, even if all you have is a little patio or a cozy corner by the wall. You don't need grand plumbing or a team of installers. In fact, most stone water features today are incredibly simple to set up and surprisingly affordable. Start with the base, a shallow basin, a large ceramic pot, or even a sturdy plastic container buried into the ground or disguised by gravel. Add a solar-powered or recirculating water pump, both of which are quiet and low maintenance. Then, for the magic, choose your stones. Stack them in layers, letting water cascade from one to the next like a miniature waterfall. Smooth river rocks, flat slate, or even porous lava stone work beautifully. You can keep it clean and minimal, or arrange them in a more natural flowing pattern that mimics a tiny mountain spring. The sound doesn't need to be loud, just enough to create a peaceful presence. Something to listen to while you sip your morning tea or water the nearby herbs. If bending or lifting is difficult, there are tabletop options that are just as soothing. These smaller fountains can sit on a patio table or plant stand, close enough to touch, hear, and enjoy without strain. Many come pre-assembled and plug into a simple outlet or run on solar power. And the beauty of a fountain isn't just in the sound, it's in what it attracts. Birds flutter in for a drink. Butterflies pause to dip. Even on the hottest days, your garden feels cooler, softer, more alive. To elevate the look, surround the base with soft greenery, ferns, moss, or trailing vines. Add a few pebbles or a favorite stone you've collected over the years. Tuck in a small lantern nearby for evenings. Over time, your little water corner becomes a sanctuary, a place of rhythm and reflection. It also pairs beautifully with other garden features. Place it near your cairn, your fire pit, or your pebble path. Let it become a connecting thread, the quiet breath running through the body of your space. And here's a secret you may find, that this little fountain doesn't just soothe your garden. It soothes you. Because in a world that moves fast and speaks loudly, your fountain whispers, "Be still. You're home now." Have you ever traced your finger in the sand, swirling it into a gentle spiral? There's something ancient in that motion. It shows up in seashells and galaxies, even in the way a fern unfurls. Spirals are symbols of growth, movement, and sacred space, and they belong beautifully in a garden. A spiral stone garden isn't just a planting bed, it's a slow walk inward, both for the eyes and for the spirit. And it's perfectly suited for small spaces because it makes a corner feel layered, dynamic, and full of flow. To create one, begin by marking a soft spiral on the ground with string or a garden hose. Start wide, then gently curve inward like a cinnamon roll or a curled vine. This can be done in a square backyard, a rounded patio edge, or even in an awkward, unused section of your garden. Next, line the edges of your spiral with small boulders, chunky stones, or reclaimed bricks. These act as a low retaining wall, defining the path and holding in soil as you build the levels. Keep the outer ring a bit lower, then raise the intersections gradually, almost like a coiled hill. You don't need to dig deep or lift anything too heavy. Just a slow layering of earth and stone shaped with care. Once the spiral is formed, begin planting. On the outer, sunnier edges, you might place herbs like rosemary, lavender, or thyme. As the spiral moves inward and becomes more shaded, try soft mosses, mint, or ground covers. If the spiral is tall enough, you can even plant small succulents along the stone edges. They'll tuck in naturally, like they've always been there. The result is a miniature landscape full of texture, color, and fragrance. A spiral of intention. For those with limited mobility, this garden offers a bonus. It brings the plants up to you. There's less bending, more reach. And the winding layout creates natural walking paths that invite slow movement and gentle tending. Want to make your spiral feel even more magical? Add a stone at the center, a smooth round one, as a quiet focal point. Or place a small lantern there, glowing at night like a warm heartbeat. The spiral garden also makes a wonderful place for reflection. You might walk it slowly like a labyrinth, pausing as you pass each plant. Or sit beside it in the evenings, watching how the shadows curl through its curves. Because in the end, this isn't just a garden bed. It's a symbol, a gesture, a shape that mirrors the rhythm of life itself, not straight, not rushed, but gently winding inward toward meaning. And as you build it stone by stone, you may notice something softening within you too. Do you remember walking barefoot as a child, along a gravel path, over warm stones, toes feeling every bump and groove? There's something tender and grounding about connecting with the earth that way. In your garden now, you can bring that same joy and texture back gently and beautifully through a pebble mosaic pathway. A trail that doesn't just guide your steps, but tells a quiet story with each one. Unlike traditional paver paths or plain gravel walkways, a pebble mosaic is art beneath your feet. It's a tapestry of stone-smooth river pebbles, beach-washed rocks, or hand-picked stones from your travels arranged into gentle patterns that shimmer in sunlight and sing after the rain. And here's the best part: you don't need a long path or a big garden. Even a few feet of pebbled trail between raised beds beside a bench or under a potting shelf can become a meaningful feature, one that delights you every time you pass by. To begin, choose your base. A simple concrete mix or strong garden adhesive can hold the pebbles in place if you'd like a more permanent mosaic. But if you prefer flexibility or ease, consider placing them dry in a shallow trench, then edging the sides with bricks or larger flat stones to keep everything tidy. Then, gather your materials. River pebbles in earth tones feel natural and grounding. White stones add brightness. Dark basalt or smooth black glass pebbles create lovely contrast. You can arrange them in swirls, waves, spirals, or leaf shapes, whatever moves you. If kneeling or bending is a challenge, consider laying the design in sections on removable panels. Work at a table, then set them into place when finished. Or ask a family member or neighbor to help with placement while you guide the pattern like a conductor leading a quiet symphony. A well-placed mosaic doesn't just catch the eye, it invites you to pause, to take your steps more slowly, to notice. And isn't that what gardening and aging gracefully is really about? In the evenings, the low angle of the sun will cast tiny shadows between the stones. After rain, the pebbles gleam like they've just been polished. And if you dare to walk it barefoot, you might even feel a little younger, a little more awake. Add a few lanterns along the edge or frame it with soft thyme or moss. Let your pebble path become a bridge between beauty and function, past and present, stillness and motion. Because this is no ordinary path. It's a poem in stone, a gentle reminder with every step that life is still full of detailed texture and small, meaningful moments. Not everything in your garden needs to bloom or move to be beautiful. Sometimes the most powerful presence is the one that simply stays. A cluster of polished or naturally smooth boulders placed with care can bring a quiet strength to your garden. These stones don't demand attention. They hold it. Like a wise elder seated silently in a room, they give the space a sense of peace, gravity, and balance. This is what we call a boulder cluster, a minimalist yet deeply grounding feature that works wonderfully in small spaces. You don't need a huge yard to make it work. Even 3 stones placed thoughtfully in a corner bed or beside your seating area can transform the energy of the space. Choose stones with rounded edges and soft surfaces, the kind that feel good under your hand. You might find them at a local garden center, a riverbed walk, or even in your own backyard. Look for variations in size and shape, but keep a natural harmony between them. Odd numbers like 3 or 5 often feel more organic than pairs. Arrange them in a loose triangle or gentle arc. Let the tallest one serve as a quiet anchor with smaller stones nestled nearby like companions. Set them into a gravel bed or surround them with moss thyme or ornamental grass. This helps the stones feel rooted, not just placed as if the garden grew around them. If you prefer a more polished look, some stones are available with a smooth, water-washed finish that reflects light like glass. These are especially beautiful near reflective surfaces or under lantern glow at night. And don't think of this as just a design element. These boulders can also be practical: a place to rest, a watering can anchor a garden lantern, or hold the edge of a tarp on windy days. Some gardeners even place a special rock as a memory stone engraved with a name, a date, or simply left as a silent tribute to someone they love. For older hands, the beauty of this idea lies in its ease. No watering, no pruning, no digging, just presence. The stones do their work simply by being there. Over time, as lichens or moss begin to touch their surfaces, these stones only grow more beautiful. They weather gently, just as we do, softened by the seasons, made more meaningful by the years. So if you're looking for a way to add calm without clutter, depth without effort, consider adding a cluster of stones to your garden. They won't bloom, but they will glow. They won't grow, but they will stay. And in their stillness you may find a reflection of your own, steady, wise, and full of quiet power. If your garden has more vertical space than floor room, a wall, a fence, even the side of a small shed, then you hold something full of untapped beauty. Imagine that wall not as a divider but as a canvas. Imagine stone and greenery blending together into one living sculpture. That's the magic of a stone wall planter, a structure that turns upward, reaching toward light, spilling with life from every crevice. You don't need a grand rock wall to create this effect. Even a few stacked stones along the edge of a raised bed or faux stone panels mounted on a wall can become the foundation for something lush and personal. Start with a strong vertical surface, a wooden fence, brick wall, or even a freestanding trellis or planter frame. Then incorporate stones with pockets, or attach small planters that resemble stone into the design. You can use cement planter pockets, half pots, or even thrifted kitchen bowls with drainage holes drilled into them. Space them out across the wall in a pleasing pattern, staggered, spiraling, or framed like art. Next comes the green tuck in succulents like hens and chicks, trailing vines like creeping jenny, or herbs like oregano and thyme. These plants are not only drought-tolerant and easy to maintain, but they thrive in tight spaces and shallow soil. Their roots will settle into the cool pockets between stone, their leaves spilling downward in gentle waves. And the contrast? It's breathtaking. The rough, grounded strength of the stone meets the soft, ever-changing grace of plants. It's like watching age and youth dance together in harmony. A visual reminder that beauty lies not just in what we add, but in how we balance. To make your living wall glow in the evenings, install a few solar uplights at the base. The shadows will cast upward, playing across leaves and stone, turning your garden corner into a soft, lit work of art. It's perfect for patios, narrow alleyways, or balcony railings, and for accessibility. This project is wonderfully adaptable. Since it rises to eye level, you won't need to kneel or bend. Watering can be done gently with a handheld spray bottle, or even a small drip line if you prefer ease. Over time, your stone wall will begin to feel like a living memory board, each plant reflecting a season, a mood, or even a gift from a friend. You might tuck a small wind chime nearby, or a painted rock with a kind word. It becomes more than a garden feature. It becomes a presence, a reminder that no matter how little space you have, there is always room for something to grow. Always a patch of light to reach for. Always a way to soften the hardest surfaces, just like life has softened you. Your wall doesn't just hold your garden, it becomes part of it. There are some days when the body asks us to slow down, when the hands aren't quite steady, or the knees whisper that it's time to sit. But even in those quieter moments, the garden can still bloom around you, right on your table. That's the beauty of a tabletop Zen garden tray. It's small, simple, and deeply meditative, a moment of calm you can create with just a few stones and a bit of sand. These miniature gardens are inspired by the traditional Japanese karasan-sui dry landscapes that use sandstone and gentle lines to reflect rivers, mountains, and sky. And though they are small enough to fit on a patio table or windowsill, their impact can be deeply soothing. Start with a shallow tray. This could be a wooden drawer, a vintage picture frame with the glass removed, or a thrifted baking dish. Fill it with fine sand-white tan or even black depending on your style. You can find special sand at garden centers, but even clean craft sand will do. Then come the stones. Choose 2 or 3 each with a different character. One might be smooth and round like a worn river pebble. Another might be jagged and tall like a tiny mountain. Their placement isn't random. It's intentional. A little moment of design, like arranging your thoughts before speaking. Now take a small rake or even a fork or wooden chopstick and draw lines through the sand. Flowing waves around the stones, radiating ripples, straight lines of stillness. There's no right or wrong, just movement, rhythm, and breath. You might find yourself raking, erasing, and raking again, not out of frustration, but as a quiet ritual. For many older gardeners, this project is a gift. It doesn't require bending, lifting, or weatherproof materials. It doesn't matter if it rains or if your knees ache that day. The Zen tray meets you right where you are, on the porch, at your kitchen table, or beside your favorite chair. You can customize it with seasonal touches: a red maple leaf in autumn, a tiny pine sprig in winter, or a shell from a summer walk. You might even tuck in a single candle or tea light for gentle evening light. And perhaps most beautifully, this garden never overgrows. It never wilts. It never demands. It simply waits for you, ready to be shaped, smoothed, and rearranged as your day allows. In a world that moves so fast, a Zen garden offers something rare: pause. It reminds us that peace isn't found in finishing things, but in tending to them slowly with love, just like we tend to ourselves. Sometimes the simplest things carry the most warmth. A handwritten note, a gentle smile, or a small stone hand-painted with care resting quietly in the garden waiting to be noticed. These are kindness stones, not just decorations, but tiny messengers of hope, comfort, and joy. And they are so easy to create: no special skills, no heavy lifting, just a little color, a little time, and a lot of heart. Begin with a few small stones. Smooth ones work best. You can gather them during walks, find them in the yard, or pick up a small bag from the craft store or garden center. Wash and dry them thoroughly, then choose the ones that speak to you. Some might be heart-shaped, others long and oval like little riverboats. Now it's time to paint. Acrylic paints work beautifully, and if you prefer markers, oil-based paint pens are wonderfully easy to use, especially for hands that may not be as steady as they once were. You can create anything: cheerful flowers, butterflies, rainbows, or simple words like hope, joy, still growing. There's no need to be an artist. In fact, the charm of kindness stones comes from their handmade imperfection: wobbly letters, uneven hearts. It's not about impressing, it's about expressing. Once painted, let them dry fully and seal with a clear outdoor varnish if you want them to last through the seasons. Then comes the fun part: placement. Tuck one beneath your favorite rosebush. Place another beside your porch step where the mail carrier might see it. Line a few along the base of your bird bath. Or nestle one in a potted plant you plan to give as a gift. For those who love to share kindness, stones can become quiet little blessings scattered through the neighborhood. Leave one on a walking trail, on a park bench, on a neighbor's porch. No need for explanation, the message will carry itself. For older hands, this project offers both creativity and connection. It's easy to do while seated, requires very few materials, and allows for short, joyful bursts of crafting. You can paint a single stone in 10 minutes, or sit with a warm drink and paint a dozen while listening to the radio. It's also a beautiful way to involve loved ones. Grandchildren adore painting kindness rocks, and they'll remember doing it with you. Each one becomes a memory sealed in color and stone. And when the garden feels quiet, or the world feels heavy, a small message painted by your own hand might just lift your heart. A whisper from yourself to yourself saying, "You're still here, you still bring light, you still matter." Because even a small stone can make someone stop, smile, and believe again. There's a special kind of joy that comes from watching birds flutter down into your garden. The rustle of feathers, the gentle splash, the way they shake their tiny wings with such freedom, such trust. A stone bird bath invites that magic into your world, offering water welcome and a sense that your garden is alive, not just with plants, but with song. And it doesn't take much to create one. You don't need a towering fountain or a heavy cement structure. In fact, many of the most beautiful bird baths are simple, shallow, and made from pieces you might already have. Start with a sturdy base. This could be a thick old tree stump, a wide clay pot turned upside down, or even a stack of flat stones or bricks, something solid and stable at waist or knee height. Then choose your bowl. A shallow stone basin is ideal, but you can also use a ceramic pie dish, a vintage enamel bowl, or a gently curved plant saucer. If it holds water and sits flat, it's perfect. Place the bowl securely atop the pedestal. Make sure it's balanced and won't tip in the wind or under a bird's weight. You can add a few river pebbles to the bottom for birds to perch on and to create depth without needing to fill it too high. Keep the water shallow, just an inch or two, so it's safe for small visitors. Once it's in place, surround the base with flowers, creeping herbs, or soft moss to help it blend into the garden naturally. If mobility is a concern, situate the bird bath close to a chair, a window, or a shaded patio spot so you can enjoy the activity without needing to move far. And oh, the visitors you'll attract. Finches, sparrows, robins, even butterflies and bees come for a gentle sip. In the quiet hours of morning or the golden hush before dusk, your bird bath becomes a little stage for nature's daily performance. To keep it fresh and safe, simply empty and refill every few days. No scrubbing, no chemicals, just clean water and gentle care. If lifting the bowl is tricky, use a small pitcher to top it off, or install a solar pump to create a soft, bubbling effect that keeps the water circulating and more inviting. What you're building here isn't just a water dish. It's a haven. A space of refuge for birds, yes, but also for yourself. A place to sit and be still, to remember that even in the smallest gardens, life continues to flutter, to sparkle, to sing. And perhaps most beautiful of all, the birds don't care if your bath is fancy. They come for the kindness in it, the welcome, the water placed with love, much like we do in gardens and in life. There's a quiet kind of wisdom in the garden. Time moves differently here. It's not measured by schedules or alarms, but by sunlight shadows and the slow unfurling of petals. What if you could honor that rhythm not with ticking hands, but with a stone clock laid gently into the earth, a circle of 12 stones, each one marking a moment. Not to hurry you, but to remind you this moment right now is enough. A garden clock made of stones is both whimsical and deeply grounding. It doesn't have to keep perfect time. It's a poetic feature part, art part, compass part, gentle nod to the hours we spend growing, tending, and just being. Start by choosing your space. A flat area in your yard, the center of a small patio, or even a sunny balcony can serve as your clock face. Clear the area, level it, and lay down a base of gravel, mulch, or fine soil. Then place 12 stones in a wide circle, one for each hour on the clock. You can use river rocks, flat slate, or even painted kindness stones from your collection. To make the layout easier, use a piece of string tied to a center stake to guide your spacing, just like drawing a clock as a child. You don't need perfection. A little wobble, a bit of unevenness, that's life, isn't it? For the clock's hands, consider using a slender stick, a small sundial, or even a garden ornament like a metal bird or butterfly. You can make it functional with sunlight or purely decorative, a visual reminder of the rhythm of your days. Around the edges of your stone clock, you can plant low-growing herbs or flowers, creeping thyme, chamomile, or moss to soften the design. Or keep it bare and simple, letting the stones speak for themselves. For those with limited space or mobility, this idea can be scaled down beautifully. Try making a mini clock on a tabletop tray with pebbles and tiny labels. Or glue stones onto a wooden board and hang it as wall art for your porch. A gentle nod to garden time that doesn't require any bending at all. And as the sun passes over your garden, each day shadows will shift across your clock face, marking time not in urgency, but in grace. You might sit beside it with your tea at 10, water your basil at noon, watch the shadows stretch at 5. It becomes a gentle rhythm uniquely yours. Because here time isn't something to chase. It's something to feel, to notice in the warmth of the soil, the chirp of a finch, the scent of lavender on a breeze. This clock isn't just made of stone, it's made of presence. A reminder every time you see it that life keeps moving, but you don't have to rush to keep up. Some of the best stories don't come from books, they come from your hands, your voice, and the soft rustle of leaves on a garden afternoon. And if you have grandchildren or young visitors from time to time, there's a sweet and simple way to bring a little magic into your time together story stones. These are small stones painted or drawn with pictures, a sun, a tree, a cat, a castle. When gathered in a basket or bowl, they become tools for imagination. You and your little ones can pull one stone at a time and weave a story piece by piece, building a tale that's unique every time. To make your own story stone, start with small, smooth pebbles, easy to hold, not too heavy. You can gather them on walks, purchase a bag from a craft or garden store, or even repurpose stones from old garden borders. Wash and dry them, then use acrylic paints or oil-based markers to add simple images: a butterfly, a heart, a raindrop, a dog, a house. You don't have to be a painter. Stick figures and symbols work just as well. In fact, the more homemade they look, the more charming they become. Once dry, seal them with a clear coat if they'll live outdoors, or store them in a little tin or wooden box if you'd like to keep them inside. On your next visit with a grandchild, sit together in a shady spot, maybe on the porch under your favorite tree, or next to a bed of blooming daisies. Pour out the stones between you like a treasure trove. Then, let the magic begin. You might start. Once upon a time, there was a stone cat who lived under a stone moon. And before long, the child is laughing, imagining adding their own twists and turns. It becomes a shared world built from the simplest of things. These stones aren't just toys, they're bridges. Between generations, between moments, between imagination and memory. They invite conversation, giggles, curiosity. And they make your garden not just a place of beauty, but a place of play. You can leave the stones tucked around the garden like Easter eggs waiting to be found. Or you can let the children place them beside certain plants: a frog near the lily pad, a fairy near the rose bush, a fish near the bird bath. The garden becomes part of the story, and the story becomes part of the garden. And when the children go home, the stones remain. Quiet, waiting, like memories that don't fade, just rest. Because when you paint a story stone, you're not just making a craft. You're planting a moment. One that will grow in the heart of a child long after the garden's gone quiet. Every garden deserves a bit of gallery magic, a place where the natural becomes art and the ordinary becomes meaningful. And what better way to do that than by creating a framed stone art panel? It's a project that's as peaceful as it is beautiful, combining creativity, upcycling, and the timeless charm of stone into something you can hang like a painting indoors or out. Think of it as your own little exhibit, not in a museum, but right there on your fence, your shed wall, or your porch. To begin, find a frame. This could be an old wooden picture frame from a thrift store, a cabinet door, or even the rim of an unused serving tray. The frame doesn't need to be fancy. In fact, a bit of wear or chipping only adds character. Make sure it's sturdy and can be hung or leaned securely. For the backing, attach a piece of plywood foam board or a thick cardboard panel inside the frame. This will be your canvas. Then gather your materials: small flat stones, pebbles, broken tiles, or even shells and bits of glass. Lay them out first without glue, playing with shape and flow. You might create a tree, a sun, a spiral, or just a soothing, abstract wave. The process is quiet and deeply meditative, like arranging puzzle pieces made by nature. You're not forcing anything, just gently placing, seeing what fits, and letting the design come together slowly. Use strong garden-safe glue or a hot glue gun if working indoors. Press each piece gently, taking your time. You can add small pieces of driftwood, pressed flowers, or painted accents if you like. The result will be something uniquely yours, a moment captured in textures and shapes. And best of all, this is a sitting-down project. Perfect for those slower days when your hands want to stay busy, but your body asks you to rest. You can work on it over days or weeks, returning when the mood strikes. There's no rush in art, only rhythm. Once complete, seal the entire piece with a clear outdoor spray if you plan to display it outside. Then choose a place to hang it near a seating area beside a potted plant or above a favorite bench. Let it surprise you each time you glance its way. For a smaller version, try making a series of mini panels and hanging them in a row like a triptych. Or create a gift for a loved one, a handmade treasure filled with warmth and natural charm. What you're crafting is more than a decoration. It's a reminder that creativity doesn't fade with age. It deepens, it ripens, it softens into something wise. Each stone you choose is a little part of your story, placed with intention, framed with love, and left to shine. There are moments in a garden when all you want is a place to sit, not to do, but simply to be. A place to rest your tea, watch a butterfly dance, or feel the warmth of the sun on your cheek. A mini stone bench can become just that, a humble throne of peace set low to the ground, built not for show but for stillness. You don't need a large structure or expensive materials. This bench can be as simple as 2 stone pedestals and a flat slab across the top, a design that's been used for centuries in courtyards, monasteries, and meditation paths. It's strong, grounded, and quietly elegant. To create yours, start with 2 stone blocks, bricks, or even upside-down clay pots as legs. Make sure they're wide enough for stability and placed on level ground so the bench won't wobble. If you're placing it in a grassy area, consider laying a small stone or brick base beneath each leg to keep it from sinking after rain.
Next, find a flat piece of stone, wood, or concrete that can rest across the top. It doesn't have to be long, even 2 feet will do. You can often find leftover stone slabs at local landscaping suppliers or salvage yards. Don't worry about chips or uneven color, the imperfections make it beautiful.
Once assembled, you have a bench that's strong enough to sit on, low enough to blend into the garden, and simple enough to build in under an hour. And if lifting isn't an option, this is a perfect project to enlist a kind neighbor or family member. Just show them your vision, the layout is easy, and the result is lasting. You might place your bench beneath a climbing rose near a cluster of lavender or beside a favorite tree. Add a small cushion or weatherproof pillow if you'd like a bit of softness. Over time, the bench may gather a little moss on the legs or weather gently with age, just like us. And when you sit on it, the garden feels different, slower, more tender. You're not rushing through chores or pulling weeds. You're receiving light air, birdsong, the hush between breezes. Even 10 minutes on a stone bench can feel like a small retreat. A reset. For those who journal, this can be your writing perch. For those who meditate, a sacred space. And for those who simply wish to sit and think, it's enough just to be there. Because sometimes a bench is not just furniture, it's a statement, a declaration that you deserve rest, that your garden is not only a space for growing plants, but a space for tending your own soul. So sit, dear friend. The garden is waiting to hold you. Some of the most charming garden beds aren't grand or overflowing. They're small, neatly bordered, and quietly cared for. A stone-framed planter bed brings that kind of grace to any outdoor space. It's like setting a table for nature, inviting, contained, and ready for something beautiful to grow. And for older gardeners, especially those who prefer less bending or want to manage their garden with ease, this idea is a gift. To begin, choose a spot that's easy to access. It could be a sunny corner near your porch beside a walkway, or even on a balcony with a few large containers. The key is visibility and comfort, a space where you can stand or sit nearby without needing to reach or strain. Next, gather your border stones. Flat landscaping stones, reclaimed bricks, or even pieces of concrete edging all work well. You might find them at a local thrift yard, salvage store, or even left over from a previous project. Don't worry if they don't match. The variation in color and shape adds charm. Like people, each stone brings its own texture to the group. Outline the shape of your planter, a simple square, a long rectangle, or even a circular bed around a tree stump. Lay the stones in a row about 1 or 2 stones high. There's no need to dig or cement anything unless you wish to. Gravity and time will help them settle. Now fill the center with good soil, a rich blend of compost, peat, and garden mix. Because the border contains the soil, you don't have to build up too high, just enough to nourish your plants and allow for easier tending. This stone-framed bed is perfect for herbs, seasonal flowers, or even a mix of leafy greens. You can tuck in basil, parsley, marigolds, or pansies, whatever brings you joy when you look at it or pluck a leaf. If lifting heavy bags of soil is a concern, try smaller bags or ask a friend or neighbor to help with the initial fill. Once it's set up, the maintenance is light. Just a little water, a bit of snipping, and plenty of admiring. You can decorate the edges with painted kindness stones, tuck a solar light at each corner, or lay a small pebble path leading up to it. Let it become part of the story. Your garden tells a framed moment of color, scent, and gentle care. And here's the quiet truth: sometimes creating boundaries gives us freedom. A framed bed means fewer weeds, easier watering, and less overwhelm. It says, this is enough. This little patch is mine to tend. In a world that often asks us to grow more, do more, be more, your stone-framed planter bed offers a gentle reminder. Just this, just here, just now, that is plenty. There's something sacred about candlelight in a garden, the soft flicker, the golden warmth, the way it makes even the simplest corner feel like a little ceremony. And when that light glows from within a stone stack, the effect is almost magical, like discovering a secret shrine right in your own backyard. A candle niche in a stone stack is a small but powerful way to bring light warmth and a sense of ritual into your outdoor space. And best of all, it's easy to create. No tools, no wires, just care and imagination. To begin, gather several flat or gently rounded stones. You'll want ones that stack well. A little variation is fine, but aim for balance. Start by building a simple tower 3 to 5 stones high. As you stack, leave a gap or hollow space in the front just wide enough to tuck in a tea light or small LED candle. If lifting heavy stones is a concern, use lighter materials like faux stone or cement castings that look real but are much easier to handle. This niche doesn't need to be large. Even a short 2-foot stack can hold a glowing heart. Once you've formed your opening, make sure it's stable. Wedge smaller stones around the sides for support, or nestle the stack into a bed of gravel to keep it steady. Then simply place your candle. For safety and ease, solar-powered LED candles are wonderful. They charge during the day and come to life at dusk, casting their quiet light through the opening. If your garden allows, a real tea light in a small glass holder can offer a more traditional warmth for special evenings. Place your stone stack in a corner that invites pause, beside your bench near a garden path or close to a favorite flower pot. Surround it with soft plants like lamb's ear or creeping thyme, or leave it bare so the light spills freely across the stones. And what does this little structure offer more than beauty? More than glow. It offers a moment, a place to light a candle for someone you miss, a way to mark the changing season, a gesture of presence in a world that so often pulls us away. For older hands, this project is wonderfully forgiving. There's no perfect shape, no strict rules, just the quiet act of stacking, of choosing stones, arranging them gently, and tucking a light into the center. It becomes a kind of prayer, even if no words are spoken. And in the evenings, when the garden hushes and the air grows cool, that single flicker becomes something steady and sure, like you. Because sometimes all we need is a small light, held in stone, placed with love. There's a special power in words, the ones we whisper to ourselves, the ones we pass along, and the ones that anchor us when the world feels unsteady. A garden blessing stone holds one simple phrase, carved or painted into stone, placed gently in your space like a quiet reminder. It doesn't ask for attention. It just waits, offering peace, purpose, or maybe just the comfort of something true. This final idea may be the smallest in size, but its meaning can run the deepest. To begin, choose a flat stone that fits in your hand, not too big, not too small. A river rock paving stone, or even a broken piece of concrete slab, can work beautifully. It doesn't have to be perfect. In fact, a bit of unevenness makes it feel more personal. Next, decide on your message. It could be a word: peace, grow, breathe, or a short phrase: still becoming. You are enough, loved and rooted. Some people choose a quote from scripture or poetry. Others simply write a loved one's name, someone who once walked among the garden beds and whose memory still blooms each season. There are several ways to add the blessing to your stone. Engraving. If you're comfortable with tools or know someone who is, you can gently etch the words into the surface using a rotary tool. Painting. Acrylic paint pens are easy to use and work well for handwriting or simple illustrations. Once dry, seal it with an outdoor varnish to help it last. Decoupage or transfer. For those who prefer a clean look, you can print your phrase on paper, then use decoupage glue to affix and seal it onto the stone. Once your blessing stone is complete, choose a special place for it, tucked beneath your favorite plant, nestled beside the bird bath, or sitting at the edge of your porch steps, where you'll see it each day. You might even keep it inside near a windowsill garden where light touches it each morning. For those with limited space or strength, this project is gentle and kind. You can complete it at a table with minimal materials. And if mobility is limited, ask a loved one to place it outdoors for you. It becomes a collaboration, your words, their hands, shared love. Over time, the stone may weather, the paint may fade slightly, but the message, the blessing, that part lingers. In fact, it often becomes stronger as the years pass. Some gardeners make a new blessing stone each year marking birthdays or anniversaries. Others create a small circle of them, each stone holding a chapter of their life. Some give them away, passing on encouragement like seeds. Because what we plant in our gardens is more than flowers. It's memory, it's kindness, it's the truth of who we are and who we're becoming. And as your blessing stone sits quietly in the soil, rain-washed and sun-warmed, it will say without ever speaking, "You made something beautiful, and you are still blooming." And now, dear friend, here we are, having walked together through 20 gentle ideas, each shaped not only by stone, but by care. You've seen how something as still and silent as a rock can hold light, memory, laughter, and life. Isn't that something that, even in a space no larger than a porch or a patio, there's room for beauty, not in spite of age, but because of it? Stone is not cold. It's not lifeless. In fact, it's the opposite. It holds warmth long after the sun has gone down. It endures, it listens, it gives shape and strength to every garden, big or small. Much like you. Maybe you've found yourself drawn to the idea of a pebble mosaic beneath your feet, or a single lantern casting soft light at dusk. Maybe you imagined painting kindness rocks with your grandchildren, or sitting on a stone bench as birds gather at your homemade bath. Or maybe, just maybe, you saw your own reflection in the cairns and spirals, imperfect, balanced, quietly beautiful. Each of these ideas is more than a project. It's a practice, a way of grounding yourself, connecting to the earth, and making space not only for plants, but for peace, for pause, for presence. You don't need strong knees or deep pockets. You don't need big tools or even a green thumb. What you do need, you already have: imagination, wisdom, and a heart that's still curious. These stones, these bits of earth, are waiting for your touch, waiting to become something more: a bench, a path, a fountain, a blessing. So the next time you pass by a stone, don't just step over it. Stop, hold it, feel its weight in your palm. Know that in its stillness is a history older than memory and a future still unfolding. Because your garden is not just a place to grow things, it's a place to remember yourself, to reflect, to return to what matters. And each stone you place becomes a small declaration. I am still here. I am still creating. I am still full of light. Which idea from today spoke to your heart the most? I'd love to know. Leave a gentle comment below or share this video with someone who might enjoy this kind of peaceful inspiration. And if you'd like more calm, creative ways to tend your space and spirit, be sure to subscribe. There's always room here for another quiet soul. Until next time, may your garden be grounded, growing, and gorgeous. And may your days, like stones in sunlight, be filled with warmth, strength, and lasting beauty. Good morning, dear friend. Let's sit together for a while, won't we? Imagine it's just after sunrise. The garden is still dressed in dew. There's a soft rustle in the air, not wind exactly, just the breath of something alive waiting. Your hands are wrapped around a warm cup of tea. The steam drifts upward like a memory, and the porch beneath your feet creaks gently as if remembering all the mornings it's carried you through. Out past the railing where the roses have gone a bit wild and the bird bath needs a little wipe, something moves. A flutter of wings, a curious bee, maybe even a little gray squirrel hopping along the fence. They don't ask for much, these garden guests. Just a small shelter, a place to drink a few flowers, and the feeling that this patch of the world is safe. You don't need to buy anything new to give them that. You don't need youth or strength or money, only care. A broken teacup can become a tiny diner for finches. A rusted kettle might cradle a squirrel through winter. Even a cracked pot can still hold roots and welcome butterflies. Today, I'd love to show you 25 gentle, joyful ways to turn forgotten things into tiny homes for the lives that pass through your garden. Every idea is simple enough to try without bending or heavy lifting. And each one is more than just a DIY. It's an invitation to feel connected, useful, creative. To see beauty not in what's shiny and new, but in what has lasted and still gives. Because we've lasted too, haven't we? Maybe we've chipped or faded a little, but we still carry warmth, still offer shelter, still matter. So let's begin with a few quiet treasures, a pinch of imagination, and the softest kind of hope. The kind that flutters in on wings. Do you still have that old teacup, the one with the faded roses, or the tiny chip on the rim? Maybe it belonged to your mother, or maybe it came from a thrift store bin that whispered of afternoon tea parties long ago. Either way, it's too charming to throw out. And today it can begin a whole new life, one where it invites feathered visitors right to your garden's edge. Turning a teacup into a bird feeder is as simple as tying a ribbon in your hair. Start by cleaning the cup and its saucer gently with warm water and mild soap. Then, using a strong but safe adhesive like a low-odor weatherproof craft glue, secure the cup to the saucer at a slight angle so seeds won't spill out too easily. Let it dry fully. Once it's steady, loop a soft rope or sturdy ribbon through the handle, tying it into a strong knot. You can hang it from a shepherd's hook, a low tree branch, or even from the edge of your porch, somewhere visible but not too close to the hustle and bustle. Fill the teacup with birdseed or crushed peanuts, and then wait. Not long, I promise. Soon enough, a curious sparrow will land gently. A chickadee might flit in for a nibble. And just like that, the garden has music again. A gentle note for safety. Choose a spot with shade to keep the cup cool in summer and hang it at a height that's easy for you to reach without stretching or using a ladder. Also, check for ants or moisture every few days. Our winged guests prefer their meals dry and fresh. Isn't it wonderful? Something once overlooked becomes a gathering place, a moment of joy and motion. Like us, this old teacup still has purpose, still brings comfort, still invites life to land gently, even if just for a while. Remember those days when the old teapot lived on the stovetop, always warm, always waiting. Maybe it steamed beside early morning toast, or brewed a pot for quiet company on rainy afternoons. Over time, its enamel may have chipped or its handle loosened. But like all well-loved things, it still has heart. And in your garden, it can become the coziest little home a bird could dream of. This project is especially sweet for small songbirds, wrens, finches, even sparrows who love a place that feels tucked away. If your old teapot is metal or ceramic and no longer safe for brewing, give it a second chance as a nesting spot. Start by washing it out thoroughly. Then check for any sharp edges near the spout or lid. Smooth them with fine sandpaper or pad them gently with twine or cloth if needed. If the teapot still has its lid, consider removing it or setting it slightly ajar to give birds airflow and easier access. Otherwise, many birds are happy to hop right through the spout. Now comes the fun part, placement. You don't need to hang it high. Instead, wedge it securely into a spot in your fence between branches in a bush, or even on a low garden shelf. Stability is key. Birds need to trust it won't rock or fall. Line the inside with a handful of dry grass, or let your feathered guests bring their own bits of fluff and straw. A thoughtful note: avoid placing the teapot in direct sunlight during hot summer months. Like us, birds prefer a shaded retreat. And don't peek in too often. Privacy matters when you're raising a family, even if you have wings. Before long, you might spot a pair of eyes peeking out from the spout or hear the faintest chorus of hungry little beaks chirping for breakfast. That teapot, once filled with comfort, now cradles new life. And perhaps in a quiet way, so do you. Maybe you've had one of those old bathroom sinks or laundry basins sitting out by the side of the shed. It's cracked or stained, too worn for a remodel, too heavy to move. But what if I told you that even a chipped, cast-off sink could become something beautiful again, a still shimmering pool where birds gather, where dragonflies pause, and where the sunlight dances like ripples in memory? Creating a bird bath from an old basin is one of the most peaceful gifts you can offer your garden visitors. Birds need water not just for drinking, but for bathing and cooling off, especially during the warmer months. And unlike building a birdhouse or feeder, this project requires no lifting, no mounting, and no tools at all, just a bit of imagination and the right spot. First, make sure your basin or sink is cleaned of any chemical residue. Use a soft sponge, warm water, and maybe a little vinegar. If there are sharp edges around the crack or rim, wrap them gently with twine or silicone weather tape, not for perfection, just for safety. Place the basin flat on a raised surface that's easy for you to reach without bending. An upside-down plant pot, a stack of bricks, or even an old stool will do. The goal is to keep the water off the ground and in view while still making it accessible for birds. Once placed, add a few smooth stones or river pebbles inside. These give bees and butterflies a place to land safely if they stop by for a drink too. Then fill it with clean water. Just a few inches is enough. Deep water can be dangerous for small birds, so shallow is best. Here's a gentle reminder. Change the water every few days to prevent mosquito breeding and algae buildup. No need for scrubbing, just pour it out, rinse, and refill. If your arms get tired, a small watering can or plastic jug with a handle makes the refill process easy. Now, wait. Place a chair nearby if you'd like. Maybe bring your tea. You'll start to notice them robins fluffing out their feathers in delight, blue jays hopping along the edge, finches dipping in for a splash. Some will stay just a moment. Others will make it their regular stop. The basin, long past its prime, still holds something precious: stillness, reflection, life. In the same way, maybe we're all just a little cracked, and yet still able to hold water. Still able to offer something beautiful. Do you remember when closets used to be full of those simple wire hangers from the dry cleaner? They were everywhere, sometimes bent out of shape, sometimes twisted to reach a hard-to-get radio antenna, or even fashioned into makeshift tools when nothing else would do. Funny how something so ordinary could be so useful. And today, one of those humble hangers can become a charming little resting spot for the birds who visit your garden. You don't need to be a sculptor or have strong hands to do this. Just a little patience and a pair of pliers, or even just your fingers if the metal is soft enough. Start with a clean, rust-free hanger. If it's already a bit bent, all the better. It gives the perch a little character. Gently shape it into a loop or a gentle arch with a small hook or spiral at one end for hanging. The lower portion should form a simple curve or platform where birds can pause and look around before flying off again. If you'd like to make it more comfortable, wrap part of the wire in twine raffia or strips of cloth. This not only gives the birds a better grip, but also adds a soft, homespun look like something out of a storybook. And if your hands aren't steady that day, don't worry. The birds don't mind crooked lines. They aren't here for perfection. To hang the perch, choose a shaded spot close to where you like to sit, perhaps a branch near your porch, the edge of a trellis, or a sturdy planter hook. Keep it at eye level or lower so you won't need to stretch or climb. And if you feel like adding a little extra, you can tie a small bell or piece of wind chime beneath, letting the breeze play a gentle tune when no one is watching. A small note for safety: avoid placing it near glass windows and check the wire ends for sharp edges. Just a bit of sanding or a wrap of tape can smooth everything over. Soon you may find that a curious sparrow or warbler adopts your little perch as part of their daily route. They'll come rest a moment, maybe chirp once or twice and move along. But for that moment, your garden becomes a way station, a place of peace between the branches and the sky. And all because you looked at a bent old hanger and saw welcome. Maybe there's an old lantern tucked away in your garage or garden shed. Once it lit the path for summer evenings or sat glowing on a back porch table. Now perhaps its glass is broken or its light no longer works. But that doesn't mean its purpose has ended. In fact, it might be just the right shape and size for something entirely new, a cozy storybook-style birdhouse. There's something so inviting about the lantern's shape. Its hollow interior and small openings feel like a natural refuge for little birds looking for shelter, especially in the cooler months or during nesting season. You don't need to be a handyman to make this transformation, just a soft cloth, a bit of string, and a gentle eye for placement. Begin by wiping down the lantern, removing any sharp glass edges or leftover soot if it was once used with candles. If the glass is still intact but cloudy, you can leave it in for extra warmth. If some panes are missing, all the better, it gives birds a way in. You can even remove one full side to make it more open. Inside, place a bit of natural nesting material, dried leaves, twigs, or soft grass. Or simply let your feathered guests do the decorating. Choose a quiet corner of your garden where the lantern can be nestled safely. If it's heavy, place it directly on a tree stump, low shelf, or sturdy brick ledge. If it's lightweight or metal, consider tying it with strong jute twine to a low branch or hanging hook. It shouldn't swing too much, especially if the winds pick up. Birds prefer a home that feels steady. A gentle safety tip: ensure no metal parts have rusted through or become dangerously sharp. If needed, a dab of weatherproof paint or sealant can help it last longer outdoors. And don't place it in direct sunlight. Shady spots near trees or large shrubs are best for comfort and safety. Soon enough, you might hear the whisper of wings, see small shadows darting in and out. Maybe even catch a glimpse of straw tucked through the opening as a little nest takes shape. That lantern once offered light in the darkness. Now it offers warmth in a different way, shelter, stillness, and a sense of home. And somehow it seems more alive than ever. If you've ever set a soda can down on a summer afternoon and turned your head, you've likely heard it, the soft, purposeful hum of a bee passing by. These gentle garden workers don't ask for much: a flower to visit, a bit of sun, and a place to rest. And while we often think of hives when we think of bees, many of them, like solitary mason bees, actually prefer tiny nooks and hollow stems for nesting. That's where your next upcycle comes in. The next time you finish a can of soup or beans, don't toss it in the bin. That empty tin is the perfect foundation for a bee hotel. Rinse it clean, peel off any label, and check the edges, especially around the rim. If they're sharp, a quick wrap of sandpaper or even masking tape will keep it safe for both bees and fingers. Now gather your filler. Thin bamboo sticks, dried reed grass, or even paper straws work beautifully. If you can't find those, take ordinary paper, old grocery bags, or craft scraps and roll them tightly around a pencil to create little nesting tubes. Cut everything to the length of the can and pack it in snugly so nothing falls out when you tilt it sideways. Once filled, the can becomes a miniature apartment building for your garden's pollinators. Use twine or wire to hang it horizontally, with the open end facing out and slightly downward to keep rain from soaking the interior. A wooden fence post, the eave of your shed, or even under a deck railing are perfect spots, ideally in morning sun, but sheltered from heavy afternoon heat or direct downpours. A quiet tip for success: avoid painted or scented papers, and don't place the hotel near pesticide-treated areas. Solitary bees are delicate, and they prefer natural, undisturbed spots. After a few days or weeks, you might notice the ends of some tubes sealed with mud or leaf bits. That's the sign of a mason bee hard at work, tending to her young, quietly building the next generation of pollinators. And what did it take? A can from the trash, a handful of hollow sticks, and a bit of heart. Sometimes the most important homes in the world aren't built with hammers and nails. They're built with kindness, leftovers, and the belief that even the smallest lives deserve shelter. Have you ever watched a bee hover near a puddle after a summer rain? It's a quiet moment often missed. While most of us think about planting flowers for our pollinators, we sometimes forget that they need water too, just like we do. But drinking water for a bee must be safe. It can't be deep, and it must offer something to stand on. Fortunately, the solution can be found in two humble things, an old saucer and a handful of stones. Maybe you have an old plate or plant saucer tucked in a garage corner, cracked unmatched, maybe chipped on the edge. Give it a gentle wash with warm water and soap, avoiding any strong cleaners. Don't worry if it's not pretty. Nature isn't looking for perfection, just hospitality. Next, gather some smooth pebbles or marbles. These could be from a craft bin, the edge of a driveway, or even thrifted from an old decorative vase. Place them gently into the dish so they create small islands above water level. The idea is to give bees a safe place to land without risking a fall into the water. Then simply fill the dish with just enough water to touch the bottom of the stones, but not submerge them. This way, when a bee comes by, she can perch safely and sip, no splashing, no struggle. Place your bee dish in a warm, quiet corner of the garden near flowering herbs like thyme, mint, or lavender if you have them. It should be low to the ground, but easy for you to reach so there's no bending or lifting. And ideally, it catches the morning sun but hides in the shade by afternoon. A thoughtful reminder: refill the dish every couple of days and give the stones a quick rinse to keep it fresh. It takes just a moment, but for a thirsty bee, it makes all the difference. And the beauty. This simple little station isn't just for bees. You might see butterflies sipping too, or even a shy hummingbird dipping its beak near the rim. It's one more way your garden whispers, "You are welcome here." And with every visit, you'll know a cracked dish can still hold kindness, still serve a purpose, still be full of life. You know, those leftover bits, plastic mailing tubes, poster holders, even the clear shells from old wrapping paper rolls. They're the kind of thing we often set aside, not quite trash, not quite treasure. But in the right hands, and with a little imagination, they can become something extraordinary. For solitary bees who don't build hives but tuck themselves into slender crevices, a plastic tube lined with paper can become a perfect haven. Start with a clean, dry plastic cylinder around 6 to 10 inches long, no wider than a lemon. If it's clear, that's fine. Opaque works too. The key is that it's hollow and watertight. Check the edges and ends. If any part is sharp or cracked, a little tape or gentle sanding will smooth it out. Now gather your paper. Old brown lunch bags, newspaper, even junk mail envelopes can all be rolled into nesting tubes. Just tear them into strips and roll each tightly around a pencil, then slide the roll out and pinch the end closed with a dab of glue or a twist. Each roll becomes a single bee's nesting tunnel. They should fit snugly into the tube, neither too loose nor crammed. The tighter the fit, the more secure they'll be. Once your tube is filled with these paper tunnels, cap one end if it's open. You can use cardboard or simply press in a wad of dry leaves or clean moss. This helps protect the bees from drafts and moisture. Then position the tube horizontally in your garden, wedged between two branches, secured to a railing or tied under an overhang. It should angle slightly downward so rainwater can't collect inside, and be placed where it will catch morning light but not roast in the afternoon sun. A few tender cautions: don't use coated or glossy paper. It's harder for bees to burrow into and can contain chemicals. And never use plastic straws. They don't absorb moisture, which is essential for brood safety. Once placed, you may not even notice your guests at first. These bees are quiet, gentle. They work alone, often without anyone watching. But if you peek closely after a few weeks, you might spot a roll sealed with mud or bits of leaf. That's a mother bee's final gesture, sealing her care into a tiny cradle. With just a bit of scrap and a safe place to rest, you've given a bee her nursery. A simple act, a lasting ripple, and the tube you once saw as empty is now full of purpose. There's a quiet sort of charm in a wooden tea box. Maybe you've seen one at a thrift shop or hidden in your own kitchen cupboard, once full of neatly arranged packets, now empty, waiting. The compartments might be a little dusty, the hinge a bit squeaky, but the warmth of wood endures. And in that small wooden frame, you have the makings of a gentle retreat for the hardest working guests in your garden, solitary bees. Unlike honeybees, solitary bees don't swarm or sting. They don't make honey or build hives. They work alone, and all they need is a dry, sheltered place to raise their young. A simple wooden tea box with its tidy dividers and warm, breathable structure is just the kind of space they look for. Start by removing any loose metal or old paper liners. Give the box a soft wipe, just a damp cloth and a bit of mild soap if needed. Then gather some natural filler materials. Think pine needles, dry straw, hollow twigs, bark curls, or even rolled craft paper. Fill each compartment loosely, creating little cozy spaces. Bees will choose what suits them. If your box has a lid prop, open at an angle using a rock or twig, or remove it entirely. The idea is to create a shallow open house where bees can come and go with ease. You can even drill a few extra holes about the size of a pencil into the sides if you're comfortable with a hand drill, but this step isn't required. Next, choose your spot. Look for a dry, lightly shaded area under the eaves near a shed or tucked into a bush. You can wedge the box securely onto a shelf or railing or attach a small hook and hang it using twine. Make sure it's stable and won't tip over in the wind. A few loving reminders. Avoid treated or painted wood if you're sourcing a box from the store. Natural unfinished wood is safest for bees. And once placed, try not to move the box around. Let it become part of the landscape, a dependable shelter in an ever-changing world. In time, you might see one or two bees investigating the corners, then quietly working, then sealing the entrance to their chosen compartment with mud as if whispering, "This is home." And so an old tea box once filled with calming brews offers peace in another form. A cradle for new life. A message that even the smallest spaces and the simplest gestures can hold meaning far beyond what we see. You've likely come across one of those lonely dresser drawers at a thrift store or yard sale, missing its handle, maybe a bit warped, sitting quietly beside furniture no one seems to want anymore. But in that forgotten drawer lies a little world waiting to bloom. And with just a few handfuls of soil and the right seeds, it can become a blooming oasis for bees, butterflies, and wandering garden souls. Using an old drawer as a planter is one of the most satisfying and low-effort ways to invite pollinators into your yard. No heavy lifting, no carpentry, just a gentle reuse of what's already here. First, inspect your drawer. If it's wood, make sure it's not painted with lead-based or heavily treated finishes. A few scuffs are fine, it adds to the character. You can drill a few small drainage holes in the bottom if you like, or simply add a layer of small rocks or broken terracotta before filling it with soil to keep roots from becoming waterlogged. Then comes the joy planting. Choose shallow-rooted flowers that bees love, like lavender, borage, thyme, calendula, or zinnias. You can even plant herbs like mint basil or oregano, which will delight both your kitchen and your buzzing visitors. Use potting soil, gently pat in your seeds or transplants, and water thoroughly. Place your drawer on a low table, a cinder block base, or even directly on the ground, anywhere that doesn't require stooping or reaching. A sunny corner that gets at least 4 to 6 hours of daylight is ideal. And if you want to move it with the sun, place it on a plant stand with wheels or an old serving cart. A gentle note for bee safety. Avoid using any chemical fertilizers or sprays. Just water, sunshine, and your care are enough. And leave a few wilted flowers now and then. Bees enjoy old blooms as much as new. As days pass, you'll begin to notice the flutter of wings and gentle hums. A small black bee exploring a lavender bloom. A fuzzy bumblebee tumbling between marigolds. Life coming home. This once-forgotten drawer becomes more than a container. It becomes a haven, a feast, a conversation with nature. A simple act of rescue for the drawer, the bees, and perhaps even a part of you that needed to create again. And in the end, it's just like us. It didn't need to be new. It only needed a purpose. Do you remember that little jar of strawberry jam from a special breakfast years ago? Maybe it sat on a Sunday table beside warm toast and soft laughter. Whether the jar is from that morning or just something you saved because it was too cute to toss, it's about to become a sweet welcome for some of the most delicate visitors in your garden, butterflies. Butterflies don't just need flowers, they also love a sip of sweetness. And you can offer them just that with a simple feeder made from a small glass jar, a piece of sponge, and a bit of sugar water. No power tools, no fuss. Just a little time and the kind of care that always lives in your hands. Start by washing the jar thoroughly, removing any sticky residue. A small jam or baby food jar works beautifully. Drill or carefully punch a small hole in the lid, just big enough for a sponge or strip of cloth to fit snugly through. If you're not comfortable working with metal, you can skip the lid and use mesh or cheesecloth secured with a rubber band. Cut a small sponge or even fold a piece of natural fiber cloth and insert it through the hole so it dips into the jar and extends just slightly outside. This becomes the wick that draws the liquid up where butterflies can access it. Mix a butterfly nectar solution about 1 part sugar to 9 parts water. Warm it slightly so the sugar dissolves, then let it cool completely. Fill your jar halfway, just enough for the sponge to stay moist for a few days. Don't overfill. We're feeding butterflies, not bees or ants. Hang your feeder from a low branch or place it on a stable ledge among flowering plants. Butterflies are drawn to bright colors, so you might tie a ribbon or paint the jar lid in soft pinks or yellows if you wish. Just keep it simple and natural. A kind reminder: refresh the nectar every 2 to 3 days, especially in the heat. And don't worry if they don't show up right away. Sometimes the beauty arrives when you least expect it. In time, you may spot a swallowtail pausing mid-flight or a painted lady unfolding her wings while she drinks. They flutter in like tiny poems, quiet, vivid, unannounced. And all because you gave a little jar a second chance. From jam to joy, from shelf to sanctuary. Sometimes it's not about saving the world, it's about saving a moment. And that moment, dear friend, is enough. It might be sitting behind the shed right now, an old flower pot with a jagged crack down one side. Maybe it tipped over in the wind or fell from your hands during a busy spring planting years ago. You kept it, though. Something about it still felt useful. And you were right. That cracked pot, once whole and perfect, can become a butterfly haven unlike any other. With a little soil, a few pollinator-friendly plants, and the gentlest touch, you can turn that broken beauty into a resting place for one of nature's most graceful guests. Start by rinsing out the pot. If the crack has made it too unstable to stand upright, lean it gently against a tree, a fence post, or another planter for support. Some people bury the broken edge into the soil slightly to keep it steady. No tools, just a soft push with your foot or walking stick. Next, fill it halfway with fresh potting mix. Add in a few trailing or low-growing plants that butterflies love. Think sweet alyssum coreopsis or even creeping thyme. These blooms don't just feed butterflies, they also offer safe places to rest their wings. If you have a larger pot, you might even layer several cracked pieces together like a spiral staircase of garden stories. Place flat rocks around the base where butterflies can sunbathe and tuck in a shallow dish lid with a bit of water and pebbles so they can sip safely. A little care tip: butterflies are cold-blooded and love warm, sunlit corners. Choose a spot that gets morning light and is shielded from harsh winds. And as always, skip the pesticides. What helps one flower often harms a wing. In just a few days, your garden will begin to flutter. You'll see wings like stained glass drifting in and out, resting gently on the rim of what once looked like trash. They come not for what's perfect, but for what's alive. And perhaps that's the heart of it, isn't it? The cracked pot, like us, holds more than it shows. It proves that beauty doesn't disappear with damage. It shifts. It softens. It learns to host life differently. So if you've ever felt chipped, faded, or set aside, this garden is for you too. There's something nostalgic about an old wooden window frame. Maybe you've seen one leaning against a wall at a flea market, its glass long gone, its paint peeling, but the frame itself still sturdy. It once held light, held stories, held views of quiet yards and passing seasons. And now in your garden it can hold something new, a curtain of flowering vines that butterflies will adore. You don't need to be a carpenter to give an old window frame a second life. In fact, its age and imperfection are exactly what make it charming. First, give it a gentle wipe with a dry cloth, no need for sanding or painting unless you wish. If there's loose flaking paint, you can chip it off with a putty knife, but many gardeners choose to leave it rustic. It adds to the feeling that this garden, like us, has a history. To set it up, you can lean the frame against a sunny fence, attach it to a stake, or hang it from a hook if it's not too heavy. Even laying it on the ground near low-growing flowers gives structure and whimsy. But the magic happens when you plant climbing flowers at its base. Try morning glory's sweet peas or passion flower vines that reach upward and bloom in soft butterfly-loving petals. Over time, the vines will stretch and weave through the window's empty panes, turning them into living panels of green and color. You'll find butterflies drawn not just to the nectar but to the warmth of the wood and the privacy offered by the leaves. A quiet caution. If your frame was painted before 1978, it may contain lead. In that case, don't place it directly in vegetable beds or where children might touch it often. Instead, use it decoratively in flower beds or behind shrubs. This frame may no longer show views of the world outside, but it offers something just as beautiful, a window into what's blooming now, right where you are. And for the butterflies who stop to rest on its weathered edges or drift between its vines, it becomes a doorway, a threshold between the ordinary and the enchanted. Like us, the frame has held many things. Now it holds possibility. It's something we all have at some point, a used plastic bottle from juice water or soda. Usually it ends up in the recycling bin without much thought. But today, it can become something far more meaningful, a nectar station for butterflies made entirely from what you already have. Butterflies are drawn to sweetness, while flowers offer nectar naturally. Having a supplemental source in your garden, especially during dry spells, can help support these delicate creatures. And a plastic bottle feeder is simple, safe, and surprisingly beautiful when crafted with a touch of care. Begin by choosing a small plastic bottle, something lightweight and easy to handle. Rinse it thoroughly to remove any residue and peel off the label so the surface is clear. Then use a sharp needle or small nail to poke a tiny hole in the lower part of the bottle's side. The hole should be just big enough for a piece of string cloth strip or cotton wick to slide through and hang slightly outside. Now take your wick, a bit of cotton rope, an old shoelace, or a strip of natural cloth and thread it through the hole. Make sure it reaches the bottom inside the bottle while extending about ½ an inch outside. This will serve as the nectar wick, slowly drawing the liquid up for butterflies to sip safely without pooling or dripping. For the nectar mix, 1 teaspoon of plain sugar with 9 teaspoons of water. Stir gently until dissolved and fill the bottle about 1/3 of the way. Don't use honey food coloring or artificial sweeteners, just simple sugar water is safest for butterflies. To hang your nectar station, use twine or a garden hook and suspend the bottle in a quiet, sunny corner of your garden, ideally near flowering plants. You might even decorate the bottle with soft pastel fabric or paint to make it more visually appealing. Bright colors, especially red and yellow, tend to attract butterflies. A kind word of advice: refresh the nectar every couple of days and rinse the wick to prevent mold. And always make sure the feeder is out of reach of strong winds or ants. In time, you'll notice the gentle arrival of color swallowtails, monarchs, and painted ladies hovering with the delicacy of dreams. Each one a fleeting guest drawn in by your kindness. A plastic bottle, a thread of fabric, a bit of sugar water. That's all it takes to transform waste into welcome. To remind us that beauty isn't in how things begin, but in how they're cared for even after their first purpose has passed. There's something delightful about garden signs. Maybe it's the way they peek through the blooms like little whispers, or how they greet visitors, human and otherwise, with a touch of cheer. And when it comes to butterflies, a simple hand-painted sign can do more than charm. It can actually help. You don't need fancy lettering or perfect lines. All you need is a piece of reclaimed wood, an old fence slat cabinet door drawer front, or even a scrap of plywood and a bit of gentle creativity. This project is about inviting butterflies in and also reminding us to pause and appreciate what flutters through our days. Start with a piece of smooth wood that's not treated with heavy chemicals. Wipe it clean, and if needed, give it a light sanding. Then gather your paints, water-based acrylics work well, and begin. You might write something simple and heartfelt like, "Butterfly stop wings, welcome here or stay a while, sweet friend." You could even add painted flowers or a fluttering trail of dots, whatever brings a smile. There's no need for perfection here. In fact, the more weathered the sign becomes over time, the more it blends into the poetry of your garden. Once painted and dry, seal it with a non-toxic outdoor varnish to protect it from rain and sun. Then choose where to place it, propped beside a pot of bee balm or milkweed, tied to a stake among marigolds, or nestled into a raised bed of lavender and cosmos. A soft reminder for accessibility. Make sure the sign is easy for you to see and reach without crouching. You might attach it to an old cane trellis post or planter stand, something stable and senior-friendly. While butterflies can't read the words, they're drawn to the flowers you plant nearby. And for the people who visit your garden, neighbors, grandchildren, friends, your sign becomes a gentle message. This space is shared, tended, loved. Over time, the sign will age, perhaps crack or fade a bit. But that's part of the charm. Like laughter lines on a beloved face, the weathering tells a story of seasons past and wings welcomed. It's amazing, isn't it? How a leftover bit of wood can carry such kindness, such color, such invitation. And maybe that's the magic of a butterfly stop. It's not just for the butterflies. It's for us a place to stop, breathe, and remember that beauty still lands here. Perhaps there's an old cast-iron soup pot tucked somewhere in your shed or under a bench on the porch. It might be too heavy for daily cooking now, its bottom blackened with time, its lid long gone. But even with rust around the rim and a handle that squeaks, that pot still holds something valuable, the ability to cradle stillness. And in your garden, it can become a tiny pond, a pocket of peace that reflects the sky and welcomes life. You don't need a big backyard or a shovel to build a pond. All you need is a solid, watertight container like this old pot, a few smooth stones, and the gentle desire to invite calm. Start by giving your cast-iron pot a rinse. If there's rust inside, you can scrub it out lightly or leave it be. Many gardeners do. Just be sure it's free from any oils or harsh chemical residue. Place the pot somewhere it can rest securely and be admired without needing to move it, a sturdy stone slab, an old wooden crate, or even directly on the ground in your favorite shady corner. Then add a layer of river pebbles or small rocks along the bottom. These not only add beauty but also provide a resting place for frogs, dragonflies, or even snails that might wander in. Next, add water clean and fresh. Rainwater is lovely if you have it, but tap water is just fine if you let it sit a day or two to dechlorinate. If you'd like, you can float a bit of water, hyacinth, duckweed, or even a tiny piece of lily pad. These plants help keep the water healthy and cool while offering shelter to small pond creatures. A gentle note of care. Avoid placing fish in this pond unless it's in a shaded spot and the water is deep enough to stay cool and oxygenated. But even without fish, this little oasis can host mosquito-eating bugs, frogs, and quiet moments of reflection. Sit beside it with a cup of tea and watch how light dances across the surface. How stillness settles into the space like a sigh. Birds might stop by for a drink. A dragonfly might rest on the rim. Life finding its way to what's quiet and kind. The pot that once fed your family now feeds the spirit of the garden. It didn't need to be fancy, just willing to hold a little water. Like us, it has weathered time and still gives, still holds, still reflects beauty. You know that heavy ceramic serving bowl, the one with a chipped rim or faded glaze, maybe once reserved for special salads or Sunday gatherings. It might be sitting unused in a low cupboard, too deep for daily use, too lovely to throw away. That bowl, with its soft curves and quiet weight, is ready for something new. Something serene. It's ready to become a reflecting pool for your garden, a still mirror for the sky, and a cool retreat for visiting frogs, dragonflies, and even songbirds. The idea is simple place water where it can catch the light and hold the stillness. That's all a reflecting pool is. And your deep ceramic bowl is the perfect vessel, low maintenance, deeply soothing, and surprisingly beautiful in its simplicity. Start by gently cleaning the bowl with mild soap and warm water. No need to scrub it to shine, its patina tells a story. If there's a crack, but the bowl still holds water, all the better. A little imperfection makes it more inviting, not less. Set the bowl somewhere level and stable. You could place it on a tree stump, an upturned planter, or even directly into a flower bed where it can peek through the greenery. The spot should get dappled sunlight enough to sparkle, but not so much that the water heats up too quickly. Fill the bowl with clean water about 2/3 full. Then add a few smooth pebbles or glass stones for texture and interest. If you'd like, float a blossom or two, a clipped marigold, a pansy, a single rose petal. It adds a touch of poetry. A gentle reminder. Change the water every few days to keep it fresh. You don't need a filter or pump, just pour it out. Give the bowl a light rinse and refill. If mosquitoes are a concern, adding a couple drops of natural mosquito dunks made from Bacillus thuringiensis, safe for pets and wildlife, can help. Soon your little pool will become a landing spot for butterflies, a watering hole for bees, maybe even a resting place for a frog during early evening hours. And in the quiet moments when no one else is looking, it becomes something else entirely, a mirror, reflecting branches overhead, capturing the clouds, echoing back your own gaze, softer and still. In a world that often rushes forward, this old bowl teaches the gift of pausing, of simply holding space. And in doing so, it reminds us we too can still be vessels for peace. Once it held warmth, a hearty soup perhaps, or a favorite family stew on a rainy day. But now that old aluminum can is empty, rinsed, and forgotten. Or maybe not quite forgotten. Because with just a little intention, that everyday soup can offer warmth again, this time as a quiet shaded shelter for the smallest fish in your pond. If you have a little water garden or container pond, you know how fish, especially the shy ones, appreciate places to tuck themselves away from sunlight, predators, or just the rush of activity. A repurposed soup can provides exactly that. A cool nook, a calm pocket, a refuge. Start by removing both ends of the can and rinsing it thoroughly. Be sure there are no lingering sharp edges. You can smooth them gently with a bit of sandpaper, wrap them in weatherproof twine, or even add a soft bead of aquarium-safe silicone if needed. The goal is to keep it safe for tender fins and curious snouts. Next, consider how you'd like to place it. Laying it on its side is perfect. Nestle it gently into the gravel or substrate at the bottom of your pond or water container, ideally in a spot that's partly shaded and not too close to the surface. If your pond is very shallow, you might tilt it slightly or wedge it between a few larger stones to help it stay in place. You don't need to decorate it, but if you'd like, you can glue a few pebbles or broken shell pieces onto the outside with aquarium-safe adhesive. Moss will likely grow there in time, adding to the feeling that this little shelter has always belonged. A helpful tip for aging hands: if getting down to pond level is tricky, ask a family member to help place the can or use a grabber tool to gently lower it in. It only takes one moment of effort for years of comfort for your fish. In time, you might notice a tiny goldfish darting inside during hot afternoons, or a group of baby fish called fry huddled safely inside while the lilies above dance in the wind. That can once destined for the trash has become something timeless, a place of rest. And perhaps it reminds us that what once held nourishment can hold safety, that even the most ordinary things can become sacred again if offered with care. Even a soup can. Even us. You might have a silver spoon tucked in a drawer somewhere. Maybe it's tarnished now or no longer part of a matching set. Maybe it's a souvenir from a forgotten trip or something passed down that's too bent for daily use. And yet it holds history, weight, memory. That spoon, dear friend, can still shine, perhaps not at the dinner table, but beside your garden pond, catching light and bringing a touch of quiet magic to the water's edge. Using old spoons as pond decor is a soft and surprising way to turn something once formal into something quietly whimsical. Fish love the shelter of sun-dappled spots, and spoons can add just the right gleam beneath the water or around the edges. And for us, they become little glints of memory catching sunlight like it's something sacred. To begin, choose a spoon or two that you no longer need. Whether they're silver, stainless steel, or brass, it doesn't matter. The key is that they speak to you, shaped by time, imperfect, a little dulled maybe, but still beautiful. Wash them gently, just warm water and mild soap. If they're tarnished, you can leave them as is. Many gardeners prefer that. Or polish them with a soft cloth for extra sparkle. You can bend the handles slightly if you like. Curling them into spirals or heart shapes adds personality, though it's not necessary. Now place them gently around the edges of your pond or nestled between stones in your water container. You can lay them flat on a ledge, press them gently into soft soil, or even tie them with twine to hang from nearby branches so they dangle just above the water. They'll catch light cast glimmers and offer sheltering shadows below. A little tip for safety: if placing them underwater, avoid very sharp or broken edges. You can dull any pointy tips with a small file or cover with aquarium-safe silicone. You might notice a dragonfly land on one and rest its fragile wings, or a frog peeking over the curved back of a spoon, as if it were a lily pad made just for him. The fish below may dart into the shade that the glinting silver offers, disappearing in flashes of orange and gold. And for you, a smile, perhaps. A quiet reminder that beauty doesn't require money or youth, just attention, just care, just the willingness to believe that even a spoon worn smooth by use can reflect the sun in just the right way. Just like your hands, still useful, still giving, still shining. There's a kind of magic in the sound of water, gentle trickling, never hurried. It soothes like a lullaby, softens a garden's quiet edges, and invites birds and fish alike to linger nearby. And would you believe that lovely sound can begin with something as simple and plain as an old piece of plastic pipe? Maybe you have one in your shed right now, a leftover bit of gutter, a chunk of PVC from a long-finished project. On its own, it's not much to look at, but tucked among rocks or between flower pots, it can become a miniature waterfall accent, bringing movement, music, and a little sparkle to your pond or water feature. This project doesn't require pumps or plumbing, just gravity, a bit of height, and your own gentle creativity. Start by cleaning the pipe thoroughly. If it's long, cut it down to a length that's easy to handle. About 12 to 18 inches is perfect. Sand any sharp edges and make sure there are no cracks. Then decide whether you'd like a simple arch like a spout, or to notch a shallow lip at one end to help guide the water in a smooth sheet. Now find a way to elevate one end, rested on a stone ledge, a low garden stool, or even the rim of a ceramic pot. Let the other end rest just above your pond or basin. When you pour water at the top or let rain trickle down from a nearby gutter, the pipe channels it into a small, gentle stream. If you're feeling playful, decorate the pipe with pebbles, wrap it in twine, or let vines trail over it to help it blend into the garden. A helpful note: if you do use a watering can or hose to create your trickle, just keep the flow low. A soft stream is all that's needed. You're not building Niagara Falls, just a quiet sigh of water that brings life and sound to the stillness. What you'll soon notice is how it draws the living world close. Birds will come to perch and sip where the water lands. Fish will swim up to the surface, curious about the ripples. Even bees may hover near the splash zone to drink. And every time you hear that quiet flow, you'll remember it didn't come from expensive tools or new gadgets. Just a discarded pipe. Just your hands. Just enough care to make something forgotten sing again. In the garden, as in life, the simplest things often bring the most peace. There's something sweet about an old teacup, the kind with a floral rim, or a tiny gold line worn thin from years of stirring. Maybe it was part of a set, or maybe it's the lone survivor from a mismatched collection. It might have a chip, a crack, or a faded glaze. And yet, even in that state, it can become a soft shelter for one of the quietest, most helpful visitors to your garden, the humble frog. Frogs love cool, shaded corners, places where the soil stays damp and the sun can't quite reach. They're peaceful creatures, moving slowly, speaking in croaks and chirps only when the day is nearly done. And while they may not ask for much, they give back in spades, eating mosquito slugs and other tiny garden pests. A home for them is a gift for your whole backyard. To make a frog shelter, all you need is a teacup and a shady, moist corner of your garden. Turn the cup upside down and place it gently on the earth. That's it, no gluing, no tools, no digging. Just set it down with intention. Prop one edge slightly by placing a flat pebble or stick underneath, creating a small archway where a frog can slip inside. If you like, you can tuck the cup beneath the low fronds of a fern beside a rock, or into the corner of a garden bed where dew tends to gather. Frogs prefer areas where water is nearby, but not standing so near a drip line. A shaded rain barrel or the edge of a pond is ideal. A few soft words of care: don't use cups that have flaked paint or sharp edges. Avoid scented cleaners when washing it beforehand. Frogs are sensitive to toxins, even tiny traces. And once it's in place, resist the urge to peek too often. A shelter is only a shelter when it feels safe. Over time, you may spot the gleam of two small eyes peeking out from beneath the cup, or hear a soft ribbit during an early morning watering. And suddenly, that forgotten teacup becomes part of a living story, one where old things offer protection and small lives find room to rest. We don't always need to make grand gestures to feel useful. Sometimes placing one cup gently into the soil is enough. Sometimes all it takes to offer comfort is the willingness to kneel and say in your own quiet way, "You're welcome here." Perhaps tucked in the back of your kitchen drawer is an old pie tin, lightweight, a little warped, its shine dulled by age. Maybe it once held a beloved family recipe shared during holidays or warm evenings with neighbors. Now it sits unused, waiting for something more than the landfill. But this humble tin, dear friend, can be turned into a miniature oasis, a soft, moist patch of moss that offers comfort to frogs, butterflies, beetles, and the tiniest garden wanderers. Moss thrives in shade, and it holds moisture like a sponge. It cools the soil, quiets the air, and creates a world so small and still you might miss it unless you sit close and slow down. And this pie tin, shallow and light, makes the perfect home for that mossy haven. Start by gently cleaning the tin with warm water, no need for soap. Just rinse it to remove any lingering crumbs or dust. Then line the bottom with a thin layer of natural material, a bit of damp newspaper or some pine needles, bark, or leaves. These create a soft base and help hold moisture. Now comes the fun part. Gather your moss. You can gently transplant small patches from your own yard, often found at the base of trees, in cracks of stone paths, or on the shady side of pots. Lift it carefully with a spoon or butter knife and lay it like a green carpet across your tin. Press it down lightly and mist it well with water. Place your moss tin in a shaded, quiet corner of your garden, near a stone tucked beneath a bush or under a bench. It shouldn't get much sun, but it does need regular misting to stay lush. Just a spritz every day or two will keep it happy. A gentle note, moss likes stillness. Once you've placed your pie tin, let it rest. You don't need to move or replant, just check in, offer a little mist, and watch what comes. Before long, a toad might find its way there on a warm afternoon. A butterfly may land just for the dampness. Even beetles or tiny snails will stop by to explore. The pie tin becomes not just a planter, but a pause, a soft place in a hard world. And maybe that's something we all need. A little green space, a little moisture, a little care. Even a thing once filled with pie can be filled again with life, with stillness, with quiet joy. Do you remember when egg cartons were always made of pressed cardboard, sturdy, earthy, and just a bit soft to the touch? You'd save them sometimes for seedlings' crafts with the grandchildren, or just in case. And even now, one of those humble cartons can offer more than organization, it can offer refuge. Especially to the quick, quiet creatures that scurry through sun-warmed paths, your garden's lizards. Lizards are shy friends. They sun themselves quietly on rocks, dash across your path without warning, and help keep insect populations in balance without ever asking for thanks. But like all of us, they need places to rest. Safe, dry spots to hide when the wind picks up or when the heat becomes too much. And your old egg carton tucked thoughtfully into a corner can become just that. Begin with a clean, dry cardboard egg carton. Avoid the styrofoam or plastic kind. If it's a little torn or stained, all the better. Nature doesn't mind the wear. Keep the lid attached if possible, as it adds extra coverage. Now choose your spot. A lizard's lounge should be somewhere sunny in the morning, shady by afternoon. Nestle the carton beneath a bush beside a potted plant, or under the lip of a raised garden bed. Place a flat rock or two loosely on top to help weigh it down and create warm surfaces for basking. You might even lean a small piece of wood or bark over one end like a little awning, a soft tip for success. If your garden gets frequent rain, tilt the carton slightly so it drains and dries. And if you'd like, sprinkle a few dry leaves or grass cuttings inside to make it even cozier. Over the days, you may not see your guests right away. Lizards are quiet that way. But you'll begin to notice movement, a flicker near the edge of the bush, a rustle beneath the carton. Sometimes just the tiniest trail through the dust like a whisper. That little carton, once destined for the bin, has now become part of a secret world. A shelter, a sunbed, a hideaway built with love. And maybe it reminds you, usefulness doesn't depend on size or strength or cost. Sometimes it comes from simply noticing what needs a home and offering it without fuss. Because care in the end is made of small things. One carton, one corner, one quiet lizard safe and still. Out behind the shed, maybe you've kept an old metal kettle. Once it whistled on the stove, steaming up early mornings and late-night conversations. Now it's spotted with rust, maybe missing its lid, the handle stiff from time. You've passed it a dozen times, not quite ready to let it go. And perhaps now you don't have to, because it can become a tiny loft in the trees, a sweet and unexpected shelter for one of your garden's most curious guests, the squirrel. Squirrels are natural climbers, endlessly curious and endlessly active. But when the wind picks up or the world gets quiet, even they seek rest. A tucked-away kettle suspended safely and filled with soft nesting materials can offer them a little haven, a space above the garden where they can pause, nap, and watch the world below. To start, give your kettle a gentle clean. No need for perfection. A rinse with water and a soft brush is plenty. Rust isn't a problem, but do check that no sharp metal edges remain. If you're feeling creative, you can line the inner walls with a scrap of soft fabric, or simply place dry straw pine needles or leaves inside to create a welcoming nest. If the kettle's lid is still attached, prop it open slightly with a stick or pebble to give airflow. If there's no lid, that's perfectly fine. Squirrels are adaptable and clever. What matters most is location. Use a sturdy length of rope or weatherproof twine to hang the kettle from a thick tree branch, or beam something solid and reachable without needing a ladder. Ideally, it should be 4 to 6 feet above the ground in a spot that's shaded but still dry during rain. You want it to swing gently, not wildly, so be sure the rope is secured tightly and the branch can bear the weight. A thoughtful caution: hang the kettle in an area where cats or larger animals can't reach it easily, and avoid placing it too close to windows or feeders where birds might be nesting. Soon you may see a tufted tail disappearing inside, or tiny paws gripping the handle as the squirrel explores this new nook. And from your porch you might watch as the kettle sways gently with the breeze, alive again with purpose. It's a funny thing, isn't it? A kettle that once whistled indoors now whispers outdoors. No longer holding water, it holds warmth of another kind. Because sometimes shelter is more than a roof. It's an act of kindness left hanging in a tree waiting to be discovered. So here we are, dear friend, 25 tiny homes made from 25 forgotten things. All gathered from the corners of our lives: chipped teacups, dented cans, lonely drawers, and bits of scrap we once thought were useless. But look again. Don't they shine differently now? Your garden, with all its quiet corners and sunlit spots, is not just a place for flowers or vegetables. It's a sanctuary. A place where life finds a way to return, sometimes on wings, sometimes in tiny paws, sometimes in silence. You didn't need to spend money. You didn't need new tools or perfect plans. All you needed was a bit of imagination, a soft hand, and the willingness to see beauty where others might not. That's the real heart of upcycling, not just saving items from the landfill, but restoring them to meaning. Giving them a second life, just as we learned to give ourselves one. Because you too are made of many seasons. You've weathered, changed, softened. Maybe you've cracked in places, grown quiet in others. And yet look at what your hands can still do. Look at what they've made. Each bird feeder and bee hotel, every pebble dish and moss patch, each tiny loft and a rusty kettle. It's all part of a bigger story. A story of care, of resilience, of tending the earth, not with grand gestures, but with the kind of wisdom that only comes with time. In creating homes for these small, fleeting lives, you've created something else too, a home for your own spirit. A place where you can sit with your tea, feel the sun warm your knees, and hear the gentle hum of a world that trusts you. And isn't that what we all want in the end? To be trusted, to be useful, to offer something gentle and lasting. So tell me, dear friend, which idea brought you joy today? Which forgotten object might be waiting right now for your kindness to bring it back to life? I hope you'll subscribe for more soft, soulful inspiration like this. There's always room for one more gentle idea in this big, beautiful world we share. Until next time, happy gardening, dear friend. And may your hands always find something lovely to care for. Hello again, dear friend. Come sit with me a while, maybe on a porch swing, maybe by a window, with the breeze drifting and a warm cup of tea in your hand. Can you hear it? The garden's quiet hum, birds in the distance, the whisper of leaves overhead. There's something sacred in this stillness, like the pause between heartbeats. Out here, time seems to soften, and so do we. I often think you know that gardens aren't made with money, they're made with memory. With old hands, gentle tools, and a bit of that stubborn, hopeful spirit that keeps blooming long after the rest of the world says, throw it away. And that's what we're talking about today. Bottles. Yes, those same plastic bottles we once tossed without a second thought. Soda bottles, milk jugs, water containers. Things made to be used once and then forgotten. But here's the beautiful truth, they're not finished. They're just waiting for a second chance, much like many of us. Today, I want to walk with you through 28 gentle, joyful ideas that will transform those forgotten bottles into treasures for your backyard or garden. Each one simple, each one soothing, each one designed with older hands in mind. No bending, no rushing, no heavy lifting. Just you, your imagination, and a bit of quiet wonder. Because you don't need money or youth to create something beautiful. You just need care. The same kind you've spent a lifetime giving to children, to friends, to the homes you've built and kept. So let's begin this journey together through flowers that glow, paths that sing, fountains made of bottles, and sculptures shaped by love. Not perfection, but purpose. Not waste, but wonder. Your garden doesn't just grow plants, dear friend. It grows stories. And today, you're about to write a few more. Shall we begin? Do you remember lining up toy soldiers as a child? One beside the other, standing proud in formation, each one a tiny protector of your imaginary world. That same sense of order, care, and guardianship can return to your garden only this time, through humble plastic bottles filled not with dreams, but with concrete. This idea begins with something simple, a collection of used plastic bottles. The kind that once held water or soda, clear, lightweight, often overlooked. Instead of sending them off to a landfill, each one can become a miniature pillar of strength, a sturdy boundary around your flower beds or vegetable rows. Here's how it works. First, gather bottles of the same size. 2-liter ones are ideal for this project. Wash and dry them, then remove any labels. Now turn each bottle upside down so the narrow cap faces the ground and fill them with a mix of sand and concrete. This gives each bottle weight and stability. As they dry, they become like little columns, solid and ready to stand their ground. Next, dig a shallow trench where you'd like your border to go. Place the bottles in a neat row, cap end down into the earth, spacing them just enough so they gently touch each other. As they settle into the soil, you'll see the beauty emerge, the clear plastic revealing the cloudy swirls of cement inside the bottoms of the bottles, shaped like soft 5-petaled flowers, repeating in a natural rhythm. For added charm and structure, you can run a horizontal piece of reclaimed wood, or even a painted branch along the tops, giving the entire fence a finished feel. It doesn't take much, a steady hand, a quiet afternoon, and a willingness to give new life to what others might throw away. But more than form and function, this recycled fence tells a story. It marks not just the edge of a garden bed, but the edge of a mindset, the boundary between what we once saw as trash and what we now recognize as possibility. And here's the beauty, this kind of project doesn't require strong backs or expensive materials. It only asks for time, care, and a bit of patience. Qualities that as we age, we have more of than ever before. Each bottle once meant to be tossed aside now stands as a quiet guardian in your garden. Much like us, still standing, still useful, still here to protect something beautiful. There's something about the sound of water, isn't there? The gentle trickle over stones, the soft rhythm of a stream. It calms the mind like a lullaby we never outgrow. It reminds us of simpler moments, washing vegetables in a basin, listening to the rain on a tin roof, or watching the way puddles danced under our childhood boots. Now imagine bringing that feeling into your garden, not with expensive pumps or store-bought features, but with something as simple and forgotten as a few old plastic bottles. This lovely idea begins at the edge of a quiet pond or even a large bird bath if space is limited. Gather large water bottles, the gallon kind work beautifully. Once cleaned and dried, gently cut a small hole into the center of each bottle cap. Then tilt the bottles forward so they rest just above the water's edge caps angled downward. Secure them with a wooden brace or even garden stakes so they remain stable. Then comes the magic: fill each bottle with clean water and watch as it begins to drip steadily, creating soft rhythmic streams into the pond below. That simple hole in the cap acts as a gentle release, a miniature waterfall that not only soothes the soul but helps circulate and aerate the water below. The effect is mesmerizing. The sound is soft, steady, like a whisper between earth and sky. And the function is just as lovely. The movement helps keep fish like koi active and healthy, while deterring mosquito larvae from settling. You can even tuck a few pebbles or bits of glass inside the bottles to create delicate tinkling sounds as water passes through. For a bit of whimsy, you might paint the outside of the bottles in pale shades, sky blue, soft green, or lavender, or leave them clear to let light shimmer through the flowing water. What's most special, though, is how little this project asks of you. There's no heavy lifting, no complicated wiring. Just a few simple materials, a bit of creativity, and perhaps an afternoon shared with a grandchild or neighbor. It becomes a shared act of beauty and a shared memory in the making. So the next time you hear a bottle clink into the recycling bin, pause. That sound could become the start of a waterfall, the beginning of something peaceful, purposeful, and full of life. Because even water, when falling from a bottle, can become poetry in motion. Do you remember painting with children or grandchildren, tiny fingers dipping into soft pastel colors, brushing joy onto paper? That same joy can be brought to your garden not with canvas and paintbrushes, but with recycled bottles, turned into a cheerful, charming garden border. This project begins with a small collection of plastic bottles, the kind that once held juice or soda. Each one has done its job, served its purpose, and now waits for a second life. And oh, what a sweet second life it is. Start by washing and drying your bottles thoroughly. Remove any labels, and if the glue is stubborn, soak the bottle in warm, soapy water to loosen it. Then decide on your color palette. Think soft spring hues like mint green, lavender, peach butter yellow, and robin's egg blue. Using a water-based spray paint or even acrylic paint if you enjoy hand painting, coat the outside of each bottle in a gentle shade. Let them dry in the sun. It's best done on a breezy afternoon with a glass of lemonade nearby. Once dry, turn each bottle upside down so the cap rests on the ground and the base, that five-lobed floral shape, points skyward. This simple inversion transforms them into something resembling little flower posts. If you'd like, you can fill each one with a bit of sand or gravel to add weight, especially if your garden gets a lot of wind. Now comes the fun part, laying them into the soil. Mark the edge of your flower bed's pathways or garden borders with a shallow trench and gently press each bottle in side by side, forming a neat line of cheerful color. They don't have to be perfectly, even a little wobble in the line adds charm and reminds us this is a handmade space. The effect is magical. Against green grass and soil, these pastel bottles stand like joyful sentinels. They catch the morning light. They echo the hues of blooming petunias and hydrangeas. They soften the space, not with expensive materials, but with something better intention. And best of all, this is a project that's easy on the body. No digging deep holes, no heavy stones to carry. Just a gentle walk along your garden's edge, a bottle in one hand and a dream in the other. These borders may not cost a dime, but they bring something far richer: warmth, creativity, and a reminder that even plastic can bloom again. Just like us, still vibrant, still colorful, still blooming. Have you ever walked beneath a canopy of blossoms in springtime? Maybe it was a wedding, a park in bloom, or even a childhood memory of standing under a tree full of petals. There's something about an archway of flowers that feels like stepping into another world, one full of wonder, color, and gentle magic. Now imagine creating that very feeling with your own hands, using nothing more than recycled plastic bottles and a bit of creativity. This enchanting project begins with bottle bottoms, those flower-shaped bases we so often overlook. Each one is a hidden bloom waiting to be discovered. Start by gathering clear or lightly tinted plastic bottles. Cut off the bottom third of each bottle, just enough to create a shallow cup with those 5 soft petals. These will become your flowers. Next comes the transformation. With a bit of heat carefully applied with a candle or heat gun from a distance, The plastic softens just enough to curl the petals outward, giving them a lifelike shape. Then, using acrylic or spray paint, coat each bloom in bright, joyful colors. Reds, oranges, purples, blues, anything that makes your heart smile. Some gardeners even dab the center with a darker color to mimic the look of real flowers. Once your petals are ready, it's time to create your archway. This can be as simple as a few curved metal rods or a wooden trellis shaped into an arch. Attach each flower using clear fishing line twist ties or even small screws, spacing them out like nature would, a little messy, a little wild, all beautiful. As you walk beneath your new creation, you'll notice something magical. When sunlight filters through the colored plastic, it casts soft rainbow glows across the garden floor. The flowers gently move with the breeze catching the light and flickering like stained glass. And perhaps best of all, this is a project perfect for sharing. Grandchildren love painting the petals. Neighbors might help hang the blooms. It becomes more than decoration. It becomes connection. You don't need to climb a ladder or lift heavy things to create this tunnel of joy. Most of the work is done sitting, painting, shaping, and dreaming. It's a garden project born of playfulness, the kind that keeps us young, even as the years stretch on. These flowers won't wilt. They won't fade with the season. They'll stand year-round, a quiet celebration of reuse, resilience, and the beauty of making something new from something forgotten. Because sometimes, dear friend, it's not the flower that matters most, but the hands that shaped it and the heart that believed it was worth saving. There's something so tender about watching young plants take root. Tiny leaves stretching toward the sun, delicate stems bending with the breeze. They remind us of our own beginnings, don't they? How we once grew under someone's careful eye. And now, in our golden years, we become the caretakers once again. But how do you protect those tender seedlings without building something costly or complex? The answer, dear friend, might be sitting by your recycling bin, empty plastic water jugs. This greenhouse dome idea begins with those large, clear water jugs, the kind that hold a gallon or more. Gather as many as you can, all of similar size. You'll be amazed at how these once discarded containers become the walls of something wonderful. Start by rinsing each jug thoroughly and removing the labels. With a utility knife or sturdy scissors, cut off the bottoms to create open-ended tubes. These will allow air and moisture to move while still trapping warmth inside. Now build a simple frame from lightweight wood. Even old broomsticks, curtain rods, or garden stakes will do. Shape it into a dome or tunnel structure, something tall enough to walk under if you wish, or low enough to sit beside as your plants begin their journey. Affix each jug side by side to the frame using zip ties, wire, or garden twine, overlapping them slightly like shingles on a roof. The result is a patchwork of clear plastic, a quilt of light and protection, shielding your plants from harsh rain, chilly breezes, or intense sun. Inside this dome, warmth gathers, moisture lingers, and the young plants thrive. What's beautiful is not just how it functions, but what it represents: a gathering of things once overlooked, now standing together for a common purpose. Much like community, much like us. And don't worry, this is a project you can build slowly, one jug at a time, one afternoon, one corner of the frame. There's no rush. Gardening, like life, is better savored than hurried. Whether you're nurturing seedlings or simply creating a cozy corner for ferns and herbs, this dome offers more than shelter. It offers a second life for the bottles, for the plants, and maybe even for us. Because we've all weathered storms, we've all known seasons of waiting, and yet when given light and care, we grow again, just like the little garden beneath your homemade dome, warmed by your effort, protected by your kindness. Do you remember the first kitchen table you called your own? Maybe it was a hand-me-down, a little scratched, maybe wobbly in one leg, but oh, the stories it held. Cups of morning coffee, kids' drawings, long talks late into the night. That table, like so many things, didn't have to be perfect to be meaningful. That same spirit lives in this next idea. A simple, sturdy cube table made entirely from recycled plastic bottles, perfect for setting down your tea, a flower pot, or even just resting your hands. To begin, collect about 30 to 40 clean, same-sized plastic bottles. Water bottles or soda bottles work well. Choose ones with matching height and shape, as this helps create a uniform structure. Remove all labels and dry them thoroughly. Now decide on your design. A basic cube or rectangle is easiest, about the size of a small ottoman or plant stand. You'll arrange the bottles side by side in rows, either upright or lying horizontally, depending on your desired height and shape. If you choose to lay them on their sides, align them tightly and tape them together in bundles of 5 or 6, then stack those bundles like bricks. To make it extra sturdy, you can fill the bottles with sand dirt or even old newspaper to give them weight. This makes the structure solid and wind-resistant, ideal for keeping outside on a porch or in the garden. Once your base is built, top it with something flat and strong, a square of plywood, an old cutting board, or even the wooden side of a discarded drawer. Paint it, leave it natural, or decoupage it with fabric or paper for a charming touch. You can also drape a piece of cloth over the cube to create a skirted look, hiding the bottles while still keeping their strength. Suddenly, those plastic bottles once meant for a single sip and then forgotten are holding your favorite teacup. They're lifting a pot of geraniums. They're becoming useful again, and beautiful too. And for you, dear friend, this project asks very little of your body. Most of the work is done seated, gathering, taping, stacking. No heavy lifting, no hammering, no digging. Just thoughtful hands putting pieces together the way we've always done. That's the beauty of age. We begin to see value where others see waste. We learn how to hold things gently, ideas, objects, even time itself. This little table might not look like much to someone passing by, but to you it holds something more. It holds tea and sunlight, a favorite book, a vase of clippings from the morning walk. And maybe most of all, it holds pride, the quiet kind that comes from making something lovely with little more than care. There's a quiet kind of comfort in knowing your plants are watered, especially when your knees ache and bending low isn't quite as easy as it once was. Back when we were younger, we might have knelt for hours with a hose or a can, doting on every stem. But these days, we've earned a gentler way, one that lets the earth drink slowly, even when we're resting. And that's where this simple trick comes in: drip watering bottles. If you've ever had a houseplant, you've probably heard of drip watering spikes. But this version costs nothing, uses recycled bottles, and can be done with very little effort. Start with a few clean plastic bottles, ideally in the 1 liter to 2 liter range. Water bottles or soda bottles are perfect. Rinse them well and remove the labels. Using a small nail or push pin, poke a few tiny holes in the cap. 3 to 5 should do. These holes will control the water's release. Next, fill the bottle with water. If you like, add a bit of compost tea or a gentle natural fertilizer. Then simply turn the bottle upside down and press the cap end a few inches into the soil beside your plant. That's it. The water will drip slowly over time, feeding the roots steadily. No splashing, no overwatering, just a soft, rhythmic quenching like rain that never hurries. This method is a blessing during summer heat or when you're away for a few days. It helps conserve water, too, by directing it right to the root zone where it's most needed. And it's wonderful for raised beds, potted plants, or even window boxes where access can be tricky. To make it prettier, you can decorate the bottles with bits of twine paint or wrap them in burlap. Or simply leave them plain and let their usefulness shine. The best part: there's no need to lift heavy watering cans. No need to worry if you forget a day. These little helpers do the work for you quietly, patiently, like old friends who know just what you need and when. And maybe that's the deeper truth here. We don't have to be everywhere at once to care for something. Sometimes love is slow and steady. Sometimes it drips in gently like water from an old bottle right into the roots of the things we still hope to see grow. Even in stillness we can nourish. Remember those early mornings when the sun first peeked over the fence and the birds were already busy, singing, fluttering, darting between trees like notes in a melody only nature knows by heart. Watching them always brought a kind of peace, like the world was still good and still full of life. Now you can invite that joy right into your garden with something as humble and forgotten as a plastic bottle. Yes, a bird feeder made from a bottle once tossed aside, now transformed into a little haven for feathered friends. Start with a sturdy plastic bottle. A 1 liter or 2 liter size works best. Rinse it clean and remove the label. About 2 inches from the bottom, cut out a small opening on both sides of the bottle, just big enough for birds to reach the seeds inside. If you like, smooth the edges with a bit of sandpaper or even a nail file to keep it gentle on little beaks. Now for the perches, take a pair of wooden spoons, pencils, or thin dowels. Even sticks from the yard will do. Poke a small hole below each opening and slide your chosen perch through so it sticks out on both sides. This gives the birds a place to rest while they dine. Fill the bottle with birdseed, sunflower seeds, millet, or whatever your local birds love, and then screw the cap back on tight. You can attach a loop of twine or wire around the neck of the bottle for hanging. Choose a shady branch, a shepherd's hook, or even the eave of your porch. Hang your creation where you can see it from your favorite chair. Then wait. There'll come maybe a chickadee, a finch, a curious cardinal. Each visit feels like a little gift. For those with artistic flair, this feeder can also be a canvas, painted in soft garden tones. Add stickers with grandchildren, glue on bits of scrap ribbon or lace. Make it your own. Best of all, no bending, no heavy lifting. Just a calm afternoon craft that gives back tenfold to the birds, to the earth, and to your heart. Because there's something deeply healing about feeding something smaller than yourself. A quiet kind of love. One that asks for nothing in return except maybe the soft flurry of wings and the knowledge that you made a small place in the world a little kinder. And in doing so, you remind us all even what we throw away can become a place where life is welcomed back in. Do you remember those late summer evenings when the light lingered just a little longer, when the air was soft and the whole world felt like it was pausing to take a breath? Maybe you were sitting on a porch swing or just watching the fireflies flicker in the dark. There's a special kind of magic in those moments, and you can capture it again with a simple plastic bottle. Yes, the same bottle you might have tossed in the bin yesterday can become a soft, glowing garden lamp, casting light not just on the path, but on your memories too. Start with clear or frosted plastic bottles. The ones with interesting textures at the base work beautifully. Carefully cut the bottom third of the bottle that will become your lampshade. Then, using the top portion, you can create a hanging frame or connector if needed. But for a simpler version, just use the rounded bottle bottom as your shade. You can paint the plastic with diluted acrylics or stained glass paint in soft hues, amber, lilac, sea green. These colors mimic the warm light of dusk and look especially lovely as evening settles in. To diffuse the glow, leave some parts unpainted so the light flickers through like sunlight through lace curtains. Now for the light itself. Use battery-powered LED tea lights or solar garden lights. They're safe, cool to the touch, and require no cords, perfect for tucking inside the hollow of your recycled lampshade. Place the lamp on a table or string a few together to hang from tree branches, patio beams, or garden hooks. If your hands are up for it, you can drill a tiny hole and thread in some wire or jute twine to hang the bottles like glowing lanterns. If not, rest them on a ledge or inside plant pots. Anywhere they'll catch the eye. These bottle lamps don't just brighten the garden, they tell a story. A story of reinvention, of seeing light in something others might discard, of choosing to believe that warmth and beauty can come from the most ordinary places. And perhaps most tender of all, they give you a reason to linger a little longer outdoors. To stay for one more chapter, one more conversation, one more deep breath of twilight air. Because when the garden glows even just a little, so does the soul. You don't need chandeliers or fancy lanterns. Just a few forgotten bottles, a flicker of light, and a heart that still looks for beauty even at the end of the day. Do you remember the gentle clucking of hens on a quiet morning? Maybe from your childhood, or maybe a little backyard coop you've tended in recent years. There's something so grounding about caring for animals, the rhythm of it, the responsibility, the way they teach us to move slowly and pay attention. But caring for chickens doesn't have to be complicated or costly. With a few old plastic bottles, you can create a simple, efficient water dispenser, one that keeps your feathered friends hydrated while saving your back and your budget. Here's how it works. Start with a few large plastic bottles. 2 lighter soda bottles or clear gallon jugs are perfect. Clean them thoroughly and remove any labels. Then, using a sharp knife or scissors, carefully cut a small hole in the side of each bottle, about an inch from the bottom. Now find a shallow dish or tray. Even an old saucer or plastic plant tray will do. Fill the bottle with clean water, quickly screw the cap back on, and then turn the bottle upside down, placing it into the dish. The water will flow out just enough to fill the tray, and as the chickens drink, the bottle will release more water, naturally maintaining the level. You can nestle the bottles into a wooden crate, or secure them to the side of the coop with string or wire so they don't tip over. Some folks even cut slits in the bottle to insert a small wooden perch or platform so chickens can access it comfortably. If you're feeling creative, you might paint a little heart or flower on the bottle or label it with the names of your hens, because why not add a touch of charm to your chores? This setup is incredibly practical. It keeps the water clean, prevents spilling, and allows you to fill the bottles less frequently, a blessing on days when the knees are stiff or the sun is too hot. And here's the quiet joy of it all. With every sip your chickens take, they're benefiting from your care and from something that would have ended up in the trash. A simple bottle repurposed with love. That's what aging has taught us, isn't it? That usefulness doesn't end when something looks worn. That service doesn't need to be fancy. And that small acts, like helping a bird drink clean water, are sometimes the most important. Because, dear friend, when we care for life, no matter how small, we affirm our place in the world. Even a chicken coop becomes a sanctuary, and even an old bottle becomes a vessel of kindness. Do you remember crafting little boats as a child? Maybe out of sticks or folded paper or even bark from a tree, then setting them afloat in a puddle or stream, watching them drift off on imaginary adventures. It was a small act of wonder, one that didn't need toys from a store, just imagination and something that could float. You can bring that wonder back not just for yourself, but for the children in your life, with a floating pirate ship made from recycled bottles. This delightful idea begins with the same kind of plastic bottles most of us throw away. Look for sturdy ones, 2-liter soda bottles, or even gallon jugs, and make sure they're sealed and dry inside. These will be your ship's base, giving it buoyancy and balance on the water. Begin by attaching the bottles together side by side to form a flat raft. You can tape them, glue them with waterproof adhesive, or tie them together with string through small holes in the plastic. For extra stability, create 2 layers bottles on the bottom and a lightweight wooden or foam board on top to act as the ship's deck. Now comes the fun part, decorating your vessel. Use thin bamboo skewers or chopsticks for masts. You can cut sails from old cloth paper or even painted plastic bags. And what's a pirate ship without its crew? Add tiny figurines, or better yet, let the grandkids make their own captains and mates from clothespins or corks. If you're feeling playful, draw the classic skull and crossbones on the sail, or tie a little anchor made from string and a washer. Paint the bottles blue or brown, or leave them clear to let the water shimmer through. You can even add windows with black marker or a flag from scrap fabric. Place the ship gently into a pond, kiddie pool, or even a large garden basin. Watch as it bobs gently, catching the breeze. The kids will squeal with joy, and you'll feel something rise up too, a flicker of childhood, of hands-on play, of joy created from nothing but leftovers and love. And don't worry, there's no need to build it all in one day. Let it come together slowly, maybe with help from little hands on a weekend visit. Maybe piece by piece, a gentle project to return to after your morning tea. Because this isn't just a toy. It's a memory in the making. A chance to teach young ones that magic doesn't come from stores. It comes from imagination, resourcefulness, and a willingness to turn trash into treasure. And as it floats across your pond, proud and brave, it carries with it something far more precious than plastic. It carries the story of time shared and love passed down. Sometimes space is small, but the dream to grow something remains big. Maybe you no longer have a large garden bed. Maybe your back porch is narrow, or the fence outside your kitchen window feels a little too bare. But even the tiniest corner can bloom if we let it. And that's exactly what these wall-mounted bottle planters offer, a gentle way to bring life to vertical space using nothing more than recycled bottles and your beautiful vision. Begin by gathering a handful of clean plastic bottles. 1-liter or 2-liter sizes work perfectly. Cut a long rectangular opening along one side of each bottle, wide enough to allow soil and plants to fit comfortably. The cap stays on for this design so the soil doesn't spill through. To help with drainage, poke a few tiny holes in the bottom of each bottle. If you're planning to hang these indoors or against a painted wall, you can place a small layer of pebbles inside to catch excess moisture or let them drip into a tray or planter below. Next, decorate if you like. A dab of paint, a strip of washi tape, or even just a smiley face drawn on with a permanent marker adds character. Some gardeners like to label them mint basil thyme with handwritten tags or painted bottle sides. It's your wall, your canvas. Now attach them. You can use a wooden pallet, a trellis, or even directly fasten them to a fence or wall with screws, zip ties, or nails through small holes poked near the bottle's neck and base. Space them in neat rows or a staggered pattern like little garden windows looking out onto your world. Fill each planter with light potting soil and nestle in small herbs, trailing flowers, or leafy greens like lettuce or spinach. These plants don't need deep roots, just regular watering and a little sunlight, and the joy you'll feel watching them thrive in a space that once held only emptiness. That's something no store-bought garden could ever replace. This project is gentle on the hands, doesn't require bending or heavy lifting, and can be done slowly over time. 1 bottle today, 2 more next week. Before you know it, the wall blooms with purpose. And in a quiet moment standing before your handmade vertical garden, you may realize something profound, even when space is limited. Whether it's a fence, a bottle, or a season of life, beauty still finds a way to grow. Because life doesn't ask for perfection. It asks for intention. And a wall filled with green grown from trash and hope is proof that your garden and your spirit still reach upward always. Have you ever dreamed of growing your own lettuce herbs or leafy greens without digging, weeding, or getting on your knees? Maybe you've admired rows of tidy greens in magazine photos or TV shows and thought, I could never manage something like that. But what if I told you that you could? And with nothing more than a few plastic bottles. That's the beauty of a simple DIY hydroponic system made from recycled bottles. No soil, no bending, just clean water, sunlight, and the quiet satisfaction of growing food with your own 2 hands. Start with several identical plastic bottles, preferably 1-liter or 2-liter soda bottles. Wash them thoroughly and remove the labels. Now lay the bottles horizontally and cut a rectangular window along the top half of each one. This is where your plant will grow. Then, using a small drill or heated nail, poke holes in the bottom for drainage and airflow. For a basic hydroponic setup, you'll also want to add a wick system. Take a length of absorbent string like cotton shoelace or twine and thread it through a small hole in the bottle cap. Half the string should dangle inside the bottle to soak up water, while the other half stays near the plant's root zone to deliver moisture. Fill the bottom of the bottle with water, add a light nutrient solution if you'd like, and place a small cup or net pot filled with a growing medium like coconut coir, sponge, or vermiculite into the opening on top. Tuck in your seedling and let nature and gravity do the rest. To create a system, line the bottles up on a shelf or attach them to a wooden frame or pallet. You can also mount them on a sunny balcony railing or window ledge. Use rope, wire, or even recycled coat hangers to hang the rows like a vertical garden. And just like that, you're gardening. No dirt under your nails, no sore back. Just a quiet rhythm of checking the water level, watching new leaves unfold, and maybe even harvesting a handful of fresh greens for your sandwich or salad. It's low cost, it's space-saving, and it's surprisingly soothing to tend. More than anything, this project reminds us that we don't need acres or tools to grow something good. We just need the willingness to begin to look at what we already have and imagine more. Because growth isn't always about pushing harder. Sometimes it's about letting things flow gently, just like water through a bottle, bringing life with it slowly and surely. And in that soft green harvest, you'll find not only nourishment but pride. Proof that even in simplicity there is abundance. Have you ever stood still in the garden just listening? Not for anything in particular, but to everything at once. The rustle of leaves, a bird's quiet call, the distant clinking of wind against an old tin pail. These are the sounds that soothe us, that remind us we are home. Now imagine adding your own gentle melody to that mix, a soft, colorful wind chime made entirely from saved bottle caps. Something light, cheerful, and full of personal touch. Begin by gathering plastic and metal bottle caps from water, soda, or juice bottles. The more colors, the better. If some are dull or faded, a bit of paint can refresh them. Think of soft garden shades: sunflower, yellow sky blue, rose pink, and mint green. Once clean and dry, decide how many strands you'd like your chime to have. 4 to 6 is a lovely number, not too full, not too sparse. You'll need string, fishing line, or even yarn to thread the caps together. Use a nail or thick needle to carefully poke a hole through the center of each cap, then tie them one by one along the string. Vary the colors and mix in a few metallic caps if you like that extra glimmer. At the end of each strand, you might want to tie on something with a little weight, a small bell, a washer, or even a stone wrapped in wire to catch the breeze and help the strand sway. Once your strands are ready, attach them to a base, an embroidery hoop, a wire coat hanger bent into a circle, or a sturdy branch from the yard. If you're up for it, wrap the base in fabric or ribbon, or leave it bare for a more rustic look. Hang your finished piece from a tree limb, porch beam, or shepherd's hook in the garden. Then take a step back. Wait for the wind. And when it comes, so does the music, soft, unexpected, like laughter from long ago. This is a project you can do while sitting comfortably, perhaps on a sunny porch or cozy kitchen table. It asks nothing of your knees, your back, or your budget. Just your hands, your attention, and maybe a bit of childlike joy. And as it tinkles gently in the breeze, this wind chime becomes more than decoration. It becomes a song made from things once tossed aside. A small, persistent reminder that beauty doesn't always shout. Sometimes it whispers. So let it sing, dear friend. Let it be your garden's lullaby, stitched together with caps and string in quiet mornings. Let it remind you and anyone who passes that even the smallest pieces, when threaded with care, can make a sound that matters. Do you remember stacking blocks as a child, trying to make something tall, something bright, something just a little closer to the sky? There was such joy in arranging shapes and colors, in building something with your own two hands, even if it toppled over a few times first. Now imagine doing that again, but this time not with toys, but with recycled bottles and blooming flowers. The Rainbow Flower Pyramid is a joyful project that turns old plastic bottles into a tiered tower of color and life. It's bold, it's beautiful, and best of all, it's built slowly, layer by layer, just like wisdom and just like us. Start by collecting a good number of matching plastic bottles, 30 or more, depending on how large you want your pyramid to be. Cut each bottle in half and set aside the bottoms. These will become your flower planters. You can recycle the tops or repurpose them in another project. Now comes the fun part: color. Using acrylic or spray paint, give each bottle base a new coat in one of the rainbow shades: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. You don't need to be exact, just choose colors that make your heart smile. Once dry, you'll have a dazzling collection of colorful pots ready to shine. For the base of the pyramid, arrange a wide circle or square of bottle planters filled with soil and flowers or herbs of your choice. Marigolds, petunias, pansies, or even edible plants like parsley and mint all work wonderfully. Then place the next layer directly on top, slightly smaller, centered carefully, and so on, creating a gentle sloping pyramid of blooming color. You can stack them directly or use an inner support like bricks, small wooden crates, or upturned flower pots between layers to give space and height. No bending is required if you build it on a table or waist-high surface. Just one bottle at a time, one bloom at a time, until your pyramid rises like a joyful sculpture in the garden. The finished piece is stunning, a vibrant tower of life that draws the eye and lifts the spirit. It doesn't just decorate a space, it transforms it. And more importantly, it tells a story of repurposing, of color, of not being afraid to build something bold even from scraps. It's a project that brings out the childlike wonder in anyone. Neighbors may stop and admire. Children might run their fingers along the edges. And you will know that every flower blooming at the top began at the bottom in a bottle once meant for the trash. Because beauty, like strength, grows upward, one layer at a time. Have you ever watched a swan glide across a still pond? There's a kind of grace in that slow, steady movement, calm, confident, timeless. It doesn't rush. It doesn't demand attention, yet you can't help but look. Now imagine capturing that same sense of grace with your own hands, not out of marble or metal, but out of something far more humble: recycled plastic bottles. This swan sculpture is a garden project like no other, a centerpiece made from what the world discards, now transformed into something breathtaking. It may sound complicated, but I promise you, with patience, purpose, and a touch of imagination, it becomes a work of art accessible to anyone. To begin, gather white or clear plastic bottles, about a dozen of varying sizes. These will form the body, wings, and neck of your swan. Rinse them thoroughly, remove labels, and set them aside. Start with the body. A large rounded bottle, such as a gallon milk jug, makes a perfect base. You can stuff it with scrap paper or even gravel to add weight. For the neck, take a flexible bottle or plastic tubing and gently curve it into that signature swan S shape. Use hot glue wire or even a bit of tape hidden underneath to secure the curve to the body. Now for the wings, cut several smaller bottles in half lengthwise, then trim them into gentle feathered shapes. These don't need to be perfect, a little unevenness adds to the charm. Paint them white or soft pastel and once dry glue or wire them along both sides of the body in a slightly overlapping pattern just like feathers. Add a beak cut from orange plastic or even an old bottle cap painted orange. For the eyes, you can glue on buttons, draw them with permanent marker, or use googly eyes for a touch of whimsy. Once complete, set your swan sculpture at the edge of a pond in a flower bed, or even in a shady garden nook where light reflects gently off its wings. The result is stunning. A creature made from plastic, yes, but imbued with peace, motion, and meaning. And like all the best things in life, it doesn't need to be rushed. You can build it slowly, one piece at a time. Sit at your kitchen table shaping feathers while the afternoon light comes through the window. Let it be a meditative act, not of work, but of care. Because when we take something the world calls waste and give it form, dignity, and beauty, we don't just recycle a bottle. We redeem it. And perhaps in that quiet act of creation, we remember there's still so much within us. Elegance, imagination, love, waiting to take shape again. Just like the swan. Have you ever watched a vine spiral upward, reaching for light with quiet determination? It winds around with such elegance, always moving toward the sun, even if slowly. There's something deeply comforting about that movement. It's not rushed, it's not loud, it's just sure. That very feeling can be brought into your garden with a spiral bottle planter, a charming space-saving way to grow flowers, herbs, or even strawberries using nothing but recycled plastic bottles and a bit of patient love. To start, collect 10 to 15 plastic bottles. Matching sizes work best for balance. 2-liter soda bottles are ideal. Wash them, remove the labels, and carefully cut a generous opening along one side of each bottle. These openings will cradle your plants. Keep the caps on to hold the soil inside. Next, you'll need a central support, something like a broomstick, PVC pipe, or sturdy wooden pole. Secure it vertically into a bucket filled with rocks or concrete, or anchor it deep into the soil if you want the structure to stand freely in the garden. Now comes the spiral. Starting near the base, attach each bottle at a gentle upward angle around the pole like rungs of a spiral staircase. You can use zip ties, wire, or even nails tapped through pre-punched holes. Each bottle should slightly overlap the one below it, but leave enough space for the plants to breathe and grow. As you move upward, the spiral takes shape, elegant, functional, and full of potential. Fill each bottle with light potting soil and tuck in your favorite small plants, herbs like basil or thyme, trailing flowers like petunias or nasturtiums, even leafy greens or strawberries if you're feeling adventurous. Watering is easy, gravity does the work. As you water the top layer, it gently trickles downward, moistening the layers below. You can even add a bit of mulch on top of the soil in each bottle to retain moisture. This spiral tower is perfect for patios, balconies, or any small corner that needs a touch of life. It's easy on the body, no bending, no digging, and can be built slowly, one layer at a time. Sit, sip your tea, and attach one bottle each day. Let it grow alongside you. And when it's done, you'll have something more than a planter. You'll have a sculpture of green and color, a reminder that even upward movement can be gentle, that even in later seasons of life, we can still reach for beauty, for purpose, for light. Because just like the spiral, we never stop growing. We simply take our time moving in circles that always rise. There's a quiet thrill in watching something small begin to grow, the first sprout breaking through the soil, the first green leaf unfurling like a tiny flag of hope. It's the same feeling we've known through every chapter of life, watching children take their first steps, waiting for bread to rise, tending something fragile with care. And you can feel that joy again every season with something as simple as a recycled water bottle. Seed starters made from plastic bottles are the gentlest of garden projects. They're light, easy, and accessible, ideal for windowsills, porches, or any sunny spot where something can begin. Start with a few clear plastic bottles. 1-liter or 2-liter sizes are perfect. Cut each one in half across the middle, creating a top and a bottom. The bottom half becomes your seedling pot. If you'd like to create a self-watering system, poke a hole in the bottle cap, insert a piece of cotton string through it as a wick. Then place the top half upside down into the bottom cap facing downward. Fill the lower part with water and the upper half with soil. The wick will gently draw up moisture. But if you prefer something simpler, just use the bottom half of the bottle like a regular pot. Add a few pebbles for drainage, then fill with soft potting mix. Press your seeds in gently basil, parsley, zinnia, or even cherry tomato and mist the top with water. Because the plastic is clear, you can see the roots begin to develop. Children love that. So do we really, watching life take hold beneath the surface, quietly, steadily. Place your seed starters on a tray in a warm, well-lit area. A kitchen windowsill or sunny ledge works beautifully. Label each one if you'd like with handwritten tags or painted popsicle sticks. Water as needed and whisper a little encouragement as you pass by. It may seem silly, but plants respond to gentle voices, and maybe we do too. In just a few weeks, green shoots will appear bending toward the light. And when they're ready, you can transfer them into your garden patio pots or vertical planters made from bottles too. This project costs nothing but gives everything: hope, purpose, a way to stay close to the rhythm of growth, even in a smaller space or slower season. And perhaps best of all, it reminds us that beginnings don't belong only to the young. They belong to anyone willing to nurture something new. Even now, even you. Do you remember when porches and garden paths were lit with soft lanterns or jars of fireflies? There was something magical about that gentle glow, enough to see your way, but never so bright it chased away the stars. It invited quiet evenings, long talks, and slow walks back inside. You can bring that same warmth to your garden today with a soft, glowing touch made from bottle sunlight and a little ingenuity. These bottle pathway lights aren't just beautiful. They're practical, eco-friendly, and wonderfully easy to create. No wires, no fuss, just recycled charm lighting your way. Start by collecting a few clear plastic bottles. Soda or water bottles are perfect. Remove the labels and wash them well. Cut off the top third of each bottle, leaving a neat open cylinder. You can also experiment with leaving the full bottle intact if you'd like to create a lamppost look. Now it's time to get creative. Paint the outside of each bottle in soft, transparent colors: frosted whites, honey yellows, or garden greens. Stained glass paint or diluted acrylics work best. Add dots, swirls, leaves, or keep it simple and let the light do the work. Once dry, you'll insert a solar garden light inside each bottle. These little lights are inexpensive and easy to find at dollar stores or hardware shops. Simply remove the stake from the bottom, slide the light into the mouth of the bottle, and if needed, use a bit of tape or twine to secure it. For shorter bottles, you can nest the solar bulb inside and glue the bottle to a stable base like a stone or tile. Line these glowing bottles along your garden path near the porch steps or tucked into flower beds. As the sun sets, the solar lights flicker on soft and steady, casting gentle rings of light like halos on the ground. It's breathtaking. And what makes it even sweeter is that these glowing guides come from what others would call trash. You didn't spend a fortune. You didn't strain your back. You just gave something a second life, and in doing so, lit the way for your own. These lights don't just help you see where you're going. They remind you where you've been, that you still shine, that your creativity hasn't dimmed with age, it's simply softened like candlelight. And as the night stretches on and your garden glows with little recycled stars, you might just find yourself sitting a bit longer, watching the world rest, and smiling at the quiet beauty you've made. From a bottle, from the sun, from you. Have you ever reached for your garden gloves or a little pair of scissors only to find them missing, buried under a bag of soil, or forgotten on the windowsill? As we grow older, we learn to appreciate the beauty of having everything in its place, not from perfectionism, but from peace. This next project is a small act of order made possible by something you'd normally toss away. A mini tool holder crafted from plastic bottles, charming, useful, and easily within reach. Start with a few sturdy bottles. Shampoo bottles, juice jugs, or even small detergent containers work well for this. Choose different sizes for holding different items, from seed packets to pruning shears, twine, or plant labels. Wash them well and cut off the top portion at an angle to create an open pocket or scoop shape. Then smooth the edges. You can use sandpaper, a nail file, or carefully warm the cut edges with a candle at a safe distance just enough to soften any sharp corners. For added charm, decorate each holder. Paint them glue on fabric scraps or label them by hand. Gloves, twine seeds. Next, choose your display. You can attach these bottle pockets to a wooden board, an old shutter, or even the inside of your shed or potting bench. Use screws, nails, or zip ties through holes punched near the top. Arrange them in rows or scattered like blossoms on a trellis. It's your space, your rhythm. Or, for indoor use, you might line them along a windowsill or hang them from hooks near the back door, easy to reach before you step outside. These little holders don't just keep your tools in place. They bring calm. They prevent that frustrating search for lost gloves or the tangle of twine in the bottom of a basket. And they do it without costing a cent. Best of all, you don't have to move a single heavy thing. Everything is at hand at eye level right where you need it. And perhaps there's something deeper here too. A message about how even small things, bits of plastic, bits of effort can come together to create peace, order, ease. Just as we've spent lifetimes creating homes full of comfort, this small corner of your garden can hold that same care. A shelf, a few bottles, a space that says, you've still got it, the creativity, the cleverness, the gentle touch. Because a tool holder isn't just for tools. It's for tending your space, tending yourself, and giving everything, even the smallest chore, a little more grace. There's something so joyful about picking strawberries sun-warmed sweet in just the right size to tuck into a napkin or a grandchild's waiting palm. Maybe you used to grow them in rows, or maybe you've only ever bought them in cartons. But either way, this next idea invites you to enjoy them in a whole new way, one that's easy on your back, easy on your wallet, and full of delight. It's a vertical strawberry garden built entirely from recycled plastic bottles. Start by gathering several 2-liter bottles, the kind that once held soda or sparkling water. Wash them thoroughly and remove the labels. Then, using scissors or a craft knife, cut a large oval opening along the side of each bottle, about 4 inches long and 2 inches tall. This is where your strawberry plant will live. Poke a few small drainage holes in the bottom of each bottle and keep the cap on to help hold moisture in the soil. If you're worried about overwatering, leave the cap a bit loose so excess can drip gently down. Now, for the vertical structure, you can stack the bottles using a wooden pole or metal rod secured in a planter or bucket. Slide the bottles onto the pole, spacing them out in a spiral pattern. Use washers or small spacers between bottles to keep them tilted just enough so that the plant openings don't block one another. Alternatively, hang the bottles horizontally along a trellis fence or sunny wall using strong twine or hooks threaded through holes near the top and bottom of each bottle. This option is great for small patios or balconies where ground space is limited. Fill each bottle with a light potting mix rich in compost, then gently tuck in your strawberry starts. Choose a variety meant for containers or vertical growing like everbearing or alpine strawberries. They'll send out small leaves, blossoms, and before you know it, those ruby red berries we all love. Water from the top, letting it trickle down through the layers. The clear plastic makes it easy to monitor moisture levels, and the drainage ensures healthy roots. You can even paint the bottles soft garden colors, blush pink, sage green, sky blue, or leave them transparent and let the green speak for itself. And when harvest time comes, the best part, no bending. No crawling between rows. Just reach out and pluck sweetness from eye level. This project isn't just about strawberries. It's about accessibility, dignity, and joy. It's proof that gardens can grow up as well as out. That age doesn't limit beauty, it just teaches us to build smarter. And as you gather those berries sun-warmed and plump, you might remember life is still bearing fruit. And so are you. There's something comforting about a curtain, the way it filters the light, offers a little shelter, and sways gently in the breeze like a lullaby. Maybe you remember sheer white curtains in a childhood window or the beaded strings that once hung in a kitchen doorway. They soften the world just a little. Now imagine bringing that same gentle touch to your garden or porch, not with fabric, but with a creative curtain made from recycled plastic bottles. This bottle curtain is both practical and poetic. It offers privacy, softens sunlight, and creates a sparkling mosaic of color and texture using only bottles you already have. Start by collecting several clear or lightly tinted bottles. Soda water or juice containers of similar size work best. Cut off the top and bottom of each bottle, leaving just the smooth cylindrical middle. Then cut that middle section vertically so it opens into a flat sheet. If you like, you can press the plastic flat between books or with gentle heat using an iron between parchment paper to create a more uniform surface. Then comes the fun part, decorating. Use translucent paints or permanent markers to draw designed stripes or even press flowers between two sheets. You can also leave them clear to catch and refract sunlight like raindrops frozen in time. Once your pieces are ready, punch holes at the top and bottom of each one and connect them with fishing line wire or jump rings, much like assembling wind chime strands. String them vertically until you have several full-length lines. Now hang those strands from a wooden beam bamboo pole or even an old tension rod across a window balcony or porch edge. As they sway in the breeze, you'll see flickers of color and gentle movement like a living stained glass. This curtain isn't just beautiful, it's functional too. It provides shade on sunny days, privacy for cozy corners, and a touch of magic to otherwise forgotten spaces. It's light, it's quiet, and it's easy on the body. All the steps, cutting, painting, tying can be done seated at a table, slowly with music on or a cup of tea nearby. Maybe even with a grandchild helping to design a panel or two. And when it's finished, it becomes more than decoration. It becomes a symbol of light let in, of waste, transformed, of time spent creating instead of consuming. Because privacy doesn't have to mean shutting the world out. Sometimes it just means creating a space where you can breathe, where the sun glows softer, and where every flicker of color reminds you you still have the power to shape beauty with your own two hands. There's a special kind of comfort in the sound of rain, the soft tapping on rooftops, the gentle trickle along gutters, the rhythm that makes everything feel slower, softer, and somehow safe. Rain reminds us to pause, to listen, to let go. Now imagine turning that everyday sound into a melody that flows through your garden, not with expensive metalwork or store-bought kits, but with a rain chain made from recycled plastic bottles. It's a beautiful, functional way to guide water from your roof to the ground, and it sings as it flows. To begin, collect several plastic bottles of similar size and shape. You can use everything from soda bottles to small juice jugs. Wash them well and remove the labels. Then cut each bottle in half or just remove the bottom portion if you'd like to create shallow cups. Punch a hole in the center of each bottle base or the cut edge if you're using full halves and thread them together vertically with wire twine or metal chain. Space them a few inches apart, allowing each cup to catch and pass water down to the next. As the rain falls from your gutter, it enters the topmost bottle and begins its journey, trickling from cup to cup, creating a soft cascade of water and sound. Some gardeners like to add bead stones or little bells between the sections for added sparkle and music. You can hang your rain chain from a porch beam and eave, or even attach it to your existing downspout. Let the chain lead to a decorative basin, a flower bed, or a repurposed pail that collects the water for later use. It's not just art, it's a gentle tool for conservation, guiding water where it's needed. To make your rain chain even more charming, consider painting the bottles in soft garden colors or wrapping them with twine and tiny charms. Or keep them clear, letting the water shimmer through like glass. And here's the joy of it, you don't need ladders or strength to make this. Each step, cutting, threading, arranging, can be done seated slowly, peacefully. It's a project of rhythm, of flow, and maybe that's the lesson too. That even in seasons when we move slower, we can still move with purpose. That rain, like life, doesn't need to fall in silence. It can sing, it can nourish. It can remind us of the beauty that comes from simply letting things pass through gracefully. So when the next rain arrives, don't close the curtains too quickly. Step to your garden's edge, listen, and let your bottle rain chain turn a gray day into a song. Do you remember collecting broken things? A chipped plate you couldn't throw away, a bit of colored glass, a button that didn't match anything else. Yet somehow they all held meaning. Beauty isn't always about perfection. Sometimes it's about how you piece things together. That's what makes a bottle mosaic so special. This project turns plastic waste, those scraps we usually toss, into a shimmering panel of color and light. It's a gentle way to make garden art, and more than that, a soft act of self-expression. Start by gathering colorful plastic bottles, reds, blues, greens, yellows. If you only have clear ones, don't worry. They can be painted or tinted with translucent craft paint or permanent markers. You'll want to cut the bottles into small, irregular shapes like glass tiles in a traditional mosaic. This can be done with sturdy scissors while sitting at a table. If your hands are sensitive, wear gloves or use a cutting mat for ease. The pieces don't need to be perfect. In fact, the variety makes it even more charming. Next, choose your base. A piece of scrap wood, an old picture frame backing, or even a recycled plastic tray will do. Paint it in a soft base color, white sky blue, pale lavender, or leave it natural. Then arrange your plastic pieces into a simple design, a flower, a sunburst, a butterfly, or even just abstract swirls. You can glue the pieces down with clear adhesive or waterproof craft glue one by one, like placing memories into a story. If you like, add a layer of clear sealant or a pane of glass over the top to protect it from the weather. Hang your mosaic on a fence, lean it against the side of a planter box, or place it where the morning light can catch and dance across it. The colors shift throughout the day, casting gentle patterns that seem to whisper, "You made this." And that's the part that matters most. Not that it's fancy, not that it's perfect, but that it's made from your hands slowly, patiently out of what others might have thrown away. This isn't just a craft. It's a reflection of how we age, of how we gather the bits of our lives, the broken, the bright, the small, and turn them into something meaningful. A bottle mosaic is a patchwork of patience and grace. And when someone asks, "Where did you get that?" you can smile and say, "I didn't get it. I gave it a second chance." Just like so many of the best things in life. Do you remember chasing butterflies as a child? The way they fluttered just out of reach, so delicate, so free. We never caught them for long, and perhaps that was the point. They were a reminder that beauty often comes in fleeting moments, soft, quiet, passing through the light. But what if you could bring that fluttering joy into your garden gently and let it stay? These butterfly sun catchers, made from recycled plastic bottles, are a tender way to add color and movement to your outdoor space, catching sunlight, dancing in the breeze, and delighting every person who sees them. Begin with clear plastic bottles. The smoother the surface, the better. Cut them into flat sheets by removing both the top and bottom, then slicing along one side. You'll end up with a rectangular piece of flexible plastic ready to become a canvas. Using a simple stencil or your own drawing, trace butterfly shapes onto the plastic with permanent marker. You can make them big or small, rounded or winged with flourish. Then carefully cut out each butterfly, letting your fingers guide the curves and corners. There's no need for perfection. Each wing can be a little different, just like in nature. Now for the coloring. Use permanent markers or stained glass paint to decorate the wings. Reds, oranges, purples, blues, or soft pastels that shimmer when the sun hits them just right. Add dots, lines, or swirls if you wish. You can even glue on bits of glitter, old buttons, or pressed flowers to make each butterfly uniquely yours. Once the paint dries, bend the wings gently upward so the butterfly takes on a three-dimensional form, ready to lift off at any moment. Poke a tiny hole in the center of each and string them with fishing line ribbon or thin twine. Hang them from tree branches, porch beams, or your garden arch. Let them flutter over a flower bed or sway gently above a sitting bench. When the sun filters through their wings, they'll cast soft patterns on the ground, flashes of color that feel like stained glass in motion. And here's the gift: this project is as peaceful to make as it is to enjoy. Sitting at a table, cutting and coloring slowly, you might find your thoughts becoming quieter. You might feel like you're 7 again, making art simply because it makes you smile. These butterflies don't need to fly away. They'll stay with you, perched in your garden, shimmering with sunlight, reminding you that even what was thrown away can still bring light, color, and joy. Because beauty doesn't always pass us by. Sometimes it flutters in and stays. There's something deeply satisfying about walking through a garden and knowing each plant by name. Not just the ones with bright blossoms, but the quiet herbs tucked in the corner, the greens just beginning to peek through. It's like greeting old friends. "Hello, rosemary. You're coming along nicely. Ah, little parsley, there you are." To keep track of all those friends, you don't need store-bought markers or fancy tags. Just a few old plastic bottles and a bit of creative care. This project is one of the simplest and sweetest in our entire collection: recycled garden marker stakes that help you label what you grow while adding a personal handmade touch to your space. Start with any clean plastic bottle. Water bottles, milk jugs, or juice containers all work well. Cut the plastic into flat pieces, trimming them into rectangles or long leaf-shaped strips. Each one should be about the size of a popsicle stick or a bookmark, long enough to write on and poke into the soil. Next, gather a permanent marker or waterproof pen and write the name of each plant: tomatoes, lettuce, thyme, lavender. You can also add little drawings, maybe a carrot for the carrots or a flower for the marigolds. It's your garden. Let it reflect your joy. If you'd like, decorate the markers with washi tape, paint, or stickers. Punch a hole at the top and tie a ribbon, or leave them plain and simple. If you're using thinner plastic and want more sturdiness, tape the marker onto a wooden skewer chopstick or even an old spoon. Then walk through your garden and gently press each stake into the soil right beside its matching plant. You'll be surprised how much warmth these little signs bring, like handwritten labels in a beloved recipe box. And best of all, this is a project that takes very little time or energy. You can do it seated at your kitchen table or while resting on a shaded bench. It's a quiet task, the kind that lets your hands stay busy while your heart feels light. In a world that sometimes moves too fast, these gentle name markers remind us to slow down, to notice, to call things and people by their names, and to cherish their growth. Because gardens aren't just about growing food or flowers. They're about growing memory. And with each recycled stake, you remind the earth and yourself that everything in your care is known, remembered, and loved. There's a tender kind of pride in hanging herbs to dry bunches of rosemary tied with twined sprigs of mint upside down in a sunlit corner. It speaks of an older rhythm, one that doesn't rush. The kind of rhythm where we savor, and use every bit of what we've grown. And now, with nothing more than a few plastic bottles, you can build your own gentle drying rack, one that turns a breeze into preservation and plastic waste into purpose. To begin, gather several plastic bottles, preferably in tall, narrow shapes like soda or water bottles. Wash them thoroughly and remove any labels. Then cut off both the top and bottom, leaving you with a clean cylinder of plastic open at both ends. Now decide on the structure. If you want a hanging rack, you can thread the plastic cylinders horizontally through a rope or wooden dowel, leaving space between each one. Think of it as a row of open tunnels, airy, lightweight, and perfect for cradling herb bundles. Poke a small hole in each end of the plastic rings so you can thread string or wire through them, securing them to your main support. Once suspended, these open rings will act as sleeves to gently hold and separate the drying herbs, keeping them from tangling or molding in tight bunches. Tie your herb bundles, thyme, sage, oregano, lavender, with cotton string, and slip them carefully through each plastic sleeve so they hang freely without touching one another. The clear or frosted plastic helps maintain airflow, and it's light enough not to strain the string or supports. Hang your drying rack in a warm, dry place with good air circulation, a porch beam, kitchen corner, or under a shaded pergola. You can add a little charm with clothespins, labels, or even decorate the plastic sleeves with lace, tape, or paint. If you're feeling especially nostalgic, add handwritten tags for each herb, like those old pantry jars from long ago. This drying rack isn't just functional. It becomes a little story in your space. A row of quiet bundles, leaves curling inward as they release their oils, scents, and summer sweetness. Each day they grow drier, lighter, ready to flavor a pot of soup, a cup of tea, or a thoughtful gift jar for a neighbor. And as they hang peaceful, useful, beautiful, so too does your memory, the work of your hands, the care in your spirit. Because saving herbs is about more than seasoning. It's about not wasting what's been given, even the bottles, even the time. Even the smallest things dried in sunlight and strung with love. So here we are, dear friend, at the end of our gentle walk through bottle wonders and garden whispers. 28 ideas shaped not by wealth or speed, but by love, care, and imagination. You didn't need to buy anything fancy. You didn't need a strong back or a perfect plan. You just needed to look again at what the world throws away and see it differently. That old bottle wasn't trash. It was a planter, a lamp, a bird's cafe. It was a second chance. And in many ways, isn't that what gardening is? A quiet rebellion against forgetting. A tender act of remembering what still matters even when it seems small. A way to say, I'm still here. I still make things grow. Your hands, those same hands that have held babies, mended clothes, stirred soups, and turned pages, they still create beauty. Slower now, maybe, but more intentional. More soulful, and somehow more poetic. Every bottle you repurposed told a story of light captured in plastic wings, of water guided gently through rain chains, of herbs drying in rows like bundles of memory, of flowers growing not from wealth but from wisdom. And through each project, you've not only helped the planet, you've helped your spirit bloom again. You've proven that limitations don't shrink creativity, they expand it. That aging doesn't dim the light. It softens it like golden hour on a quiet porch. You've made space not just for plants, but for peace. So I invite you, dear friend, which idea brought you the most joy today? Which one reminded you of something or someone from long ago? Leave us a comment. Share your creation. Your story might just inspire someone else who's ready to begin again. And if you found warmth in this visit, do consider subscribing. There's always more gentle inspiration coming, more ways to garden with grace, create with kindness, and live with meaning no matter your age. Until next time, may your hands stay steady, may your days stay light, and may your garden made of bottles, dreams, and love continue to grow in every season of your life. Happy gardening, dear friend.